Volume 1, Chapters 1 and 2 of The Widow Barnaby. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Recorded by Céline Major. The Widow Barnaby by Francis Milton Trollope. 1. Introduction to the family of the future Mrs. Barnaby. Financial difficulties. Maternal love. Preparations for fête. Miss Martha Compton and Miss Sophia Compton were, some 25 years ago, the leading beauties of the pretty town of Silverton in Devonshire. The elder of these ladies is the person I propose to present to my readers as the heroine of my story. But ere she is placed before them in the station assigned her in my title page, it will be necessary to give some slight sketch of her early youth, and also such brief notice of her family as may suffice to make the subsequent events of her life, and the persons connected with them, more clearly understood. The Reverend Josiah Compton, the father of my heroine and her sister, was an exceedingly worthy man, though more distinguished for the imperturbable tranquillity of his temper than either for the brilliance of his talents or the profundity of his learning. He was the son of a small landed proprietor at no great distance from Silverton, who farmed his own long-descended patrimony of 300 acres with skilful and unwearied industry, and whose chief ambition in life had been to see his only son Josiah privileged to assume the prefix of Reverend before his name. After 3 trials and 2 failures, this blessing was at last accorded, and his son ordained by the help of a very good-natured examining chaplain of the then Bishop of Exeter. This rustic, laborious, and very happy squire lived to see his son installed curate of Silverton, and blessed with the hand of the dashing Miss Martha Wisett, who, if her pedigree was not of such respectable antiquity as that of her bridegroom, had the glory of being accounted the handsomest girl at the Silverton balls. And if her race could not count themselves among the landed gentry, she enjoyed all the consideration that a fortune of £1,000 could give, to atone for any mortification which the accident of having a ci-devant tallow chandler for a parent might possibly occasion. But notwithstanding all the pride and pleasure which the squire took in the prosperity of this successful son, the old man could never be prevailed upon by all Mrs. Josiah's admirable reasonings on the rights of primogeniture to do otherwise than divide his 300 acres of freehold in equal portions between the Reverend Josiah Compton, his son, and Elizabeth Compton, spinster, his daughter. It is highly probable that had this daughter been handsome, or even healthy, the proud old yeoman might have been tempted to reduce her portion to the charge of a couple of £1,000 or so upon the estate. But she was sickly, deformed, and motherless; and the tenderness of the father's heart conquered the desire, which might otherwise have been strong within him, to keep together the fields which for so many generations had given credit and independence to his race. To leave his poor little Betsy in any degree dependent upon her fine sister-in-law was, in short, beyond his strength. So the Holmcroft and the Long 14, the 3 Linnycrofts, the 5 Worthies, and the 10-acre Cloverbit, together with the farmhouse and all its plenishing, and 1/2 of the live and dead farming stock, were bequeathed to Elizabeth Compton and her heirs for ever; not perhaps without some hope, on the part of her good father, that her heirs would be those of her reverend brother also. And so he died, with as easy a conscience as ever rocked a father to sleep. But Mrs. Josiah Compton, when she became Mrs. Compton with just 1/2 of the property she anticipated, waxed exceeding wrath; and though her firm persuasion that the hideous little crookback could not live for ever greatly tended to console and soothe her, it was not without very constant reflections on the necessity of keeping on good terms with her, lest she might make as unnatural a will as her father did before her, that she was enabled to resist the temptation of abusing her openly every time they met; a temptation increased perhaps by the consciousness that Miss Betsy held her and all her race in the most sovereign contempt. Betsy Compton was an odd little body, with some vigour of mind and frame too, notwithstanding her deformity; and as the defects in her constitution showed themselves more in her inability to endure fatigue than in any pain or positive suffering, she was likely to enjoy her comfortable independence considerably longer, and considerably more, than her sister thought it all reasonable in Providence to permit. The little lady arranged her affairs and settled her future manner of life within a very few weeks after her father's death, and that without consulting brother, sister, or anyone else. Yet it may be doubted if she could have done it better had she called all the parish to council. She first selected the 2 pleasantest rooms in the house for her bedroom and sitting-room, and then skilfully marked out the warmest and prettiest corner of the garden, overlooking some of her own rich pastures, with the fine old grey tower of Silverton in the distance as the place of her bower, her flower garden, and her little apiary. She then let the remainder of her house and the whole of her well-conditioned dairy farm for £300 a year, with as much waiting upon as she might require, as much cream, butter, milk, and eggs as she should use, and as much fruit and vegetables as her tenants could spare, together with half a day's labour every week for her tiny flower garden. She had no difficulty in finding a tenant upon these terms. The son of a wealthy farmer in the neighbourhood had a bride ready as soon as he could find a farmhouse to put her into, and a sufficient dairy upon which to display her well-learned science. Miss Betsy's homestead was the very thing for them. The bride's portion was £500 for the purchase of the late Squire Compton's furniture and the half of his fine stock of cows, etc., etc., the which was paid down in Bank of England notes within 10 minutes after the lease was signed, and being carefully put into the funds by Miss Betsy, became, as she said to herself, but to nobody else, a sort of nest-egg, which, as she should only draw out the interest to lay it again in the shape of principal, would go on increasing till she might happen to want it. So that, upon the whole, the style and scale of her expenses being taken into consideration, it would have been difficult to find any lady of any rank more really and truly independent than Miss Betsy. She felt this, and enjoyed it greatly. Now and then, indeed, as she remembered her old father and his thoughtful care for her, her sharp black eyes would twinkle through a tear. But there was more softness than sorrow in this, and a more contented, or, in truth, a more happy spinster might have been sought in vain, far and near, notwithstanding her humped back. Far different was the case of those who inherited the other moiety of the estate, called Compton Basset. The Reverend Josiah, indeed, was himself too gentle and kind-hearted to feel anger against his father, or a single particle of ill will towards his sister. Yet was he as far from sharing her peace and contentment as his disappointed and vituperative wife. How, indeed, can any man hope to find peace and contentment even though he pass the Rubicon of ordination, and has been happy enough to marry the favourite flirt of 10 successive regiments, if he be never permitted to close his eyes in sleep till he has been scolded for an hour, and never suffered to wake at any signal save the larum of his lady's tongue? It was in vain that day and night he continued submissively to reiterate the phrases, "To be sure, my dear, certainly, there is no doubt of it, he ought not to have done so, my love, you are quite right, my dear," and the like. All this and a great deal more submission and kindness was in vain. Mrs. Compton's complainings ceased not, and what was harder still, she always contrived by some ingenious mode of reasoning to prove that all the mischief which had happened was wholly and solely her husband's fault. Meanwhile the 2 little girls sent to bless this union of masculine softness and feminine hardness grew on and prospered, as far as animal health went, just as much as if their father were not taking to smoking and hot toddy as a consolation for all his sorrows, or their mother to a system of visiting and gossiping which left her no time, had she possessed the talent, to do more for their advantage than take care that they had enough to eat. They were very fine on Sundays, or whenever their ma expected company, and not too dirty at other times to pass muster at the day school at which they were destined to receive all the education which fate intended for them. Miss Betsy, little as she admired her sister-in-law, and dearly as she loved her sunny garden in summer, and her snug chimney corner in winter, now and then left both to pass a few hours in Silverton. For she loved her brother, despite the weakness of character which appeared to her keen faculties to be something very nearly approaching fatuity. And being as well aware as the prettiest young lady in the town could be, that she was herself totally unfit to be married, she looked to his children with the interest with which human beings are apt to consider those who must be the possessors of all they leave behind. For many years Miss Betsy looked forward with hope for one of the 2 greatly desired events. That most coveted was the death of her sister-in-law. The other, and for many years the most probable, was the birth of a male heir to her brother. But time wore away, and both were abandoned. Had it been otherwise, had Miss Betsy seen a male Compton ready to unite in his own person all the acquired and inherited honours of his twaddling father, and all the daily increasing hoard that she was herself accumulating, her temper of mind would probably have been very different. As it was, she looked upon the little girls as much more belonging to their mother than to their father, and the steady thriftiness which, had it been pursued for the sake of a nephew, would have had some mixture of generous devotion in it, now that its result could only benefit nieces, by no means very dearly loved, seemed to threaten the danger of her becoming saving for mere saving's sake. There was, however, in the heart of Miss Betsy much to render such an incrustation of character difficult. But there was also much to displease her in those who alone could claim her kindness on the plea of kindred, so that the most acute observer might have been at a loss to say what tone her vexed temper might finally take towards them. Nevertheless, the two young sisters, at the respective ages of 15 and 17, were as forward and handsome girls as ever drew the attention of a country town. They were equally handsome, perhaps, though very unlike. Martha was tall, dark-eyed, fresh-coloured, bold-spirited, and believed in her heart that she was to be called "my lady," and to drive in a coach and four. Sophia, the younger girl, was less tall and less bright-coloured. Her hair was light, and her eyes, though their lashes were black, were of the softest grey. Her chief beauty, however, consisted in a complexion of great delicacy, and a mouth and teeth that could hardly be looked at without pleasure, even by cross Miss Betsy herself. Miss Martha Compton was a young lady endowed with a vast variety of brilliant talents. She could dance every night, and very nearly all night long, though she had only learned for 6 weeks. She could make pasteboard card boxes and screens, work satin stitch, and, like most other clever young ladies bred in a country town abounding with officers, quote the oft profaned lyrics of Tom Moore. The reputation of her sister for talents rested on a basis much less extended. It would indeed have been a false concord to talk of her talents, for she had but one in the world. Untaught, and unconscious of the power nature had bestowed, she sang with the sweet shrillness of the lark; and had science been set to work upon her for 6 months, Silverton might have boasted one of the finest native voices in the kingdom. Mrs. Compton was proud of both her daughters, and however difficult it might be to procure shoes and gloves out of an income of somewhat less than £400 a year, the winter balls of Silverton never opened till the Miss Comptons were ready to stand up. Had she been a little less brutally cross to her poor husband, Mrs. Compton would really at this time have been almost interesting from the persevering industry and ingenuity with which she converted the relics of her own maiden finery into fashionable dancing dresses for her girls. And on the whole, the Miss Comptons were astonishingly well dressed, for besides the above-mentioned hoards, every article of the family consumption was made to contribute to the elegance of their appearance. Brown sugar was substituted for white at the morning and the evening meal. The butcher's bills were kept down wonderfully by feeding the family upon tripe twice a week. The home brewed was lowered till the saving in malt for 1 year bought 2 glazed calico slips, 4 pair of long white gloves, and a bunch of carnations for Martha and of lilies for Sophia. Nothing, in short, was overlooked or forgotten that could be made to distill 1 drop of its value towards decorating the beauties of Silverton. Few subjects have furnished more various or more beautiful images for the poet's pen than maternal fondness. From the heart-stirring fury of the dauntless lioness when her young ones are threatened, down to the patient hen red-breast as she sits a brood, lonely, fasting, and apart from all the joys of birdhood awaiting the coming life of her loved nestlings. In short, from one extremity of animal creation to the other, volumes of tender anecdotes have been collected illustrative of this charming feature of female nature. And yet much still remains to be said of it. Where is the author who has devoted his power of looking into the human heart to the task of describing the restless activity, the fond watchfulness, the unwearied industry of a proud, poor, tender mother, when labouring to dress her daughters for a ball? Who has told of the turnings, the dyeings, the ironings, the darnings, that have gone to make misses of £10 a year pin money look as smart as the squanderer of 500? Yet such things are. The light of morning never steals into the eyes of mortals to spur them on again to the deeds of greatness after nightly rest, without awakening many hundred mothers whose principal business in life is to stitch, flounce, pucker, and embroider for their daughters. All this is very beautiful. I speak not of the stitching, flouncing, puckering, and embroidering, but of the devotion of the maternal hearts dedicated to it. All this is very beautiful. Yet never has gifted hand been found to bring forth in delicate penciling traits such as these with half the study that has been often bestowed on the painting a cobweb. This is unjust. Great, however, as were Mrs. Compton's exertions for the establishment of her daughters by the ways and means above described, her maternal efforts were not confined to these. For their sakes she on one occasion armed herself for an enterprise which, notwithstanding the resolute tone of her character, cost her some struggles. This desperate undertaking, which was nothing less than the penetrating to the rarely invaded retreat of Miss Betsy, for the purpose of asking her to give the girls a little money, was occasioned by a great event in the annals of Silverton. The officers of the Regiment, a detachment of which had been quartered there for a 12-month, gallantly determined to give the neighbouring families a fete before they left the town, in return for the hospitalities they had received. I am writing of the year 1813. A period when the palmy days of country quarters still existed, and many may still remember the tender sensibilities excited by a departing regiment, and the gay hopes generated by an arriving one. Either of these events as well calculated to chase the composure of spirits arising from the unbroken routine of ordinary existence, and it may easily be imagined that, upon an occasion where the effects of both were brought to act upon the hearts and souls of a set of provincial fair ones at the same moment, the emotions produced must have been of no ordinary nature. Such was the case at the fete given by the 1st Battalion of the Regiment on their leaving Silverton; for as it chanced that they were to be replaced by the 2nd Battalion of the same corps, the compliment intended for the neighbourhood was so arranged as to be shared by the officers who were about to be introduced to it; and thus an immense mass of joys and sorrows, regrets and hopes, tears and smiles, all came into action at once; and volumes might be filled in the most interesting manner solely in describing the states of mind produced in the most charming portion of the inhabitants of 27 of the principal houses of Silverton and its vicinity. It was so quite unlike any other party that ever was given, as Mrs. Compton well observed in talking over the matter with her daughters, that it was downright impossible not to make some difference in the way of preparing for it. "Different? I believe it is different," exclaimed Miss Martha. "It is the first ball we ever showed ourselves at by daylight, and I should like to know how we, that always lead everything, are to present ourselves in broad sunshine with dyed pink muslin and tarnished silver." "You can't and you shan't," replied her affectionate mother, "if I sell the silver spoons and buy plated ones instead. I will not have my girls disgraced in the face of 2 regiments at once. But upon my life, girls, money is not to be had for the asking. For truth it is, and no lie, that there is not above £20 in the bank to last till Michaelmas, and the butcher has not been paid these 5 months. But don't look glum, Martha. Shall I tell you what I have made up my mind to do?" "Carry a plate round the mess room, mamma, when they are all assembled, perhaps," replied the lively young lady, "and if you asked for aid for the sake of our bright eyes, it is likely enough you might get something. But if it is not that, what is it, mother?" "Why, I will walk over to Compton Basset, Martha, and ask the Ram's Horn, your aunt, for £5 outright, and tell her into the bargain what it is for, and, stingy and skinflint as she is, I can't say that I shall be much surprised if she gives it, for she is as proud as she's ugly, and it won't be difficult to make her see this time that I am asking more for credit's sake than for pleasure." "Go, mother, by all means," replied the young lady with a sneer that seemed to indicate despair of any aid from Miss Betsy. "All I know is that she never gave me anything since I was born but a Bible and prayer book, and it don't strike me as very likely she'll begin now. Set off, however, by all manner of means, and if you come back empty-handed, I'll tell you what my scheme shall be." "Tell me now, Martha," said the mother. "It's no joke, I can tell you striding over the hill this broiling day. I don't want to go for nothing, I promise you. Tell us your scheme, girl, at once." "Why, if I was you, mother, I would go to Smith's shop, and tell him confidentially that I wanted a little more credit, and that everything would be sure to be settled at Christmas." "That won't do, Martha Compton. Your father has given him a bill already for £30, due in November, and it is a chance if it gets honoured, I promise you. Smith knows too much about our money matters to be caught napping." "Well then, set off, mother. I'd offer to go with you, only I know that Captain Tate will be sure to be walking on the Hatherton Road, and I shouldn't wonder yet if he was to come out with a proposal." "Oh, never mind me, child, I can go alone, and that's what you can't do, my dear. You must take Sophy with you, mind that, and don't get talked of just as the new set are coming in."
Nay, for that matter, Sophy will be as likely to meet Willoughby as I shall be to meet Tate, so there's no fear I should have to go alone."
"Well, take care of yourselves, and don't let the sun get to tan your necks, mind that." Having given these parting injunctions, Mrs. Compton set forth upon her expedition, the result of which shall be given in the next chapter. Chapter II. A sisterly visit and a cheerful reception. The retreat of a rural heiress. Interesting conversation. An unsatisfactory letter. Mrs. Compton said no more than the truth when she declared that it was no joke to walk from Silverton to Compton Basset in the dog days. A long, shadeless hill was to be mounted, several pastures, beautifully open to the sun, with all their various styles, were to be conquered, and finally a rough stony lane that might have crippled the hoof of a jackass was to be painfully threaded before she could find herself at Miss Betsy's door. Yet all this she undertook, and all this she performed, strengthened by the noble energy of maternal love. On reaching at length the comfortable, well-conditioned abode of her husband's rural ancestors, she so far suspended her steadfast purpose as to permit herself to drop into a deliciously cool woodbine-covered seat in the porch, and there indulged the greatly needed luxuries of panting and fanning herself at her ease for a few minutes, before she set to work on the stony heart of the spinster. Just as she was beginning to think that it was time her rest should end, and her important labour begin, a curly-headed little girl of some 8 or 9 years old came from the house and very civilly asked her what she pleased to want. "I want to see Miss Betsy. Can't you go to her, my little girl, and tell her that her sister, Mrs. Compton, is come to pay her a visit?"
"Yes, ma'am," replied the child. "There she is. You can see her if you please to look this way. There, at the end of the long walk, where you see the bit of grass plat and the 2 elm trees. Miss Betsy always sits in her bower in a sunshiny morning watching the bees." "Well, trot away to tell her Mrs. Compton is coming, and then she won't be surprised, you know." The child did as she was bid, tripping lightly along a well-kept gravel walk, which led to the grass plat, while Mrs. Compton followed with sedater step behind. How the announcement of her arrival was received by the little spinster she could not judge, though she was at no great distance when it was made. But her messenger having entered beneath the flowery shelter of Miss Betsy's bower, both parties were effectually concealed from her sight, and despite the profound contempt she constantly expressed for the little fright, she paused at some paces from the entrance to await the child's return. The interval was not long. But though her little envoy speedily reappeared, she brought no message, and silently pointing to the bower, ran back towards the house. Mrs. Compton looked after her as if she had rather she would have remained; but she called her courage, of which she had usually a very sufficient stock, to aid her in meeting the ugly little body's queer ways, and marched forward to the encounter. A few steps brought her to the front of Miss Betsy's bower, and there she saw the still happy heiress seated on a bench, which, though it might upon occasion hold 2 persons, had nevertheless very much the comfortable air of an armchair, with a last year's new novel on a little table before her, a subscription to a library at Exeter being one of her very few expensive indulgences. Miss Betsy's dress was always as precisely neat and nice as that of a Quaker, and on the present occasion no bonnet concealed the regular plaiting of her snow-white muslin cap, which, closely fitting round her pale but intelligent features, was so peculiarly becoming, that her visitor muttered in her heart, "She can dress herself up, nasty crooked little thing, and we shall soon see if she has generosity enough to make her nieces look half as smart." "Good morning to you, Sister Betsy." It was thus she began the difficult colloquy that she was come to hold. "You look charming well to-day, with your beautiful cap, and your pretty arbour, and your book, and your armchair, and all so very snug and comfortable." "Ah, goodness me! Nobody knows but those who have tried, what a much finer thing it is to be single than married." "Did you come all the way from Silverton, Mrs. Compton, to tell me that?" said the lady of the bower, pointing to a stool that stood at the entrance. "Why, no, Sister Betsy, I can't say I did," replied Mrs. Compton, seating herself. "I am come upon an errand not over agreeable, I assure you, neither more nor less than to talk of your poor brother's troubles and difficulties, and what is worst of all, I don't feel over sure that you will care anything about it." "And what makes you think that, Mrs. Compton?" said Miss Betsy, in a sort of cheerful, clear voice that certainly did not evince any painful acuteness of sympathy. "How can I think that you care much about him, or any of us, Sister Betsy, since 'tis months and months that you have never come near us?
I am sure we often talk of you, and wish you would be a little more sociable." "That is exceedingly obliging, Mrs. Compton," replied Miss Betsy, in the same cheering, happy tone of voice, " and I should be very wrong not to oblige you, if I could fancy that my doing so could be of any real use or service. But to tell you the truth, I suspect that my poor brother likes to have a better dinner when I am at a table than when I am not, and if all's true that gossips tell about his butcher's bill, that can be neither right nor convenient. And as for you, Mrs. Compton, and the young ladies, I greatly doubt if my frequent appearance among you would contribute much to your intimacy with the officers. You talk very strangely, Sister Betsy. I am sure that I was not thinking of the officers at all, but only of how glad we always were to see you." "That is very kind indeed," replied the provoking spinster in the same happy voice, "and I assure you that I do believe my brother likes to see me very much, and what is more remarkable still, I have more than once fancied that my niece Sophy looked rather pleased when I came in. And so did Martha, I am sure, and so did I, Sister Betsy, you can't deny that. Then why don't you come to see us oftener?" "For no reason in the world," replied Miss Betsy gaily, "but because I like to stay at home better." "So much the worse for us, so much the worse for us, Sister Betsy. If you had been to see us, you must have found out what I am now come to tell you, and that is, that poor dear Josiah is in very great difficulty indeed. And though we generally, I must say, bear all our hardships remarkably well, yet just at this time it comes upon us with unbearable severity." "Does it indeed, Mrs. Compton? But you have never yet turned your head to look at my bees. For my part, I can sit and watch them by the hour together, if my book is not too interesting. Careful little fellows! It is but just 3 o'clock," standing up as she spoke to look out upon a sundial that glittered in the middle of the grass plat, "but just past 3, and they are beginning to come home with their work already." Mrs. Compton felt what the French call déroutée, but she recovered herself, and returned to the charge. "You are a happy woman, Sister Betsy," said she, "with nothing to care about but your books and your bees." "I am very happy indeed," replied the maiden, in an accent that well befitted the words, "and so are my bees too, for it is beautiful weather, and one can almost see the flowers grow, they come on so finely. But I want to talk to you, Sister Betsy, about our troubles. You don't know how poor girls look like somebody. No Saturday night ever comes that I do not sit up till past midnight striving to make their things decent for Sunday." "Do you indeed, Mrs. Compton? I was told that they wore pink bows in their bonnets last Sunday, and green the Sunday before. But I did not know that you sat up to change them." "Change them? God bless you! I wish that was all I have got to do. Why, I had to wash those pink ribbons, and then dip them in saucer pink, and then rub them very nearly dry, till my poor arms almost came off, and then iron them, and then sew in the wire riband again, and then make them up. I'll leave you to judge how much sleep I was likely to get, for I could not have the bonnets till after the girls came home from the evening parade, where they had been with Mrs. Colonel Williamson. They never go to parade without one of the regimental ladies as a chaperone." "But why don't the young ladies rub their ribbons a little themselves?" asked Miss Betsy. "Oh, that would not answer at all, Sister Betsy. Why, that very Saturday night they were at a musical party at Colonel Williamson's, and Sophie was the principal lady singer. She and that elegant young Willoughby always sing together, and the best judges in Silverton say it is as fine as anything in London." "Well, that's very nice indeed, Mrs. Compton, and I don't suppose she could well rub her ribbons while she was singing." As she said this, Miss Betsy's eye returned, as if drawn by some strong attraction, as had been often the case before since the conversation began, to the volume that lay open on the little table before her. Mrs. Compton became desperate, and rising from her stool approached the table, and boldly closed the book. "Upon my word, you must hear what I have got to say, Sister Betsy, and leave alone reading for a minute or so, while I talk to you of what concerns the honour of your family." "The honour of the family?" said the spinster, in an accent of some alarm, employing herself, however, in finding her place again, and then putting a mark in it. "I hope you have got nothing very bad to tell me about the young ladies, Mrs. Compton?" "Nothing in the world but good, Sister Betsy, if you will but lend us a helping hand once in a way. You seem to know all the news, and therefore I dare say you have heard that the 1st Battalion of the are to go to Plymouth on the 17th, and that the 2nd Battalion are to march into Silverton on the same day. So the Colonels have agreed that a fete, a public breakfast and dancing to the band in tents in a field behind the Spread Eagle, shall be given by the officers of the 1st Battalion on the 16th, and that all, or nearly all the officers of the 2nd Battalion shall have leave to come forward 1 day's march to join it, and be introduced to all the neighborhood. Now, just fancy our girls being invited to such a party as this, and not having a dress in the world that they can go in. Just tell me what you think of this, Sister Betsy." "Not having had much experience in such matters, Mrs. Compton, I am really quite at a loss to guess what it is that young ladies are likely to do in such a case. Don't you think it would be very natural, Sister Betsy, to turn towards some kind, generous, rich relation, and ask their help out of such a strait? Don't you think this would be natural and right, Sister Betsy?" "Yes, very natural and right, indeed, Mrs. Compton." "Thank God! Then all our troubles are at an end. Dear, blessed Sister Betsy! £10 will be quite enough for us all, and buy a pair of new black stockings for Josiah into the bargain, in case he should like to go." Miss Betsy made no reply, but drawing the table a little towards her, opened her book and began to read. "It's a long walk I have to go, sister," resumed Mrs. Compton, "and I shall be particularly glad to get home. So, will you have the kindness to give me the money at once?" "Ma'am," said Miss Betsy, looking up with a most innocent expression of countenance. "Whatever sum you may be pleased to grant us, Sister Betsy, I beg and entreat you to give me directly." "So I would, Mrs. Compton, without a moment's delay," replied Miss Betsy, with the most cheerful good humour. "Only I don't intend to give you any money at all." "Oh, isn't that treachery? Isn't that cruelty?" exclaimed the agitated matron, wringing her hands. "Did not you say, Sister Betsy, that it would be the most natural and right thing in the world to ask one's rich relations in such a moment as this?" "But I never said it would be right to ask me, Mrs. Compton." "But you meant it, if you did not say it, and that I'm sure you can't deny. And isn't it hard-hearted to disappoint me now?" "It is a great deal more hard-hearted in you, Mrs. Compton, to take upon you to say that I am rich. I am a poor crooked ram's horn of a body, as you know well enough, and I want the comfort and the consolation of all the little countrified indulgences that my good father provided for me by his will. You were a beauty, Mrs. Compton, and your daughters are beauties, and it must be a great blessing to be a beauty. But when God denied me this, he gave me a kind-hearted father who took care that if I could not have lovers, I should have wherewithal to do tolerably well without them. And I am not going to fly in the face of Providence, or of my father either, in order to dress you and your daughters up to please the officers. So now, Mrs. Compton, I think you had better go home again." "And is this the way you treat your poor brother's children, Miss Betsy? Your own flesh and blood? And they, poor girls, sitting at home in the midst of their faded, worn-out trumpery, and thinking what a disgrace they shall be to the name of Compton in the eyes of all the country, if their Aunt Betsy won't come forward to help them." "Stop a minute, Mrs. Compton, and I will help them in the best manner I can. But I must go into my own room first, and you may sit here the while." "Will you give me a draught of milk, Sister Betsy?" said the again sanguine visitor. "My mouth is perfectly parched." The same little girl who had acted as her usher was again within call, and Miss Betsy summoned her by name. "Go to your mother, Sally, and desire her to spare me a pennyworth of fresh milk. And here, my dear, is the money to pay for it. Don't drop it, Sally." "Dear me, Sister Betsy, I don't want to put you to the expense of a penny for me. I thought that you had milk allowed you in your rent." "And so I have, as much as I can use. But you are not me, Mrs. Compton, and I make a great point of being just and exact in all ways. And now I will go for what I promised you." In about 10 minutes the little lady returned with something in her hand that looked like a sealed letter. "Please to give this to my nieces, Mrs. Compton, with my good wishes for their well-doing and happiness. And now, if you please, I will wish you good morning, for I am rather tired of talking. Don't open that letter, but give it sealed to your daughters. Good morning, Mrs. Compton." Miss Betsy then carefully took up the empty cup which her visitor had drained, and returned to the house, leaving her sister-in-law to set off upon her homeward walk in a condition painfully balancing between hope and fear. Nevertheless, she obeyed the command she had received, and delivered the letter unopened into the hands of her daughter Martha. That young lady tore it asunder by the vehemence of her haste to obtain information as to what it might contain. But Miss Sophia, who was of a more gentle nature, quietly took the dissevered parts, and having carefully placed them side by side upon the table, read as follows: Niece Martha and Niece Sophia, your mother tells me that you are greatly troubled in your minds as to what dresses you shall appear in at a fête, or entertainment about to be given by some officers. She tells me that your dresses are all very dirty, wherefore I hereby strongly advise you never on any account to put them on again till such time as they shall be made clean. For it is by no means an idle proverb which says, cleanliness is next to godliness. Your mother spoke also of some articles which, as she said, it would be necessary for you to put on upon this occasion, all of which you possessed, but in a state greatly faded. Which means, as I take it, that they have lost their color by exposure to the sun. Observing, what is indeed very obviously true, that as this fête or entertainment is to be given by daylight, the loss of color in these articles would, if seen at such a time, become particularly conspicuous. It is therefore her opinion, and it is in some sort mine also, that the wearing such faded apparel would be exposing yourselves to the unpleasant observations of your richer, cleaner, and smarter neighbors. For which reason my opinion is, and I shall be very glad if it prove useful to you, that you avoid such a disagreeable adventure by staying at home. I am your aunt, Elizabeth Compton. The effect likely to be produced by such a communication as this upon ladies in the situation of Mrs. Compton and her daughters must be too easily divined to require any description. But the resolution taken in consequence of it by Miss Martha, being rather more out of the common way, shall be related in a chapter dedicated to the subject. End of chapters 1 and 2. Volume 1, Chapters 3 and 4 of The Widow Barnaby by Frances Milton Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Graphic description of the most interesting of the Silverton localities. A rencontre not unexpected. A successful maneuver. After uttering a few of those expressions which, by a very remarkable sort of superstition, most nations of the civilized world hold to be a relief under vexation, Miss Martha Compton resumed the bonnet and parasol which she had but recently laid aside, and without consulting either mother or sister, who were occupied in a reperusal of Miss Betsy's epistle, she sallied forth, and deliberately took her way in a direction leading towards the barracks, which were situated close by the turnpike that marked the entrance of the town. Let it not be supposed, however, that the young lady had any intention of entering within the boundary of that region, whose very name is redolent to all provincial female hearts as much of terror as of joy. She had no such desperate measure in her thoughts. Nor was there need she should. For between the curate's dwelling and the barrack yard there was a three-cornered open space planted with lime trees, displaying on one side some of the handsomest shops in the town, among which were the pastry cook's and the circulating library, both loved resorts of idle men, and beneath the trees a very well-trodden walk, rarely or never without some lounging redcoat to enliven its shade. When it is added that in this open space the band played morning and evening, all the world will be aware that if not the centre, it was decidedly the heart of Silverton, for to and from it the stream of human life was ever flowing, and all its tenderest affections were nourished there. Being by necessity obliged to pass along this walk, or the pavement which skirted the road beside it, Miss Martha Compton had no occasion whatever to enter the barrack yard, or even to approach its enclosure, in order to ensure meeting, within the space of any given hour before mess time, any officer she might wish to see. There was at this particular epoch much of constancy in the feelings of the fair Martha, for though she had parted from Captain Tate only 3/4 of an hour before, it was Captain Tate, and Captain Tate only, that she now wished to see. Nor did she long wish in vain. When her tall person, straight ankles, and flashing eyes first entered upon the High Street parade, Captain Tate was swallowing the 4th spoonful of a raspberry ice, but ere she had reached the middle of it, he was by her side. "Oh, Captain Tate!" she exclaimed, with heightened colour and brightened eyes, "I did not expect to see you again this morning. I thought for certain you would be riding with the Colonel, or the Major, or some of them." "Ah, Miss Martha! You don't know what it is to be ordered from quarters you don't know what it is to be torn heart and soul and body asunder, as I shall be in a few days, or you would not fancy one should be riding out of town, as long as one had the power of staying in it. Oh dear!
You won't mind it, I'm sure. You will like Plymouth quite as well, or perhaps better than you do Silverton. We shall all remember you longer than you will remember us." " Do not say so, do not say so, beautiful Martha, you cannot think it." " I'm sure I do," responded the young lady with a very distinct sigh. It was exceedingly wrong in Captain Tate, yet all his family and intimate friends declared that he was as worthy a fellow as ever lived. It was exceedingly wrong in him to offer his arm to Miss Martha the moment he heard this sigh ; for, in fact, he was engaged to be married to his cousin, and the marriage ceremony was only deferred till he should be gazetted as a major ; yet he scrupled not, as I have related, to offer his arm, saying in a very soft and even tender accent, " I know it is not the etiquette of dear, quiet little Silverton for the officers to offer their arms to the young ladies ; but just at the last, at such a moment as this, not even the Lord Mayor of the town himself could think it wrong." This reasoning seemed quite satisfactory, for Miss Martha's arm was immediately placed within his. " It is very true, as you say, Captain Tate, the last time does make a difference. But it will be very dull work for you going to Smith's shop with me, and I must go there because mamma has sent me." " Dull ! Oh, Miss Martha, do you really think that any place can be dull to me where you are ?"" How do I know, Captain Tate ? How can any girl know how much, or how little ?"" Good heaven ! We are at the shop already," said the Captain, interrupting her. " How such dear moments fly !" Miss Martha answered not with her lips, but had no scruple to let her fine large eyes reply with very intelligible meaning, even though at that very moment she had reached the front of the counter, and that Mr. Smith himself stood before her, begging to know her commands. Her arm, too, still confidingly hung upon that of the stylish looking young officer ; and there certainly was both in her attitude and manner something that spoke of an interest and intimacy between them of no common kind. A few more muttered words were exchanged between them before the draper's necessary question met any attention whatever ; yet in general the Miss Comptons were particularly civil to Mr. Smith, and at length, when she turned to answer him, she stopped short before she had well pronounced the words muslin, saying with an air of laughing embarrassment, and withdrawing her arm, " Upon my word and honour you must go, Captain Tate. I can no more buy anything while you stand talking to me than I can fly." " Did you not promise me ?" said the Captain reproachfully, and not knowing what in the world to do with himself till it was time to dress. " Yes, I know I did," she replied ;" but the truth is," and she pressed both her hands upon her heart, and shook her head, " the thing is impossible. You must leave me, indeed. We shall meet to night at the Major's, you know. Farewell." And she stretched out her hand to him with a smile full of tender meaning. The Captain looked rather puzzled, but fervently pressed her hand, and saying au revoir then, left the shop. The young lady looked after him for a moment, and then, turning to Mr. Smith with a look, a sigh, and a smile not at all likely to be misunderstood, said, " I suppose, Mr. Smith, you have heard the news about me? There never was such a place for gossip as Silverton. Mr. Smith smilingly protested he had heard nothing whatever about her, but added, with very satisfactory significance, that he rather thought he could guess what the news was, and begged very respectfully to wish her joy of it. " You are very kind, Mr. Smith. I am sure it is the last thing I expected — so much above me in every way. And now, Mr. Smith, I want to speak to you about the things that must be bought. I am sure you are too neighbourly and too kind to put difficulties in my way. It is a very different thing now, you know, as to what I buy, and I am sure you will let me have quite on my own account, and nothing at all to do with papa, a few things that I want very much at the present moment." Miss Martha looked so handsome, and the whole affair seemed so clear and satisfactory, that Mr. Smith, careful tradesman as he was, could not resist her appeal, and declared he should be happy to serve her with whatever articles she might choose to purchase. Her dark eyes sparkled with the triumph of success. She had often felt her own powers of management swelling within her bosom when she witnessed the helpless despondency of her father, or listened to the profitless grumbling of her mother, upon every new pecuniary pressure that beset them ; and it is not wonderful if she now believed, more firmly than ever, that much suffering and embarrassment might very often be spared, or greatly alleviated, by the judicious exercise of such powers as she felt conscious of possessing.
As a proof that her judgment was in some measure commensurate with her skill, she determined not to abuse the present opportunity by contracting a debt which it would be quite impossible for her father to pay; so, notwithstanding all the tempting finery with which the confiding Mr. Smith spread the counter, she restrained her purchases to such articles as it might really have endangered all their schemes of future conquest to have been without, and then took her leave, amidst blushes and smiles, and with many assurances to the gently facetious shopkeeper, that let her be where she would, she should never forget his obliging civility. It was a moment of great triumph for Martha when Mr. Smith's man arrived, and the huge and carefully packed parcel was brought up to the chamber where Mrs. Compton and her daughter sat at work. "What in the world is this?" exclaimed the mother, seizing upon it. "Is it possible that her letter was only a joke, and that the little fright has actually sent you some dresses at last?" "It is much more likely, I fancy, that I have coaxed Mr. Smith into giving us a little more credit. It can all be paid off by a little and a little at a time, you know; and at any rate, here are some very pretty dresses for the fete, besides about £3 worth of things that we really could not do without any longer." "And do you really mean, Martha, that you have got Smith to send in all these beautiful things on credit?" "I do indeed, mamma." "Was there ever such a girl? Only look, Sophy, at this lovely muslin. Why, it will wash and make up again with different trimmings as good as new for a dozen regiments to come. Oh, you dear clever creature, what a treasure you are! I wish to God I had trusted all to you from the first, and not tired myself to death by walking over to that stingy little monster; but, tired or not, we must cut these dear sweet dresses out at once. Nancy Baker must come in and make the bodies, and we must set to, girls, and run the seams; and a pleasure it will be, too, God knows. I have worked at turning and twisting old gowns into new ones till I have hated the sight of an ironing box and a needle. But this is another guess sort of a business, and I shall set about it with a right good will, I promise you." And so she did, and the dresses went on prosperously, as well as everything else connected with the officers' fete; and when the wished for but dreaded day arrived, in which so many farewell sighs were to be sighed, and so many last looks looked, and so many scrutinizing glances given as to what might be hoped for from the flirtations of the ensuing year, the sun shone so brightly as evidently to take part with the newcomers, permitting not one single cloud to sympathize with those who were about to depart. Of all the beauties assembled at this hybrid festival, none appeared to greater advantage than the Misses Compton. Their dresses were neither dirty nor faded, but exceedingly well calculated to set off their charms as favourably as their mother herself could have desired. Captain Tate, after dancing his last dance with Martha, pointed her out, with some feeling of triumph, to one of the new arrivals as the girl upon whom he had bestowed the largest share of his regimental gallantries; but he was far from imagining, as he did so, how very much better she had contrived to manage the flirtation than himself. She had made it the means of clothing herself and sister from top to toe, while to him it had been very costly in gloves, ices, eau de cologne, and dancing pumps. CHAPTER IV. A wedding and its consequences. A transfer of property. Miss Martha receives a proposal of marriage. Another expedition to Compton Basset. The regimental gala, which had been looked forward to with so much interest, though very gay and very agreeable, did not perhaps produce all the results expected by the soft hearts and bright eyes of Silverton, for only one wedding was achieved in consequence of it. This one made a very hasty and imprudent bride of Sophia Compton. Her charming voice, joined to her pretty person, was too enchanting for the enthusiastic Lieutenant Willoughby to leave behind him; and just as the full moon rose upon the tents of the revellers, he drew her gently into the deep shadow of that appropriated to the sutlers, and there swore a very solemn oath that it was quite impossible he should continue to exist if she refused to elope with him that evening. Upon the whole, Miss Sophia was by no means sorry to hear this, but could not help expressing a modest wish that he would be so obliging as to change the plan of operations, and instead of eloping with her, would just speak to papa, and so be married in a proper way. For a considerable time, longer indeed than it was possible to remain in the shadow of the sutler's tent, the young gentleman declared this to be impossible; because in that case his own relations must be informed of the affair, and he knew perfectly well that if this happened, effectual measures would be taken to prevent his ever possessing his adorable Sophia at all. These arguments were repeated and dwelt upon with very convincing energy, for the space of one whole quadrille, during which the tender pair sat ensconced behind a fanciful erection, on the front of which was traced, in letters formed of laurel leaves, the words, "To the ladies." Nor was his pretty listener insensible to their force, or the probable truth of the misery they predicted. It was, therefore, all things considered, much to the credit of Miss Sophy that she persevered in her refusal of accepting him on the terms he offered. Lieutenant Willoughby was by no means a wicked young man, but it was his nature to covet particularly whatever it was least convenient to obtain; and it was, I believe, of him that a youthful anecdote has been recorded which sets this disposition in a striking point of view. Upon occasion of some dainty but pernicious delicacy being forbidden, or some frolic tending too strongly to mischief being stopped, he is said to have exclaimed, "It is a very, very shocking thing, mamma, that everything that is nice is called wrong, and everything that is nasty is called right." This was said when he was 7 years old, but at 22 he was very nearly of the same unfortunate opinion, and invariably valued everything in proportion to the conviction he felt that he should be opposed in his pursuit of it. When, therefore, Miss Sophia persisted in her declaration that she would not run away with him, Lieutenant Willoughby became perfectly desperate in his determination to obtain her; and having a sort of natural instinct which convinced him that no proposal of marriage would be ill received by Mrs. Compton, he wrung the hand of his Sophy, implored her not to dance with anybody else, and then having sought and found her mother amidst the group of matrons who sat apart admiring their respective daughters, he drew her aside, and told his tale of love. This, as he expected, was by no means unkindly received; and when Mrs. Compton, having recovered from her first ecstasy, began to hint at income and settlement, the impassioned young gentleman contrived to puzzle her so completely, by stating the certainty of his being disinherited if his marriage were immediately known, and the handsome fortune it was possible he might have if it were kept profoundly secret, that he sent her home as vehemently determined to let him marry her daughter, without saying a word to his family about the matter, as he could possibly have desired. The result of this may be easily divined. Nothing approved by Mrs. Compton was ever effectually opposed by Mr. Compton. So Miss Sophia was married to Lieutenant Willoughby within 10 days of the regimental ball, and within 1 year afterwards a female infant, called Agnes Willoughby, was placed in the care of the curate of Silverton and his wife; her young mother being dead, and her broken-spirited father about to set off for the West Indies, having found his father implacable, his well-married sisters indignant, and nothing left him whereon to found a hope of escape from his difficulties except thus giving up his little girl to her grandfather, and exchanging his commission in the gay regiment for one in a corps about to embark for a service very likely to settle all his embarrassments by consigning him to an early tomb. Meanwhile, the curate of Silverton was becoming every day more involved in debt; and his dashing eldest daughter, though handsomer than ever, painfully conscious that among all the successive legions of lovers whose conspicuous adorations had made her the most envied of her sex, there was not one who had offered any rational probability of becoming her husband. The first of these misfortunes was the most embarrassing, and so imperiously demanded a remedy, that the poor curate at length consented to find it in the sale of his moiety of his paternal acres. It is certain that his nightly potations of hot toddy had very considerably impaired his powers of caring for anything. Nevertheless, it was not without a pang that he permitted his wife to insert an advertisement in the county paper, proclaiming the sale by auction of certain crofts and meadows, barns and byres, making part and parcel of a capital dairy farm, known by the name of Compton Basset. When the day of sale arrived, several competitors appeared, who bid pretty briskly for the lot; for the land, particularly 30 acres of it, known by the name of the Butcher's Close, was some of the best in the county; but the successful candidate, who, it was pretty evident from the first, was determined that it should be knocked down to no one else, was Farmer Wright, Miss Betsy's prosperous and well-deserving tenant. This, though the purchase was a large one for a mere farmer, amounting to £6,525, did not greatly surprise the neighbourhood, for the Wrights were known to be a prudent, thrifty, and industrious race. It is possible they might have been more surprised had they known that it was Miss Betsy herself, and not her tenant, who was the purchaser. But so it was. The 25 years which had elapsed since the death of her father had enabled this careful little lady to accumulate, by means of her rent, her £500 and its compound interest, and the profits of her well-managed apiary, a much larger sum than it required to become the possessor of her brother's share of Compton Basset; and when she had finished the affair, and leased out the whole property, the butcher's clothes included, to her friend and tenant, Farmer Wright, for the annual rent of £600, now including 2 chickens per week for her own use, she still remained possessed of £4000 sterling, safely lodged in the funds; a property which went on very rapidly increasing, as her scale of expense never varied, and rarely exceeded £10 per annum beyond the profits of her bees and her stipulated accommodation from the farm. But, in spite of this strict economy, Miss Betsy was no bad neighbour to the poor, and in a small and very quiet way did more towards keeping dirt and cold out of their dwellings than many who spent 3 times as much upon them, and made 10 times as much fuss about it. It was not, however, till many years later that the fact of her being the possessor of the whole of the Compton Basset estate became known to any one but Farmer Wright; and as to the amount of her half-yearly increasing property in the funds, she had no confidant but her broker. This mystery, this profound secrecy, in the silent rolling up of her wealth, was perhaps the principal source of her enjoyment from it. It amused her infinitely to observe, that while the bad management and improvidence of her brother and his wife were the theme of eternal gossipings, her own thrift seemed permitted to go quietly on, without eliciting any observation at all. Her judicious and regularly administered little charities assisted in producing this desired effect, much more than she had the least idea of; for the praises of Miss Betsy's goodness and kindness proceeded from many who had profited more from her judgment and her well-timed friendly loans than from her donations; and the gratitude for such services was much more freely and generally expressed than if the favours conferred had been merely those of ordinary almsgiving. It was therefore very generally reported in Silverton that Miss Betsy Compton gave away all her income to charity, which was the reason why she never did anything to help her embarrassed relations. These erroneous reports were productive of at least one advantage to the family of the curate of Silverton, for it effectually prevented their having any expectations from her beyond a vague and uncertain hope, that if she did not bequeath her farmhouse and acres to an hospital, the property might be left to them. But not even the croaking ill will of Mrs. Compton could now anticipate a very early date for this possible bequest; for pale and delicate looking as she ever continued, nobody had ever heard of Miss Betsy's having a doctor's bill to pay; and as she was just 7 years younger than her brother the curate, who moreover was thought to be dropsical, there appeared woefully little chance that her death would ever benefit her disappointed sister-in-law at all. A very considerable portion of the purchase money of the estate had dwindled away; the little Agnes Willoughby had attained the age of 11 years, and Mr. Compton had become so ill as to have been forced to resign his curacy, when Mr. Barnaby, the celebrated surgeon and apothecary of Silverton, who for the last 10 years had admired Miss Martha Compton more than any lady he had ever looked upon, suddenly took courage, and asked her point blank to become his wife. Had he done this some few years before, his fate would have been told in the brief monosyllable No, uttered probably with as much indignation as any sound compounded of 2 letters could express; but since that time the fair Martha had seen so many colonels, majors, captains, ay, and lieutenants too, march into the town, and then march out again, without whispering anything more profitable in her ear than an assurance of her being an angel, that the case was greatly altered, and after the meditation of a moment, she answered very modestly, "You must speak to my mother, Mr. Barnaby." Perfectly satisfied by the reply, Mr. Barnaby did speak to her mother; but the young lady took care to speak to her first, and after a long and very confidential conversation, it was determined between them that the offer of the gentleman should be accepted, that £50 out of the few remaining hundreds should be spent upon her wedding garments, and that whenever it pleased God to take poor Mr. Compton, his widow and little granddaughter should be received into Mr. Barnaby's family. It has not been recorded with any degree of certainty whether these last arrangements were mentioned to the enamoured Galen when the important interview which decided the fate of Miss Martha took place; but whether they were or not, the marriage ceremony followed with as little delay as possible. 2 circumstances occurred previous to the ceremony which must be mentioned, as being calculated to open the character of my heroine to the reader. No sooner was this important affair decided upon, than Miss Martha told her mamma that it was her intention to walk over to Compton Basset, and inform Miss Betsy of the news herself. "And what do you expect to get by that, Martha?" said the old lady. I have not forgot yet my walk to Compton Basset just before poor dear Sophy's marriage, nor the trick the little monster played me, making me bring home her vile hypocritical letter as carefully as if it had been a bank note for £100. You must go without me, if you go will, for I have taken my last walk to Compton Basset, I promise you." " I don't want you to trouble yourself about it in any way, mother," replied Miss Martha. " I'll make Agnes walk with me, and whether I get anything out of that little porcupine or not, the walk can do us no great harm." " 'Tis not so hot as when I went, that's certain," said Mrs. Compton, becoming better reconciled to the expedition. " She has never seen Agnes since the poor little thing was thought to be dying in the measles just 5 years ago ; and then, you know, she did hire a nurse, and send in oranges and jellies, and all that sort of trumpery. And who can say but her heart may soften towards her again, when she sees what a sweet pretty creature she is grown? I can't say I have much faith in good looks doing much towards drawing her purse strings. She has seen poor Sophy and me often enough, and I can't say that we ever found our beauty did us any good with her, neither is it that upon which I reckon now. But telling her of a wedding is not begging, you know ; and I don't think it possible but what such a prudent business like wedding as mine may be more to her taste than poor Sophy's, where there was nothing but a few fine sounding names to look to ; and much good they did her, poor thing. Well, set off, Martha, whenever you like. There is no need to make little Agnes look smart, even if I had the means to do it, for it's quite as well that she should be reminded of the wants of the poor child by the desolate condition of her old straw bonnet. When do you think you shall go?" " This afternoon. I'm sure of not seeing Barnaby again till tea time, for he has got to go as far as Pemberton, so we may start as soon as dinner is over." Miss Martha Compton and her young companion set off accordingly about 3 o'clock, and pursued their way, chiefly in silence, to Miss Betsy's abode ; for Agnes rarely spoke to her aunt except when she was spoken to, and Miss Martha was meditating profoundly the whole way upon the probability of obtaining Mr. Barnaby's consent to the refurnishing his drawing room. It was the month of April, the air deliciously sweet and mild, and birds singing on every tree ; so that, although the leaves were not yet fully out, they found Miss Betsy sitting as usual in her bower, and enjoying as keenly the busy hum about her beehives as ever Miss Martha did the bustling animation produced by the murmuring of a dozen redcoats. Miss Betsy was at this time about 50 years of age, and though the defect in her shape was certainly not lessened by age, she was altogether an exceedingly nice looking little old lady, and her cap was as neat and becoming, and her complexion very nearly as delicate, as at the time of Mrs. Compton's visit, just 12 years before. She fixed her eyes for a moment upon Martha as she approached the bower, but appeared not to know her. The little girl following close behind was for a minute or two invisible, but the instant she caught sight of her, she rose from her seat, and stepping quickly forward, took the child by her hand, drew her in, and placed her on the bench by her side. Little Agnes, who knew she was come to see her aunt, felt assured by this notice that she was in her presence, and, moreover, that she was a very kind person. So, when the old lady, after examining her features very attentively, said, " You are little Agnes, are you not?" she replied, without hesitation or timidity, " Yes, I am. And you are good aunt Betsy, that used to give me the oranges." " Do you remember that, my child? 'Tis a long while, almost half your little life. Take off your bonnet, Agnes, and let me see your face." Agnes obeyed, the desolate straw bonnet was laid aside, and Miss Betsy gazed upon one of the fairest and most delicate little faces that the soft beams of an April sun ever fell upon. The pale recluse kept her keen eyes fixed upon the little girl for many minutes without pronouncing a word. At length she said, but apparently speaking only to herself, " It is just such a face as I wanted her to have. Her father was a gentleman. She will never have red cheeks, that is quite certain." " How do you do, aunt Betsy? " said Miss Martha, in a very clear and distinct voice, probably thinking that she had remained long enough in the background. " Very well, I thank you," was the reply. " And who are you? "" Dear me, aunt, you must say that for fun ; for it is hardly likely you should know Agnes that was almost a baby the last time you ever saw her, and forget me, that was quite grown up at the same time." " Oh ! Then you are Miss Martha, the great beauty, are you? You look very old indeed, Miss Martha, considering that you can't be very much past 30, and that, I suppose, is the reason I did not know you. How is your poor father, Miss Martha? "" He's very bad, aunt Betsy ; but I hope the news I am come to tell you will be a comfort to him and please you too." " And what news can that be, Miss Martha ?"" I am going to be married, aunt Betsy, to a person that is extremely well off, and able to set me above all poverty and difficulties for ever ; and the only thing against it is, that papa cannot afford to give me any money at all for my wedding clothes, which is a dreadful disgrace to the name of Compton. And to tell you the truth at once, for I am a frank, honest hearted girl, that never hides anything, I am come over here on purpose to ask you to give me a few pounds, just to prevent my having to ask my husband for a shift." " If you have no shift, Miss Martha, while you are wearing such a gay bonnet as that, I think any man must be a great fool for taking you. However, that is his affair, and not mine. I cannot afford to buy your wedding clothes, Miss Martha ; nor do I intend ever to give you any money at all for any purpose whatever, either now or at any future period. So, if you are wise, as well as frank, you will never ask me again. If you marry a gentleman, and have children who shall behave according to my notions of honour, honesty, and propriety, it is possible that the little I may leave will be divided among them, and any others whom I may think have an equal claim upon me. But I heartily hope you will have none, for I feel certain I should not like them ; and I would rather that the poor little trifle I may have left when I die should go to some one I did like." Miss Martha's heart swelled with rage, yet, remote as Miss Betsy's contingent benefits were likely to be, they had still influence sufficient to prevent her breaking out into open violence, and she sat silent, though with burning cheeks and a beating heart. The address she had just listened to was certainly not of the most agreeable style and tone, but it may be some apology for Miss Betsy's severity to state, that the scene which had taken place in Mr. Smith's shop, rather more than 12 years before, in which a certain Captain Tate took an important though unconscious part, was accurately well known to the little spinster, Mrs. Wright, the wife of her tenant, having witnessed the whole of it. When she had finished her speech to Miss Martha, which was spoken in her usual gay tone of voice, Miss Betsy turned again towards Agnes, who was then standing at the entrance of the bower, earnestly watching the bees. " They are pretty curious creatures, are they not, Agnes ?" said she. " I hope some day or other you will be as active and industrious. Do you love to work, my little girl ?"" I love to play better," replied Agnes. " Ay, that's because you are such a young thing. And who are your playfellows, Agnes ?"" I have not got any playfellows but myself," was the reply. " And where do you play ?"" In grandpapa's garden behind the house." " And what do you play at ?"" Oh, so many things. I play at making flower beds in the summer, and at snowballs in the winter. And I know a blackbird, and ever so many robin redbreasts, and they know me, and I "" Do you know how to read, Agnes ?"" A little," replied the child, blushing deeply. " Come here, then, and read a page of my book to me." Poor Agnes obeyed the summons, and submissively placing herself by the side of her aunt, took the book in her hands and began to read. But it was so very lame and imperfect a performance that Miss Betsy wanted either the cruelty or the patience to let it proceed. And taking the volume away, she said in a graver tone than was usual with her, " Nobody seems to have given themselves much trouble about teaching you, my little girl. But I dare say you will read better by and by. Are you hungry, Agnes ? Do you wish for something to eat after your walk ?" Delighted at being thus relieved from exposing her ignorance, the little girl replied gaily, " I am very hungry indeed, ma'am." " Then sit here to rest for a few minutes, and I will see what I can get for you." And so saying, Miss Betsy rose, and walked briskly away towards the house. " Old brute !" exclaimed Martha, as soon as she was quite beyond hearing. " There's a hump for you ! Isn't she a beauty, Agnes ?"" A beauty, aunt Martha ? No, I don't think she is a beauty, though I like the look of her face too. But she certainly is not a beauty, for she is not the least bit like you, and you are a beauty, you know." " And who told you that, child ?"" Oh, I have heard grandmamma and you talk about it often. And I heard Mr. Barnaby say when he came in yesterday, ' How are you, my beauty ?' And besides, I see you are a beauty myself." " And pray, Agnes," replied her aunt, laughing with great good humour, " how do you know a beauty when you see one ?"" Why, don't I see every time I walk by Mr. Gibbs's shop, his beauties in the window with their rosy cheeks, and their black eyes, and their quantity of fine ringlets ? And you are exactly the very image of one of Mr. Gibbs's beauties, aunt Martha." Miss Martha remembered that there was one very pretty face in the window of the village perruquier, and doubted not that the little Agnes's observation had reference to that one. It was therefore with one of her most amiable smiles that she replied, "You little goose! How can I be like a painted wax image?" But the protestations and exclamations by which the simile might have been proved good, were broken off by the approach of a maid-servant from the house, who said that Miss Betsy was waiting for them. They found the neat little lady in her pretty sitting room, with a lily white cloth spread on a table near the open window, and a home-made loaf, a little bowl of native cream, and a decanter of bright spring water, with a couple of tumblers near it. Simple as this repast was, it was well relished by both the nieces, though decidedly served in honour of only one. However, no positive objection being made to Miss Martha's taking her share of it, she spared neither the loaf nor the cream, and, remembering her mother's account of her penny repast, felt something like triumph as she ate, to think how much more she had contrived to get out of her churlish relative. But this was all she got, excepting, indeed, that she felt some consolation for her disappointment in having to tell her mother, on her return, that if she had children, and of course she should as everybody else had, they were to have their share of all the old maid might leave. "Ugly old hypocrite! It won't be much, take my word for it," replied Mrs. Compton. "She likes all the beggars in the parish a vast deal better than she does her own flesh and blood. Don't talk any more of her, Martha. I should be glad if I was never to hear her name mentioned again." End of chapters 3 and 4. Volume 1, Chapters 5 and 6 of The Widow Barnaby, by Francis Milton Trollope. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. A visit from the heiress. Miss Agnes Willoughby is sent to school. In about a month after this visit, and less than a week before the day fixed upon for the happiness of Mr. Barnaby, Miss Betsy Compton very unexpectedly made a visit to her brother. She found him a good deal altered, but she found him also with his toddy and pipe, both objects of such hatred and disgust to her anchoritish spirit, that all the kind feelings which might have been awakened by his failing health were chased by looking upon what caused it. To see her feeble-minded brother was not, however, the only or the principal object of her visit to Silverton, and she permitted not many minutes to be wasted in mutual questionings that meant very little, before she let him understand what was. "I am come to speak to you, brother," she said, "about little Agnes. I should like to know in what manner you intend to educate her." "Mrs. Compton manages all that, sister Betsy," replied the invalid, "and at any rate I am sure I have no money to teach her anything." "But it is a sin, brother, to let the child run wild about the garden as you would a magpie. Do you know that she can't read?" "No, sister Betsy, I know nothing at all about it, I tell you. How can I help it? Am I in a condition to teach anybody to read?" "There are others more to blame than you are, brother, no doubt, but let it be whose fault it will, it must not go on. I suppose you will make no objection to my sending her to school?" "Oh dear, no, not I. But you had better ask Mrs. Compton about it." "Very well. But I have your consent, have I not?" "Dear me, yes, sister Betsy. Why do you tease me so, making me take the pipe out of my mouth every minute?" Miss Betsy left the little smoke-dried back parlour appropriated to the master of the house, and made her way to the front room upstairs called the drawing-room, which had been reserved since time out of mind for the use of the ladies of the family and their visitors. There she found, as she expected, Mrs. Compton and her daughter amidst an ocean of needlework, all having reference, more or less, to the ceremony which was to be performed on the following Thursday. "So, Mrs. Compton," was her salutation to the old lady, and a nod of the head to the young one. "I have been speaking to my brother," continued Miss Betsy, "concerning the education of little Agnes, and he has given his consent to my putting her to school." "His consent!" exclaimed Mrs. Compton. "And pray is she not my grandchild too? I think I have as good a right to take care of the child as he has." "She has a right," replied the spinster, "to expect from both of you a great deal more care than she has found; and were I you, Mrs. Compton, I would take some trouble to conceal from all my friends and acquaintance the fact that, at 11 years of age, my grandchild was unable to read. And that's a fact that I can have no need to hide, Miss Betsy, for it's no fact at all. I've seen Martha teaching her scores of times." " Then have her in, Mrs. Compton, and let us make the trial. If I have said what is not true, I will beg your pardon." " Lor, mamma," said Miss Martha, colouring a little, " what good is there in contradicting aunt Betsy, if she wants to send Agnes to school ? I am sure it is the best thing that can be done for her, now I am going to be married. And Mr. Barnaby asked me the other day if you did not mean to send her to school." " I don't want to keep her from school, God knows, poor little thing, or from anything else that could do her good. Only Miss Betsy speaks so sharp. But I can assure you, sister, we should have put her to the best of schools long and long ago, only that, Heaven knows, we had not the means to do it. And thankful shall I be if you are come at last to think that there may be as much charity in helping your own blood relations, as in giving away your substance to strangers and beggars. You are right, Mrs. Compton, as far as relates to sending Agnes to school. That will certainly be a charity. When can the child be got ready? As soon as ever you shall be pleased to give us the means, sister Betsy." " Do you mean, Mrs. Compton, that she has not got clothes to go in?" " I do indeed, sister Betsy." " Let me see what she has got, and then I shall know what she wants." " That is easily told, aunt, without your troubling yourself to look over a few ragged frocks and the like. She wants just everything, aunt Betsy," said the bride expectant, brave in anticipated independence, and rather inclined to plague the old lady by drawing as largely as might be on her reluctant funds, now they were opened, even though the profit would not be her own. " If she really does want everything, Martha Compton, while you are dressed as you now are, very cruel injustice has been done," replied the aunt. " Your sister had no portion given her either of the patrimony of her father, or the £1000 brought by her mother ; and as her marriage with a man who had not a sixpence was permitted, this child of hers had an equal right with yourself to share in the property of your parents." " The property of their parents ! Why, bless me, Betsy Compton, how you do talk ! As if you did not know that all the property they ever had is as good as gone. Has not Farmer Wright got the estate? And has not the butcher and the baker, and the shoemaker, and all the rest of them got what it sold for, as well as my £1000 among them long ago?" " Then you are now on the very verge of ruin, Mrs. Compton," said the spinster gravely. " Yes, sister Betsy, we are," replied the matron reproachfully. " And I can't but say," she continued, " that a lone woman like you, without any expenses whatever but your own meat and drink, which everybody says is next to nothing, I can't but say that you might have helped us a little before now, and no harm done. That is your opinion of the case, Mrs. Compton. Mine is wholly different. I think harm is done whenever power of any kind is exerted in vain. I have no power to help you. Were all I have poured out upon you while I lodged myself in the parish workhouse, my conviction is, that I should only be enabling you to commit more follies, and, in my judgment, more sins. Well, well, Miss Betsy, it is of no use talking to you, I know that of old ; and to tell you the truth, when I do come to beggary, I had rather beg of anybody else than of you. I hear far and near of your charity to others, but I can't say that I ever saw any great symptom of it myself. Let me see what clothes little Agnes has got, Mrs. Compton, if you please. Our time will be more profitably employed in seeing what I may be able to do for her, than in discoursing of what I am not able to do for you. Miss Martha, then, I suppose, may be able to bring her things in." " Why, as far as the quantity goes, they won't be very difficult to carry. But I don't see much use in overhauling all the poor child's trumpery, unless it is just to make you laugh at our poverty, ma'am." The spinster answered this with a look which showed plainly enough that, however little beauty her pale face could boast, it was by no means deficient in expression. Miss Martha hastened out of the room to do her errand without saying another word. I will not give the catalogue of poor Agnes's wardrobe, but only observe that it was considerably worse than Miss Betsy expected. She made, however, no observation upon it ; but having examined it apparently with very little attention, she took leave of the mother and daughter, saying she would call again in a day or two, and took with her, no permission asked, a greatly faded but recently fitted frock, which abduction mother and daughter remonstrated against, loudly declaring it was her best dress, except the old white muslin worked with coloured worsteds, and that she would have nothing upon earth to wear. " It shall not be kept long," was the reply ; and the little lady departed, enduring for a moment the atmosphere of her brother's parlour as she passed, in order to tell him, as she thought herself in duty bound to do, that she should get some decent clothes made for the child, and call again as soon as they were ready to take her to school. The poor gentleman seemed greatly pleased at this, and said, " Thank you, Betsy," with more animation than he had been heard to impart to any words for many years. It was just 3 days after Miss Martha Compton had become Mrs. Barnaby, that the same post chaise drove up to the door that had carried her away from it on an excursion of 48 hours to Exeter, which the gallant bridegroom had stolen a holiday to give her ; but on this occasion it was hired neither by bride nor bridegroom, but by the little crooked spinster who was come, according to her promise, to take Agnes to school. Mrs. Compton was just setting out to pay her first morning visit to the bride, and therefore submitted to the hasty departure of the little girl with less grumbling than she might have done, if less agreeably engaged. " You must bid your grandpapa good bye, Agnes," said Miss Betsy, as they passed the door of his parlour, and accordingly they all entered together. " God bless you, my poor little girl," said the old man, after kissing her forehead, " and keep your aunt Betsy's favour if you can, for I don't think I can do much more to help anybody. God bless you, Agnes." " Dear me, Mr. Compton, you need not bring tears in the child's eyes by speaking that way. I am sure she has never wanted friends since her poor dear mother died ; and there's no like she should either, with such an aunt as Martha, married to such a man as Mr. Barnaby. I suppose she is not to be kept from her family, sister Betsy, but that we shall see her in the holidays. I am sure I don't know where she is likely to see things so elegant as at her aunt Barnaby's. Such a drawing room, and a man in livery, at least a boy, and everything else comfortable. I suppose this is to be her home, Miss Betsy, still." " I am glad you have mentioned this, Mrs. Compton," replied her sister in law, " because now, in the presence of my brother, I may explain my intentions at once. Whatever you may think of my little means, either you or your wife, or your daughter, brother Josiah, I am not rich enough, in my own opinion, to make it prudent for me to saddle myself with the permanent charge of this poor child. Moreover, to do so, I must altogether change the quiet manner of life that I have so long enjoyed, and I am not conscious of being bound by any tie sufficiently strong to make this painful sacrifice a duty. Something I think I ought to do for this child, and I am willing to do it. I conceive that it will be more easily in my power to spare something from my little property to obtain a respectable education for her, than either in yours, brother, or even in that of her newly married aunt Barnaby, for doubtless it would not be agreeable for her to begin her wedded life by throwing a burden upon her husband. But on the other hand, it will certainly be much more within the power of her aunt Barnaby to give her a comfortable and advantageous home afterwards than in mine. I will therefore now take charge of her for 5 years, during which time she shall be supplied with board, lodging, clothes, and instruction at my expense, or, in case I should die, at that of my executors. After this period I shall restore her to you, brother, or to her grandmother, if both or either of you shall be alive, or if not, to her aunt Barnaby. And when I die she shall have a share, with such others as I may think have a claim upon me, of the small matter I may leave behind. But this, of course, must be lessened by the expenses I am now contracting for her." " And are we never to see her for 5 years, sister Betsy? " said Mrs. Compton very dolorously. " To tell you the truth, Mrs. Compton, I think the coming home to you twice a year for the holidays could be no advantage to her education, and the expense of such repeated journeyings would be very inconvenient to me. I have therefore arranged with the persons who are to take charge of her, that she is to pass the vacations with them. I shall, however, make a point of seeing her myself more than once in the course of the time, and will undertake that she shall come to Silverton twice during these 5 years, for a few days each time. And now, I think there is no more to say. So come, my little girl, for it is not right to keep the driver and the horses any longer waiting." The adieus between the parties were now hastily exchanged, little Agnes mounted the post chaise, aunt Betsy followed, and they drove off, though in what direction they were to go, after leaving the Silverton turnpike, no one had ever thought of inquiring. Poor Mrs. Compton stood for some moments silently gazing after the post chaise, and on re-entering her drawing room, felt a sensation that greatly resembled desolation from the unwonted stillness that reigned there. She was instantly cheered, however, by recollecting the very agreeable visit she was going to pay ; and only pausing to put on her new wedding bonnet and shawl, set off for Mr. Barnaby's, saying to the maid, whom she passed as she descended, " I should like Sally to have seen what sort of things she has got for the poor child." " If they was as neat and as nice as the little trunk as was strapped on in the front, and that's where they was packed, no doubt, there wouldn't be no need to complain of them," was the reply. And now, leaving Agnes to Aunt Betsy and her fate, I must return to the duty I have assigned myself, and follow the fortunes of Mrs. Barnaby. CHAPTER VI. Wedded happiness. Death of Mrs. Compton. The ex-curate brought into a peaceful harbour. He falls sick, and his sister and grandchild are summoned. The first 5 or 6 months of Mrs. Barnaby's married life were so happy as not only to make her forget all her former disappointments, but almost to persuade her that it was very nearly as good a thing to marry a middle-aged country apothecary, with a good house and a good income, as a beautiful young officer with neither. Since her adventure with Mr. Smith, the draper, milliner, mercer, and haberdasher of Silverton par excellence, Mrs. Barnaby's genius for making bargains had been sadly damped. Not but that she had in some degree saved her credit with that important and much provoked personage by condescending to wear the willow before his eyes. She even went so far as to say to him, with a twinkling of lids that passed for having tears in her own, " No young lady was ever so used before, I believe, I am sure, Mr. Smith. You saw enough yourself to be certain that I was engaged to Captain Tate, yet the moment he found a girl with a little money he sent back all my letters." Perhaps Mr. Smith believed the lady, perhaps he did not ; but at any rate he gave her no encouragement to recommence operations upon his confiding nature. On the contrary, he ceased not to send in his little account very constantly once every 3 months, steadfastly refusing to give credit for any articles, however needful. After the sale of the Compton Basett property the bill was paid, but no farther accommodation in that quarter ever obtained. Indeed, the facility of selling out of the funds £100 a time as it was wanted, superseded the necessity of pressing for it, and in a little way Miss Martha and Mr. Smith had continued to deal most amicably, but always with a certain degree of mutual shyness. How delightfully different was the case now! Mrs. Barnaby had only to send her maid or her man boy to the redundant storehouse of Mr. Smith, and all that her heart best loved was sent for her inspection and choice, without the slightest doubt or scruple. Mr. Barnaby was proud of his wife, for if not quite as slender and delicate, she really looked very nearly as handsome as ever, a slight soupcon of rouge refreshing the brilliancy of her eyes, and concealing the incipient fading of her cheeks, while the total absence of mauvaise honte, an advantage which may be considered as the natural consequence of a 12 years' reign as the belle of a well-officered county town, enabled her to preside at his own supper parties, and fill the place of honour as bride at those of his neighbours, with an easy sprightliness of manner that he felt to be truly fascinating. In short, Mr. Barnaby was excessively fond of his lady, and as he was known to have made much more money than he had spent, as no bill had ever been sent to him without immediate payment following, and as Mrs. Barnaby's nature expanded itself in this enlarged sphere of action, and led her to disburse 5 times as much as Mr. Barnaby had ever expended without her, all the tradesmen in the town were excessively fond of her too. Wherever she went she was greeted with a smile ; and instead of being obliged to stand in every shop, waiting till some one happened to be at leisure to ask her what she wanted to buy, her feathers and her frills were no sooner discovered to be approaching the counter, than as many right arms as were in presence thrust forward a seat towards her, while the well-pleased master himself invariably started forth to receive her commands. Any bride might have found matter for rejoicing in such a change, but few could have felt it so keenly as Mrs. Barnaby. She was, by nature, both proud and ambitious, and her personal vanity, though sufficiently strong within her to form rather a conspicuous feature in her character, was, in truth, only a sort of petted imp, that acted as an agent to assist in forwarding the hopes and wishes which her pride and ambition formed. This pride and ambition, however, were very essentially different from the qualities known by these names among minds of a loftier nature. The ambition, for instance, instead of being that last infirmity of noble mind, for which Milton seems to plead so feelingly, was, in truth, the first vice of a very mean one. Mrs. Barnaby burned with ambition to find herself in a situation that might authorize her giving herself the airs of a great lady ; and her pride would have found all the gratification it sought, could she have been sure that her house and her dress would be daily cited among her acquaintance as more costly than their own. Mrs. Barnaby had, moreover, an esprit intrigant, in the most comprehensive sense of the phrase, for she would far rather have obtained any object she aimed at by means of her own manoeuvring, than by any simple concurrence of circumstances whatever; and this was perhaps the reason why, at the first moment, the proposals of Mr. Barnaby, whom she had, comparatively speaking, used no tricks to captivate, produced a less pleasurable effect upon her mind than a similar overture from any one of the innumerable military men whom she had so strenuously laboured to win, would have done. However, she was for this very reason happier than many other brides, for, in fact, she became daily more sensible of the substantial advantages she had obtained, and on the whole daily better pleased with her complaisant husband. As her temper, though quietly and steadily selfish, was neither sour nor violent, this state of connubial happiness might have continued long, had not some untoward accidents occurred to disturb it. The first of these was the sudden and dangerous illness of Mrs. Compton, which was of a nature to render it perfectly impossible for Mr. and Mrs. Barnaby to continue their delightful little parties at home and abroad. The dying lady ceased not to implore her daughter not to leave her, in accents so piteous, that Mr. Barnaby himself, notwithstanding his tender care for his lady's health, was the first to declare that she must remain with her. This heavy burden, however, did not inconvenience her long, for the seizure terminated in the death of the old lady about a week after its commencement. But even this, though acknowledged to be certainly a blessing and a happy release, could not restore the bride to the triumphant state of existence the illness of her mother had interrupted; for, in the first place, her deep mourning was by no means becoming to her, and she was perfectly aware of it; and her white satin and her silver fringe would be sure to turn yellow before she could wear them again. Besides, what was worse than all, a young attorney of Silverton married the daughter of a neighbouring clergyman, who, of course, was immediately installed in all the bride's honours, to the inexpressible mortification of Mrs. Barnaby. The annoyance which followed these vexations was, however, far more serious. The resources of poor Mr. Compton were completely exhausted. He had drawn out his last 100 from the funds, and actually remained possessed of no property whatever, except the nearly expired lease, and the worn-out furniture of the house in which he lived. Mrs. Barnaby listened to the feeble old man's statement of his desperate position with dismay. She knew just enough of his affairs to be aware that it was very likely to be true, though, with mistaken tenderness, her mother had always refrained from representing their embarrassments to her daughter as being of the hopeless extent which they really were. What then was to be done? The choice lay between two measures only, both deeply wounding to her pride. In the one case, she must leave the old man to be arrested in his bed for the price of the food which, for a few months longer perhaps, he might still get on credit. In the other, she must undergo the humiliation of informing her husband that all the gay external appearances she and her mother had so laboriously presented to the public eye, were in reality but so much cheatery and delusion, and that, if he would not take compassion on her father's destitute condition, the poor old man must either die in the county prison or the parish workhouse. The alternative offered more of doubt than of choice, and it might have been long ere she decided, had she not cleverly recollected that, if she decided upon leaving him to get on as he could for a few weeks longer, she must at last submit to her husband's knowing the real state of the case. She therefore resolutely determined that he should know it at once. The time she chose to make the disclosure was the hour when men are generally supposed to be in the most amiable frame of mind possible, namely, when hunger, but not appetite, has been satisfied, and digestion not fully begun. That is to say, Mr. Barnaby was enjoying his walnuts and his wine. "My dear Barnaby," she began, "I have some very disagreeable intelligence to communicate to you, which has reached me only to-day, and which has distressed me more than I can express." "Good heaven! What can you mean, my dear love?" "For God's sake do not weep, my beautiful Martha, but tell me what it is, and trust to me for consolation." "And that indeed I must do, dearest Barnaby, for who else have I now to look to? My poor father, I had no idea of it till this morning. My poor father is dying, perhaps, my poor love. Alas! Martha, dearest, I have long known that his case was perfectly hopeless, and I had hoped that you had been aware of this also. But really, my love, his state of health is such as ought in a great degree to reconcile you to his loss. I am sure he must suffer a great deal at times." Mrs. Barnaby's first impulse was to reply that what she had to tell was a great deal worse than that ; but this would have been the truth, and a sort of habitual, or it might indeed be called natural cautiousness, led her always to pause before she uttered anything that she had no motive for saying, excepting merely that it was true ; and she generally found, upon reconsideration, that there was hardly anything which might not, according to her tactics, be improved by a little dressing up. So, in reply to this affectionate remonstrance from her husband, Mrs. Barnaby answered with a sob, " No, my dear Barnaby, I have no reason to doubt but that Providence will spare my sole remaining parent for some short time longer, if only to prove to him that his happy daughter has the will as well as the means to supply to him the exemplary wife he has lost. But, alas! dear Barnaby, who in this world can we expect to find perfect? My poor dear mother, in her great anxiety to spare his age and weakness the suffering such intelligence must occasion, most unwisely concealed from him and from me the failure of the merchant in whose hands he had deposited the sum for which he sold his patrimonial estate. His object in selling it was to increase his income, principally indeed for my poor mother's sake, and now the entire sum is lost to us for ever. God bless me! This is a sad stroke indeed, my dear. What is the name of the merchant? I hope at least that we may get some dividend out of him." " I really do not know his name, but I know that it is a New York merchant, and so I fear there is little or no chance of our ever recovering a penny." " Why, really, in that case, I will not flatter you with much hope on the subject. And what has the poor gentleman got to live upon, my dear Martha? "" Nothing, Barnaby, absolutely nothing ; and unless your tender affection should induce you to permit his spending the little remnant of his days under our roof, I fear a prison will soon enclose him." A violent burst of weeping appeared to follow this avowal, and Mr. Barnaby, who was really a very kind hearted man, hastened to console her by declaring that he was heartily glad he had a home to offer him. " So dry up your tears, my dear girl, and let me see you look gay and happy again," said he, " and depend upon it, we shall be able to make papa very comfortable here." The disagreeable business was over, and therefore Mrs. Barnaby did look gay and happy again. Moreover, she gave her husband a kiss, and said in a very consolatory accent, " The poor old man need not be in our way much, my dear Barnaby. I have been thinking that the little room behind the laundry may be made very comfortable for him without any expense at all. I shall only just have to "" No, no, Martha," interrupted the worthy Galen, " there is no need of packing the poor gentleman into that dismal little place. Let him have the room over the dining room. The south is always the best aspect for the old ; and besides, there is a closet that will serve to keep his pipes and tobacco, and his vials and his pill boxes out of sight." " You are most excessively kind, my dear Barnaby," replied his lady. " But did not you tell me that you meant to offer the Thompsons a bed when the bachelors' ball is given ? And I am sure you would not like to put them anywhere but in the south room." " I did say so, my dear, and I am sure I meant it at the time ; but a bed for the ball night is of so little consequence to them, and a warm comfortable room for your father is so important that, do you know, it would seem to me quite silly to bring the two into comparison." " Well, I am sure I can't thank you enough, and I will go the first thing to morrow to tell my father of your kindness." " I must pass by his house to night, my dear, in my way to the Kellys, and I will just step in and tell him how we have settled it." It was impossible even for Mrs. Barnaby to find at the moment any plausible reason for objecting to this good natured proposal ; but in truth it was far from agreeable to her. Her poor father was quite ignorant of the elegant turn she had given to the disagreeable fact of his having spent his last shilling, and she was by no means desirous that her kind hearted husband should enter upon any discussion of his misfortunes with him. But a moment's reflection sufficed to bring her ready wit into play again. And then she said, in addition to the applause she had already uttered, " By the by, my dear Barnaby, I am not quite sure that I can let you enjoy this pleasure without my sharing it with you. I know it will make my dear father so very happy." " Well then, Martha, put on your bonnet and cloak, and come along. It will be better you should go too, or I might linger with him too long to explain matters, and I really have no time to lose." The kindness thus manifested by the worthy Barnaby was not evanescent. it led him to see that the money produced by the sale of the little remnant of poor Mr. Compton's property was immediately disposed of in the payment of such trifling debts as, despite his long waning credit, he had been able to contract; and for the 2 years and 8 months that he continued struggling with advancing age and increasing disease, his attention to him was unremitting. During the whole of that time Miss Betsy Compton never saw him. All hope, and indeed all urgent want of assistance from her well-guarded purse having ended, Mrs. Barnaby's anger and hatred towards the spinster flourished unchecked by any motives of interest; and Miss Betsy was not a person to present herself uninvited at the house of a rich apothecary, who had the privilege of calling her aunt. She had indeed from time to time taken care to inform herself of the condition of her brother, and finding that he wanted for nothing, but was, on the contrary, very carefully nursed and attended, she settled the matter very easily with her conscience; and with the exception of the pension and other little expenses of Agnes, her income, yearly increasing, continued to roll up for no other purpose, as it should seem, than merely to afford her the satisfaction of knowing that she was about 10 times as rich as anybody, excepting perhaps Farmer Wright, believed her to be. When, however, the last hours of the old man were approaching, he told Mr. Barnaby that he should like to see both his sister and his grandchild; and 10 minutes had not passed after he said so, before an express was galloping towards Compton Basset with a civil gentlemanlike letter from the apothecary to Miss Betsy, informing her of the condition of her brother, and expressing the hospitable wish that she and the little Agnes would be pleased to make this house their home as long as the poor gentleman remained alive. Miss Betsy had some strong prejudices, but she had strong discernment too; and few old maids whose personal knowledge of the world has been as contracted as hers would have so instantly comprehended the good sense and the good feeling of the author of this short note as she did. Her answer was brief, but not so brief as to prevent the friendly feeling with which she wrote it from being perceptible; and ere they met, this stranger aunt and nephew were exceedingly well disposed to be civil to each other. Miss Betsy's arrangements were soon made. She wrote to the person to whose care she had entrusted Agnes, desiring her immediately to send her under proper protection to Silverton; and having done this, she set off in Farmer Wright's chaise cart to pay her first visit to her married niece, and her last to her dying brother. End of chapters 5 and 6. Volume 1, Chapters 7 and 8 of The Widow Barnaby, by Frances Milton Trollope. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The elegance of Mrs. Barnaby displayed. Its effect on her Aunt Betsy. Interview between the brother and sister. Agnes Willoughby had never been in Silverton from the day that her Aunt Betsy first took her from her grandfather's house. Had Mrs. Compton lived, she would probably have battled for the performance of Miss Betsy's promise, that the little girl should sometimes visit them; but though it is probable Mrs. Barnaby might occasionally have thought of her niece with some degree of interest and curiosity, the feeling was not strong enough to induce her to open a correspondence with Miss Betsy. Still it was certainly not without something like pleasure that she found she was again to see her. Miss Betsy arrived late in the evening on the day on which the summons reached her; and being shown into Mrs. Barnaby's smart drawing room, was received with much stateliness by that lady, who derived considerable consolation, under the disagreeable necessity of welcoming a person she detested, from the opportunity it afforded her of displaying the enormous increase of wealth and importance that had fallen upon her since they last met. Poor Miss Betsy really felt sad at the thoughts of the errand upon which she was come. Nevertheless, she could not, without some difficulty, suppress her inclination to smile at the full-blown dignity of Mrs. Barnaby. Fond as this lady was of parading her grandeur on all occasions, she had never, even among the dear friends whom she most especially desired to inspire with envy, felt so strong an inclination to show off her magnificence as on the present. The covers were removed from the chairs and sofas; the eclipse produced by the dim gray drugget, when stretched across the radiance of the many-coloured carpet, was over. 5 golden-leaved annuals, the glory of her library, were spread at well-graduated distances upon her round table; her work-box, bright in its rose-coloured lining, her smart embossed letter-case, her chimney ornaments, her picture-frames, her footstools, all were uncovered, all were studiously shown forth to meet the careless eye of Miss Betsy; while the proud owner of all these very fine things, notwithstanding the gloomy state of her mansion, was herself a walking museum of lace and trinkets. nor were her manners less superb than her habiliments. "I am sorry, Miss Compton," she said, "I may call you Miss Compton now, as my marriage put an end to the possibility of any confusion. I am sorry that your first introduction to my humble abode should have been made under circumstances so melancholy. Dismal as of necessity everything must look now, I can assure you that this unpretending little room is the scene of much domestic comfort." This was unblushingly said, though the cold, stiff-looking apartment was never entered but upon solemn occasions, when the whole house was turned inside out for the reception of company. Miss Betsy, or rather Miss Compton, as, in compliance with Mrs. Barnaby's hint, we will in future call her, looked round upon the spotless carpet and upon all the comfortless precision of the apartment, and replied, "If this is your common living-room, niece Martha, you are certainly much improved in neatness; and seeing it so prim, it is quite needless to ask if you have any children." This reply was bitter every way; for first, it spoke plainly enough the spinster's disbelief in the domestic elegance of her niece, and secondly, it alluded to her being childless, a subject of very considerable mortification to Mrs. Barnaby. How far this sort of ambush warfare might have proceeded it is impossible to say, as it would have been difficult to place together any two people who more cordially disliked each other. But before Mrs. Barnaby had time to seek for words bearing as sharp a sting as those she had received, her husband entered. He waited not for the pompous introduction his wife was preparing, but walking up to his guest, addressed her respectfully but mournfully, saying he feared it was necessary to press an early interview with her brother, if she wished that he should be sensible of her kindness in coming to him. Miss Compton immediately rose, and uttering a short, strong phrase expressive of gratitude for his kindness to the dying man, said she was ready to attend him. She found her brother quite sensible, but very weak, and evidently approaching his last hour. He thanked her for coming to him, warmly expressed his gratitude to Mr. Barnaby, and then murmured something about wishing to see little Agnes before he died. "She will be here to morrow, brother," replied Miss Compton, "and in time, I trust, to receive your blessing." Thank you, sister Betsy. But tell me before you go, have you sold father's poor dear fields as I have done? That is all I have got to be very sorry for. I ought never to have done that, sister Betsy." Mr. Barnaby had left the room as soon as he had placed Miss Compton in a chair by the sick man's bed, and none but an old woman who acted as his nurse remained in it. "You may go, nurse, if you please, for a little while. I will watch my brother," said Miss Compton. The woman obeyed, and they were left alone. The old man followed the nurse with his eyes as she retreated, and when she closed the door, said, "I am glad we are alone once more, dear sister, for you are the only one I could open my heart to. I don't believe I have been a very wicked man, sister Betsy, though I am afraid I never did much good to anybody, nor to myself neither. But the one thing that lies heavy at my heart is having sold away my poor father's patrimony. I can't help thinking, Betsy, that I see him every now and then at the bottom of my bed, with his old hat, and his spud, and his brown gaiters, and I never told anybody, but he seems always just going to repeat the last words he ever said to me, which were spoken just like as I am now speaking to you, Betsy, with his last breath. And he said, 'Josiah, my son, I could not die with a safe conscience if I left my poor weakly Betsy without sufficient to keep her in the same quiet comfort as she has been used to. But it would grieve me, Josiah,' oh, how plain I hear his voice at this minute, 'it would grieve me, Josiah,' he said, 'if I thought the acres would be parted for ever. They have been above 400 years belonging to us from father to son. And once Compton Basett was a name that stood for 1,000 acres instead of 300. And then — don't be angry, sister Betsy," said the sick man, pressing her hand, which he held, "but he said, 'I don't think Betsy very likely to marry; and if she don't, Josiah, why then, all that is left of Compton Basett will be joined together again for your descendants. And yet after this I sold my portion, Betsy, and I do fear his poor spirit is troubled for it. I do indeed, and it is that which hangs so heavy upon my mind.'" "And if that be all, Josiah, you may close your eyes, and go to join our dear father in peace. He struggled with and conquered his strongest feeling, his just and honourable pride for my sake; and for his, as well as for the same feeling, which is very strong within my own breast also, I have lived poorly, though not hardly, Josiah, and have added penny to penny till I was able to make Compton Basett as respectable a patrimony as he left it. It was not Farmer Wright who bought the land, brother. It was I." The old man's emotion at hearing this was stronger than any he had shown for many years. He raised his sister's hand to his lips and kissed it fervently. " Bless you, Betsy ! Bless you, my own dear sister !" he said in a voice that trembled as much from feeling as from weakness, and for several minutes afterwards he lay perfectly silently and motionless. Miss Compton watched him with an anxious eye, and not without a flutter at her heart lest she should suddenly find his stillness to be that of death. But it was not so. On the contrary, his voice appeared considerably stronger than it had done since their interview began, when he spoke, and said, " I see him now, sister Betsy, as plainly as I see the two posts at the bottom of my bed, and he stands exactly in the middle between them. He has got no hat on, but his smooth white hair is round his face just as it used to be, and he looks so smiling and so happy. Do not think I am frightened at seeing him, Betsy. Quite the contrary. I feel so peaceful, so very peaceful." " Then try to sleep, dear brother," said Miss Compton, who felt that his pulse fluttered, and aware that his senses were wandering, feared that the energy with which he spoke might hasten the last hour, and so rob his grandchild of his blessing. " I will sleep," he replied, more composedly, " as soon as you have told me one thing. Who will have the Compton Basett estate, Betsy, when you are dead? "" Agnes Willoughby," replied the spinster solemnly. " That is right. Now go away, Betsy. It is quite right. Go away now, and let me sleep." She watched him for a moment, and seeing his eyes close, and hearing a gentle, regular breathing, that convinced her he was indeed asleep, she crept noiselessly from his bedside ; then, having summoned the nurse, and re-established her beside the fire, retired to the solitude of her own room. CHAPTER VIII. Solitary meditation and important resolutions. Agnes Willoughby arrives at Silverton. Her grandfather gives her his blessing, and dies. Miss Compton makes a sudden retreat. When Miss Compton reached her room, she found a tiny morsel of fire just lighted in a tiny grate ; and as the season was November, the hour 9 p.m., and the candle she carried in her hand not of the brightest description, the scene was altogether gloomy enough. But not even to save herself from something greatly worse would she at that moment have exchanged its solitude for the society of Mrs. Barnaby, although she had been sure of finding her in the best lighted room, and seated beside the brightest fire that ever blazed. So wrapping around her the stout camlet cloak, by the aid of which she had braved the severity of many years' wintry walks to church, she sat down in the front of the little fire, and gave herself up to the reflections that crowded upon her mind. Elizabeth Compton did not believe in the doctrine of ghosts. Her mind was of a strong and healthy fibre, which was rarely sufficiently wrought upon by passing events to lose its power of clear perception and unimpassioned judgment ; but the scenes she had just passed through had considerably shaken her philosophy. 35 years had passed since Josiah and Elizabeth shared the paternal roof together. They were then very tender friends, for he was affectionate and sweet tempered ; and she, though nearly 17, was as young in appearance, and as much in need of his thoughtful care of her, as if she had been many years younger. But this union was totally and for ever destroyed when Josiah married. From the first hour they met, the two sisters in law conceived an aversion for each other, which every succeeding interview appeared to strengthen ; and this so effectually separated the brother from the sister, that they had never met again with that peculiar species of sympathy which can only be felt by children of the same parents, till now, that the sister came expressly to see the brother die. This reunion had softened and had opened both their hearts. Josiah confessed to his dear sister Betsy that his conscience reproached him for having made away with his patrimony, a fact which he had never hinted to any other human being ; and she owned to him that she was secretly possessed of landed property worth over $600 a year, and also, which was a confidence, if possible, more sacred still, that Agnes Willoughby would inherit it. It would be hardly doing justice to the good sense of Miss Betsy to state that this rational and proper destination of her property had never been finally decided upon by her till the moment she answered her brother's question on the subject. and still less correctly true would it be to say, that the dying man's delirious fancy respecting the presence of their father was the reason that she answered that appeal in the manner she did ; yet still there might be some slight mixture of truth in both. Miss Compton was constantly in the habit of telling herself that she had not decided to whom she would leave her property ; but it was no less true that the only person she ever thought of as within the possibility of becoming her heir was Agnes. It is certain also, as I have stated above, that Miss Compton did not believe that departed spirits ever revisited the earth. Nevertheless, the dying declaration of Josiah, that he saw the figure of his father, did produce a spasm at her heart, which found great relief by her pronouncing the words, Agnes Willoughby. And now that she was quietly alone, and perfectly restored to her sober senses, she began to reconsider all that she had spoken, and to pass judgment upon herself for the having yielded in some degree to the weakness of a visionary imagination. The result, however, of this self-examination was not exactly what she herself expected. At first she was disposed to exclaim mentally, I have been foolish, I have been weak. But as she gazed abstractedly on her little fire, and thought of all the chain of events, each so little in itself, yet all so linked together as to produce an important whole, by which she, the sickly, crooked little Betsy Compton, had become the proprietor of the long preserved patrimony of her ancestors, and also when she remembered the infinite chances which had existed against either of her portionless, uneducated nieces forming such a marriage as might produce a child of gentle blood to be her successor, when she thought of all this, and that, notwithstanding the lieutenant's poverty, the name of Willoughby could disgrace none to which it might be joined, she could not but feel that all things had been managed for her better than she could have managed them for herself. And if, thought she, I was influenced, by hearing my poor father so accurately described, to bind myself at once by a promise to make little Agnes my heir, how do I know but that Providence intended it should be so? Is my freedom of action then gone for ever? She continued, carrying on her mental soliloquy. The idea was painful to her, and her head sunk upon her breast as she brooded upon it. Not so, she muttered to herself, after some minutes' cogitation. I am not pledged to this, nor shall it be so. If indeed some emanation from my father's mind has made itself felt by his children this night, it ought not to make a timid slave of me, but rather rouse my courage and my strength to do something more than mere justice to the race that seems so strangely entrusted to my care. And so I will, if the girl be such a one as may repay the trouble. If not, I will show that I have still some freedom left. Miss Compton had never seen Agnes Willoughby from the time she first took her from Silverton. Deeply shocked at the profound ignorance in which she found the poor little girl when she visited Compton Basett, she had set herself very earnestly to discover where she could immediately place her, with the best chance of her recovering the time she had so negligently been permitted to lose, and by good luck heard of a clergyman's family in which young ladies were received for a stipend of £50 a year, and treated more like the children of affectionate parents than the pupils of mercenary teachers. The good spinster heard all this, and was well pleased by the description. Yet would she not trust to it, but breaking through all her habits, she put herself into a post chaise and drove to the rectory at Empton, a distance of at least 20 miles from the town of Silverton. Here she found everything she wished to find. A small, regular establishment, a ladylike and very intelligent woman, with an accomplished young person, her only child, fully capable of undertaking the education of a gentleman's daughter, while the venerable father of the family and of the parish, by his gentle manners and exemplary character, ensured exactly the sort of respectability in the home she sought for the little Agnes, which she considered as its most essential feature. The preliminaries were speedily arranged, and as soon as a neat and sufficient wardrobe was ready for her use, her final separation from her improvident grandmother took place in the manner that has been related. When Miss Compton left the little girl in the charge of Mrs. Wilmot, she had certainly no idea of her remaining there above 3 years without visiting or being seen by any of her family; but Mrs. Wilmot, in her subsequent letters, so strongly urged the advantage of not disturbing studies so late begun, and now proceeding so satisfactorily, that our reasonable aunt Betsy willingly submitted to her remaining quietly where she was; an arrangement rendered the more desirable by the death of her grandmother and the breaking up of the establishment which had been her only home. The seeing her again after this long absence was now an event of very momentous importance to Miss Compton. Should she in any way resemble either her grandmother or her aunt Barnaby, the little spinster felt that the promise so solemnly given would become a sore pain and grief to her, for rather 1,000 times would she have bequeathed her carefully collected wealth to the county hospital, than have bestowed it to swell the vulgar ostentation of a Mrs. Barnaby. The power of choice, however, she felt was no longer left her. She had pledged her word, and that under the circumstances of no common solemnity, that Agnes Willoughby should be her heir. The poor little lady, as these anxious ruminations harassed her mind, became positively faint and sick as the idea occurred to her, that the eyes of little Agnes had formerly sparkled with somewhat of the brightness she thought so very hateful in her well-rouged aunt, and at length, having sat till her candle was nearly burnt out, and her fire too, she arose in order to return to the fine drawing-room and bid her entertainers good night. But she stood with clasped hands for one moment upon the hearth stone before she quitted it, and muttered half aloud, " I have said that Agnes Willoughby shall be my heir, and so she shall. She shall. She be a Gorgon or a second Martha, inherit the Compton Basset acres, restored, improved, and worth at least 1/4 more than when my poor father, Heaven give his spirit rest, divided them between his children. But for my snug £12,000 sterling vested in the 3 per cents, and my little mortgage of 1,800 more for which I so regularly get my 5 per cent, that at least is my own, and that shall never, never go to enrich any one who inherits the red cheeks and bright black eyes of Miss Martha Wisett. No, not if I am driven to choose an heir for it from the Foundling Hospital." Somewhat comforted in spirit by this magnanimous resolve, Miss Compton found her way to the drawing room, and would have been fully confirmed in the wisdom of it, had any doubt remained, by the style and tone of Mrs. Barnaby, whom she found sitting there in solitary state, her husband being professionally engaged in the town, and her own anxiety for her dying father quite satisfied by being told that he was asleep. " And where have you been hiding yourself, aunt Betsy, since you left papa?" said the full dressed lady, warmed into good humour by the consciousness of her own elegance, and the delightful contrast between a married woman sitting in her own handsome drawing room, looking as she had just ascertained that she herself did look by a long solitary study of her image in the glass, and a poor crooked little old maid like her visitor. " I have been expecting to see you for this hour past. I hope Barnaby will be in soon, and then we will go to supper. Barnaby always eats a hot supper, and so I eat with him for company, and I hope you feel disposed to join us after your cold drive." " I never eat any supper at all, Mrs. Barnaby." " No, really ? I thought farmhouse people always did, though not exactly such a supper as Barnaby's, perhaps, for he always will have something nice and delicate ; and so, as it pleases him, I have taken to the same sort of thing myself, veal cutlets and mashed potatoes, or half a chicken grilled perhaps, with now and then a glass of raspberry cream, or a mince pie, as the season may be, all which I take to be very light and wholesome, and indeed Barnaby thinks so too, or else I am sure he would not let me touch it. You can't think, aunt Betsy, what a fuss he makes about me. To be sure he is a perfect model of a husband." " God grant she may be the colour of a tallow candle, and her eyes as pale and lustreless as those of a dead whiting," mentally ejaculated the whimsical spinster, but in reply to her niece she said nothing. After sitting, however, for about 10 minutes in the most profound silence, she rose and said, " I should like to have a bed candle, if you please, ma'am. I need not wait to see the doctor. If he thinks there is any alteration in my brother, he will be kind enough to let me know." The lady of the mansion condescendingly rang the bell, which her livery boy answered with promptness, for he was exceedingly well drilled, Mrs. Barnaby having little else to do than to keep him and her 2 maids in proper order. The desired candle was brought, and Miss Compton, having satisfied herself that her brother still slept, retired to rest. The following day was an important one to her race. The last male of the Compton Basset family expired, and the young girl to whom its small but ancient patrimony was to descend, appeared for the first time before Miss Compton in the character of her heiress. It was about midday when the postchaise which conveyed Agnes arrived at Mr. Barnaby's door. Had the person expected been a judge in whose hands the life and death of the spinster freeholder was placed, her heart could hardly have beat with more anxiety to catch a sight of his countenance, and to read her fate in it, than it now did to discover whether her aspect were that of a vulgar beauty, or a gentlewoman. Miss Compton was sitting in the presence of Mrs. Barnaby when the carriage stopped at the door, and had been for some hours keenly suffering from the disgust which continually increased upon her, at pretty nearly every word her companion uttered. " If she be like this creature thought she, as she rose from her seat with nervous emotion, if she be like her in any way, I will keep my promise when I die, but I will never see her more. Nothing but her dread of encountering this hated resemblance prevented her from going down stairs to meet the important little girl; but after a moment's fidgeting, and taking a step or two towards the door, she came back and reseated herself. The suspense did not last long. The door was opened, and Mus' Willoughby announced. A short, round little creature, who, though nearly 14, did not look more than 12, with cheeks as red as roses, and large dark grey eyes, a great deal brighter than ever her aunt's or grandmother's had been, entered, and timidly stopped short in her approach to her two aunts, as if purposely to be looked at and examined. She was looked at and examined, and judgment was passed upon her by both; differing very widely, however, as was natural enough, but in which, a circumstance much less natural considering the qualifications for judging possessed by the two ladies, the younger showed considerably more discernment than the elder. Mrs. Barnaby thought her, and she was right, exceedingly like what she remembered her very pretty mother at the same age, just as round and rosy, but with a strong mixture of the Willoughby countenance, which was very decidedly patrician both in contour and expression. But poor Miss Compton saw nothing of all this, she saw only that she was short, fat, fresh-coloured, and bright-eyed. This dreaded spectacle was a death-blow to all her hopes, the hated confirmation of all her fears. It was in vain that when the poor child spoke her voice proved as sweet as a voice could be; in vain that her natural curls fell round her neck, as soon as her bonnet was taken off, in rich chestnut clusters; in vain that the smile with which she answered Mrs. Barnaby's question, "Do you remember me, Agnes?" displayed teeth as white and as regular as a row of pearls. All these things were but so many items against her in the opinion of Miss Compton; for did they not altogether constitute a brilliant specimen of vulgar beauty? Had Agnes been tall, pale, and slight made, with precisely the same features, her aunt Betsy would have willingly devoted the whole of her remaining life to her, would have ungrudgingly expended every farthing of her income for her comfort and advantage, and would only have abstained from expending the principal too, because she might leave it to her untouched at her death. But now that she saw her, as she fancied, so very nearly approaching in appearance to everything she most disliked, all the long indulged habits of frugality that had enabled her, as she at this moment delighted to remember, to accumulate a fortune over which she still had entire control, seemed to rise before her and press round her very heart as the only means left of atoning to herself for the promise she had been led to make. "I will see the eyes of my father's son closed," thought she, "and then I will leave the beauties to manage together as well as they can till mine are closed too. And by that time, perhaps, the rents of the lands that I must no longer consider as my own, and my interest, and my mortgages, may have grown into something rich enough to make them and theirs wish that they had other claims upon Elizabeth Compton besides being her nearest of kin." These thoughts passed rapidly, but their impression was deep and lasting. Miss Compton sat in very stern and melancholy silence, such as perhaps did not ill befit the occasion that had brought them all together; but Mrs. Barnaby, whose habitual propensity to make herself comfortable prevented her from sacrificing either her curiosity or her love of talking to ceremony, ceased not to question Agnes as to the people she had been with, the manner in which she had lived, and the amount of what she had learned. On the first subject she received nothing in return but unbounded, unqualified expressions of praise and affection, such as might either be taken for the unmeaning hyperbole of a silly speaker, or the warm outpouring of well-deserved affection and gratitude. So Miss Compton classed all that Agnes said respecting the family of the Wilmots under the former head. Her record of their manner of living produced exactly the same result; and on the important chapter of her improvements, the genuine modesty of the little girl did her great disservice; for when, in answer to Mrs. Barnaby's questions, "Do you understand French? Can you dance? Can you play? Can you draw?" she invariably answered, "A little." Miss Compton failed not to make a mental note upon it, which, if spoken, would have been "little enough, I dare say." This examination had lasted about half an hour, when Mr. Barnaby entered, and addressing them all, said, "Poor Mr. Compton has woke up, and appears quite collected, but from his pulse I do not think he can last long. Is this Miss Willoughby, Martha? I am sorry that your first visit, my dear, should be so sad a one; but you had better all come now, and take leave of him." The three ladies rose immediately, and, without speaking, followed Mr. Barnaby to the bedside of the dying man. He was evidently sinking fast, but knew them all, and expressed pleasure at the sight of Agnes. " Dear child," he said, looking earnestly at her, " I am glad she is come to take my blessing. God bless you, Agnes. She is very like — God bless you, Agnes. God bless you all." Mr. Barnaby took his wife by the arm, and led her away. She took her weeping niece with her, but Miss Compton shook her head when invited by Mr. Barnaby to follow them, and in a very few minutes completed the duty to perform which she had left her solitude, for with her own hands she closed her brother's eyes, and then stole to her room, from which she speedily despatched an order for a post chaise to come immediately to the door. The conduct and manners of Mr. Barnaby had pleased the difficult little lady greatly, and she would willingly have shaken hands with him before leaving his house ; but to do this she must have re-entered the drawing room and again seen Mrs. Barnaby and Agnes, a penance which she felt quite unequal to perform. So, leaving a civil message for him with the maid, she went down stairs with as little noise as possible as soon as the chaise was announced, and immediately drove off to Compton Basett. End of Chapters 7 and 8. Volume 1, Chapters 9 and 10 of The Widow Barnaby by Francis Milton Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Mr. Barnaby pays a visit to Compton Basett, and receives from the heiress a formal congé. Agnes is sent back to school, and remains there till called home by the news of his death. Some surprise and great indignation were expressed by Mrs. Barnaby on hearing that Miss Compton had departed without the civility of taking leave. She resented greatly the rudeness to herself, but, as she justly said, the meaning of it was much more important to Agnes than to her. " What is to become of her, Mr. Barnaby, I should like to know?" said the angry lady. " Agnes says that Mrs. Wilmot expects her back directly, and who is to pay the expense of sending her, I wonder?" Mr. Barnaby assured her in reply that there would be no difficulty about that, adding that they should doubtless hear from Miss Compton as soon as she had recovered the painful effect of the scenes at which she had so lately been present. Days passed, however, the funeral was over, and everything in the family of Mr. Barnaby restored to its usual routine, yet still they heard nothing of Miss Compton. " I see clearly how it is," said the shrewd lady of the manor. " Aunt Betsy means to throw the whole burden of poor dear little Agnes upon us. And what in the world are we to do with her, Barnaby? "" I cannot think she has any such intention, Martha. After the excellent education she has been giving her for the last 3 or 4 years, it is hardly likely that she would suddenly give her up, when it is impossible that she must have been delighted with her. But at any rate make yourself easy, my dear Martha. If she abandons her, we will not. We have no children of our own, and I think the best thing we can do is to adopt this dear girl. She is really the sweetest little creature I ever saw in my life. I can assure you that when her education is finished, I, for one, should be delighted to have her live with us. What say you to it, Martha? "" I am sure you are goodness itself, my dear Barnaby, and if the crabbed, crooked old maid would just promise at once to leave her the little she may have left her after all her ostentatious charities, I should make no objection whatever to our adopting Agnes. She is just like poor Sophy, and it certainly is a pleasure to look at her." "Well, then, don't fret yourself any more about Aunt Betsy. I will call upon her one of these days, when I happen to be going Compton Basett way, and find out, if I can, what she means to do about sending her back to Mrs. Wilmot. It would be a pity not to finish her education, for it is easy to see that she has had great justice done her." It was not, however, till some word from Agnes gave him to understand that she was herself very anxious about going on with her studies, and desirous of letting Mrs. Wilmot know what was become of her, that he made or met an opportunity of conversing with Miss Compton. He found her reading a novel in her chimney corner, and dressed in deep but very homely mourning. She received him civilly, nay, there was even something of kindness in her manner when she reverted to the time she had passed in his house, and thanked him for the hospitality he had shown her. He soon perceived, however, that the name of Agnes produced no feeling of interest; but that, on the contrary, when he mentioned her, the expression of the old lady's face changed from very pleasing serenity to peevish discomfort; so he wisely determined to make what he had to say a matter of business, and immediately entered upon it accordingly. My principal reason, Miss Compton, for troubling you with a visit," said he, " is to learn what are your wishes and intentions respecting Miss Willoughby. Is it your purpose to send her back to Mrs. Wilmot?" " I have already been at a great and very inconvenient expense, Mr. Barnaby, for the education of Agnes Willoughby ; but as I have no intention whatever of straitening my poor little income any further by incurring cost on her account, I am glad that what I have done has been of the nature most likely to make her independent of me, and of you too, Mr. Barnaby, in future. When I first placed her with Mrs. Wilmot, I agreed to keep her there for 5 years, 17 months of which are still unexpired. To this engagement I am willing to adhere ; and though I can't say I think her a very bright girl, but rather perhaps a little inclining towards the contrary, yet still I imagine when she knows she has her own bread to get, she may be induced to exert herself sufficiently during the next year and 5 months to enable her to take the place of governess to very young children, or perhaps that of teacher in a second or third rate school. That's my notion about her, Mr. Barnaby. And now, if you please, I never wish to hear any more upon the subject." Greatly displeased by the manner in which Miss Compton spoke of his young favourite, Mr. Barnaby rose, and very dryly wished her good morning ; adding, however, that no farther delay should take place in sending Miss Willoughby back to resume her studies. He was then bowing off, but the little lady stopped him, saying, " As I have been the means of sending the child to such a distance from her nearest relation, I mean your wife, sir, it is but just that I should pay such travelling expenses as are consequent upon it. Here, sir, is a £10 note that I have carefully set apart for this purpose. Have the kindness to dispense it for her as may seem most convenient. And now, sir, farewell. I wish not again to have my humble retreat disturbed by any person so much above me in all worldly advantages as you and your elegant wife ; and having performed what I thought to be my duty by the little Willoughby, I beg to have nothing farther to do with her. I dare say your lady will grow exceedingly fond of her, for it seems to me that they are vastly alike ; and if that happens, there will be no danger of the young girl's wanting anything that a poor, little sickly and deformed old body like me could do for her. Good morning, Mr. Barnaby." Mr. Barnaby silently received the £10, which he thought he had no right to refuse, and, having patiently waited till Miss Compton had concluded her speech, he returned her good morning, and took his leave. The worthy apothecary's account of his visit produced considerable sensation. Agnes indeed received it in silence, but the offensive brightness of her eyes was dimmed for a moment or two by a few involuntary tears. Her young heart was disappointed, for not only had the strong liking conceived by the Wilmot family for her aunt Betsy led her to believe that she must unquestionably like her too, but she gratefully remembered her former gentle, quiet kindness to herself; and worse still, on being brought back amongst her relatives, she had, contrary to what is usual in such cases, conceived the greatest predilection for the only one among them who did not like her at all. But it was not in silence that Mrs. Barnaby received her husband's statement of the capricious old lady's firmly pronounced resolve of never having anything more to do with Agnes Willoughby. All the old familiar epithets of abuse came forth again, as fresh and vigorous as if but newly coined ; and though these were mixed up with language which it was by no means agreeable to hear, her judicious husband suffered her to run on without opposition till she was fairly out of breath, and then closed the conversation by putting a bed candle into her hand, and saying, " Now let us all go to bed, my dear ; and I dare say you will have much pleasure in proving to your peevish relative that, as long as you live, Agnes will want no other aunt to take care of her." The good seed sown with these words brought forth fruit abundantly. Mrs. Barnaby could not do enough in her own estimation to prove to the whole town of Silverton the contrast between Miss Compton and herself, the difference between a bad aunt and a good one. Fortunately for the well-being of Agnes at this important period of her existence, she had inspired a strong feeling of affectionate interest in a more rational being than Mrs. Barnaby. Her well-judging husband thought they should do better service to the young girl by sending her back to Mrs. Wilmot with as little delay as possible, than by keeping her with them for the purpose of proving to all the world that they were the fondest and most generous uncle and aunt that ever a dependent niece was blessed with, and she was sent back to Empton accordingly. In order to do justice to the kindness of Mr. Barnaby's adoption of the desolate girl, it must be remembered that neither he nor his wife had any knowledge of the scene which passed between Miss Compton and her brother before his death, neither had the least idea that the old lady possessed anything beyond her original moiety of the Compton Basett estate ; and they both believed her to be capricious as to render it very probable, although it was remembered she had once talked of leaving it to those who had claims on her, that some of the poor of her parish might eventually become her heirs, an idea which the unaccountable dislike she appeared to have taken to Agnes greatly tended to confirm. Once, during the time that remained for her continuance with the Wilmots, Agnes paid a fortnight's visit to the abode she was now taught to consider as her home. The next time she entered it, a few weeks only before the period fixed for the termination of her studies, she was summoned thither by the very sudden death of her excellent and valuable friend, Mr. Barnaby. This event produced an entire and even violent change in her prospects and manner of life, as well as in those of her aunt; and it is from this epoch that the narrative promised by the title of The Widow Barnaby actually commences, the foregoing pages being only a necessary prologue to the appearance of my heroine in that character. CHAPTER X. The Widow Barnaby enters actively on her new existence. Her wealth, her happy prospects, Mrs. Wilmot visits Miss Compton, and obtains leave to introduce Agnes Willoughby. Mrs. Barnaby was really very sorry for the death of her husband, and wept, with little or no effort, several times during the dismal week that preceded his interment; but she was not a woman to indulge long in so very unprofitable a weakness, and accordingly, as soon as the funeral was over, and the will read, by which he left her sole executrix and sole legatee of all he possessed, she very rationally began to meditate upon her position, and upon the best mode of enjoying the many good things which had fallen to her share. She certainly felt both proud and happy at the thought of her independence and her wealth. Of the first she unquestionably had as much as it was possible for woman to possess, for no human being existed who had any right whatever to control her. On the second, her judgment would have been more correct had she better understood the value of money. Though it is hardly possible any day should pass without adding something to the knowledge of all civilized being on this subject, it is nevertheless certain that there are two modes of education which lead the mind in after life into very erroneous estimates respecting it. The one is being brought up to spend exactly as much money as you please, and the other having it deeply impressed on your mind that you are to spend none at all. In the first case, it is long before the most complete reverse of fortune can make the ci-devant rich man understand how a little money can be eked out, so as to perform the office of a great deal; and in the last, the change from having no money to having some will often, if it come suddenly, so puzzle all foregone conclusions, as to leave the possessor wonderfully little power to manage it discreetly. The latter case was pretty nearly that of Mrs. Barnaby, when she learned that her dear lost husband had left her uncontrolled mistress of property to the amount of £372 per annum, besides the house and furniture, the shop and all it contained. She really felt as if her power in this life were colossal, and that she might roam the world either for conquest or amusement, or sustain in Silverton the style of a retired duchess, as might suit her fancy best. Never yet had this lady's temper been so amiably placid, or so caressingly kind, as during the first month of her widowhood. She gave Agnes to understand that she wished to be considered as her mother, and trusted that they should find in each other all the happiness and affection which that tenderest of ties was so well calculated to produce. " It will not be my fault, Agnes," she said, " if such be not the case. Thanks be to Heaven and my dear lost Barnaby, I have wealth enough to consult both your pleasure and advantage in my future mode of life. And be assured, my dear, that however much my own widowed feelings might lead me to prefer the tranquil consolations of retirement, I shall consider it my duty to live more for you than for myself; and I will indeed hasten, in spite of my feelings, to lay aside these sad weeds, that I may be able, with as little delay as possible, to give you such an introduction to the world as my niece has a right to expect." Agnes was at a loss what to reply. She had still all the frank straightforwardness of a child who has been educated by unaffected, sensible people, and yet she knew that she must not on this occasion say quite what she thought, which would probably have been, "Pray don't fancy that I want you to throw aside your widow's weeds for me, aunt. I don't believe you are one half as sorry for Uncle Barnaby's death as I am." But fortunately there was no mixture of bêtise in her frankness; and though it might have been beyond her power to express any great satisfaction at being thus addressed, she had no difficulty in saying, "You are very kind to me, aunt," for this was true. Notwithstanding this youthful frankness of mind, however, Agnes had by this time lost in a great measure that very childish look which distinguished her at the time her appearance so little pleased the fastidious taste of Miss Compton. She was still indeed in very good health, which was indicated by a colour as fresh and almost as delicate, too, as that of a wild rose. But her rapid growth during the last 2 years had quite destroyed the offensive roundness, and her tall, well made person gave as hopeful a promise as could be wished for of womanly grace and beauty. The fair face was already the very perfection of loveliness ; and had the secretly proud Miss Compton seen her as she walked in her deep, heavy mourning beside her wide spreading aunt to church, on the Sunday when that lady first restored herself to the public eye, she might perchance have thought that not only was she worthy to inherit Compton Basett and all its accumulated rents, but any other glory and honour that this little earth of ours could bestow. A feeling of strong mutual affection between the parties led both the Wilmot family and Agnes to petition earnestly that the few weeks which remained of the stipulated, and already paid for, 5 years, might be completed ; and Mrs. Barnaby, though it was really somewhat against her inclination, consented. But though she had not desired this renewed absence of her niece, the notable widow determined to put it to profit, and set about a final arrangement of all her concerns with an activity that proved good Mr. Barnaby quite right in not having troubled her with any assistant executor. She soon contrived to learn who it was who wished to succeed her dear Barnaby, and managed matters so admirably well as to make the eager young man pay for the house, furniture, shop, etc., etc., about half as much again as they were worth, cleverly contriving, moreover, to retain possession for 3 months. This important business being settled, she set herself earnestly and deliberately to consider what, when these 3 months should expire, she should do with her freedom, her money, herself, and her niece. In deciding upon this question, she called none to counsel, for she had sense enough to avow to herself that she should pay not the slightest attention to any opinion but her own. In silence and in solitude, therefore, she pondered upon the future ; and to assist her speculations, she drew forth from the recesses of an old fashioned bureau sundry documents and memoranda relative to the property bequeathed to her by her husband. It was evident that her income would now somewhat exceed 400 a year, and this appeared to her amply sufficient to assist the schemes already working in her head for future aggrandizement, but by no means equal to what she felt her beauty and her talents gave her a right to hope for. It is, however, a handsome income, thought she, and such a one as, with my person, may and must, if properly made use of, lead to all I wish. Mrs. Barnaby had once heard it said by a clever human, wishes might oftener be achieved, did mortals better know how to act about obtaining them. First, said the oracle, let him be sure to find out what his wishes really are. This ascertained, let him, in the second place, employ all his acuteness to discover what is required for their fulfilment. Thirdly, let him examine himself and his position in order to decide how much he or it can contribute towards this. Fourthly, let him subtract the sum of the capabilities he possesses from the total of means required. Fifthly, let him learn by, with, and in his heart of hearts, what it is that constitutes the remainder. And sixthly, and lastly, let him gird up the loins of his resolution, and start forth determined to acquire them. Whoso doeth this shall seldom fail. In the course of her visitings, military friendships, and all included, Mrs. Barnaby, even in the small arena of Silverton, had heard several wise things in her day ; but none of them ever produced such lasting effects as the words I have just quoted. They touched some chord within her that vibrated, not indeed with such a thrill as they might have made to ring along the nerves of a fine creature new to life, and emulous of all things good and great, but with a little sharp twitch, just at that point of the brain where self-love expands itself into a mesh of ways and means, instinct with will, to catch all it can that may be brought home to glut the craving for enjoyment. And so pregnant did they seem to her of the only wisdom that she wished to master, that her memory seized upon them with extraordinary energy, nor ever after relinquished its hold. Little, however, could it profit her at the time she heard it, but she kept it, like an ape in the corner of his jaw, first mouthed to be last swallowed. It was upon these words that she now pondered. Her 2 elbows set on the open bureau, her legs stretched under it, her lips resting upon the knuckles of her clasped hands, and her eyes fixed in deep abstraction on the row of pigeon-holes before her, she entered upon a sort of self-catechism, which ran thus: Question. What is it that I most wish for on earth? Answer. A rich and fashionable husband. Q. What is required to obtain this? A. Beauty, fortune, talents, and a free entrance into good society. Q. Do I possess any of these? And which? A. I possess beauty, fortune, and talents. Q. What remains wanting? A. A free entrance into good society. True! She exclaimed aloud. It is that I want, and it is that I must procure. Notwithstanding her sanguine estimate of herself, the widow, when she arrived at this point, was fain to confess that she did not know exactly how this necessary addition to her ways and means was to be acquired. Beyond the town of Silverton, and a thinly inhabited circuit of a mile or two round it, she had not a personal acquaintance in the world. This was a very perplexing consideration for a lady determined upon finding her way into the first circles, but its effect was rather to strengthen than relax her energies. There was, however, one person, and she truly believed one only in the wide world, who might, at her first setting out upon her progress, be useful to her. This was a sister of Mr. Barnaby's, married to a clothier whose manufactory was at Frome, but whose residence was happily at Clifton, near Bristol. She had never seen this lady, or any of her family, all intercourse between the brother and sister having of late years consisted in letters, not very frequent, and the occasional interchange of presents, a jar of turtle being now and then forwarded by mail from Bristol, and dainty quarters of Exmoor mutton and tin pots of clouted cream returned from Silverton. Nevertheless, Mrs. Peters was her sister-in-law just as much as if they had lived next door to each other for the last 5 years, and she had, of course, a right to all the kindness and hospitality so near a connection demands. A clothier's wife, to be sure, was not exactly the sort of person she would have chosen, had choice been left her, but it was better than nothing, infinitely better, and besides, as the logical widow's head went on to reason, she may introduce me to people above herself. At a public place, too, like Clifton, it must be so easy. And then every new acquaintance I make will serve to lead on to another. I am not so shy but I can turn all accidents to account, and I am not such a fool as to stand at one end of a room when I ought to be at the other. Mrs. Barnaby never quoted Shakespeare, or she would probably have added here, Why then the world's mine oyster, which I with wit will open, for it was with some such thought that her soliloquy ended. Day by day the absence of Agnes wore away, and day after day some business preparatory to departure dispatched. Sometimes the hours were winged by her having to pull about all the finery in her possession, and dividing it into portions, some to be abandoned for ever, some to be enveloped with reverent care in cotton and silver paper for her future use, and some to be given to the favoured Agnes. While such cares occupied her hands, her thoughts naturally enough hurried forward to the time when she should lay aside her weeds. This was a dress so hatefully unbecoming in her estimation, that she firmly believed the inventor of it must have been actuated by some feeling akin to what was instituted the horrible Hindoo rite of which she had heard, whereby living wives were sacrificed to their departed husbands. Only, she cried, bursting out into involuntary thanksgiving, ours, thank God, is not for ever. To appear for the first time in the fashionable world in this frightful disguise was quite out of the question, and consequently she could not make her purposed visit to Clifton till the time was arrived for throwing them off, until, to use her own words, lilacs and greys were possible. Yet there were other considerations that had weight with her too. His sister, however, shall just see me in my widow's weeds, thought she. It may touch her heart, perhaps, and must make her feel how very nearly we are related. But before any living soul out of the family can come near me, I will take care to look what I really am. 6 months! It must, I suppose, be 6 months first. Dreadful bore! The first half of this probationary term was to be passed at Silverton. That was already wearing fast away, and for the latter part of it she determined to take lodgings in Exeter. Yes, it shall be Exeter, she exclaimed, and then added, with a perfect quiver of delight, oh, what a difference now from what it was formerly! How well I remember the time when a journey to Exeter appeared to me the very gayest thing in the world, and now I should no more think of staying there than a queen would think of passing her life in her bedroom. The more she meditated on the future, indeed, the more enamoured did she become of it, till at length, her affairs being very nearly all brought to a satisfactory conclusion, a restless sort of impatience seized upon her, and nearly a fortnight before the time fixed for the return of Agnes she wrote a very peremptory letter of recall, but altogether omitted to point out either the mode of conveyance or the protection she deemed necessary for her during the journey. Perhaps Mrs. Wilmot was not sorry for this, as it afforded her an excuse for remaining herself to the last possible moment with a pupil who had found the way to create almost a maternal interest in her heart, and moreover gave her an opportunity of seeking an interview with the singular but interesting recluse who 5 years before had placed in her hands the endearing though ignorant little girl, whose education had proved a task so unusually pleasing. The principal reason, however, for Mrs. Wilmot's wishing to pay Miss Compton a visit, arose from the description Agnes had given of her conduct towards her, and of the system of non-intercourse which was so evidently the little lady's intention to maintain. Without having uttered a word resembling fault-finding or complaint, Agnes had somehow or other made the Wilmots feel that, though Aunt Betsy certainly did not like her, she liked Aunt Betsy a great deal better than she did Aunt Barnaby; and this, added to the favourable impression Miss Compton had herself left upon their minds, made the good Mrs. Wilmot exceedingly anxious that she should not remain ignorant of the treasure she possessed in her young relation. The delay of a few days before Mrs. Wilmot could take her pupil home was inevitable; and when they arrived, Mrs. Barnaby had bustled her affairs into such a state of forwardness, that though she received them without any great appearance of melancholy or ill humour, she hinted pretty plainly that Agnes came too late to be of much use to her in packing. Mrs. Wilmot made a very sufficient apology for the delay, and then took leave, saying that she should remain in Silverton that night, and drive out the next morning to pay her compliments to Miss Compton. The bare mention of the spinster's name at once converted the widow's civility into rudeness. She offered her guest neither refreshment nor accommodation of any kind; and poor Agnes had the pain of seeing her dearest friend depart to pass the night at an inn, when she would have gladly stood by to watch her slumbers all night, might she have offered her own bed for her use. On the following morning Mrs. Wilmot paid her purposed visit to Miss Compton, and found her in dress, occupation, and mode of life, so precisely what she had been described before, that not a word need be added on the subject. Greatly different, however, was the welcome she accorded that lady to what we have formerly seen her bestow upon her relatives. She greeted her, indeed, with a smile so cordial, and a tone of voice so pleasantly expressive of the satisfaction her visit gave, that it was only when the object of it was brought forward that Mrs. Wilmot too discovered that Miss Compton could be a very cross little old lady when she chose it. " I shall quite long, my dear madam, to hear your opinion of my pupil," said Mrs. Wilmot, " for I cannot but flatter myself that you will be delighted with her." " Then ask me nothing about her, ma'am, if you please," replied the recluse. " But it is near 2 years, Miss Compton, since you saw her, and she is wonderfully improved in that time," said Mrs. Wilmot. " Yet I own I should have thought that even 2 years ago, when you did see her, that you must have found her a very charming girl, full of sweetness and intelligence, and with a face "" We had better say no more about her, if you please, Mrs. Wilmot," tartly interrupted the recluse. " I dare say you made the best you could of her, and it is no fault of yours that old Wisett's great granddaughter should be a Wisett ; but I hate the very sight of her as I do, and have done and ever shall do, that of all their kin and kind ; so it is no good to talk of it." " The sight of her ?" reiterated the astonished Mrs. Wilmot. " Why, my dear Miss Compton, she is reckoned by every one that sees her to be one of the loveliest creatures that nature ever formed. If her timid, artless manners do not please you, it is unfortunate ; but that you should not think her beautiful is impossible." " I beg your pardon, ma'am. I should not care a straw for the manners of a child, for I know that time and care might change them, but it is her person that I can't endure. There is no disputing about taste, you know. I should not have thought, indeed, that she was quite the style for you to admire so violently. But of course that is nothing to me. I know that the look of her eyes and the colour of her cheeks is exactly what I think the most detestable. There is no right or wrong in the matter. It is all fancy, and the sight of her makes me sick. Pray, ma'am, say no more about her." There was but one way in which Mrs. Wilmot could comprehend this extraordinary antipathy to what was so little calculated to inspire it, and this was by supposing that Miss Compton's personal deformity rendered the sight of beauty painful to her; an interpretation, indeed, as far as possible from the truth; for the little spinster was peculiarly sensible to beauty of form and expression wherever she found it. But it was the only explanation that suggested itself; and with mingled feelings of pity and contempt, Mrs. Wilmot replied, " There may be no right or wrong, Miss Compton, in a judgment passed on external appearance only ; for it may, as you observe, be purely a matter of taste. But surely it must be otherwise of an aversion conceived against a near relative, whose amiable disposition, faultless conduct, and brilliant talents, justly entitle her to the love, esteem, and admiration of the whole world. This is not merely a matter of taste, and in this there may be much wrong." Miss Compton appeared struck by these words, but after pondering a moment upon them, replied, "And how can I tell, Mrs. Wilmot, but that your judgment of this child's character and disposition may be as much distorted by unreasonable partiality as your opinion of her vulgar looking person?" A new light here broke in upon the mind of Mrs. Wilmot. She remembered the remarkable plumpness of the little Agnes before she made that sudden start in her growth which, in the course of 2 important years, had converted a clumsy looking child into a tall, slight, elegant made girl, and with greatly increased earnestness of manner she answered, "I only ask you to see her once, Miss Compton. I have no wish whatever that your judgment should be influenced by mine with respect either to the person or the mind of Agnes Willoughby. But I greatly wish that your own opinion of her should be formed upon what she now is, and not upon what she has been. I am sure you must feel that this is reasonable. Will you then promise me that you will see her?" "I will," replied Miss Compton. "The request is reasonable, and I promise to comply with it. Yet it can only be on one condition, Mrs. Wilmot." "And what is that, Miss Compton?" "That I may see her without her horrid Aunt Barnaby." Mrs. Wilmot smiled involuntarily, but answered gravely, "Of course, Miss Compton, that must be as you please. Rather than you should fail to see my pretty Agnes, I will remain another day from home on purpose to bring her to you myself. Will you receive us if we come over to you at this hour to-morrow morning?" "I will," again replied the recluse, "and whatever may be the result of the interview, I shall hold myself indebted to the kind feelings which have led you to insist upon it." "Thank you," said Mrs. Wilmot, rising to take her leave. "To-morrow, then, you will see me again with my young charge." End of chapters 9 and 10. Volume 1, Chapters 11 and 12 of The Widow Barnaby by Frances Milton Trollope. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. An important correspondence and an important interview. On returning to her solitary quarters at the King's Head, Mrs. Wilmot called for pen, ink, and paper, and wrote the following note to her young pupil. "My dear Agnes, I am just returned from a visit to Compton Basett, where I was very kindly received by your aunt. She wishes to see you before you leave the neighbourhood, and I have promised to take you to her to-morrow morning. I will therefore call at 11 o'clock, when I hope I shall find you ready to accompany me. With compliments to Mrs. Barnaby, believe me, dear Agnes, affectionately yours, Mary Wilmot." To this epistle she speedily received the following answer. "Mrs. Barnaby presents her compliments to Mrs. Wilmot, and begs to know if there is any reason why she should not join the party to Compton Basett to-morrow morning. If not, she requests Mrs. Wilmot's permission to accompany her in the drive, as the doing so will be a considerable convenience. Mrs. Barnaby wishes to pay her duty to her aunt before she leaves the country." To return a negative to this request was disagreeable. Being absolutely necessary, however, it was done without delay, but it was with burning cheeks and flashing eyes that Mrs. Barnaby read the following civil refusal. "Mrs. Wilmot regrets extremely that she is under the necessity of declining the company of Mrs. Barnaby to-morrow morning, but Miss Compton expressly desired that Agnes should be brought to her alone." To this Mrs. Barnaby replied, "As Mrs. Wilmot has been pleased to take upon herself the office of go-between, she is requested to inform Miss Betsy Compton that the aunt who has adopted Agnes Willoughby intends to bestow too much personal care upon her to permit her paying any visits in which she cannot accompany her." The vexed and discomfited Mrs. Wilmot returned to Compton Basett with these 2 notes in her hand instead of the pretty Agnes, and her mortification was very greatly increased by perceiving that the disappointment of the old lady fully equalled her own. This obvious sympathy of feeling led to a more confidential intercourse than had ever before taken place between the solitary heiress and any other person whatever. So contrary, indeed, was this species of frank communication in her habits, that it was produced rather by the necessity of giving vent to her angry feelings than for the gratification of confessing any other. In reply to her first indignant burst of resentment, Mrs. Wilmot said, " I lament the consequences of this ill-timed impertinence for my poor pupil's sake more than it is easy for me to explain to you, Miss Compton. Do me the justice to believe that I am not in the habit of interfering in the family concerns of my pupils, and then you will be better able to appreciate the motives and feelings which still lead me to urge you not to withdraw your protection and kindness from Agnes Willoughby. I do believe that your motives are excellent, and I can believe too that if your pupil deserve half you have said of her, the protection and kindness even of such a being as myself might be more beneficial to her than being left at the mercy of this hateful, vulgar-minded woman. But what would you have me do, Mrs. Wilmot? You would not ask me to leave my flowers, my bees, my books, and my peaceful home, to keep watch over Mrs. Barnaby, and see that she does not succeed in making this poor girl as detestable as herself. You would not expect me to do this, would you? No, Miss Compton, no one, I think, would willingly impose such a task upon you as that of watching Mrs. Barnaby, but I see no objection to your watching Agnes. And how is the one to be done without the other? It is quite natural that the child of one of Miss Martha Wisett's daughters should live with the other of them. My relationship to this girl is remote in comparison to hers." "Miss Compton," replied Mrs. Wilmot, "I fear that my acquaintance with you hardly justifies the pertinacity with which I feel disposed to urge this point. But, indeed, it is of vital importance to one that I very dearly love, and one whom you would dearly love too, would you permit yourself to know her." "Do not apologize to me for the interest you take in her," returned the old lady in a tone rather more encouraging. "There is more need, perhaps, that I should apologize for the want of it. And, to say the truth," she added after a considerable pause, "I have no objection to explain my motives to you, though it has never fallen in my way before to meet any one to whom I wished to do this. My life has been an odd one. Though surrounded by human beings with whom I have lived on the most friendly terms, I have passed my existence, as to anything like companionship, entirely alone. I have never been dull, for I have read incessantly, and altogether I think it likely that I have been happier than most people. But in the bosom of this unrepining solitude it is likely enough that I have nursed opinions into passions and distastes into hatred. Thus, Mrs. Wilmot, the reasonable opinion that I set out with, for instance, when inheriting my father's long descended acres, that it was my duty in all things to sustain as much as in me lay the old claim to gentle blood which attached to my race, injured perhaps in some degree by this division of its patrimony in my favour, even this reasonable opinion, Mrs. Wilmot, has by degrees grown, perhaps, into unreasonable strength, for I would rather, madam, press age and ugliness remarkable as my own to my heart, as the acknowledged descendant of that race, than a vulgar, coarse-minded, coarse-looking thing, though she were as buxom as Martha Wisett when my poor silly brother married her." The latter part of this speech was uttered with great rapidity, and an appearance of considerable excitement; but this quickly subsided, and the little spinster became as pale and composed as usual, while she listened to Mrs. Wilmot's quiet accents in reply. "There is nothing to surprise me in this, Miss Compton. The feeling is a very natural one. But the more strongly it is expressed, the more strongly must I wonder at your permitting the sole descendant of your ancient race to be left at the mercy of a Mrs. Barnaby." Not all the eloquence in the world could have gone so far towards obtaining the object Mrs. Wilmot had in view as this concluding phrase. "You are right, excellent woman, you are right, and I deserve to see my father's acres peopled by a race of Barnabys. I will save her." And here the poor old lady stopped. A sudden panic seized her, and she sat for several minutes positively trembling at the idea that she might unadvisedly take some step which should involve her in the horrible necessity of being encumbered for the rest of her life with a companion whose looks or manner might remind her of a Martha Wisett or a Mrs. Barnaby. "I dare not do it," she exclaimed at last. "Do not ask it, do not force me, or at any rate contrive to let me see her first in a shop or in the street, or any way. I can decide on nothing till I have seen her." "I would do anything within my power to arrange this for you," replied Mrs. Wilmot, "but I cannot delay my return beyond to-morrow, nor do I believe that my agency would render this more easy. Why should you not at once call on both your nieces, Miss Compton? There would be no difficulty in this, and it would give you the best possible opportunity of judging both of the appearance and manners of Agnes." both my nieces, no difficulty. You understand little or nothing of my feelings. But go home, Mrs. Wilmot. Do your own duty, which is a plain one, and leave me to find out mine, if I can. You will not, then, abandon the idea of seeing this poor girl, Miss Compton?" "No, I will not," was the reply, pronounced almost solemnly. "Then farewell, my dear madam. I can ask no more than this, except, indeed, your forgiveness for having asked thus much so perseveringly." "I thank you for it, Mrs. Wilmot. I believe you are a very good woman, and I will endeavour to act, if God will give me grace, as I think you would approve, if you could read all the feelings of my heart. Farewell." And so they parted, the active, useful matron to receive the eager welcome of her expecting family, and the solitary recluse to the examination of her own thoughts, which were alternately both sweet and bitter, sometimes cheering her with a vision of domestic happiness and endearment to soothe her declining age, and sometimes making her shudder as she fancied her tranquil existence invaded and destroyed by the presence of one whom she might strive in vain to love. CHAPTER XII. Choosing a lady's maid. A happy meeting unhappily broken in upon. Miss Compton utters a long farewell to Agnes. Mrs. Wilmot did not leave Silverton without taking an affectionate leave of Agnes; and when this was over, the poor girl felt herself wholly and for ever consigned to the authority and companionship of Mrs. Barnaby. It would be difficult to trace out the cause of the sharp pang which this conviction brought with it, but it was strong enough at that moment to rob the future of all the bright tints through which eyes of 16 are apt to look at it. She cherished, certainly, a deep feeling of gratitude for the kindness that afforded her a home; but unhappily she cherished also a feeling equally strong that it was less easy to repay the obligation with affection than with gratitude. Not a syllable had been said to her by Mrs. Wilmot respecting the interview she was still likely to have with her aunt Compton; for she had promised this secrecy to the nervous and uncertain old lady, who, while trembling with anxious impatience to see this important niece, shrunk before the difficulty she foresaw in finding such an opportunity as she sought, for she still resolutely persevered in her determination not to see Mrs. Barnaby with her. But yet, when finally she did contrive to come within sight of the poor girl, it was exactly under the circumstances she so earnestly wished to avoid. Mrs. Barnaby, in her often meditated estimate of revenue and expenses, had arrived at the conclusion that she ought not to travel without a maid, but that the said maid must be hired at the lowest rate of wages possible. The necessity for this addition to her suite did not arise from any idle wish for her personal attendance, to which she had never been much accustomed, but from the conviction that there was something in the sound of "my maid," which might be of advantage to her on many occasions. The finding out and engaging a girl that might enact the character of lady's maid showily and cheaply, was the most important thing still left to be done before they quitted Silverton. The first qualification was a tall person, that might set off to advantage such articles of the widow's cast-off finery as might be unnecessary for Agnes; the next, a willingness to accept low wages. While meditating on the subject, it occurred to Mrs. Barnaby that one of the girls she had seen walking in procession to church with the charity school was greatly taller than all the rest, and, in fact, so remarkably long and lanky that she felt convinced she might, if skilfully dressed up, pass extremely well for a stylish lady's maid. Delighted at the idea, she immediately summoned Agnes to walk with her to the schoolhouse, which was situated outside the town, about a mile, on the road leading to Compton Basset. On reaching the building, her knock was answered by the schoolmistress herself, who civilly asked her commands. "I must come in, Mrs. Sims, before I can tell you," was the reply, and it was quite true; for, as Mrs. Barnaby knew not the name of her intended Abigail, the only mode of entering upon her business must be by pointing out the girl whose length of limb had attracted her. But no sooner had she passed the threshold than she perceived the long and slender object of her search immediately opposite to her, in the act of taking down a work basket from the top of a high commode; which manoeuvre, as it placed her on tiptoe, and obliged her to stretch out her longitude to the very utmost, displayed her to the eyes of Mrs. Barnaby to the greatest possible advantage, and convinced her very satisfactorily that her judgment had not erred. "That is the girl I wanted to speak about," she said, pointing to the lizard-like figure opposite to her. "What is her name, Mrs. Sims?" "This one, ma'am, as is fetching my basket?" interrogated Mrs. Sims in her turn. "Yes, that one, that tall girl. What is her name?" "Betty Jacks, ma'am, is her name." Jacks," repeated Mrs. Barnaby, a little disconcerted. " Jacks, that won't do. I can never call her Jacks. But, for that matter, I could give her another name easy enough, to be sure. And what is she good for? What can she do?" " Not over much of anything, ma'am. She was put late to me ; but she can read and iron a little, and can do plain work well enough when she chooses it." " When she chooses it ? And she'll be sure to choose it, I suppose, when she goes to service. I want a girl to wait upon me, and to sew for me when she has nothing else to do, and I think this one will do for me very well." " I ask your pardon, ma'am," replied Mrs. Sims, " but if I might make so bold, I would just say, that for a notable, tidy, good girl, Sally Wilkins there, that one at the end of the form, is far before Betty Jacks in being likely to suit." " What ! That little thing ? Why, she is a baby, Mrs. Sims. She is 11 months older than Betty Jacks, ma'am, and greatly beyond her in every way." " But I don't like the look of such a little thing. The other would do for what I want much better. Come here, Betty Jacks. Should you like to go out to service with a lady who would take care that you should always be well dressed, and let you travel about with her, and see a great deal of the world?" " Yes, my lady," replied the young Maypole, grinning from ear to ear, and showing thereby a very fine set of teeth. "Well, then, Betty Jacks, I think we shall suit each other very well. But I shan't call you Betty, though, nor Jacks either, mind that. You won't care about it, I suppose, if I find some pretty, genteel sounding name for you, will you?" " No, my lady," responded the delighted girl. " Very well. And I will give you £3 a year wages, and good clothes enough to make you look a deal better than ever you did before. What do you say to it?" " I'll be glad to come and thank ye too, my lady, if father will let me." " Who is her father, Mrs. Sims? "" Joe Jacks, the carpenter, ma'am." " I don't suppose he is likely to make much objection to her getting such a place as mine, is he?" " That is what I can't pretend to say, ma'am," replied the schoolmistress, very gravely. " I don't think Betty over steady myself, but of course it is no business of mine, and it will be far best that you should see Joe Jacks yourself, ma'am, and hear what he says about it." " To be sure. And where can I see him?" " He'll be certain to be here to morrow morning, ma'am, for he'll come to be paid for the bench he made for me ; and if so be you would take the trouble to call again just about 1, when Betty will be going home with him for the half holiday they always have of a Saturday, why then, ma'am, you'd be quite sure to see him, and hear what he'd got to say." " Very well, then, that will do, and we shall certainly walk over again to morrow, if the weather is anything like fine. Good morning to you, Mrs. Sims. Mind what I have said to you, Betty. This is a fine chance for you, and so you must tell your father. Come along, Agnes." It so chanced that within half an hour of their departure Miss Compton also paid a visit to the school. Mrs. Sims was one of the persons whom she had saved from severe and probably lasting penury by one of those judicious loans, which, never being made without good and sufficient knowledge of the party accommodated, were sure to be repaid, and enabled her to perform a most essential benefit without any pecuniary loss whatever. There were no excursions which gave the old lady so much pleasure as those which enabled her to contemplate the good effects of this rational species of benevolence, and Farmer Wright never failed to offer her a place in his chaise cart whenever his business took him near any of the numerous cottages where this agreeable spectacle might greet her. On the present occasion he set her down at the door of the schoolhouse, while he called upon a miller at no great distance ; and Mrs. Sims, who was somewhat disturbed in mind by the visit and schemes of Mrs. Barnaby, no sooner saw her enter than she led her through the throng of young stitchers and spellers to the tidy little parlour behind. " Well now, Miss Compton, you are kindly welcome," she said, " and I wish with all my heart you had been here but a bit ago, for who should we have here, ma'am, but your own niece, Mrs. Barnaby." Miss Compton knit her brows with an involuntary frown. " And that sweet pretty creature, Miss Willoughby, corned with her. She is a beauty to be sure, if ever there was one." " What did they come for, Mrs. Sims? " inquired Miss Compton with sudden animation. " Why, that is just what I want to tell you, ma'am, and to ask your advice about. She come here, Mrs. Barnaby I mean, to look after that saucy Betty Jacks, by way of taking her to be her servant, and travelling about with her ; and upon my word, Miss Compton, she might just as well take my cat there, for any good or use she's likely to be of ; and besides that, ma'am, I have no ways a good opinion of the child, for child she is, though she's a monster in tallness. She does not speak the truth, Miss Compton, and that's what I can't abide, and I don't think she'll do me any credit in any way.
but yet I'm afraid it would be doing a bad action if I was to stand in the girl's light, and prevent her going, by telling all the ill I think of her, when they comes again to-morrow to settle about it." Mrs. Sims ceased, and certainly expected a decided opinion from Miss Compton on the subject, for that lady had kept her eyes fixed upon her, and appeared to be listening with very profound attention. But the only reply was, " And do you think the girl will come with her?" " Come with who, ma'am? "" With Mrs. Barnaby, to be sure." " Oh no, ma'am, she won't come with her. She will go home as usual to night, and is to come back to meet the ladies here, a little after noon to morrow, with her father." " But Agnes, Miss Willoughby, I mean, are you sure she will come back with her aunt to morrow?" " I am sure I can't say, ma'am, but I think she will ; for I well remember Mrs. Barnaby said with her grand way, ' We will walk over to morrow if the weather be anyways fine.' " Miss Compton now seemed sunk in profound meditation, of which Mrs. Sims fully hoped to reap the fruits ; but once more she was disappointed, for when Miss Compton again spoke, it was only to say, " I want to see Agnes Willoughby, Mrs. Sims, and I do not want to see Mrs. Barnaby. Do you think you could manage this for me if I come here again to morrow?" " I am sure, ma'am," replied Mrs. Sims, looking a little surprised and a little puzzled, " I am sure there is nothing that I am not in duty bound to do for you, if done it can be ; and if you will be pleased to say how the thing shall be managed, I will do my part with a right good will to make everything go as you wish." This was a very obliging reply, but it showed Miss Compton that she must trust to her own ingenuity for discovering the ways and means for putting her design in practice. After thinking about it a little, and looking round upon the locale, she said, " I will tell you how it must be. I will be here to morrow before the time you have named to them, and you shall place me in this room. When Mrs. Barnaby is engaged in talking to the girl and her father, take Agnes by the hand and lead her in to me, saying, if you will, that you have something you wish her to see, which will be no more than the truth. If Mrs. Barnaby happens to hear this and offers to follow, then, as you value my friendship, close the door and lock it. Never mind what she thinks of it. I will take care her anger shall do you no harm." " Oh dear, ma'am, I am not the least afraid of Mrs. Barnaby's anger, nor do I expect she will take any notice. She seems so very hot upon having that great awkward hoyden, Betty Jacks, that I don't think, when she is engaged with her father about it, she will be likely to take much heed of Miss Agnes and me. But at any rate, Miss Compton, I'll take good care, ma'am, that she shan't come a near you. And now, ma'am, will you be so good as to tell me if you think I shall be doing a sin letting this idle hussy set off travelling with her?" " No sin at all, Mrs. Sims," replied Miss Compton with decision. " Let the girl be what she may, depend upon it she is quite " But here she stopped, adding a minute after, " Do go, Mrs. Sims, and see if Farmer Wright's cart is come back." A few minutes more brought the humble vehicle to the door, when the heiress climbed to her accustomed place in it, and gave herself up to meditation so unusually earnest, as not only to defeat all the good farmer's respectful attempts at conversation, but to occupy her for one whole hour after her return, and that so completely as to prevent her from opening her half-read volume, though that volume was Walter Scott's. Thoughts and schemes were working and arranging themselves in her head, which were, in truth, important enough to demand some leisure for their operations. This beauty, if ever there was one, this poor motherless and father-forgotten Agnes, this inevitable heiress of the Compton acres, ought she, because she had found her short and fat 2 years before, to abandon her to the vulgar patronage of the hateful Mrs. Barnaby? A blush of shame and repentance mantled her pale cheek as this question presented itself, and she acknowledged to her own heart the sin and folly of the prejudice which had led her to turn away from the only being connected with her, to whom she could be useful. She remembered, too, in this hour of self-examination and reproach, that the father of this ill-treated girl was a gentleman, and that she ought, therefore, to have been kindly fostered by the last of the Comptons as a representative more worthy to revive their antiquated claims to patrician rank than could have been reasonably expected from any descendant of her brother Josiah. These thoughts having been sufficiently dwelt upon, examined, and acknowledged to be just, the arrangement of her future conduct was next to be considered ; and, notwithstanding the singularly secluded life she had led, the little lady was far from being ignorant of the entire change it would be her duty to make in the whole manner of her existence, should she decide upon taking Agnes Willoughby from Mrs. Barnaby, and becoming herself her sole guardian and protectress. Could she bear this, and could she afford it?
The little weak-looking but wiry frame of the spinster had a spirit within it of no inconsiderable firmness, and the first of these questions was soon answered by a mentally ejaculated " I will," which in sincerity and intensity of purpose was well worth the best vow ever breathed before the altar. For the solution of the other, the old lady turned to her account books, and found the leading items in the column of receipts to be as follow: By annual rent from the Compton Basset farm, £600. By interest on £12,000 in the 3 per cents, £360. By interest on £1,800 lent on mortgage at £5 per cent, £90. By interest on £6,000 lent on mortgage at £4 per cent, £240. By interest on £2,500 lent on mortgage at £5 per cent, £125, for a total of £1,415. Of this income, the last item of which, however, had been entered only 3 weeks before, being the result of the latest appropriation of her savings, Miss Compton spent not one single farthing, nor had done so since the payment in advance of £350 to Mrs. Wilmot for the education and dress of Agnes. In fact, the profits arising from the honey she sold fully furnished all the cash she wanted, as her stipulated supplies from the farm amounted very nearly to all that her aesthetic table required. She used neither tea nor wine, milk supplying their place. She had neither rent, taxes, nor servants to pay, and her toilette, though neat to admiration, cost less than any lady would believe possible, who had not studied the enduring nature of stout and simple habiliments when worn as Miss Compton wore them. Such being the facts, it might be imagined that a schedule like the above would have appeared to such a possessor of such an income a sufficient guarantee against any possible pecuniary embarrassment from inviting one young girl to share it with her. But Miss Compton, as she sat in her secluded bower, had for years been looking out upon the fashionable world through the powerful, though somewhat distorting lunettes d'approche furnished by modern novels; and if she had acquired no other information thereby, she at least had learned to estimate with some tolerable degree of justness the difference between the expense of living in the world and out of it. "If I adopt her and make her wholly mine," thought she, "it shall not be for the purpose of forming her into a rich country town miss. She shall be introduced into the world. She shall improve whatever talents nature may have given her by lessons from the best masters. Her dress shall be that of a well-born woman of good fortune, and she shall be waited upon as a gentlewoman ought to be. Can I do all this, and keep her a carriage besides for 1,400 a year? No," was uttered aloud by the deeply meditative old lady. What then was she to decide upon? Should she wait for 2 more years before she declared her intentions, and by aid of the farther sum thus saved enable herself to reach the point she aimed at? Something that she took for prudence very nearly answered yes, but was checked by a burst of contrary feeling that again found vent in words. And while I am saving hundreds of pounds, may she not be acquiring thousands of vulgar habits that may again quench all my hopes? No, it shall be done at once. So at length she laid her head on her pillow, resolved to take her heiress immediately under her own protection, provided always that the examination which was to take place on the morrow should not prove that the Wisett style of beauty was unbearably predominant, and that having arranged with her honest tenant some fair equivalent for her profitable apiary, her lodgings, and her present allowances, she should take her at once to London, devote 1 year to the completion of her education, and leave it to fate and fortune to decide what manner of life they should afterwards pursue. For a little rustic old woman, who had never in her life travelled beyond the country town of her native shire, this plan was by no means ill concocted, and must, I think, display very satisfactorily to all unprejudiced eyes the great advantages to be derived from a long and diligent course of novel reading, as without it Miss Compton would, most assuredly, never have discovered that 1,400 a year was insufficient to supply the expenses of herself and her young niece. But, alas! all this wisdom was destined to be blighted in the bud. Miss Compton was true to her appointment, and so was Mrs. Barnaby. The fair Agnes, too, failed not to make her appearance; and, moreover, the critical eyes of the old lady failed not to discover, at the very first glance, that no trace of Wisett vulgarity was there to lessen the effect of her exceeding loveliness. But all this was of no avail, for the matter went in this wise. The first who arrived of the parties expected by Mrs. Sims was Joe Jacks, the carpenter. His daughter Betty had given him such an account of the proposal made to her as caused him to be exceedingly anxious for its acceptance. and he now came rather before the appointed time, in order to hint pretty plainly to Mrs. Sims that he should take it very ill if she did not give a good word to help his troublesome Betty off his hands. Then came Miss Compton, who walked straight through the schoolroom and ensconced herself in the little parlour behind it, and in about 10 minutes afterwards the stately Mrs. Barnaby and her graceful companion arrived also. Mrs. Sims was by no means deficient in her manner of managing the little intrigue entrusted to her. She waited very quietly till she perceived Mrs. Barnaby completely occupied in making the carpenter understand that if she engaged to find shoes, shifts, and flannel petticoats for his daughter, as well as all her finery, the wages could not be more than £2. And then she laid a gentle hand on Agnes, who, not being particularly interested in the discussion, suffered herself to be abducted without resistance, and in the next moment found herself in the presence of Miss Compton. The young girl knew her in a moment, for she had made a deep impression on her memory, both by her kindness at one period, and her capricious want of it at another. But far different was the effect of memory in the old lady, for not only was she unable to recognize in the figure before her the Agnes of her recollection, or rather of her fancy, but it was not immediately that she could be made to believe in the identity. " You do not mean to tell me, Mrs. Sims, that this young lady is Agnes Willoughby? " said she, rising up, and really trembling from agitation. " Dear me, yes, Miss Compton, to be sure it is." " Do you not know me, dear aunt? " said Agnes, approaching her, and timidly holding out her hand. " Your aunt? Am I really your aunt? Is it possible that you are my poor brother's grandchild? "" I am Agnes Willoughby," replied the young girl, puzzled and almost frightened by the doubts and the agitation she witnessed. " If you are," exclaimed Miss Compton, suddenly embracing her, " I am a more guilty creature than I ever thought to be." At this moment, and while the arms of the diminutive spinster were still twined round the person of Agnes, who had just decided in her own mind that her great aunt was the most unintelligible person in the world, the door of the little parlour opened with a jerk that showed it yielded to no weak hand, and the full-blown person of the widow Barnaby stood before them. Her eyes and her rouge were as bright as ever, and her sober cap and sable draperies vainly, as it should seem, endeavoured to soften those peculiarities of the wise's aspect against which Miss Compton had sworn eternal hatred, for never had she appeared more detestable. Her usual bravura manner, indeed, was somewhat exaggerated by her indignation at the concealment which had been attempted, and which had been adroitly pointed out to her by the sharp-witted Betty Jacks. " So you thought I should not find you out, I suppose? " she exclaimed as she shut the door behind her. " God give me patience !" cried the irritated recluse, suddenly disengaging herself from Agnes. " This is strange persecution, Mrs. Barnaby !" and as she spoke she endeavoured to effect her retreat. But this could not be done in a straight direction, inasmuch as it required a considerable circuit safely to weather either side of the expansive widow ; and before Miss Compton reached the door, the lady had so established herself before it as to render her leaving the room without permission absolutely impossible. The time had been when the hope of getting something out of the little hunchback would have enabled Mrs. Barnaby to put a very strong restraint upon any feeling likely to offend her, but this was over. She thought her turn was come now, and considered her own revenues and her own position as so immeasurably superior to those of the little old woman clothed in gray, who stood shaking before her, that her pride would never have forgiven her avarice had it led her to neglect this favourable opportunity of displaying some of the contempt and scorn which she had felt she had heretofore received from her. " Upon my word, Miss Compton," she began, " I do really wonder you are not ashamed of yourself to come visiting this vulgar body, Mrs. Sims, instead of profiting by the notice of your own relations, which might do you honour. And your dress, Miss Compton, what must my niece, Miss Willoughby, think at seeing the sister of her own grandfather going about in such a horrid, coarse, miserable stuff gown as that? We all know how you have been squandering your little property upon the beggars you get to flatter you, but that is no reason for behaving as you do towards me. My excellent husband has left me in circumstances of such affluence as might enable me to assist you by the gift of some of my own clothes, if you conducted yourself as you ought to do." This harangue would probably have been cut short had Miss Compton retained breath enough to articulate ; but astonishment and indignation almost choked her. Instead of speaking, she stood still and panted, till Agnes, inexpressibly shocked and terrified, moved a chair towards her, and entreated her to sit down. Her only reply, however, was rudely pushing Agnes and her chair aside, and then with a sort of desperate effort exclaiming, " Woman, let me pass !"" Oh yes, you may pass, and welcome," said Mrs. Barnaby, standing aside. " You have behaved to me from first to last more like a fiend than an aunt, and I certainly shall not break my heart if I never set eyes on you again. Come, Agnes, my love, I have concluded my business in this musty smelling place, and now let us be gone. Don't stand fawning upon her. I promise you it will be all in vain. You will get nothing by it, my dear." Distressed beyond measure at this painful scene, and not well knowing how to express the strong feeling which drew her to the side of Miss Compton, Agnes stood timidly uncertain what she ought to do, when Mrs. Barnaby's authoritative voice again uttered, " Come, my dear Agnes, I am impatient to take you away from what I consider so very disgraceful a meeting." Thus painfully obliged to decide upon either taking leave of her older relative, or of departing without it, Agnes turned again towards Miss Compton, and silently bending down, offered to kiss her cheek. But the angry old lady started away from her, saying, " None of that, if you please. No fawning upon me. You are her dear love, and her dear Agnes, and none such shall ever be graced or disgraced by me." And thus saying, she walked past the tittering Mrs. Barnaby and out of the house, preferring the chance of toiling 2 miles to reach her home, rather than endure another moment passed under the same roof with her. End of chapters 11 and 12. Volume 1, Chapter 13 of The Widow Barnaby by Frances Milton Trollope. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. Mrs. Barnaby sets forth on her travels. The reader takes leave of Miss Compton. Mrs. Barnaby enjoys her journey, and arrives safely at Exeter. Within a week after this unfortunate interview, all Mrs. Barnaby's earthly possessions, excepting her money, were deposited in the waggon that travelled between Silverton and Exeter; and the day afterwards herself, her niece, and her maid, whom she had surnamed Jerningham, the 2 former in the coach, and the latter on the top of it, set forth on their way to that fair and ancient city of the West. Before we follow them thither, we must stop for a moment to bid a long adieu to poor Miss Compton. Unfortunately for her temper as well as her limbs, Farmer Wright did not overtake her till within a few yards of their home; and the agitation and fatigue, both equally unusual to her, so completely overpowered her strength and spirits, that having taken to her bed as soon as she reached her room, she remained in it for above a fortnight, being really feverish and unwell, but believing herself very much worse than she really was. During the whole of this time, and indeed for several months afterwards, she never attempted to separate the innocent image of Agnes from the offensive one of Mrs. Barnaby. The caress which the poor girl had offered with such true tenderness and sympathy, was the only distinct idea respecting her that remained on the mind of Miss Compton ; and this suggested no feeling but that of indignation, from the conviction that Mrs. Barnaby's dear love, not a whit less detestable, was only more artful than herself; or that, not yet being in possession of the wealth of which her hateful protectress boasted, she deemed it prudent to aim at obtaining whatever she herself might have to bestow. Notwithstanding all these disagreeable imaginings, however, the old lady gradually recovered both her health and her usual tranquil equality of spirits, sometimes even persuading herself that she was very glad she had not been seduced by the appearance of Agnes, to sacrifice her own comfort for the advantage of an artful girl, who was, after all, quite as much the granddaughter of a Wisett as of a Compton. Never during the prosperous years that Mrs. Barnaby had been the mistress of her comfortable house at Silverton, excepting perhaps for the delightful interval while she was treated throughout the town as a bride, did she feel half so grand or so happy a personage as now that she had no house at all. There was an elegance and freedom which she never felt conscious of before, in thus setting off upon her travels with what she believed to be an ample purse, of which she was the uncontrolled mistress, a beautiful niece to chaperon, and a lady's maid to wait upon her. And had Agnes, who sat opposite to her, been less earnestly occupied in recalling all the circumstances of her last strange interview with her aunt Compton, she must have observed and been greatly puzzled by the series of, perhaps, involuntary grimaces which accompanied Mrs. Barnaby's mental review of her own situation. A rich and handsome widow! Could fate have possibly placed her in any situation she should have liked so well? This was the question she silently asked herself, and cordially did her heart answer, No. As these thoughts worked in her mind, her dark, well marked eyebrows raised themselves, her eyes flashed, and her lips curled into a triumphant smile. The person who occupied the transverse corner to herself was a handsome young man, who had joined the Silverton coach, from the mansion of a gentleman in the neighbourhood, to which, however, he was himself quite a stranger; and having in vain tried to get sight of the features concealed by the long crape veil beside him, he took to watching those no way concealed by the short crape veil opposite. Mother and daughter, of course, thought he. A young specimen, without rouge or moustache, would not be amiss. Mrs. Barnaby perceived he was looking at her, and settled her features into dignified but not austere harmony. " It is very pleasant travelling this morning, ma'am," said the young man. " As pleasant as a stage coach can be, I imagine. But I am so little accustomed to this sort of thing that I am not a very good judge. Do you know, sir, where the coach stops for dinner? "" I cannot say I do. I never travelled this road before." " Then you are not a resident in the neighbourhood? "" No, ma'am, quite a bird of passage. It is the first time I have ever been to Devonshire. It seems to me a beautiful country indeed." " Very." Mrs. Barnaby heartily hoped that no comparisons would follow, as it was not at all her intention to confess, either on the present or any future occasion, that she had never seen any other ; and she therefore rather abruptly changed the conversation by adding, " Do you know, sir, whether there are many outside passengers? I hope my maid will not be annoyed in any way. It is the first time I ever put outside a coach. Poor woman !" thought the young man. " Lost her husband and her money with him, I suppose. I must contrive to look at this tall, slender girl, though." But Agnes seemed little disposed to give him any opportunity of doing so, for she continued to keep her eyes fixed on the scene without, thus very nearly turning her back on her curious neighbour. Mrs. Barnaby's first act of active chaperonship was a very obliging one. She perceived the young man's object, and not having the slightest inclination to conceal the beauty of Agnes, which she held to be one of the many advantages with which she was herself surrounded, she said, " My dear Agnes, do look at that pretty cottage. It is a perfect picture of rural felicity." Agnes obeyed the words, and followed with her eyes the finger that pointed through the opposite window, thus indulging her neighbour with a full view of her exquisite profile. The effect was by no means what Mrs. Barnaby expected. The young man looked, and instead of being led by what he saw into talkative civility, he became very respectfully silent. But respectful silence was not an offering to which Mrs. Barnaby, in the most brilliant season of her beauty, had ever been accustomed. It puzzled her, till a thought struck her which is worth recording, because it very greatly influenced her conduct and feelings for a long time afterwards. This gentleman, whose attentions for the journey she greatly wished to conciliate, had addressed her in the easy style by which fast young men are apt to believe they can propitiate the favour of every woman somewhat under 50 years of age, and somewhat, too, beneath themselves in condition. Our traveller had no fear of blundering when he settled that Mrs. Barnaby belonged to this class ; but the instant he caught a glimpse of the countenance of Agnes, he became equally sure that she at least belonged to a higher one. It was not wonderful that poor Miss Compton doubted, when she looked at her, the possibility of her being a descendant of the buxom Martha Wisett, for, excepting something in the form and soft lustre of her dark brown eyes, her features bore no resemblance to her mother, or her mother's family, but a most decided one to that of her father, who, though a very foolish, hot-headed lieutenant, when we made his acquaintance, was descended from a race of aristocratic ancestors, rather remarkable for their noble and regular cast of features, which appeared indeed to be their least alienable birthright. The traveller, though a young man, had lived sufficiently in the world to have learned at least the alphabet of character as written on the countenances of those he met, and he spelt gentlewoman so plainly on that of Agnes, that he felt no more right to address her without introduction than he would have done had the stage coach been an opera box. " That's very odd," thought Mrs. Barnaby. " She certainly is a most beautiful creature, quite as handsome as I was even in poor dear Tate's days, and yet the moment he got a sight of her his pleasant gay manner changed all at once, and he now looks as glum as a boy at school. Though she is my niece, she is not like me, that's certain ; and who knows but that many men may still prefer my style to hers? As to this one, at least, it is impossible to doubt it, and it will be a great folly in me to set out with a fancy that my face and figure, especially when I get back to dress again, will not stand a comparison with hers. For some years, at any rate, in justice to myself, I will keep this in mind, and not take it for granted that every glance directed towards us is for the child, and not for the woman." This agreeable idea seemed all that was wanting to make the journey perfectly delicious, and not even the continued reserve of the young man could affect in any great degree the charming harmony of her spirits. We hear much of the beautiful freshness of hope in young hearts just about to make their first trial of the joys of life; but it is quite a mistake to suppose that any such feeling can equal the fearless, confident, triumphant mastery and command of future enjoyment, which dilates the heart in the case of such an outcoming widow as Mrs. Barnaby. The Silverton coach set its passengers down at Street's Hotel, in the churchyard; and my heroine, who now for the first time in her life found herself at an inn, with the power of ordering what she chose, determined to enjoy the twofold gratification of passing for a lady of great fashion and fortune, and of taking especial care of her creature comforts into the bargain. " Do you want rooms, ma'am? " said the head of a waiter, suddenly placing itself among the insides. " Yes, young man, I want the best rooms in the house. Where is my maid? Let her be ready to attend me as soon as I get out. We have nothing with us but 3 trunks, 1 square box, 1 hat box, 2 carpet bags, and my dressing case. Let everything be conveyed to my apartments. Now open the door, and let me get out. Follow me, Agnes. You will come, if you please, without delay, young man, to receive my orders respecting refreshments." 2 lighted candles were snatched up as they passed the bar, and Mrs. Barnaby proceeded up the stairs in state, the waiter and his candles before, Agnes and " my maid " behind. " This room is extremely dark and disagreeable. Pray send the master of the house to me. I wish to give my orders to him." " My master is not at home, ma'am." " Not at home ? Extremely negligent, I must say. Perhaps it will be better for me to proceed to some other hotel, where I may be able to see the head of the establishment. I have not been accustomed to be treated with anything like neglect. People of my condition, indeed, seldom are. If you will be pleased, my lady, to give your orders to me," said the waiter very respectfully, " you shall find nothing wanting that belongs to a first-rate house." " Then pray send my maid to me. Oh, there you are, Jerningham." " Yes, ma'am," answered the gawky soubrette, tucking back the veil with which Mrs. Barnaby had adorned one of her own bonnets, and staring at the draperied windows, and all the other fine things which met her eyes. " You will see, Jerningham, that my sleeping apartment is endurable." Now, Betty Jacks, though careless and idle, was by no means a stupid girl ; but she was but 15 years old, and her experiences not having hitherto been upon a very extended scale, she found herself at a loss to understand what her new mistress meant, about 9 times out of every 10 that she spoke to her. On receiving the order above mentioned, she meditated for an instant upon what an endurable sleeping apartment might be, but the sagacity which failed to discover this, sufficed to suggest the advantage of not confessing her ignorance, and she answered boldly, " Yes, sure, ma'am." " Go then," said the lady, languidly throwing her person upon a sofa ; and then turning to the waiter, who still remained with the door in his hand, she pronounced with impressive emphasis, " Let there be tea, sugar, and cream brought, with buttered toast, and muffins also, if it be possible. Agnes, my love, I am afraid there is hardly room for you on the sofa ; but sit down, dear, and try to make yourself comfortable on a chair." The 2 ladies were now left to themselves, Betty Jacks joyfully accompanying the smart young waiter to the regions below. " And who may be your missus, my dear? " he said, giving her an encouraging chuck under the chin. " She can't have much to do, I'm thinking, with any of the county families, for they bean't much given to stage coaches, and never without their own gentlemen to guard 'em. Is she a real grand lady, or only a strutting make believe ?" Betty, thinking it much more for her own credit to serve a real grand lady than a make believe, readily answered, " To be sure she is a real grand lady, Mr. Imperdence. We comes up along from Silverton, and she's one of the finest ladies in the town." " In the town," repeated the knowing waiter, significantly. " I understand. Well, she shall have some tea. And now, my girl, you had better go and do what she bid you." " Well now, if I have downright forgot already," said the unblushing Betty, " will you tell me what it was, then ?"" How old are you, my dear ?" was the unsatisfactory reply. " And pray what's that to you ? But come now, do tell me, will you ? What was it missus told me to do
To go see after her bed, my dear, and all that, and unpack her nightcap, I suppose. Well, then, give me a candle. That's a good man. But where is her bed, though? You bean't quite hatched yet, my gay Maple, but you'll do well enough some of these days. Here, Susan, show this young waiting maid a bedroom for 2 ladies, and one for yourself, too, I suppose, my dear. I shouldn't wonder, Susan, if it was possible the grand lady upstairs may pay less than a duchess, but take my word for it, she'll blow you sky high if you don't serve her as if you thought she was one." "How did she come?" snappishly inquired the chambermaid. "By the Royal Regulator," answered the waiter. "But inside, Susan, inside, you know, and with her lady's maid here to wait upon her. So mind what you're about, I tell you." "Come this way, young woman, if you please," said the experienced official, who was not to be bullied out of a first-floor room by the report of duchess-like airs, or the sight of a lanky child for a waiting-maid. So Betty was made to mount to a proper stage-coach elevation. Mrs. Barnaby, however, got her tea and her toast and her muffins, greatly to her satisfaction, even though the master of the establishment knew nothing about it. And though she did make Agnes's slender arm pay for the second flight of stairs, in order to prove how very little used she was to such fatigue, she was, on the whole, well pleased with her room when she reached it, well pleased with her bed, well pleased with her breakfast, and ready to set off as soon as it was over to look out for lodgings and adventures. End of chapter 13. Volume 1, Chapter 14 of The Widow Barnaby by Frances Milton Trollope. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. How to choose lodgings. Reasons for laying aside widow's weeds. Ladylike accomplishments. Affectionate forethought. Charming sensibility. Generous intentions. A clever letter, but one upon which doctors may disagree. Of lodgings Mrs. Barnaby saw enough to offer a most satisfactory selection, and heartily to weary Agnes, who followed her up and down innumerable stairs, and stood behind her, during what seemed endless colloquies with a multitude of respectable-looking landladies, long after she had flattered herself that her aunt must have been suited to her heart's desire by what she had already seen. Of adventures, the quiet streets of Exeter were not likely to produce many, but the widow had the satisfaction of observing that lounging gentlemen were abundant, a cavalry officer still visible now and then, and that hardly 1 man in 10 of any class passed her without staring her full in the face. At length, after having walked about till she was sufficiently tired herself, and till poor Agnes looked extremely pale, she entered a pastry cook's shop for the purpose of eating buns and of taking into deliberate consideration whether she should secure apartments in the Crescent, which were particularly comfortable, or some she had seen in the High Street, which was particularly gay. Mrs. Barnaby often spoke aloud to herself while appearing to address her niece, and so she did now. "That's a monstrous pretty drawing-room, certainly, and if I was sure that I should be able to get any company to come and see me, I'd stick to the Crescent. But it's likely enough that I shall find nobody to know, and in that case it would be most horribly dull. But if we did not get a soul from Monday morning to Saturday night, we could never be dull in the High Street. Such lots of country gentlemen! And they always look about them more than any other men." And then, suddenly addressing her niece, in good earnest, she added, "Don't you think so, Agnes?" "I don't know, ma'am," replied Agnes, in an accent that would have delighted her aunt Compton, and which might have offended some sort of aunts; but it only amused her aunt Barnaby, who laughed heartily, and said, for the benefit of the young woman who presided at the counter, as well as for that of her niece, "Yes, my dear, that's quite right. That's the way we all begin. And you will know all, how and about it too, long and long before you will own it." Agnes suddenly thought of the Empton parsonage, its pretty lawn, its flowers, its books, and its gentle intellectual inmates, and involuntarily she closed her eyes for a moment and sighed profoundly. But the reverie was not permitted to last long, for Mrs. Barnaby, having finished her laugh and her bun, rose from her chair, saying, "Come along, child. The High Street will suit us best, won't it, Agnes?" "You must best know what you best like, aunt," replied the poor girl, almost in a whisper, "but the Crescent seemed to me very quiet and agreeable." "Quiet? Yes, I should think so, and if that's your fancy it is rather lucky that it's my business to choose, and not yours. And it's my business to pay, too.
is just 6d," she added with a laugh, and pulling out her purse. " One bun for the young lady, and 5 for me. Come along, Agnes, and do throw back that thick crape veil, child. Your bonnet will look as well again." Another half hour settled the situation of their lodgings in Exeter. Smart Mrs. Tompkins's first floor in the High Street, with a bed in the garret for Jerningham, was secured for 3 months ; at the end of which time Mrs. Barnaby was secretly determined as nearly as possible to lay aside her mourning, and come forth with the apple blossoms, dazzling in freshness and couleur de rose. The bargain for the lodgings, however, was not concluded without some little difficulty, for Mrs. Tomkins, who owned that she considered herself as the most respectable lodging house keeper in Exeter, did not receive this second and conclusive visit from the elegant widow with as much apparent satisfaction as was expected. " Here I am again, Mrs. Tomkins," said the lively lady in crape and bombazine. " I can see no lodgings I like well as yours, after all." " Well, I don't know, ma'am, about that," replied the cautious Mrs. Tomkins ;" but to say the truth, I'm not over and above fond of lady lodgers. They give a deal more trouble than gentlemen, and I've always been used to have the officers as long as there were any to be had ; and even now, with only 3 cavalry companies in the barracks, it's a rare chance to find me without them. But as you do happen to be without them now, Mrs. Tomkins, and as your bill is up, I suppose your lodgings are to let, and I am willing to take them." " And may I beg the favour of your name, ma'am ?" said the respectable landlady stiffly. " Barnaby," answered the widow, with an emphasis that gave much dignity to the name. " I am the widow of a gentleman of large fortune in the neighbourhood of Silverton, and finding the scene of my lost happiness too oppressive to my spirits, I am come to Exeter with my niece and only one lady's maid to wait upon us both, that I may quietly pass a few months in comparative retirement before I join my family and friends in the country, as their rank and fortune naturally lead them into more gaiety than I should at present like to share. I am not much accustomed to be called upon thus to give an account of myself. But this is my name, and this is my station ; and if neither happens to satisfy you, I must seek lodgings elsewhere." " I beg your pardon, ma'am, I'm sure," replied Mrs. Tompkins, considerably awed by this imposing statement, " but in our line it is quite necessary, and real ladies, as I dare say you are always served the better for being known. And what inn is your lady's maid and your luggage put up, ma'am?" " At Street's Hotel, Mrs. Tompkins ; and if we agree about the apartments, I shall go there, pay my bill, and return directly. You have flies here, I think, have you not? I have no carriage with me." " Yes, ma'am, we have flies, and none better ; but if it's only for the luggage, a porter would do better, and 'tis but a step to walk." The bargain was then concluded, the ladies returned to the hotel, and after a short struggle in the heart of the widow between economy and her rather particular love of a comfortable dinner, she decided upon an early broiled chicken and mushrooms before her removal, in preference to a doubtful sort of mutton chop after it. But at 7 o'clock the 2 ladies were seated at tea in the drawing room, the lady's maid having been initiated by the factotum of the house into all the mysteries of the neighbouring shop for everything, and performing her first act of confidential service very much to the satisfaction of her mistress, who could not wonder that a city like Exeter should be dearer than such a little out of the way place as Silverton. Mrs. Barnaby knew not a single soul in Exeter, and she lay in bed on the following morning for a full hour later than usual, ruminating on the possibilities of making acquaintance with somebody who might serve as a wedge by which she might effect an entry into the society to be found there. Once seen and known, she felt confident that no difficulty would remain, but the first step was not an easy one. She doubted not, indeed, that she might easily enough have obtained some introductions from among her acquaintance at Silverton, but it was no part of her plans to make her entree into the beau monde even of Exeter, as the widow of an apothecary. No, thought she, as she turned herself by a vigorous movement from one side of the bed to the other, I will carve out my own fortune without any Silverton introductions whatever. I know that I have a head of my own, as well as a face, and when once I have got rid of this nasty gown and that hideous cap, we shall see what can be done. Walking up and down the High Street, however, which formed nearly her only occupation during all the hours of light, was, she soon found, the only gaiety she could hope for, and it proved a source of mingled joy and woe. To see so many smart people, and so many beautiful bonnets, was an enchantment that made her feel as if she had got to the gates of paradise. But the impossibility of speaking to the smart people, or wearing the beautiful bonnets, soon turned all the pleasure into bitterness, and she became immeasurably impatient to cure at least one of these miseries by throwing aside her hated weeds. To do this soon became, as she said, necessary to her existence ; and her landlady at last turned out to be a perfect treasure, from the sympathy and assistance she afforded her in the accomplishment of her wishes. Mrs. Tomkins had speedily discovered both that her lodger really had money, and that the gentleman of a large fortune whom she had lost was the apothecary of Silverton. The respect obtained by the first quite obliterated, in Mrs. Tomkins' eyes, any contempt that might have been generated by the falsehood which the second brought to light, and on the whole nothing could be more friendly than their intercourse. " There can be no use, Mrs. Tomkins," said the doleful widow. " Do you think there can, in my going on wearing this dismal dress, that almost breaks my heart every time I look at myself? It is very nearly 6 months now since my dear Barnaby died, and I believe people of fashion never wear first mourning longer." Mr. Barnaby, however, had been alive and well exactly 3 months after the period named by his widow as that of his death, and that too Mrs. Tomkins knew as well as she did. But Mrs. Tomkins' sister was a milliner, and family affection being stronger within her than any abstract love of propriety, she decidedly voted for laying aside the weeds immediately, there being no earthly good, as she well observed, in any woman's going on breaking her heart by looking at herself in the glass. So the sister was sent for, and after a long consultation in the widow's bedroom, it was decided that the following Sunday should send her to the cathedral in a black satin dress, with lavender coloured bonnet, fichu, gloves, reticule, and so forth. Considering the complete dependence of Agnes, and the great aptitude of such a disposition as that of Mrs. Barnaby to keep this ever in her mind, she certainly felt a greater degree of embarrassment at the idea of communicating this resolution to her than might have been expected. Her friends might fairly have drawn an inference considerably in her favour from this, namely, that she was ashamed of it. But however respectable its cause, the feeling was not strong enough to offer any effectual impediment to her purpose, and she came forth from the council chamber where this great measure had been decided on, wishing, for the moment at least, that Agnes was at the bottom of the sea, but firm in her determination to announce to her the important resolution she had taken, without a moment's further delay. " I don't know how it is, my dear Agnes," said she, after seating herself, and looking steadfastly at her niece for a minute or two, "but though I don't dislike to see you in deep mourning, the sight of it on myself makes me perfectly wretched. Why should I go on making my poor heart ache for no reason upon earth that I know of, but because, when people happen to be where they are known by everybody, it is customary to wear a certain dress for a certain number of days and weeks? But, thank Heaven, Agnes, there is not a single soul in all Exeter that knows me, and I really think there is something very like a rebellion against Providence in refusing to take advantage of this lucky circumstance, which doubtless the mercy of Heaven has arranged on purpose, so as to enable me to spare myself without impropriety. It is easy enough, Agnes, for ordinary minded women to wear, for a whole year together, a dress that must remind them every instant of the most dreadful loss a woman can sustain. It is easy enough for others, but it will not do for me. And in justice to myself, and indeed to you too, Agnes, I am determined to make the effort at once, and discard a garb that breaks my poor heart every time I cast my eyes on any part of it. You must, of course, perceive that it is not for myself alone, my dear child, that I make this effort to restore the health and spirits with which nature has hitherto so bountifully blessed me. It is indeed chiefly for you, Agnes. It is for your sake, my dear, that I am determined, as far as in me lies, to stop the sorrow that is eating into my very vitals. But never be unjust to me, Agnes. Whenever you see me shaking off the gloom of my widowed condition, remember it is solely owing to my love for you. Remember this with gratitude, Agnes, and for the sake of truth, let others know it too, whenever you have an opportunity of alluding to it." And now again did young Agnes doubt her power of answering with propriety. The principle of truth was strong within her, and to have expressed either sympathy or gratitude would have been an outrage to this principle, which would have made her hate herself. She could not, she would not do it ; and in reply to her aunt's harangue, who seemed to wait for her answer, she only said, " The dress of a widow is indeed very sad to look upon. No one can doubt that, aunt Barnaby." " Good Heaven ! Then you also suffer from the sight of it, my poor child Poor dear Agnes, I ought to have thought of this before. But I will wound your young heart no longer. This week shall end a suffering so heavy and so unnecessary for us both, and I trust you will never forget what you owe me. And yet, my dear, though I hope and believe I shall be sustained, and find myself capable of making this effort respecting my own dress, there is a tender weakness still struggling at my heart, Agnes, which would make it very painful to me were I immediately to see you change yours. Do you feel any repugnance, my dear girl, to wearing that deep mourning for your poor uncle for some months longer?" Agnes now felt no difficulty whatever in answering as she was expected to do, and very eagerly replied, " Oh dear, no, aunt, none in the least." " I rejoice," said the widow solemnly, " to perceive in you, young as you are, Agnes, feelings so perfectly what they ought to be. You would spare me suffering from sadness too profound, yet would you, my child, in all things not injurious to me, desire to testify your deep respect for the invaluable being we have lost. This is exactly what I would wish to see, and I trust you will ever retain a disposition so calculated to make me love you. But look not so sad, my love. I really must invent some occupation to cheer and amuse you, Agnes. Let me see. What say you, dearest, to running some edging for me on a tulle border for my tour de bonnet?" The widow faithfully kept her kind promise to Agnes, and never again, excepting for a short interval that will be mentioned hereafter, did she run the risk of grieving any heart by the sight of deep mourning for her lost Barnaby, for though she restrained herself for some time longer within the sober dignity of black satins and silks as the material of her robes, there was no colour of the rainbow that did not by degrees find its way amidst her trimmings and decorations. During this period all the hours not devoted to the displaying her recovered finery in church or street, were employed in converting cheap muslin into rich embroidery, and labouring to make squares of Scotch cambric assume the appearance of genuine batiste, rich with the delicate labours of Moravian needles. It was a great happiness for Agnes that satin stitch had never ranked as a necessary branch of female education at Empton Rectory. Had she been able to embroider muslin, her existence would have been dreadful, for, beyond all question, few of her waking hours would have been employed upon anything else. One of Mrs. Barnaby's favourite axioms being that there is nothing which makes so prodigious a difference in a lady's dress as her wearing a great profusion of good work. So a great profusion of good work she was quite determined to wear, and deep was her indignation at the culpable negligence of Mrs. Wilmot, upon finding that an accomplishment so particularly ladylike and so very useful had been utterly neglected. To invent an occupation for herself during the hours thus employed by her aunt, soon became the subject of all Agnes's meditations. She knew that it must be something that should not annoy or inconvenience Mrs. Barnaby in the slightest degree, and it was this knowledge perhaps which made her too discreet to ask for the hire of a piano forte, for which nevertheless she longed, very much like a hart for the water brook. For the musical propensities of her father and mother had descended to her, and of all the pleasures she had yet tasted, that derived from her study and practice of music had been the greatest. But that her aunt should pay money for no other purpose than for her to amuse herself by making a noise in their only sitting room was quite out of the question. So the piano she mentally abandoned for ever. But there were other studies that she had pursued at Empton which, if permitted to renew, even without the aid of any master, would greatly embellish an existence which the poor girl often felt to be as heavy a gift as could well have been bestowed upon a mortal. Having at length decided what it was she would ask for, she took courage, hemmed twice, and then said, " Should you have any objection, aunt, to my endeavouring by myself to go on with my French and Italian, while you are at work? I am sometimes afraid that I shall forget all I have learned." " I am sure I hope not, and it will be very stupid and very wicked of you, Agnes, if you do. Your teaching is all we ever got out of that hunchback Jezebel of an aunt ; and you must always recollect, you know, that it is very possible you may have to look to this as your only means of support. I am sure I am excessively fond of you, I may say passionately attached to you, it is quite impossible you can ever deny that ; but yet we must neither of us ever forget that it is likely enough I may marry again, and have a family ; and in that case, my dear, much as I love you, and my disposition is uncommonly affectionate, it will be my bounden duty to think of my husband and children, which would probably make it necessary for you to go out as a governess or teacher at a school." " I understand that very well, aunt. replied Agnes, greatly comforted by the prospect thus held out, "
and that is a great additional reason for my endeavouring to render myself fit to undertake such a situation. I was getting on very well at Empton. Will you be so very kind as to let me try to get on by myself here?" " Certainly, Agnes. I shall wish to encourage your laudable endeavours ; but I must say it was a most abominable shame in that Mrs. Wilmot not to teach you satin stitch, which, after all, is the only really ladylike way in which a young woman can assist in maintaining herself. Just look at this collar, Agnes. The muslin did not cost sixpence, certainly not more than sixpence, and I'd venture to say that I could not get the fellow of it in any shop in Exeter for 2 guineas. It is long before French, or Italian either, will bring such a percentage as that. Now listen to me, Agnes, before you set to upon your stupid books again. I'll tell you what I am willing to do for you. I hate teaching too much to attempt instructing you myself, but I will pay a woman to come here to give you lessons, if you will tell me truly and sincerely that you shall be able to learn it and to stick to it. I am so fond of you, Agnes, so particularly fond of you, that I should not at all mind keeping you on, even when I am married, if you will take fairly and honestly to this elegant and ladylike employment, for I should never have any difficulty, I dare say, in disposing of what you did, beyond what I might want for myself and children ; that is, provided you bring yourself to work in this sort of perfectly elegant style. What do you say to it, Agnes ?"" You are very kind, aunt," replied the terrified girl, blushing violently, " but indeed, I am afraid that as I have never begun yet, I should find it quite impossible to bring my stubborn fingers to work as yours do. I never was particularly clever in learning to work, I believe, and what you do is so very nice that I could never hope to do anything like it." " Perhaps you are right, my dear, it is not every woman whose fingers can move as mine do," replied Mrs. Barnaby, looking down complacently at the mincing paces of her needle. " But your hands are not clumsy, Agnes, rather the contrary, I must say ; and I can't but think, child, that if you were to set to with hearty good will, and practise morning, noon, and night, it is very likely you might learn enough, after a year or two of constant painstaking, to enable you to give up all your wearisome books at once and for ever. This is worth thinking of twice, I promise you." " Indeed, dear aunt, I never should make anything of it," exclaimed Agnes eagerly. " I am sure it is one of the things that people must begin early ; and I don't at all dislike books, and I would rather go out to teach, if you please, than work muslin ; for I am quite sure that I never should do it well, no, not even decently." " So much the worse for you, child. At any rate, I have done my duty by offering to have you taught. Please to remember that." " And may I begin then, aunt, with my books ?"" And where are you to get books, Miss Agnes ? It is of no use to expect I can buy them, and that you will find. I see already that Silverton is no rule for the rest of the world as to expense, and that I shall have quite enough to do with my money without wasting it on trumpery ; so pray, don't look to my buying books for you, for most assuredly I shall do no such thing." " Oh no, aunt, I do not think of it. There is not the least occasion for such extravagance. You shall see how well I am provided." And so saying, she ran out of the room, and in a few minutes returned with a small and very neat mahogany box, which in travelling had been carefully covered by a leathern case, and which her aunt had suffered to accompany her unchallenged, because she presumed it to be the treasury of all her best things, a species of female property for which the widow had never failing respect, even when it did not belong to herself, which was perhaps more than could be said respecting any other sort of property whatever. Agnes brought this box in with difficulty, for though small it was heavy, and when opened displayed to the somewhat surprised eyes of her aunt a collection of tiny volumes, so neatly fitting their receptacle as to prove that they must have been made to suit each other. " This was Mr. Wilmot's present to me, aunt," said Agnes, taking out a volume to exhibit its pretty binding. " Was it not kind of him ?"" It looks very extravagant, I think, for a man whose wife keeps school. He must have been sadly puzzled to know what to do with his money." " No, aunt, that was not the reason, for Mr. Wilmot is not extravagant at all ; but he told me that aunt Betsy, instead of paying every half year, like other people, insisted upon giving him the 5 years' stipend for me, as well as the money for my clothes, all at once ; and that he had always determined upon laying out the interest this sum had brought in a present for me. I think it was very generous of him." " And what in the world have you got there, child
all grammars and spelling books, I suppose. But it's the most senseless quantity of school books that ever were got together for one person, I think. I see no generosity in anything so very silly." " They are not school books, aunt, I assure you." " Then what are they, pray ? Why do you make such a mystery about it ?"" Oh, it's no mystery ; but I did not know. I will read you the titles, if you please, aunt. Here are Shakespeare, Milton, Spenser, and Gray. These are all my English books." " And what are these ?"" Racine, Corneille, La Fontaine, and Boileau." " What useless trash ! And these ?"" Dante, Tasso, and Petrarch. And these 6 larger volumes are the Componimenti Lyrici of various authors." " Oh, goodness, child, don't jabber your stupid school jargon to me. There, take them all away again. I can't very well see how they are able to make you a governess of yourself. Grammars, I should think, and dictionaries would be more to the purpose for that sort of profitable usefulness." " And I have got them too, aunt, in my clothes trunk, and if you will but be pleased to let me give my time to it, I am quite sure I shall get on very well." " Go on to what, child ?"" To reading both French and Italian with facility, and perhaps to writing both with tolerable correctness." " Well, if it will enable you to get your bread one of these days, I am sure that I won't wish to hinder it ; so go to work as soon as you will, only pray don't let me hear any more about it, for I quite hate the sort of thing ; though of course, my dear, if I was in your situation I should know it was my duty to think differently. But those to whom Providence has blessed with wealth have a right to indulge their taste, and my taste is altogether that of a lady." From this time the aching void in the heart, and almost in the intellect of Agnes, seemed supplied. Her aunt, when she did not want her as a walking companion, suffered her to go on reading and scribbling to her heart's content, and the more readily, perhaps, from its giving her the air of being still a child learning lessons, which was exactly the footing on which she wished to keep her, if possible, for another year or two, as she was by no means insensible to the inconvenience of having a grown up niece, while still in the pride of beauty herself. In this manner the period allotted for their stay at Exeter wore away. Mrs. Barnaby's wardrobe, embroidery and all, was quite ready for display. Betty Jacks, alias Jerningham, had learned to look exceedingly like a disreputable young woman, to run of errands, and to iron out tumble dresses. The bright sun of June had succeeded the lovely temperature of a Devonshire spring, and everything seemed to invite the adventurous widow to a wider field of display. But before she made this onward movement from which she hoped so much, it was necessary to apprise her sister in law, Mrs. Peters, of her affectionate intention of passing a few months at Clifton, in order to become acquainted with her and her family. The letter by which this intention was announced is too characteristic of my heroine to be omitted. " My dearest sister, under the dreadful calamity that has fallen upon me, no idea has suggested the slightest glimpse of comfort to my widowed heart but the hope of becoming acquainted with my lost Barnaby's sister. Beloved Margaret, so let me call you, for so I have been used to hear you called by him. Beloved Margaret, let me hope that from you and your charming family I shall find the sympathy and affection I so greatly need. Your admirable brother, my lost but never to be forgotten husband, was as successful as he deserved to be in the profession of which he was the highest ornament, and left an ample fortune, the whole of which, as you know, he bequeathed to me with a confidence and liberality well befitting the perfect, the matchless love which united us. But, alas, my sister, Providence denied us a pledge of this tender love, and where then can I so naturally look for the ultimate possessors of his noble fortune as amongst your family? I have one young niece, still almost a child, whom I shall bring with me to Clifton. But though I am passionately attached to her, my sense of justice is too strong to permit my ever suffering her claims to interfere with those more justly founded. When we become better acquainted, my dearest Margaret, you will find that this sense of what is right is the rule and guide of all my actions, and I trust you will feel it to be a proof of this, that my style and manner of living are greatly within my means. In fact, I never cease to remember, dear sister, that, though the widow of my poor Barnaby, I am the daughter of the well born but most unfortunate clergyman of Silverton, who was obliged to sell his long descended estate in consequence of the treachery of a friend who ruined him. Thus, while the high blood which flows in my veins teaches me to do what is honourable, the unexpected poverty which fell upon my own family, makes me feel that there is more real dignity in living with economy than in spending what my confiding husband left at my disposal, and thus putting it out of my power to increase it for the benefit of his natural heirs. This will, I hope, explain to you satisfactorily my not travelling with my own carriage, and my having no other retinue than one lady's maid. Alas! It is not in pomp or parade that a truly widowed heart can find consolation. Let me hear from you, my dear sister, and have the kindness to tell me where you think I had better drive on arriving at Clifton. With most affectionate love to Mr. Peters, and the blessing of a fond aunt to all your dear children, I remain, dearest Margaret, your ever devoted sister, Martha Barnaby. This letter was received by Mrs. Peters at the breakfast, round which were assembled 3 daughters, 1 son, and her husband. The lady read it through in silence, cast her eyes rapidly over it a second time, and then handed it over to her spouse with an air of some solemnity, though something very like a smile passed across her features at the same moment. Mr. Peters also read the letter, but not like his lady, in silence. "Very kind of her, indeed. Poor dear lady! A true mourner, that's plain enough to be seen. She must be an excellent good woman, my dear, this widow of poor Barnaby, and I'm heartily glad she is coming among us. Your Aunt Barnaby's coming, girls, and I hope you'll all behave so as to make her love you. Is there any objection, Margaret, to the children seeing this letter?" "None at all," replied the lady, "excepting—" "Excepting what, my dear? I am sure it is a letter that would do her honour anywhere, and I should be proud to read it on the Exchange. What do you mean by excepting?" "It is no matter. The girls and I can talk about it afterwards. And James, I think, will understand it very clearly at once." "Understand it? To be sure he will. I never read a better letter, or one more easily understood in my life. Here, James, read it aloud to your sisters." The young man obeyed, and read it very demurely to the end, though more than once his laughing blue eye sent a glance to his mother that satisfied her she was right in her estimate of his acuteness. "That's an aunt worth having, isn't it?" said old Peters, standing up, and taking his favourite station on the hearth rug, with his back to the grate, though no fire was in it. "Now I hope we shall have no airs and graces because she comes from a remote part of the country, but that you will, one and all, do your best to make her see that you are worthy of her favour." "I will do all I can to show myself a dutiful and observant nephew. But don't you think, sir, that the lady doth protest too much?" "Oh, but she'll keep her word," replied his mother, laughing. "Keep her word! To be sure she will, poor lady! She is broken-hearted and broken-spirited, as it's easy to see by her letter," observed the worthy Mr. Peters, "and I do hope, wife, that you will be very kind to her." "And where shall I tell her to drive, Mr. Peters?" "To the York Hotel, my dear, I should think." "Do you know that I rather fancy she expects we should ask her to come here?" "No? Well, that did not strike me. Let me see the letter again. But it's no matter. Whether she does or does not, it may be quite as well to do it. And she says she likes to save her money, poor thing." The father and son then set off to walk to Bristol, and Mrs. Peters and her 3 daughters were left to sit in judgment on the letter, and then to answer it. "I see what you think, mamma," said the eldest girl, as the door closed after them. "You have no faith in this widowed aunt's lachrymals." "Not so much, Mary, as I might have, perhaps, if she said less about her sorrows." "And her generous intentions in our favour, mamma," said the youngest. "Perhaps you have no faith in them either?" "Not so much, Lucy," said the lady, repeating her words, "as I might have, perhaps, if she said less about it." "I hope you are deceived, all of you," said Elizabeth, the second girl, very solemnly. "And I must say I think it is very shocking to put such dreadful constructions upon the conduct of a person you know so little about." "I am sure I put no constructions," replied Mary. "I only ventured to guess at mamma's." "And I beg to declare that my sins against this generous new relative have gone no farther," said Lucy. "Well, well, we shall see, girls," said the lively mother. "Let us all start fair for the loaves and fishes. And now, Elizabeth, ring the bell, let the breakfast be removed, and you will see that I shall reply in a very sober and proper way to this pathetic communication." The letter Mrs. Peters composed and read to her daughters was approved even by the sober-minded and conscientious Elizabeth. It contained an obliging offer of accommodation at their house in Rodney Place, till Mrs. Barnaby should have found lodgings to suit her, and ended with kind regards from all the family, and " I beg you to believe me your affectionate sister, Margaret Peters." So far everything prospered with our widow. This invitation was exactly what she wished, and having answered, accepted, and fixed the day and probable hour at which it was to begin, Mrs. Barnaby once more enjoyed the delight of preparing herself for a journey that was to lead her another step towards the goal she had in view. CHAPTER XV. Volume 1, Chapters 15 and 16 of The Widow Barnaby by Francis Milton Trollope. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. The Entrée of Mrs. Barnaby in Mrs. Peters' drawing room. Family consultations. Arrangements for Miss Willoughby's dress for some time to come. In one respect Mrs. Barnaby was considerably more fortunate than she had ventured to hope, for the clothier and the clothier's family held a much higher station in society than she had anticipated. Mr. Peters had for many years been an active and prosperous manufacturer, neither above his business nor below enjoying the ample fortune acquired by it. His wife was a lively, agreeable, ladylike woman, formed to be well received by any society that the chances of commerce might have thrown her into, being sufficiently well educated and sufficiently gifted to do credit to the highest, and without any pretensions which might have caused her either to give or receive pain, had the chances been against her, and she had become the wife of a poor instead of a rich manufacturer. The eldest son, who was excellently well calculated to follow the steps of his lucky father, was already married and settled at Frome, with a share of the business of which he was now the most efficient support. The younger son, who was intended for the church, was at present at home for a few months previous to his commencing term keeping at Oxford; and the three daughters, from appearance, education, and manners, were perfectly well qualified to fill the situation of first-rate belles in the Clifton ballroom. Their house and its furniture, their carriage and establishment, were all equally beyond the widow's expectations, so that, in short, a very agreeable surprise awaited her arrival at Clifton. It was a lovely evening of the last week in June that a Bristol hackney coach deposited Mrs. Barnaby, her niece, her Jerningham, and her trunks, at No. 4, Rodney Place. The ladies of the Peters family had just left the dinner table, and were awaiting their relative in the drawing room. Let it not be supposed that the interesting widow made her entrée among them in the dress she had indulged in during her residence at Exeter. She was not so thoughtless; and so well had poor Agnes already learned to know her, that she felt little surprise when she saw her, the day before they left that city, draw forth every melancholy article that she had discarded, and heard her say, "My life passes, Agnes, in a constant watchfulness of the feelings of others. It was for your sake, dear girl, that I had so early put off this sad attire, and the fear of wounding the feelings of my dear sister-in-law now induces me to resume it, for a few days at least, that she may feel I come to find my first consolation from her." So the next morning Mrs. Barnaby stepped into the stage-coach that was to convey her to Bristol, with her lilacs, her greys, and her pink whites all carefully shrouded from sight in band-boxes, and herself a perfect model of conjugal woe. "Show me to my sister," said the widow, as soon as she had counted all her own packages; and with a cambric handkerchief without an atom of embroidery in her hand, her voice ready to falter, her knees to tremble, and her tears to flow, she followed the servant upstairs. Mrs. Peters came very decorously forward to meet her, but she was, perhaps, hardly prepared for the very long embrace in which her unknown sister held her. Mrs. Peters was a very little woman, and was almost lost to sight in the arms and the draperies of the widow; but when at last she was permitted to emerge, Agnes was cheered and greatly comforted by the pleasing reception she gave her; while the young ladies in their turn, with the exception of the grave and reasonable Elizabeth perhaps, submitted rather impatiently to the lingering and sobbing embraces of their new aunt, as they had by no means gazed their fill on the lovely creature she brought with her. Though there was certainly no reason in the world why the niece of Mrs. Barnaby should not be beautiful, both Mrs. Peters and her daughters gazed on her with something like astonishment. It seems as if it were strange that they had not heard before of what was so very much out of the common way; and so great was the effect her appearance produced, and so engrossing the attention she drew, that Mrs. Barnaby passed almost uncriticised. And when the ladies of the family met afterwards, a female committee in Mrs. Peters's dressing room, and asked each other what they thought of their new relation, no one seemed prepared to say more of her than, "Oh, she has been handsome, certainly, only she rouges, and is a great deal too tall. But did you ever see so beautiful, so elegant a creature as her niece?" Such, with a few variations, according to the temper of the speaker, was the judgment of all. Before this judgment was passed upon the new arrivals in the dressing room, the aunt and niece had also undergone the scrutiny of both father and son, who had joined them at the tea table. They too had held their secret committee, and freely enough exchanged opinions on the subject. "Upon my word, James, she is an extremely fine woman, and I really never saw any person conduct herself better upon such an occasion. All strangers, you know, and she, poor soul, with her heart breaking to think what she has lost. I really cannot but admire her, and I flatter myself we shall all find means to make her like us too. I hope you agree with me, James, in my notions about her?" "Oh dear, yes, I am sure I do. A very excellent person indeed, I have no doubt of it. But did you ever, sir, see such a creature as her niece? She seemed to me something more like a vision, an emanation, than a reality." "A what, James?" "I beg your pardon, my dear sir, but I believe I have lost my senses already. Don't you think, father, I had better set off for Oxford to-morrow morning?" "Good gracious, no, James. Why should you go away just as your aunt Barnaby is come, and she having such kind intentions towards you all?" "Very well, sir," replied the gay-hearted youth. "If such be your pleasure, I will brave the danger and trust to Providence. But good night, father. I must say one word to my sisters before they go to bed." And the privileged intruder entered his mother's dressing room while the party was still discussing the merits of the newcomers. "Oh, here comes James!" exclaimed Lucy, making room for him on the sofa where she was seated. "That's delightful! Come, mamma, sit down again. Let us hear what this accomplished squire of dames says of her. Do you think now, James, that Katty McGee is the prettiest girl you ever saw?" "Prettiest? Why, yes, prettiest as contradistinguished from most beautiful, perhaps I do," replied the young man with an ex cathedra sort of air. "But if you mean to ask who I think the very loveliest creature ever permitted to consecrate the earth by setting her heaven-born feet upon it, I reply, Miss Agnes Willoughby." "Bravo! That will do," replied Lucy. "I thought how it would fare with the pure Scottish lassie the moment I beheld this new divinity." "Poor James! I am really sorry for you this time," said his mother, "for I cannot give you much hope of a cure from the process that has hitherto proved so successful. I see no chance whatever of a fair she coming to cauterize by a new flame the wound inflicted by this marvellous Miss Willoughby." "They jest at scars who never felt a wound," exclaimed the young man fervently. "Mary, Elizabeth, have you none of you a feeling of pity for me? Oh, how I envy you all! For you can gaze and bask in safety in the beams of this glorious brightness, while I, as my mother says, am doomed to be scorched incurably." "If you have any discretion, James, you will run away," said his eldest sister. "Her generous aunt, you know, has declared that she shall never have any of Uncle Barnaby's money. And if you stay, you may depend upon it that, while you are making love to the niece, I shall be winning the heart of the aunt, and contrive by my amiable cajoleries to get your share and my own too, of all she so nobly means to bestow upon us." "Nonsense, Mary, don't believe her, James," cried the worthy matter-of-fact Elizabeth. "If you are really in love with her already, I think it would be a very good scheme indeed for you to marry her, because then Mrs. Barnaby could be doing her duty to you both at once." "Very true, Elizabeth," said the mother. "But you none of you recollect that while you have been regaling yourselves with the charms of the young lady, I have been worn to a thread by listening to the noble sentiments of the old mercy on me, the elder one." "Pray offer to set off with them, James, in quest of lodgings as soon as breakfast is over to-morrow, for I foresee that I cannot stand it long. And now go away, all of you, for I am tired to death. Good night, good night." And now let us see the impression made on the aunt and niece by their reception, for, though separate rooms were prepared for them, Mrs. Barnaby did not permit the weary Agnes to enjoy the supreme luxury of this solitary apartment till she had indulged herself with a little gossip. Mrs. Peters had herself shown Mrs. Barnaby to her room, at the door of which she was preparing to utter a final good night, but was not permitted to escape without another sisterly embrace, and being held by the hand for some minutes, while the widow said, " You know not how soothing it is to my feelings, dearest Margaret, you must allow me to call you Margaret, you know not how soothing, how delightful it is to my feelings, to lay my head and poor aching heart to rest under the roof of my dear Barnaby's sister. Alas! None but those who have suffered as I have done can fully understand this. And yet I so wish you to understand me, dearest sister. I so long to have my heart appreciated by you. Step in for one moment, will you?" And the request was seconded by a gentle pulling, which sufficed to bring the imprisoned Mrs. Peters safely within the door. " I cannot part with you till I have explained a movement, a rush of sentiment I may call it, that has come upon me since I entered this dear dwelling. The time is come, is fully come, you know, when fashion dictates the laying aside this garb of woe. And as my excellent mother brought me up in all things respectfully to follow the usages of society, I have been struggling to do so in the present instance, and have actually already furnished myself with a needful change of apparel, never yet, however, dearest Margaret," and here she pressed her handkerchief to her eyes, "never yet have I had the courage to wear it. But, thank Heaven, I now feel strengthened, and when we meet to morrow, you shall see the influence the sight of you and your dear family has had upon me. And now, good night, my sister. I will detain you no longer, but do explain to your charming family, dear Margaret, how this sudden change in my appearance has been wrought. Good night. But where is Agnes? Poor love! She will not sleep, even in your elegant mansion, till she has received my parting kiss. She perfectly dotes upon me. Will you have the kindness to let her be sent to me?" In the happiest state of spirits from the conscious skill with which she had managed this instantaneous change of garments, delighted with the unexpected elegance of the house, and all within it, with her reception, and, above all else, with the recollection of the able manner in which she had propitiated the favour of these important relatives by her letter, the widow rang the bell for her Jerningham, and anxiously awaited her arrival and that of her niece, that she might indulge a little in the happy, boastful vein that swelled her bosom. " Well, my dear," she broke out, the instant Agnes entered, " I hope you like my brother and sister, and my nieces and my nephew. Upon my word, Agnes, you are the luckiest girl in the world. What a family for you to be introduced to, on a footing of the greatest intimacy too, and that on your very first introduction into life. They must be exceedingly wealthy, there can be no doubt of it. I suppose you have seen a great many servants, Jerningham? "" Oh my, sure enough, ma'am. There's the footman, and the boy, and the coachman." " A coachman !" interrupted Mrs. Barnaby. " They keep a carriage, then ? I really had no idea of it. My dear Barnaby never told me that. I wonder at it. And well, Jerningham, how many maids are there? "" Oh lor, ma'am, I hardly can tell, for I was took to sit in one room, and there was one, and maybe two maids, as bided in another. That was the kitchen, I some, ma'am, and everything was so elegant, ma'am." " I dare say it was, Jerningham, and you must be very careful to keep up your own consequence, and mine too, in such a house as this. You understand me, Jerningham? I have already, you remember, given you some hints. You have not forgotten, I hope? "" No, that I haven't, ma'am," replied the girl, " and I mean to tell 'em " but looking at Agnes, she stopped short, as it seemed, because she was there. " Very well, that's quite right, and I'll give you these gloves of mine. Mend them neatly to morrow morning, and never be seen to go out without gloves, Jerningham. And now unpack my night bag, and you had better just open my trunk too. Remember to learn the hour of breakfast, and come to me exactly an hour and a half before. I shall put on my black satin to morrow, and my lavender trimmings. You know where to find them all, don't you? "" Yes, ma'am." " Very well, forget nothing, and I will give you that cap with the lilac bows that I dirtied out at Exeter. Mercy on me, Agnes, how you are yawning." " I am very tired, aunt, and I will wish you a good night now, if you please." " What ! Without one word of all you have seen ? Well, you are a stupid girl, Agnes, and that's the fact. You find nothing, I suppose, to like or admire in my sister's house, or in those delightful, fashionable looking young people?" "Yes, indeed I do, aunt, only I think I am too sleepy to do justice to them. They are very agreeable, and I like them very much indeed." "I am glad to hear it, child, and I hope you will do your best to make yourself agreeable to them in return. If you were not such a baby, that young man would make a capital match for you, I dare say. But we must not think about that, I suppose. And now you may go. But stay 1 minute. Observe, Agnes, I have explained to my sister all my feelings about my mourning, and you must take care to let the young people understand that you keep on with crape and bombasin some time longer because you like it best. And by the by, I may as well tell you at once, my dear, that as you look so particularly well in deep mourning, and are so fond of wearing it, you had better not think of a change for some time to come. I am sorry to tell you, my dear, that I find everything, as I come up the country, a vast deal indeed dearer than I expected, and therefore it will be absolutely necessary to save every penny I can. Now, the fact is, that my mourning has been taken so much care of, and altogether so little worn, that the best gown is very nearly as good as new, and the worst has still a deal of wear left in it. So I think the best thing we can do, Agnes, is to have both of them made up to fit you, that is, when your own are quite worn out. And my bonnets, too, if I can teach Jerningham to wash the crape nicely in a little small beer, they will come out looking quite like new, and they are so becoming to you. And in this way, you see, my dear, a great many pounds may be saved." "Thank you, aunt," meekly replied Agnes. "Well, there's a good girl. Go to bed now, and be sure to make the young ladies understand that you go on with crape and bombasin because you like it." CHAPTER XVI. Mrs. Peters becomes uneasy, but contrives to attain her object. A pleasant walk discovered to be a good means of making a party of young people acquainted with each other. Mrs. Peters shows much promptitude and experience in taking lodgings. She also discovers the best mode of lionizing a lady who is too beautiful. Another country walk improves the intimacy between the young ladies. The impressions mutually received overnight were not greatly changed when the parties met again on the following morning, excepting, indeed, that Mrs. Peters was rather surprised at seeing the widow looking so very smart and so very much handsomer. The young people could hardly admire Agnes more than they had done before, though they confessed that they were not fully aware of the particular beauty of her hair, or of the perfect symmetry of her person, till they had seen her by daylight. But Mrs. Peters pleaded guilty to disliking her affectionate sister quite as much on Tuesday morning as she had done on Monday night; and as the sun shone brightly she took advantage of this to introduce a subject that was decidedly next to her heart. "You must take care to put this beautiful day to profit, Mrs. Barnaby," said she. "Of course you have heard of our rocks and our downs, Miss Willoughby, and you could not look at them through a more favourable atmosphere. We shall have time to take you to our famous windmill, and to show you some lodgings too, Mrs. Barnaby, for we Bristol people never sacrifice business to pleasure. I thought of you yesterday morning when I saw a bill up at Sion Row, some of the prettiest lodgings in Clifton, and it will be dangerous to put off looking at them, they are so very likely to be taken." The good-natured Mr. Peters felt a great inclination to say that there could be no need of hurry in looking out for lodgings, as he should be so very glad to keep the ladies where they were; but though the most perfect harmony, real harmony, and good feeling existed between Mr. Peters and his wife, a very salutary understanding also existed, that whenever she said anything that he did not quite comprehend, which not unfrequently happened, he was neither to contradict nor observe upon it till the matter had been inquired into between them when they were tete-a-tete, upon which occasions he always found her as ready to hear as to render reasons, and it was rare indeed that the conference broke up without their being of the same mind. In conformity to this excellent rule, the good man suffered this lodging-hunting expedition to be arranged without offering any objection, and set off on his daily walk to the Bristol Exchange, with no other observation than that he should leave James to escort them, as he did not think he should find him a very gay companion if he took him away. The ladies then immediately dispersed to bonnet and cloak themselves, and in a few minutes the whole party, amounting to 7, all turned out upon the broad flagstones of Rodney Place, and dividing into 3 couples, with James hanging on upon that of which Agnes was one, proceeded, headed by Mrs. Barnaby and Mrs. Peters, towards Sion Row. Before they reached it, however, James called a council with his eldest sister and Miss Willoughby upon the necessity of so very large a party all going to look for lodgings. " Would it not be better, Mary," said the young man, " for us to take Miss Willoughby to the Down? The others can follow if they like, you know, and we shall be sure to meet them coming back." " Very well, then, tell mamma so, will you ?" replied the young lady, turning off in the direction indicated. The message caused the elder ladies to stop. Mrs. Peters looked very much as if she did not like her share in the division, but after a moment's hesitation, she good humouredly nodded assent, and walked on. Elizabeth, who in her heart believed Mrs. Barnaby was the kindest person in the world, because she said so, joining the elder ladies, and the four others striking off towards the beautiful rising ground on the right. There is a sort of free masonry among young people which is never brought into action till the elders are out of the way, and it was probably for this reason that Agnes felt better acquainted with her companions, before they had pursued their walk for half an hour, than all the talk of the preceding evening or that of the breakfast table had enabled her to become. Something, too, might have been effected in the way of familiarity by an accident arising from the nature of the scenery upon which they paused to gaze. On reaching the windmill, and looking down upon the course of the Avon, winding its snake-like path at their feet, with the woods at Ley, rich in their midsummer foliage, feathering down on one side, and rocks of limestone, bright in their veins of red and grey, freshly opened by the quarrying, rising beautifully bold on the other, Agnes stood wrapped in ecstasy. All she had yet seen of nature had been the flowery meads and blooming apple orchards of the least romantic part of Devonshire ; and though there was beauty enough in this to awaken that love of landscape which is always one of the strongest feelings in a finely organized mind, she was quite unprepared for the sort of emotion the scene she now beheld occasioned her. She pressed forward before her companions, and, utterly unmindful of danger, leaned over the verge of the giddy precipice till young Peters, really alarmed, seized her by the arm and drew her back again. Tears were in her eyes, and her face was pale as marble. " My dear Miss Willoughby," said Mary, kindly, " the precipice has made you giddy. I do believe, if James had not seized you, that you would have fallen." " Oh, no, no !" replied Agnes, shaking her head, while a bright flush instantly chased the paleness. " I do assure you I was not in any danger at all ; only I never saw anything so beautiful before." " Let us sit down," said Lucy. " There is no dampness whatever. It is almost the first day of real summer, and the air is delicious. Is it not beautiful here, Agnes ?" A look of gratitude, and almost of affection, was the answer ; and as the little party sat together, inhaling that most delicious of essences which the sun draws forth when herbs and flowers are what he shines upon, with a lovely landscape around, and each other's fair young faces and blithe voices beside them, was it wonderful that the recent date of their acquaintance should be forgotten, or that they laughed and chatted and looked about, and enjoyed themselves with as much gaiety and as little restraint as if they had known each other for years. They were all very happy, and a full hour passed unheeded as they amused themselves sometimes with idle talk, sometimes with listening to the reverberating thunder that arose from the blasting of the rocks below them, and sometimes by sitting silent for a whole minute together, pulling up handfuls of the fragrant thyme with which their couch was strewed. They were all very happy, but none of the party had any notion of the happiness of Agnes. It was the first moment of real positive enjoyment she had tasted since she left Empton, and a feeling like renewed life seemed to seize upon her senses. Without reasoning about it, she had felt, during the last few months, as if it were her fate to be unhappy, and that all she had to do was to submit. But to her equal delight and astonishment, she now found that nobody ever was so much mistaken, for that she was one of the most particularly happy people in the world, wanting nothing but sun, sweet air, and a lovely landscape, to make her forget that such a thing as sorrow existed. And the only thought that threw a shadow upon the brightness of her spirit, was that which suggested that she must have been very wicked to have doubted for a moment the goodness of God, who had formed this beautiful world on purpose to make people happy. But though every moment of such an hour as this seems to leave its own sweet and lasting impression on the memory, the whole is soon gone. And when Mary, with the wisdom called for by being the eldest of the party, jumped up, exclaiming that they had quite forgotten their appointment to meet her mother on the down, Agnes roused herself with a sigh, as if she had passed through a momentary trance. They met the rest of their party, however, though the order of the meeting was changed, for it was our young set who encountered the others on their return, after a ramble of half a mile or so towards the turnpike, which it is probable had not been enlivened by any such raptures as those felt by Agnes. The two parties now joined, and the conversation was general, not very lively perhaps, but by no means devoid of interest to Agnes, who had fallen so heartily in love with St. Vincent's Rocks, as to make her hear of being fixed for some time in their neighbourhood with the greatest delight. " Well, ma'am, have you seen any lodgings that you liked?" said the eldest Miss Peters to Mrs. Barnaby. " Yes, my dear Mary, I have indeed," replied the widow, " thanks to your dear kind mamma, who has really been indefatigable. Clifton seems exceedingly dull, I think, and I am not sorry for it, for my poor dear Agnes really wants a little change to rouse her spirits. That morning habit that she so delights in is, I am sorry to say, but too just a type of her disposition." The brothers and sisters, who had so lately shared in the gay hilarity of Agnes's laughter, exchanged glances, but said nothing, while she herself, blushing and half laughing again at the same recollection, changed the subject by saying, " And have you taken lodgings, aunt? "" Yes, my dear, I have. Small, but very delightful lodgings in Sion Row, the very row, Agnes, that you heard my dear sister mention this morning as so desirable ; and which we quite despaired of getting at first, for there appear to be all sorts of difficulties. But," turning to Mrs. Peters, " you seem to understand all these things, Margaret, so admirably well. You made the good woman do exactly what you pleased. So clever ! And so like your poor dear brother." " My poor dear brother must have been wonderfully changed if he ever showed himself half so self willed," thought the conscious Mrs. Peters, who had certainly used something like bribery and corruption to remove all difficulties in procuring for her sister-in-law apartments, which must by agreement be entered upon the following day. " But you have got them, aunt, at last ? I am so glad of it, for I think Clifton the most beautiful place I ever saw in my life." " Falling in love with the young man, that is quite clear," thought the active-minded widow. A fresh return of happiness awaited Agnes on re entering the house. Lucy threw her wraps aside and sat down to the pianoforte. She played prettily, and sang too, well enough to delight the thirsty ears of Agnes, who had never heard a note, excepting at the cathedral at Exeter, since she had left her school. The evident pleasure which her performance gave to her young auditor encouraged the good natured Lucy to proceed, and, excepting during an interval occupied by eating sandwiches for luncheon, she continued to play and sing till 3 o'clock. Though by no means one of these performers who like to keep the instrument wholly to themselves, it never occurred to her to ask Agnes to play. There was something so childishly eager in the delight with which she listened, that Lucy fancied it was the novelty of the thing that so captivated her attention ; and with something of that feeling, perhaps, against which her father had warned them all, and which leads young ladies at Clifton to fancy that young ladies in Devonshire must be greatly behind in all things, she somehow or other took it for granted that it was very unlikely Agnes Willoughby should have learned to play or sing. When the timepiece on the chimney struck 3, there seemed to be a general movement among the Peters family indicative of another sortie. " I suppose you walk again, mother ?" said the young man. " I suppose so, James. I dare say Mrs. Barnaby will like to go to the library and put her name down at the rooms." " Oh yes, I shall indeed, for poor Agnes's sake." " Very well, that is all quite right. You and I are smart enough, Mrs. Barnaby, but I suppose the girls will choose to change their walking bonnets for bonnets for the walk, and we must wait for them. Here are all the annuals, I believe, and I am deep in this review." So saying, Mrs. Peters threw aside her shawl, seated herself in a low beehive that just fitted her little person, and happified herself with a biting article in the Quarterly. Mrs. Barnaby smilingly turned to the piles of pretty books that decorated the loo table ; but hardly had the young ladies disappeared, and Mrs. Peters occupied herself, than she rose, and silently glided out of the room. Agnes had no better bonnet to put on than the one she had already displayed ; but she ran up stairs with the other girls, because one of them had put out a hand inviting her to do so, and it was therefore to one of their rooms she went, instead of her own. Another step this, and a very considerable one too, towards intimacy between young ladies ; for few things produce a more genial flow of talk than being surrounded by a variety of objects in which all parties take a common interest. Had Mrs. Barnaby been upon this occasion a little less humble minded in her estimate of her own charms, it would have been better for her. But unfortunately A restless spirit within her whispered to her that she was not quite beautiful enough for the walk and the library and the rooms, and it was to refresh her rouge a little that she followed the young ladies up the stairs. Now her rouge had been decidedly sufficient before, and, moreover, after she had touched up her bloom to the point she deemed to be the most advantageous, it struck her that her lavender and black bonnet and plumes looked sombre, and would be rendered infinitely more becoming by introducing among the blonde beneath a few bright blossoms of various colours; so that when she re-entered the drawing-room, she looked precisely like a clever caricature of what she had been when she left it. The likeness not lost, but all that touched upon the ridiculous or outré brought out and exaggerated. Mrs. Peters looked up as she entered, and gave her one steady glance, then rose from her chair and rang the bell. The young people were all seated in array, waiting for the widow's reappearance as a signal to depart, and all rose together as she entered; but they had yet longer to wait, for Mrs. Peters, after ringing the bell, quietly reseated herself, and prepared to resume her book, saying, "Upon second thoughts, dear friends, I think we shall do better if we order the carriage, and take Mrs. Barnaby and Miss Willoughby to Bristol. The library and all that will be within 5 minutes' walk of their lodgings, and as they leave us to morrow, it will be making better use of our time to go to Bristol to day." At this moment a servant entered, and the determined little lady, without waiting to hear any opinions on her proposal, desired to know if the coachman was in the house. "Yes, ma'am," was the reply. "Then tell him to bring the carriage round as quickly as he can. You may give Miss Willoughby another song, Lucy, in the interval. I want you, Mary, in my room for a moment." And Mrs. Peters left the room, followed by her eldest daughter. "Have I puzzled you, Mary?" said she, laughing, and closing the door of the dressing room as soon as they had entered it. "Don't think me whimsical, child, but upon my word I cannot undertake to parade that painted and plumaged giantess through Clifton. I will sacrifice myself for a 2 hours' purgatory, and listen with the patience of a martyr to the record of her graces, her virtues, and her dignity, but it must be in the close carriage. I always prefer performing my penances in private. Elizabeth evidently believes in her, and I really think admires her beauty into the bargain; so she had better go with us, for I presume, Mary, you have no wish to be of the party?" "Oh yes, I will certainly go, if Agnes does. But, mamma, I hope you won't take a fancy against our being a great deal with Miss Willoughby. I will agree in all you may choose to say against this overwhelming aunt Barnaby, but it would grieve me to be rude to her charming niece. She is, I do assure you, the very sweetest creature I have ever made acquaintance with. It is evident that you have taken a great fancy for her, and upon the whole, it is a fancy that does you honour, for it clearly proves you to be exempt from the littleness of fearing a rival. There is not a single girl in the neighbourhood that can be compared to her in beauty, I am quite ready to acknowledge that. But you must excuse me, Mary, if I doubt the possibility of my sympathizing with you in your general and unqualified admiration of a young lady brought up by my portentous sister Barnaby." "But Agnes Willoughby was not brought up by her, mamma. Quite the contrary. You laugh, mamma, but I do assure you—" "I laugh at your quite the contrary, which means, I suppose, that she has been brought down by her; and you will be brought down too, my dear, if you suffer yourself to be identified with her and her rouge in public." "Identified with Mrs. Barnaby? I am quite sure that I do not like her at all better than you do, and I will make myself into a porcupine, and set up my quills at her whenever she comes near me, if you wish it; but then, on your side, you must promise," and the young lady took her mother's hand very coaxingly, "you must promise to take the trouble of talking a little to Agnes, will you?" "Yes, I will, if I have an opportunity; and I am sure if she is good for anything, I pity her. Now then, let us go down again, and you shall see how well I will behave." Before they reached the drawing room, however, Mary Peters had conceived a project of her own. She knew what sort of a drive it would be when her mother was behaving well to a person she disliked, and she instantly addressed a whispered request to Agnes that she would stay at home and chat instead of going to Bristol. "If I may," replied Agnes, colouring with pleasure at the proposal; but the yoke upon her young neck was far from being as easy a one as that by which Mrs. Peters guided her daughters, and she felt so much doubt of obtaining permission if she asked it herself, that she added, "Will you ask for me?" "Mrs. Barnaby," said her courageous friend, "you must do without your niece during your drive, if you please, for she is going to look over my portfolios." "You are excessively kind, my dear Mary, replied the benign Mrs. Barnaby, too well satisfied at displaying herself in her beloved sister's carriage to care 3 straws what became of her niece the while. " I am sure Agnes can never be sufficiently grateful for all your kindness." The delighted Agnes instantly disembarrassed herself of all out of door appurtenances, and Lucy, without saying a word about it, quietly did the same. The carriage was announced, the radiant widow stalked forth, Mrs. Peters took Elizabeth by the arm, and followed her, shaking her head reproachfully at Lucy as she passed her, and the young man escorted them down stairs ; but having placed them in the carriage, he declined following them, saying, " I dare say my father will be glad of the drive home, for it is quite hot to day. You will be sure to find him at the Exchange Coffee house, if you get there by 4:30. A pleasant ride. Good morning," and the next moment he joined the happy trio in the drawing room. " And what shall we do with ourselves ?" said he. " Would Miss Willoughby like to promenade among the beaux and belles ? Or will she let us keep her all to ourselves, and take another delightful country walk with us ? Which do you vote for, Miss Willoughby ?"" For the country walk, decidedly," she replied. " Then let us go down by the zigzag, and walk under the rocks," said Lucy. And in another minute they were en route for that singular, and, despite the vile colour of the water, most beautiful river path. The enjoyment of this second ramble was not less to Agnes than that of the first ; for if the newness of the scenery was past, the newness of her companions was past too, and she suffered herself to talk with all the open freedom of youth and innocence of her past life, upon which Mary with very friendly skill contrived to question her ; for she was greatly bent upon discovering the source and cause of the widely different tone of mind which her acuteness had discovered between Mrs. Barnaby and her protegee. This walk fully sufficed to explain it ; for though Agnes would have shrunk into impenetrable reserve had she been questioned about her aunt Barnaby, she opened her heart joyfully to all inquiries respecting Empton and the beloved Wilmots ; nor was she averse, when asked if Mrs. Barnaby had placed her with these very delightful people, to expatiate upon the eccentric character of her half known aunt Betsy. On the contrary, this was a subject upon which she loved to dwell, because it puzzled her. The one single visit she had made to Miss Compton in her bower, with the simple but delicious repast which followed it, the old lady's marked kindness to herself, her mysteriously rude manner to her aunt Martha, the beauty of her bower, the prettiness of her little parlour, had all left a sort of vague and romantic impression upon her mind, which no subsequent interviews had tended to render more intelligible. And all this she told, and with it the fact that it was the same dear, strange, variable aunt Compton who had placed her in the care of Mrs. Wilmot. " Miss Compton of Compton Basett," repeated Mary. " That is a mighty pretty aristocratic designation. Your aunt Betsy is an old spinster of a large fortune, I presume? "" Why, no, I don't believe she is. Indeed, my aunt Barnaby says she is very poor, but that she might have been a great deal richer had she not given so much of her property to the poor. But I wish I knew something more of her. I cannot help thinking that, with all her oddities, I should like her very much. There is one thing very strange about her," she added musingly. " She is quite deformed, quite crooked, and yet I think she is one of the most agreeable looking persons I ever saw in my life." " She has a handsome face, perhaps ?" said Lucy. " No, I believe not. She is very pale, and her face is small, and there is nothing very particular in her features. But yet, somehow or other, I love dearly to look at her." " The force of contrast, perhaps ?" whispered James to his eldest sister. " No doubt of it," she replied. And thus they walked and talked, till it was quite time to turn back, and though their pace was somewhat accelerated, it was as much as they could do to get home in time to dress for their 6 o'clock dinner. But the walk was not only agreeable, but profitable to Agnes, for at the end of it Miss Peters felt fully prepared to give a reason for her confidence relative to the cause of the dissimilarity between Mrs. Barnaby and her niece. End of chapters 15 and 16. Volume 1, Chapter 17 of The Widow Barnaby by Frances Milton Trollope. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Mrs. Barnaby takes possession of her lodgings, and sets about making herself comfortable. She opens her plans a little to Agnes, and gives her some excellent advice. The comfort of a midsummer fire. The apartment of Agnes set in order. A lecture on usefulness. Virtuous indignation. The following morning Mrs. Peters took care, without being particularly rude, that a movement of some activity to speed the parting guest should be perceptible in her household. Mr. Peters took a very kind leave of both ladies at breakfast, and expressed a very friendly wish of being useful to them as long as they should remain at Clifton. But his judicious lady, who generally knew, without any discourtesy, how to make him perceive that his first impressions were somewhat less acute than her own, had pointed out to him a few peculiarities in Mrs. Barnaby which he certainly did not approve. The principal of these, perhaps, was that of her rouging, which for some time he steadfastly refused to believe, declaring that her complexion was the most beautiful he ever saw. But when, his examination being sharpened, he could withhold his belief no longer, he ingenuously confessed he did not like it, and allowed that, though he thought it would be a great folly to lose the fine fortune she had promised them on that account, he certainly thought he should feel more comfortable when the rouge pots were all gone into lodgings, because they were articles he did not wish to put in the way of his girls. As soon as Mr. Peters had taken his leave, the footman was very audibly instructed to order a porter to come for Mrs. Barnaby's luggage. "And let it be before the hall dinner, Stephen, that William may be able to walk beside the things, and see that none of them are dropped by the way." And then Mrs. Barnaby was very kindly asked if she would like to send her maid to see that a fire was lighted in the drawing room, and that anything she wanted for dinner might be ordered in. And then the thoughtful Mrs. Peters proposed, after Betty Jacks had been gone about an hour, that James should go to the lodgings, and that they should not set off themselves till he came back and gave notice that everything was ready and comfortable. In short, Mrs. Barnaby, her niece, her maid, and all their travelling baggage were safely deposited at No. 1 Sion Row before the clock struck 3. The widow looked about her when she first got into her own drawing room very much as if she did not know how she got there. She was puzzled and mystified by the tactics of Mrs. Peters. Delighted beyond all bounds of moderation in finding the family so infinitely higher in station than she had anticipated, her first idea, on perceiving what a land of milk and honey she had fallen into, was to exert all her fascinating talents to enable her to stay there as long as possible. But the conviction that this scheme would not take came upon her she hardly knew how. She had not the slightest inclination to persuade herself that the "dear Margaret" was otherwise than civil to her, yet she felt as if she was being kept in order, and neither go nor stay except as she might receive permission. But finally she contrived to heal the wound her vanity had thus received by believing that Mrs. Peters' high fashion and superior knowledge of life naturally rendered her manners unlike any she had hitherto been acquainted with, and consequently that she might occasionally mistake her meaning. Upon the whole, however, she began her Clifton campaign in very good spirits. The Peterses must be extremely useful acquaintance, and might be safely boasted of anywhere as dear and near relations. This was very different from arriving, as she had done at Exeter, without a chance of making a single acquaintance besides her dressmaker. Moreover, she had got through the difficulty of throwing off her weeds admirably. She had managed matters so that the dress of Agnes should be perfectly respectable, and yet cost her nothing for a 12-month. She had just received a quarter's income without any deduction, and to crown all, she never was in better looks in her life. Short, then, was the interval of discomfort that kept her inactive on first entering her lodgings. It was not quite such a drawing room as that of Mrs. Peters, to be sure, but it was the most fashionable part of Clifton, and with her management and admirable ways of contriving things, she should soon make it extremely ladylike. " Well, now then we must set to work, Agnes," she said, drawing off her gloves. " Come, Jerningham, you must not stand looking out of the window, child. There is an immense deal to do before we can be comfortable. And the first thing will be to get all our trunks up, those that came by the wagon, and those that came with us." " Then I'm sure, ma'am," replied the waiting maid, " I don't know where you'll find room to put 'em." " They must all be brought here, Jerningham, to begin, and when I have got all my own things unpacked, we must see how we shall be off about drawers, and closets, and pegs, and all that ; and then the empty trunks and boxes must be carried into your garret, Jerningham, or into that little room inside mine that I mean to give up to Agnes." " To me, aunt ? How very kind !" exclaimed her niece, delighted beyond measure at the idea of some place, no matter what, where she might be alone. " Yes, my dear. You have not seen the rooms yet. Come with me, Agnes, while Jerningham goes down about the trunks, and I will show you our apartments." " But what am I to do with them, ma'am, about the trunks ?" said Betty Jacks in a fit of despair.
I am sure I can't carry him up anyhow."
"Then ask the people of the house to help you."
"Why, there's only the old lady and one maid, ma'am, and I'm sure they can't and they won't."
Mrs. Barnaby meditated for a moment, and then drew out her purse. "Here is a sixpence, Jerningham. Go to the next public house, and hire a man to bring up my boxes. It is immensely expensive, Agnes, this moving about, and we really must be very careful. Of course, my dear, you do not want any dinner after the Rodney Place luncheon. I took care to take a couple of glasses of wine on purpose. And you should remember, my dear, that I have every earthly thing to pay for you, and never neglect an opportunity of sparing me when you can. After we have done our unpacking, we can dress, and go out to the pastry cook's. There is hardly anything I like better than cakes. And you can have a biscuit, you know, if you should want anything before tea." The majestic lady then led the way to their apartments, which consisted of a small bedroom behind the drawing room and a very small closet, with a little camp bed behind that. "Here, my dear, is the room I intend for you. It is, I believe, generally used for a servant, but I have been at the expense of hiring a garret for Jerningham, on purpose that you might have the comfort of this. In fact, that bed of mine is not larger than I like for myself, and the drawers, and all that, are not at all more than I shall want. So remember, if you please, not to let any single article of yours, great or small, be ever seen in my room. I shall be puzzled enough, I am sure, as it is, to find room for my own things. You have a great advantage over me there, Agnes. That fancy of yours for keeping yourself in deep mourning makes it so easy for you to find space enough for everything."
"Oh, yes," replied Agnes joyfully. "Everything shall be put into the closet. What very pleasant lodgings these are, aunt! So much better than those at Exeter. It is such a nice closet, this, and I am so much obliged to you for giving it up to me."
"I shall be always ready to make sacrifices for you, Agnes, so long as you continue to behave well. Here come some of the boxes. Now then, you must kneel down and help to unpack them." It was a long and a wearisome task, that unpacking, and often did Agnes, as the sun shone in upon them while they performed it, think of her pleasant walks with her new friends, and long to breathe again the air that blew upon her as she stood on the top of St. Vincent's rocks. Mrs. Barnaby, on the contrary, was wholly present to the work before her, and though she waxed weary and warm before it was completed, her spirits never flagged, but appeared to revive within her at every fresh deposit of finery that she came upon, and again did she call upon Agnes and Jerningham to admire the skill with which she had stowed them. At length the work was done, and every disposable corner of her room filled. Under the bed, over the bed, in the drawers, and upon the drawers, not an inch remained unoccupied by some of the widow's personalities. It was by this time so late that the cake scheme was given up, and the drawing room being restored to order, the two ladies sat down to tea. It was then that Mrs. Barnaby's genius displayed itself in sketching plans for the future. She had learned from Mrs. Peters and the simple-minded Elizabeth, during their drive to and from Bristol, all particulars respecting the Clifton balls, and moreover that the Peters family seldom failed to attend them. "This will be quite enough to set us going respectably. People that come in their own carriage must have influence. I trust that those stupid humdrums, the Wilmots, gave you some dancing lessons, Agnes?"
"Yes, aunt."
"You are always so short in your answers, you never tell me anything. Do you think you could get through a quadrille without blundering?"
"Yes, I hope so, aunt."
"Remember, if you can't, I shall be most dreadfully angry, for it would destroy all my plans entirely. I mean, Agnes, that you shall dance as much as possible. Nothing extends one's acquaintance among young men so much. I am not quite sure myself about dancing. I don't think I shall do it here on account of dear Margaret. Perhaps she might think it too soon. I shall probably take to cards. That's not a bad way of making acquaintance either. But in all things remember that you play into my hands, and whenever you have a new partner, remember that you always say to him, 'You must give me leave to introduce you to my aunt.' Do you hear me, Agnes?"
"Yes, aunt,"
replied the poor girl with an involuntary sigh. "What a poor stupid creature you are, to be sure!" returned Mrs. Barnaby in a tone of much displeasure. "What in the world can you sigh for now, just at the very moment that I am talking to you of balls and dancing? I wish to heaven you were a little more like what I was at your age, Agnes. Be so good as to tell me what you are sighing for."
"I don't know, aunt. I believe I am tired."
"Tired? And of what, I should like to know? Come, come, let us have no fine lady airs, if you please. And don't look as if you were going to cry, whatever you do. There is nothing on earth I dislike so much as gloom. I am of a very cheerful, happy temper myself, and it's perfect misery to me to see anybody look melancholy. I declare, Agnes, I am as hungry as a hound. I don't like to ring for Jerningham again, she looks so horribly cross. And I wish, my dear, you would just toast this round of bread for me. Mrs. Peters was quite right about the fire. It is such a comfort, and coals are so cheap here. Let me stir it up a little. There, now it's as bright as a furnace. You can just kneel down in the middle here upon the rug. Agnes obeyed, and after some minutes' assiduous application to the labour imposed, she presented the toasted bread, her own fair face scarcely less changed in tint by the operation. Gracious me, child, what a fright you have made of yourself! You should have held the other hand up before your face. You are but a clumsy person, I am afraid, at most things as well as at satin stitch. Will you have some more tea, my dear? Draining, as was her habit, the last drop into her own cup before she asked the question, and then extending her hand to that genial source of hospitality, the tepid urn. No more, thank you, aunt. I will go now, if you please, and take all my things out of your way, and I shall make my closet so comfortable. I dare say you will. But stay a moment, Agnes. If you find you have more room than you want, do put my 2 best bonnet boxes somewhere or other among your things, so that I can get at them, so that Jerningham can get at them, I mean, easily. I will if I can, aunt, but I am afraid there will hardly be room for my chair. However, you shall come and see, if you please, yourself, and then you will be the best judge. But I will go first and get everything in order. Very well, Agnes. You may tell Jerningham to separate everything like mourning from my things, and give it all to you. And you must contrive, my dear, to cut and make up everything to fit yourself, for I really can be at no expense about it. It is perfectly incredible how money goes in this part of the country, so different from our dear Silverton. However, I will not grumble about it, for I consider it quite my duty to bring you out into the world, and I knew well enough before I set out that it could not be done for nothing. But it is a sort of self-devotion I shall never complain of, if you do but turn out well. Agnes was standing while this affectionate speech was spoken, and having quietly waited for its conclusion, again uttered her gentle " Thank you, aunt," and retired to arrange the longed-for paradise of her little closet. Darkness overtook her before she had fully completed her task; but perhaps she wilfully lingered over it, for it kept her alone, and permitted her bright and innocent spirit to indulge itself by recalling all the delight she had felt in looking down upon the bold and beautiful scenery of the Avon, and she blessed Heaven for the fund of happiness she was now conscious existed within her, since the power of looking out upon nature seemed sufficient to produce a joy great enough to make her forget Aunt Barnaby, and everything else that gave her pain. A part, too, of her hours of light was spent in opening more than one of her dear little volumes to seek for some remembered description of scenery which she thought would be more intelligible to her now than heretofore. And as Spenser happened to fall into her hands, it was no great wonder if his flowery meads and forests drear tempted her onwards till she almost lost herself among them. At length, however, she had done all that she thought she could do towards giving a closet the appearance of a room, and having stowed her tiny looking-glass out of the way, and placed pens, ink, and a book or two on the rickety little table in its stead, she looked round in the dusky twilight with infinite satisfaction, and thought that were she quite sure of taking a long country walk about 3 times a week with the Peterses, she should be very, very happy, let everything else go on as it might. Having come to this satisfactory conclusion, for a walk 3 times a week was an indulgence she might reasonably hope for, she cast one fond look round upon her dark but dear solitude, and then went to rejoin her aunt in the drawing room, and announce its state of perfection to her. She found her seated at the open window. " What have you been about, Agnes, all this time?" she said. " It is lucky that my cheerful, happy temper does not make solitude as dreadful to me as it is to most people, or I should be badly off living with you. You are but a stupid, moping sort of a body, my dear, I must say, or you would have guessed that there was more to see at the front of the house than at the back of it. I declare I never saw such a delightful window as this in my life. You would never believe what a mall there has been here from the moment I took my place till just now, that it's got almost dark. And even now, Agnes, if you will come here," she added in a whisper, " but don't speak. You may see one couple left, and lovers they are, I'll be bound for them. Here, stand here by me." " No, thank you, aunt," said Agnes, retreating. " I don't want to see them, and I think it is more comfortable by the fire." " You don't choose to spoil sport, I suppose. But don't be such a fool, and pretend to be wiser than your betters. Come here, I say. You shall take one peep, I am determined." And as this determination was enforced by a tolerably strong pull, Agnes yielded, and found herself, greatly against her inclination, standing at the open window, with her head obligingly thrust out of it by her resolute aunt. The lamps were by this time lighted, and at that moment a remarkably tall, gentlemanlike looking personage passed beneath one that stood almost immediately below the window, receiving its full glare upon his features. Beside him was a lady, and a young one, slight, tall, and elegant looking, who more than leaned upon his arm, for her head almost reclined upon his shoulder ; and as they passed, Agnes saw his hand raised to her face, and he seemed to be playing with her ringlets. Agnes forcibly withdrew her head, while Mrs. Barnaby threw herself half out of the window for a minute, then drew back, laughing heartily, and shut down the sash. " That's capital !" she cried. " They fancied themselves so very snug. But wasn't he a fine figure of a man, Agnes? I never saw a finer fellow in my life. He's taller than Tate by half a head, I am sure. But you're right about the fire too, for the wind comes over that down uncommonly cold. I shall go to work for an hour, and then have a little bread and cheese, and a pint of beer." Mrs. Barnaby suited the action to the word, and unlocked her work box, in which she found ready to her hand good store of work prepared for her beloved needle. " Now only see, Agnes, what a thing it would have been for you if you had learned to work satin stitch," she said. " Here am I happy and amused, and before I go to bed I dare say I shall have done a good inch of this beautiful collar. And only look at yourself! What earthly use are you of to anybody? I wonder you are not ashamed to sit idle in that way while you see me hard at work." " May I get a book, aunt? "" Books, books, books! If there is one thing more completely full of idleness than another, it is reading. Just spelling along one line after another. And what comes of it? Now, here's a leaf done already, and wait a minute and you'll see the whole bunch of grapes done in spotting. There is some sense in that. But poring over a lot of rubbishly words is an absolute sin, for it is wasting the time that Heaven gives us, and doing no good to our fellow creatures." " And the grapes," thought Agnes, but she said nothing. " Why don't you answer when I speak to you, child? Did that stupid Mrs. Wilmot never tell you to speak when you were spoken to? What a different creature you would have been if I had had the placing you, instead of that crooked frumpish old maid! But I am sadly afraid it is too late now to hope that you will ever be good for much." " I shall be very glad to try to make myself competent for the situation of a governess, aunt, as you once mentioned to me," replied Agnes. " Oh, by the by, I want to speak to you about that. You are not to say one word on that subject here, remember, nor indeed anywhere till at such time as I shall give you leave. It will be cruelly hard for me to have the monstrous expense of maintaining you exactly as if you were my own child, and not have the credit of it. And besides, I don't feel quite sure that I shall send you out as a governess. It must depend upon circumstances. Perhaps I shall get you married, and that might suit me just as well. All you have to do is to keep yourself always ready to go out at a minute's warning, if I say the word ; but you need mention it to nobody, and particularly not to my relations here." " Very well, aunt, I will say nothing about it ; but in order to be ready when you say the word, I think I ought to study a good deal, and I am willing to do it, if you will give me leave." " How you do plague me, child, about your learning ! Push the candles this way, can't you, and snuff them, when you see me straining my poor eyes with this fine work. And do you know, miss, I think it's very likely those books you are so mighty fond of are nothing in the world but trumpery story books, for I don't believe you'd hanker after them so if they were really in the teaching line. For, after all, Agnes, if I must speak the truth, I don't believe you ever did pay attention to any single thing that could be really useful in the way of governessing. Now, music, for instance, nobody ever heard you say a word about that ; and you ought to sing too, if you weren't more stupid than anything ever was, for both your father and mother sang like angels." " I can sing a little, aunt," said Agnes. " There now ! Isn't it as plain as possible that you take no pleasure in it though everybody said your poor dear mother could have made her fortune by singing. But you care for nothing but books, 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 and what profit, I should like to know, will ever come of that?" "But I do care very much indeed for music, aunt," said Agnes eagerly, "only I did not talk about it, because I thought it might not be convenient for you to have an instrument for me. But I believe I could learn to get my bread by music, if I had a pianoforte to study with." "Grant me patience! And you really want me to go and get you a pianoforte, which is just the most expensive thing in the world? And that, after I had so kindly opened my heart to you about my fears of not having money enough. I do think that passes anything I ever heard in my life." "Indeed, aunt, I never would have said a word about it if—" If what, I should like to know? Heaven knows it is seldom I lose my temper about anything, but it is almost too much to hear you ask me to my face to ruin myself in that way, and you without a chance of ever having a penny to repay me." "Pray forget it, aunt. Indeed, I do not wish to be an expense to you, and will very gladly try to labour for my own living, if you will let me." "Mighty fine, to be sure. Much you're good for, aren't you? I wish you'd get along to bed. My temper is too good to bear malice, and I shall forget all about it to-morrow, perhaps. But I can't abide to look at you to-night after such a speech as that. There's the truth. So get to bed, that's a good girl, as fast as you can. There are some things too much even for an angel to bear." Agnes crept to her little bed, and soon cried herself to sleep. CHAPTER XVII. Volume 1, Chapter XVIII of The Widow Barnaby by Frances Milton Trollope. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter XVIII. Conditions of an agreement between Mrs. Peters and her daughters. Mrs. Barnaby begins her fashionable career under the protection of Miss Elizabeth. She rehearses a ball in her heart as she examines the room. The library. Mrs. Barnaby was quite right in thinking that the Peters family would be very useful acquaintance; for, prodigiously as Mrs. Peters disliked her sister-in-law, she no sooner ceased to be galled by her unwelcome presence in her house, than she recovered her good humour, and felt as much aware as any reasonable person could desire, of the claim her brother's widow really had upon her and her family. These excellent dispositions were assiduously fostered by her daughters, to whose wishes she never turned a deaf ear. She found the eldest and the youngest very seriously interested in Agnes, and earnest in her desire to see more of her; while Elizabeth persevered in her belief that poor Mrs. Barnaby was one of the very best-hearted women in the world, and very much to be pitied, because nobody seemed to like her, though she did mean to divide her fortune so generously amongst them. "I hope, mamma," said the eldest Miss Peters, when the ladies of the family were sitting round the drawing-room fire after dinner, "I hope that you will overcome your terror of Mrs. Barnaby and her rouge sufficiently before Tuesday night to permit her joining our party in the ball-room, for I would not forsake that sweet Agnes upon such an occasion for more than I will say." "Why, I do feel my spirits revive, Mary, considerably, since I have felt quite certain that none of my dear sister's amiable feelings were likely to involve me in the necessity of enduring her presence in my house for evermore. You may fancy you exaggerate, perhaps, when you talk of my terrors. But no such thing, believe me. It was terror she inspired, and nothing short of it." "And Agnes, mamma? What did she inspire?" said Mary. "Pity and admiration," replied her mother. "Very well, then," returned the petted girl, kissing her, "we shall not quarrel this time; but I was half afraid of it. It would, in truth, have been very foolish, and very unlike you, mamma, who understand the sort of thing better than most people, I believe, if we had lost the great pleasure of being kind to Miss Willoughby, and behaved extremely ill to Uncle Barnaby's widow into the bargain, solely because you don't like tall massive ladies with large black eyes, who wear rouge and talk fine. For you must confess, if you will be quite honest and speak the truth, that Mrs. Peters is rather too well established a person at Clifton to fear losing caste by being seen with a Mrs. Barnaby, even had the association not been redeemed by the matchless elegance of her beautiful niece." "Did any one ever hear a mamma better scolded?" said Mrs. Peters, turning to the younger girls. "Mary is quite right, mamma," said Lucy. "Depend on it, we should have broken into open rebellion had you severed in threatening to cut the Barnaby connection."
Indeed, I must say," added Elizabeth, " that I have thought you very severe upon our poor aunt, mamma. Think of her kindness." " Our aunt !" sighed Mrs. Peters. " Is it absolutely necessary, beloveds, that she should be addressed in public by that tender title ?"" Not absolutely, perhaps," replied Mary, laughing ;" and I dare say Elizabeth will make a bargain with you, mamma, never to call her aunt again, provided you promise never to forget that she is our aunt, though we may not call her so." " And what must I do, young ladies, to prove my eternal recollection of this agreeable fact ?"" You must be very civil to Agnes, and let them both join our party at tea, and at all the balls, and never object to our calling upon the Barnaby, for the sake of getting at the Willoughby, and, now don't start, and turn restive, mamma. You must ask them whenever we have an evening party here with young people, that might be likely to give Agnes pleasure." " And must I embrace Mrs. Barnaby every time she comes into my presence, and every time she leaves it ?"" No, unless you have done something so very outrageously rude before, as to render such a penitentiary amende necessary." " Come here, Mary," said the gay mother, " and let me box your ears immediately." The young lady placed herself very obediently on the footstool at Mrs. Peters's feet, who, having patted each pretty cheek, said, " Now tell me, Mary, if you can, what is it that has thus fascinated your affections, hoodwinked your judgment, perverted your taste, and extinguished your pride ?"" If you will let me turn your questions my own way, mother," replied the daughter, " I will answer them all. My affection is fascinated, or, I would rather say, won, by the most remarkable combination of beauty, grace, talent, gentleness, and utter unconsciousness of it all, that it has ever been my hap to meet with. And instead of being hoodwinked, my judgment, my power of judging, seem newly roused and awakened by having so very fine a subject on which to exercise themselves. I never before felt as I did when listening to Agnes, as she innocently answered my prying questions concerning her past life, the enormous difference there might be between one human mind and another. It was like opening the pages of some holy book, and learning thence what truth, innocence, and sweet temper could make of us. If admiring the uncommon loveliness of this sweet girl with something of the enthusiasm with which one contemplates a choice picture, by perversion of taste I plead guilty, for it is with difficulty that I keep my eyes away from her. And for my pride, mamma, if any feeling of the kind ever so poisoned my heart as to make me turn from what was good, in the fear that it might lead me into contact with what was ungenteel, be thankful with me that this sweet light from heaven has crossed my path, and enabled me to see the error of my ways." Mary spoke with great animation, and her mother listened to her till tears dimmed her laughing blue eyes. " You are not a missish, miss, Mary, that is certain," said she, kissing her, " and assuredly I thank heaven for that. This pretty creature does indeed seem by your account to be a pearl of price ; but, par malheur, she has got into the shell of the very vilest, great, big, coarse, hateful oyster, that ever was fished up. Fear nothing more, however, from me. You are dear good girls for feeling as you do about this pretty Agnes, and I give you carte blanche to do what you will with her and for her." The consequence of this was an early call made on the following morning at Mrs. Barnaby's lodgings by the three Misses Peters. There were not many subjects on which the aunt and niece thought or felt in common ; but it would be difficult to say which of the two was most pleased when their visitors were announced. " We are come, that is, Lucy and I, to make you take a prodigious long walk with us, Agnes," said Miss Peters, " and Elizabeth, who is not quite so stout a pedestrian as we are, is come with us to offer her services to you, Mrs. Barnaby, for a home circuit, if you like to make one. And pray do not forget that Tuesday is the ball night, and that we shall expect you to go and join our party in the room." " Dearest Mary, dearest Elizabeth, dearest Lucy, how good of you all ! Agnes, put on your bonnet, my dear, instantly, and never forget the kindness of these dear girls. I shall indeed be thankful to you, Elizabeth, if you will put me in the way of getting a few trifles that will be necessary for Tuesday. Are your balls large? Are there plenty of gentlemen? Et cetera, et cetera." And where was Agnes's heavy sense of sadness now? The birds, whose cheerful song seemed to call her out, were not more light of heart than herself as she followed her friends down the stairs, and sprung through the door to meet the fresh breeze from the down with a foot almost as elastic as their own glad wings.
We must leave the young ladies to pursue their way, being joined at no great distance from the door by James Peters, through a long and delightful ramble that took them along the wall that forms the garde fou to the most beautiful point of Durham Down, and so on amidst fields and villas that appeared to Agnes like so many palaces in fairyland; and while thus they charm away the morning, we must follow Mrs. Barnaby and the good-natured Elizabeth through their much more important progress among the fashionable resorts of the Clifton beau monde. " And about tickets, my dear Elizabeth," said the widow, as she offered her substantial arm to her slight companion, " what is it the fashion to do? To subscribe for the season, or pay at the door? "" You may do either, Mrs. Barnaby, but if you wish your arrival to be known, I believe you had better put your name on the book." " You are quite right, my dear. Where is the place to do this? Cannot you take me at once? "" Yes, I could take you, certainly, for it is almost close by, but perhaps papa had better save you the trouble, Mrs. Barnaby." " By no means, my dear. His time is more valuable than mine. Let us go at once. I shall like it best." Elizabeth, though a little frightened, led the way, and as Mrs. Barnaby entered the establishment that at its very threshold seemed to her redolent of wax lights, fiddles, and fine clothes, such a delightful flutter of spirits came upon her as drove from her memory the last 15 or 16 years of her life, and made her feel as if she were still one of the lightest and loveliest nymphs in the world. She insisted upon seeing the ballroom, and paced up and down its ample extent with a step that seemed with difficulty restrained from dancing. She examined the arrangement for the music, looked up with exultation at the chandeliers, and triumphed in anticipation at their favourable influence upon rouge, eyes, feathers, and flowers. Had there been any other man present beside the waiter, she would hardly have restrained her desire to make a tour de waltz ; and as it was, she could not help turning to the quiet young man, and saying with a condescending smile, " The company must look very well in this room, sir." As they passed in their way out through the room in which the subscription books were kept, they met a gentleman, whose apparent age wavered between 35 and 40, tall, stout, gaily dressed, fully moustached, and with an eye that looked as if accustomed to active service in reconnoitring all things. He took off his hat, and bowed profoundly to Miss Peters, bestowing at the same time a very satisfactory stare on the widow. " Who is that, my dear? " said the well pleased lady. " That is Major Allen," replied Elizabeth. " Upon my word, he is a very fine, fashionable looking man. Is he intimate with your family? "" Oh no ! We only know him from meeting him sometimes at parties, and always at the balls." " Is he a man of fortune? "" I'm sure I don't know. He has got a smart horse and groom, and goes a great deal into company." " Then of course he cannot be a poor man, my dear. Is he a dancer? "" No, I believe he always plays cards." " And where shall we go now, dearest ? I want you to take me, Elizabeth, to all the smartest shops you know." " Some of the best shops are at Bristol, but we have a very good milliner here." " Then let us go there, my dear. And did not your mamma say something about a library? "" Yes, there's a library, and almost everybody goes there almost every morning." " Then there, of course, I shall go. I consider it as so completely a duty, my dear Elizabeth, to do all these sort of things for the sake of my niece. My fortune is a very good one, and the doing as other people of fortune do, must be an advantage to poor dear Agnes as long as she is with me ; but I don't scruple to say to you, my dear, that the fortune I received from your dear uncle will return to his family in case I die without children. And a truly widowed heart, my dear girl, does not easily match itself again. But the more you know of me, Elizabeth, the more you will find that I have many notions peculiar to myself. Many people, if they were mistress of my fortune, would spend 3 times as much as I do ; but I always say to myself, ' Poor dear Mr. Barnaby, though he loved me better than anything else on earth, loved his own dear sister and her children next best ; and therefore as he left all to me, and a very fine fortune he made, I assure you, I hold myself in duty bound, as I spend a great deal of money with one hand upon my own niece, to save a great deal with the other for his." " I am sure you seem to be very kind and good to everybody," replied the grateful young lady. " That is what I would wish to be, my dear, for it is only so that we can do our duty. Not that I would ever pledge myself never to marry again, my dear Elizabeth. I don't at all approve people making promises that it may be the will of Heaven they should break afterwards. and those people are not the most likely to keep a resolution who vow and swear about it. But I hope you will never think me stingy, my dear, nor let anybody else think me so, for not spending above 1/3 of my income, or perhaps not quite so much. For now you know my motives, you must feel that it would be very ungenerous, particularly in your family, to blame me for it." "It would indeed, Mrs. Barnaby, and it is what I am sure that I, for one, should never think of doing. But this is the milliner's. Shall we go in?" "Oh, yes. A very pretty shop indeed. Quite in good style. What a sweet turban! If it was not for the reasons that I tell you, I should certainly be tempted, Elizabeth. Pray, ma'am, what is the price of this scarlet turban?" "4 guineas and a half, ma'am, with the bird, and 2 guineas without it." "It is a perfect gem. Pray, ma'am, do you ever make up ladies' own materials?" "No, ma'am, never," replied the decisive artiste. "Do you never fasten in feathers? I should not mind paying for it, as I see your style is quite first rate." "For our customers, ma'am, and whenever the feathers or the coiffure have been furnished in the first instance by ourselves." "You are a customer, Elizabeth, are you not?" "Mamma is," replied the young lady. "You know Mrs. Peters of Rodney Place, Mrs. Duval?" "Oh, yes, I beg your pardon, Miss Peters. Is this lady a friend of yours?" "Mrs. Peters is my sister-in-law, Mrs. Duval, and I hope that will induce you to treat me as if I had already been a customer. I should like to have some feathers that I mean to wear at the ball on Tuesday, fastened into my toque, like this in this blue one here. Will you do this for me?" "Yes, ma'am, certainly, if you will favour us with your name on our books." "That's very obliging, and I will send my own maid with it as soon as I get home." "Is there anything else I can have the pleasure of showing you, ladies?" "I want some long white gloves, if you please, and something light and elegant in the way of a scarf." The modiste was instantly on the alert, and the counter became as a sea of many coloured waves. "Coloured scarves are sometimes worn in slight mourning, I believe, are they not?" "Oh, yes, ma'am, always." "What do you say to this one, Elizabeth?" said the widow, selecting one of the brilliant geranium tint. "For yourself, Mrs. Barnaby?" "Yes, my dear. My dress will be black satin, you know." "I should think white would look better," said Elizabeth, recollecting her mother's aversion to fine colours, and recollecting also the recent weeds of her widowed aunt. "Well, perhaps it might. Let me see some white, if you please." "Perhaps you would like blonde, ma'am?" said the milliner, opening a box, and displaying some tempting specimens. "Beautiful indeed, very. What is the price of this one?" "A mere trifle, ma'am. Give me leave to begin your account with this." "Well, I really think I must. I know they clean as good as new." "What is Agnes to wear?" inquired Elizabeth. "There is one of my troubles, dear. She will wear nothing but the deepest mourning. Between you and me, Elizabeth, I suspect it is some feeling about her poor mother, or else for her father, who has never been heard of for years, but whom we all suppose to have died abroad. I suspect it is some feeling of this sort that makes her so very obstinate about it. But she can't bear to have it talked of, so don't say a word to her on the subject, or she will be out of sorts for a week, and will think it very cruel of me to have named it to you. I perfectly dote upon that girl, Elizabeth, though, to be sure, I have my trials with her. But we have all our trials, Elizabeth. And, thank heaven, I have a happy temper, and bear mine, I believe, as well as most people. But about that strange whim that Agnes has, of always wearing crape and bombasine, you may as well just mention it to your mamma and sisters, to prevent their taking any notice of it to her. For if they did, you may depend upon it she would not go to the ball at all. Oh, you have no idea of the obstinacy of that darling girl. These gloves will do at last, I think. Your gloves are all so remarkably small, Mrs. Duval. And that's all for this morning." "Where shall I send them, ma'am, and to what name?" "To Mrs. Barnaby, No. 1, Sion Row." "Thank you, ma'am. They shall be sent immediately." "Now then, Elizabeth, for the library," said the widow, with an expressive flourish of the hand. And to the library they went, which, to Mrs. Barnaby's great satisfaction, was full of smart people, and, amongst others, she had to make her way past the moustached Major Allen, in order to reach the table on which the subscription book was laid. "I beg your pardon, madam, 1,000 times," said the Major. I am afraid I trod on your foot." "Don't mention it. It is of no consequence in the world. The shop is so full it is almost impossible to avoid it." The Major, in return for this civil speech, again fixed his broad, wide open eyes upon the widow, and she had again the satisfaction of believing that he thought her particularly handsome. Miss Peters found many of her acquaintance among the crowd with whom she conversed, while Mrs. Barnaby seated herself at the table, and turned over page after page of autographs with the air of a person deeply interested by the hope of finding the names of friends and acquaintance among them, whereas it would have been a circumstance little short of a miracle had she found there that of any individual whom she had ever seen in her life. But she performed her part admirably, smiling from time to time, as if delighted at an unexpected recognition. Meanwhile many an eye, as she well knew, was fixed upon her, for her appearance was in truth sufficiently striking. She was tall, considerably above the average height, and large, though not too corpulency. In short, her figure was what many people like Mr. Peters would call that of a fine woman, and many others, like Mrs. Peters, would declare to be large, ungainly, and vulgar. Her feature was decidedly handsome, her eyes and teeth fine, and her nose high and well formed. But all this was exaggerated into great coarseness by the quantity of rouge she wore, and the redundance of harsh-looking, coal-black ringlets, which depended heavily down each side of her large face, so as still to give a striking resemblance, as Agnes, it may be remembered, discovered several years before, to the wax heads in a hairdresser's shop. This sort of face and figure, which were of themselves likely enough to draw attention, were rendered still more conspicuous by her dress, which, though, like herself, really handsome, was rendered unpleasing by its glaring purpose of producing effect. A bonnet of bright lavender satin, extravagantly large, and fearfully thrown back, displayed a vast quantity of blonde quilling, fully planted with flowers of every hue, while a prodigious plume of drooping feathers tossed themselves to and fro with every motion of her head, and occasionally reposed themselves on her shoulder. Her dress was of black silk, but ingeniously relieved by the introduction of as many settings off, of the same colour with her bonnet, as it was well possible to contrive; so that, although in mourning, her general appearance was exceedingly showy and gay. " Who is your friend, Elizabeth? " said a young lady, who seemed to have the privilege of questioning freely. " It is Mrs. Barnaby," replied Miss Peters in a whisper. " And who is Mrs. Barnaby, my dear? She has quite the air of a personage." " She is the widow of mamma's brother, Mr. Barnaby of Silverton." " Silverton ? That's the name of her place, is it? She is a lady of large fortune, I presume? "" Yes, she is, Miss Maddox," replied Elizabeth, somewhat scandalized by the freedom of these inquiries ;" but I really wish you would not speak so loud, for she must hear you." " Oh no ! You see she is very busy, looking for her friends. Good morning, Major," said the same fair lady, turning to Major Allen, who stood close beside her, listening to all her inquiries and to the answers they received. " Are we to have a good ball on Tuesday? "" If all the world can be made to know that Miss Maddox will be there, all the world will assuredly be there to meet her," replied the gentleman. " Then I commission you to spread the tidings far and near. I wonder if there will be many strangers." " Some of the Stephenson and Hubert party, I hear ; that is, Colonel Hubert and young Frederick Stephenson, they are the only ones left. The bridal party set off from the Mall this morning at 11 o'clock. Lady Stephenson looked more beautiful than ever." " Lady Stephenson ? Oh, Emily Hubert ! Yes, she is very handsome, and her brother is vastly like her." " Do you think so ? He is so thin and weather beaten, so very like an old soldier." " I don't like him the worse for that," replied the lady. " He looks as if he had seen service, and were the better for it. He is decidedly the handsomest man at Clifton." The Major smiled, and turned on his heel, which brought him exactly vis a vis to Miss Elizabeth Peters. " Your party mean to honour the ball on Tuesday, I hope, Miss Peters? "" I believe so, Major Allen. It is seldom that we are not some of us there." " Shall you bring us the accession of any strangers? " inquired the Major. " Mrs. Barnaby and her niece will be with us, I think." " I flatter myself that altogether we shall muster strong. Good morning." And with another sidelong glance at the widow, Major Allen walked out of the shop. Not a word of all this had been lost upon Mrs. Barnaby. She had thought from the very first that Elizabeth Peters must be selected as her particular friend, and now she was convinced that she would be invaluable in that capacity. It was quite impossible that any one could have answered better to questions than she had done. It was impossible, too, that anything could be more fascinating than the general appearance of Major Allen ; and if, upon farther inquiry, it should prove that he was indeed, as he appeared to be, a man of fashion and fortune, the whole world could not offer her a lover she should so passionately desire to captivate. Such were the meditations of Mrs. Barnaby as she somewhat pensively sat at her drawing room window awaiting the return of Agnes to dinner on that day ; and such were very frequently her meditations afterwards. End of Project Gutenberg End of Volume I. Recorded by Celine Major. Volume II, Chapter I of The Widow Barnaby by Frances Milton Trollope. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Celine Major. Chapter I. Difficulties attending a young lady's appearance at a ball. A wet Sunday. Difference of taste. Though it was 2 minutes and a half past the time named for dinner when Agnes made her appearance, she found her aunt's temper very slightly acerbated by the delay, for the delightful recollections of her morning expedition still endured, and she was more inclined to boast than to scold. " Well, Agnes, I hope at last I have some news that will please you," she said. " What think you of my having subscribed for us both for 6 weeks?" " Subscribed for what, aunt? To the library? "" Yes, I have subscribed there, too, for a month, and we must go every day, rain or shine, to make it answer. But I have done a good deal more than that for you, my dear. I have subscribed to the balls entirely for your sake, Agnes, and whatever becomes of you in future life, I trust you will never forget all I have done for you now." " But I am afraid, aunt, it will cost you a great deal of money to take me with you to the balls ; and as I have never been yet, I cannot know anything about it, you know ; and I do assure you that I shall not at all mind being left at home." " And a pretty story that would make, wouldn't it? I tell you, child, I have paid the money already, and here are the cutlets ; so sit down and be thankful for all my kindness to you. Is my beer come, Jerningham?" Agnes sat down and began eating her cutlet ; but it was thoughtfully, for there were cares that rested heavily upon her heart ; and though they were certainly of a minor species, she must be forgiven if at 16 and a half they were sufficient to perplex her sorely. She had neither shoes nor gloves fit to appear at a ball. She dared not ask for them, she dared not go without them, and she dared not refuse to go at all. " This certainly is the most beautiful place I ever saw in my life," said the widow, while renewing her attack upon the dish of cutlets. " Such shops, such a milliner, and as for the library, it's perfectly like going into public. What an advantage it is every morning of one's life to be able to go to such a place as that. Elizabeth Peters seemed to know everybody ; and I heard them talking of people of the highest fashion, as some of those we are sure to meet at the ball. What an immense advantage it is for you, Agnes, to be introduced in such a manner at such a place as this." " It is indeed a most beautiful place, aunt, and the Peterses are most kind and charming people." " Then for once in your life, child, you are pleased ? That's a comfort. And I have got something to show you, Agnes. Such a scarf! Real French blonde. It's monstrous expensive, I'm afraid ; but everybody says that the respectability of a girl depends entirely upon the style of her chaperon. I'm sure I would no more let my poor dear sister's child go out without me, if I was shabbily dressed, than I would fly. I wonder Mrs. Duval does not send home my things, but perhaps she waits for me to send my turban. She's going to put my feathers in for me, Agnes. Quite a favour, I assure you. But she was so respectful in her manner to Elizabeth Peters. I am sure if I had any notion what sort of people they were, I should have made Barnaby leave his business to Mr. Dobbs for a little while, that he might have brought me to see them long ago." " It is indeed a pleasure to meet with such friends," said Agnes, " and perhaps "" Perhaps what, child? "" If either of the 3 girls stay away from the ball, perhaps, aunt, you would be so kind as to let me stay away too, and we should pass the evening so delightfully together." " God give me patience, Agnes, for I'm sure you are enough to drive one wild. Here have I been subscribing to the balls, and actually paying down ready money beforehand for your tickets ; and now, ungrateful creature that you are, you tell me you won't go. I only wish the Peterses could hear you, and then they'd know what you are.
My only objection to going to the ball, aunt," said Agnes, with desperate courage, " is the fear that you should be obliged to get gloves and shoes for me." " Gloves and shoes ! Why, that's just the advantage of mourning. You'll have my black silk stockings, you know, all except a pair or two of the best ; and with black stockings I don't suppose you would choose to put on white shoes. That would be rather too much in the magpie style, I suppose, wouldn't it? And for gloves, I don't see how, in such very deep mourning, you would wear anything but black gloves too ; and there are 2 pair of mine that you may have. I could lend you an old pair of my black satin shoes too, only your feet and your hands are so frightfully out of proportion to your height. I was always reckoned to be most perfectly in proportion, every part of my figure. But your hands and feet are absolutely ridiculous from their smallness. You take after your father in that, and a great misfortune it is, for it will prevent you ever profiting by my shoes or my gloves either, unless you are clever enough to take them in, and I don't believe you are, not fingers and all." " May I wear long sleeves then, aunt ?" said Agnes with considerable animation, from having suddenly conceived a project by means of which she thought she might render herself and her sables presentable. " Because you have got no long gloves, I suppose? Why, yes, child, I see no objection, in such very deep mourning as yours. It is a strange whim you have taken, Agnes, but it is certainly very convenient." " And will you give me leave, aunt, to use all the black you have been so kind as to give me ?"" Use it ? Use all of it ? Yes. I don't want to have any of it again. The great desire of my life is to be liberal and generous to you in all ways, Agnes. But I don't know what you mean about using it all. You can't mean all the things at once." " No, aunt," replied Agnes, laughing, " I don't mean that, but if I may use the crape that covers nearly the whole of your best gown, I think I could make my own frock look very well, for I would make it the same as one I saw last year at Empton. May I?" " Yes, if you will, child ; but, to say the truth, I have no great faith in your mantua making talents. However, I am glad to see that you've got such a notion in your head ; and if it turns out well, I may set you to work for me, perhaps, one of these days. I have a great deal of taste in that way ; but with my fortune it would be ridiculous if I did much beside ornamental work. There, take away, Jerningham, and bring the 2 cheesecakes. Agnes, do you wish for one ?"" No, thank you, aunt." " What an odd girl you are ! You never seem to care about what you eat. I must say that I am a little more dainty, and know what is nice, and like it too. But poor dear Barnaby spoilt me in that way ; and if ever you should be lucky enough to be the idol of a husband, as I was, you will learn to like nice eating too, Agnes ; for it is a thing that grows upon one, I believe. But I dare say at the out of the way place your aunt Betsy put you to, there was no great chance of your being over indulged that way. That will do, Jerningham, give me that drop of beer ; and now eat up your own dinner as fast as you can, and ask little Kitty to show you the way to Mrs. Duval's, the milliner ; and take with you, very carefully mind, the hat box that you will find ready tied up on my bed, and bring back with you my new scarf and gloves. I long to show you my scarf, Agnes. You shall not be ashamed of your chaperon, that's a point I'm resolved upon." It was Saturday night, and the important ball was to be on the following Tuesday ; so Agnes, as soon as the dinner was ended, hastened to set about her work, a general idea of which she had very clearly in her little head, but felt some misgivings about her skill in the detail. Hardly, however, had she brought forth her needle and her shears, when her aunt exclaimed, " Good gracious, child ! You are not going to set to work now? Why, it is the pleasantest part of the day, and I mean to take you out to walk with me under the windows where we saw all the smart people last night. Just look out, and you will see they are beginning to come already. Put on your things, my dear, and put your bonnet a little back, and try to look as smart as you can. You are certainly very pretty, but you are a terrible dowdy in your way of putting on your things. You have nothing jaunty and taking about you as I used to have at your age, Agnes ; and I'm sure I don't know what to do to improve you. I suspect that your aunt will get more eyes upon her now than you will with all your youth, and that's a shame. But I always was famous for putting on my things well." Agnes retired to her little room ; but her quiet bonnet was put on much as usual when she came out from it ;
and Mrs. Barnaby might have been discouraged at seeing the very undashing appearance of her companion, had she not been conscious that the manner in which she had repaired her own charms, and the general style of her dress and person, were such as might well atone for it. Nor was she disappointed as to the degree of attention she expected to draw. Not a party passed them without giving her a decided stare, and many indulged their curiosity by a very pertinacious look over the shoulder after them. This was very delightful, but it was not all. Ere they had taken half a dozen turns, the widely roaming eyes of Mrs. Barnaby descried two additional gentlemen, decidedly the most distinguished looking personages she had seen, approaching from the further end of the walk. " That tall one is the man we watched last night, Agnes. I should know him amongst 1,000. Agnes looked up, and felt equally convinced of the fact. The two gentlemen approached, and Mrs. Barnaby herself could not have wished for a look of more marked examination than the tall individual bestowed upon her as he went by ; but satisfactory as this was, and greatly as it occupied her attention, she was aware also that his companion looked with equal attention at Agnes. " For goodness' sake, Agnes, throw back that abominable veil. It is getting quite dark already, and I'm sure you cannot see." " I can see very well, thank you, aunt," replied Agnes. " Fool !" muttered Mrs. Barnaby ; but she would not spoil her features by a frown, and continued to enjoy for 3 turns more the repeated gaze of the tall gentleman. The following day being Sunday was one of great importance to strangers about to be initiated into the society of the place ; and Mrs. Barnaby had fondly flattered herself that Mrs. Peters, or at least the young ladies, would upon such an occasion have extended their patronage, both to help them to a seat, and to tell them who was who. But in this she was disappointed. In fact, a compact had been entered into between Mrs. Peters and her son and daughters, by which it was agreed that, on condition of her permitting them to join her party at the balls, she was always to be allowed to go to church in peace. This was so reasonable that even the petted Mary submitted to it without a murmur ; and the consequence was that Mrs. Barnaby found herself left to her own devices as to the manner in which she should make the most of the Sabbath day. Fortunately for the tranquillity of Mrs. Peters, the landlady of the lodgings, on being questioned, gave it as her opinion that the chapel at the Hot Wells, which was within a very pleasant walk, would be more likely to offer accommodation to strangers than the parish church, that being always crowded by the resident families. So to the chapel at the Hot Wells Mrs. Barnaby resolved to go, and the tea urn was ordered half an hour earlier than usual, that time enough might be allowed to get ready. " Now do make the best of yourself, Agnes, to day, will you? I am sure those men are not Bristol people. So different they looked, didn't they, from all the rest? Of course you will put on your best crape bonnet, and one of my nicest broad hemmed white crape collars. There is one I have quite clean. I have no doubt in the world we shall see them." Having finished her breakfast, and reiterated these orders, Mrs. Barnaby turned her attention to her own toilet, and a most elaborate one it was, taking so long a time as to leave scarcely sufficient for the walk; but proving at length so perfectly satisfactory as to make her indifferent to that, or almost any other contretemps. On this occasion she came forth in a new dress of light gray gros de Naples, with a gay bonnet of paille de riz, decorated with poppy blossoms both within and without, a ladylike profusion of her own embroidery on cuffs, collar, and pocket handkerchief, her well-oiled ringlets half hiding her large, coarse, handsome face, her eyes set off by a suffusion of carmine, and her whole person redolent of musk. This was the figure beside which Agnes was doomed to make her first appearance at the crowded chapel of the Hot Wells. Had she thought about herself, the contrast its expansive splendour offered to her own slight figure, her delicate fair face seen but by stealth through her thick veil, and the sad decorum of her sable robe, might have struck her as being favourable. Instead of that, however, it was another contrast that occurred to her; for as she looked at Mrs. Barnaby, she suddenly recollected the general look and air of her aunt Compton, just at the moment when the widow attacked her so violently on the meanness of her apparel during their terrible encounter at the village school, and she could not quite restrain a sigh as she thought how greatly she should have preferred entering a crowded and fashionable chapel with her. But no sighing could effect the change, and they set forth together, as strangely a matched pair in appearance as can well be imagined. They entered the crowded building just as the psalms concluded, and were stared at and scrutinized with quite as much attention as was consistent with the solemnity of the place. Moreover, seats were after some time offered to them, and there was no reason in the world to believe that they were in any way overlooked. Nevertheless, Mrs. Barnaby was disappointed. Neither the tall gentleman nor his companion were there, nor did Major Allen or any one like him appear to reward her labour and her skill. Long and wearisome did the steep up-hill walk back to her lodgings appear after this unpropitious act of devotion, and sadly passed the remainder of the day, for it rained hard, no strollers, not even an idle endimanché, came to awaken the musical echo she loved to listen to from the pavement under the windows. In short, it was a day of existence lost, save that she found out one or two new defects in Agnes, and ended at last by very nearly convincing herself that it was in some way or other her fault that it rained. But happily nothing lasts for ever in this world, and Agnes found herself quietly in bed at last. The next morning rose bright in sunshine, and the widow rose too, and blessed the useful light, which she determined should see her exactly at the fashionable hour take her away to the library, and the pastry cook's, or wherever else she was most likely to be seen. But fortunately for the rifacimento upon which Agnes desired to employ herself, this fashionable hour was not early, and her sable draperies had made great progress before her aunt gave notice that she must get ready to go out with her. To have a voice upon any question of this kind had fortunately never yet occurred to Agnes as a thing possible, and once more, like a belladonna beside a hollyhock, she appeared, with all the effect of the strongest contrast, in the gayest part of Clifton. This day seemed sent by fate to make up for the misfortunes of the last. On entering the library, Mrs. Barnaby immediately placed herself before the autographic volume in which she took such particular interest, and hardly had she done so, when the tall and the short gentleman entered the shop. Again it was decidedly evident that the tall one fixed his eyes on the widow, and the shorter one on her companion. The widow's heart beat. Never had she forgotten the evident admiration her own face and manner produced on her fellow traveller from Silverton, or the chilling effect that followed the display of the calm features of her delicate niece. She knew that Agnes was younger and perhaps even handsomer than herself, but this only tended to confirm her conviction that an animated expression of countenance and great vivacity of manner would do more towards turning a young man's head than all the mere beauty in the world. What would she have given at that moment for some one with whom she might have conversed with laughing gaiety, to whom she might have displayed her large white teeth, and on whom she might have turned the flashings of her lustrous eyes? It was in vain to look at Agnes at such a moment as this, for she well knew that nothing she could utter would elicit any better excuse for laughter than might be found in "Yes, aunt," or "No, aunt." So nothing was to be done but to raise a glass recently purchased to her eye, in order to recognise the unknown passers by. But in doing this she contrived to make le petit doigt show off her rings, and now and then cast such a glance at the strangers as none but a Mrs. Barnaby can give. After this dumb show had lasted for some minutes, the two gentlemen each threw down the newspaper they had affected to read, and departed. Mrs. Barnaby's interest in the subscription book departed likewise; and after looking at the backs of one or two volumes that lay scattered about the counter, she too left the shop, and proceeded with a dignified and leisurely step along the pavement. The next moment was one of the happiest of her life, for on turning her head to reconnoitre a richly trimmed mantilla that had passed her, she perceived the same pair of gentlemen at the distance of 2 paces behind them. This indeed was an adventure, and to the widow's unspeakable delight it was made more piquant still by what followed. Near the end of the street was the well-frequented shop of a fashionable pastry cook, an establishment, by the way, which Mrs. Barnaby had not yet lived long enough to pass with indifference, for the twofold reason that it ever recalled the dear rencontre of her youth, when the disbursement of 1 penny was sure to secure a whole half-hour of regimental flirting, and also because her genuine love for cakes and tarts was unextinguishable. There was now again a double reason for entering this inviting museum; for, in the first place, it would prevent the necessity of turning round as soon as they had walked up the street, in order to walk down it again, thereby proving that they had no engagements at all; and secondly, it would give the 2 uncommonly handsome men an opportunity of following them in, if they liked it. And it so happened that they did like it. Happy Mrs. Barnaby! No sooner had she seated herself beside the counter, with a plate of queen cakes and Bath buns beside her, than the light from the door ceased to pour its unbroken splendour upon her elegant dress, and on looking up, Her eye again met the gaze first of the one, and then of the other stranger, as they entered the shop together. Agnes was standing behind her, with her face rather unmeaningly turned towards the counter, for when a plate with various specimens of pastry delicacies was offered to her by one of the shopwomen, she declined to take anything by a silent bow. The two gentlemen passed her, and established themselves at a little table just beyond, desiring that ices might be brought to them. " You have ices, have you ?" said Mrs. Barnaby, delighted at an opportunity of speaking. " Bring me one, if you please." And then, trusting to her niece's well known discretion, she turned her chair, so as to front both Agnes and the two gentlemen, and said with great kindness of accent, " Agnes, love, will you have an ice ?"" No, thank you, aunt," the anticipated reply followed. " Then sit down, dearest, will you, while I take mine." The younger of the two gentlemen instantly sprang from his chair, and presented it to her. Agnes bowed civilly, but passed on to a bench which flanked the narrow shop on the other side. But Mrs. Barnaby smiled upon him most graciously, and said, bowing low as she sat, " Thank you, sir, very much. You are extremely obliging." The young man bowed again, reseated himself, and finished his ice in silence, when his companion having done the same, each laid a sixpence on the counter, and walked off. " Who are those gentlemen, pray ? Do you know their names ?" said Mrs. Barnaby eagerly to the shop girl. " The tall gentleman is Colonel Hubert, ma'am, and the other young Mr. Stephenson." " Stephenson," musingly repeated the widow. " Stephenson and Hubert. I am sure I have heard the names before." " Sir Edward Stephenson was married on Saturday to Colonel Hubert's sister, ma'am," said the girl, " and it is most likely that you heard of it." " Oh, to be sure I did. I remember now all about it. They said he was the handsomest man in the world — Colonel Hubert, I mean — and so he certainly is, handsomer certainly than even Major Allen. Don't you think so, Agnes ?"" I don't know Major Allen, aunt." " Not know Major Allen, child ? Oh, I remember — no more you do, my dear. Come, get up. I have done. The young man, Agnes," she said, turning to her niece as they left the shop, " seemed, I thought, a good deal struck by you. I wish to goodness, child, you would not always keep that thick veil over your face so. It is a very handsome veil, I know, and certainly makes your mourning look very elegant ; but it is only in some particular lights that one can see your face under it all." " I don't think that signifies much, aunt, and it makes me feel so much more comfortable." " Comfortable ! Very well, child, poke along, and be comfortable your own way ; but you certainly have a little spice of the mule in you." The widow was perhaps rather disappointed at seeing no more of the two strangers. They had turned off just beyond the pastrycook's shop, and were no longer visible. But, while she follows in gentle musings her walk home, we will pursue the two gentlemen who had so captivated her attention. The only resemblance between them was in the decided air of bon ton that distinguished both. In every other respect they were perfectly dissimilar. Mr. Stephenson, the shorter and younger of the two, had by far the more regular set of features, and was indeed remarkably handsome. Colonel Hubert, his companion, appeared to be at least 10 years his senior, and looked bronzed by the effect of various climates. He had perhaps no peculiar beauty of feature except his fine teeth, and the noble expression of his forehead, from which, however, the hair had already somewhat retired, though it still clustered in close brown curls round his well turned head. But his form and stature were magnificent, and his general appearance so completely that of a soldier and a gentleman, that it was impossible, let him appear where he would, that he should pass unnoticed ; which perhaps to the gentle minded may be considered as some excuse for Mrs. Barnaby's enthusiastic admiration. " For heaven's sake, Hubert," said the junior to the senior as they passed onwards, " do give me leave to know a pretty girl when I see one. In my life I never beheld so beautiful a creature. Her form, her feet, her movement, and what a voice !"" Assuredly," said Colonel Hubert in reply to this trade, " the sweet variety of tone, the charming change of her musical cadences must naturally excite your admiration. No, thank you, aunt, it was inimitable. You are quite right, Frederick, such words could not be listened to with indifference." " You are an odious, carping, old fusty, musty bachelor, and I hate you with all my heart and soul," exclaimed the young man. " Upon my honour, Hubert, I shudder to think that some 10 or a dozen years hence I may be as hard, cold, and insensible as you are now. Tell me honestly, can you at all recollect what your feelings were at 22, on seeing such a being as that sable angel from whom you have just dragged me? Perhaps not exactly, and besides, black angels were never the objects of my idolatry. But don't stamp your foot at me, and I will answer you seriously. I do not think that from the blissful time when I was 16 up to my present solemn 35, I could ever have been tempted to look a second time at any miss under the chaperonship of such a dame as that feather and furbelow lady. Then why, in the name of common sense, did you gaze so earnestly at the furbelow lady herself? To answer that truly, Frederick, would involve the confession of a peculiar family weakness. A family weakness? Pray, be confidential. I will promise to be discreet. And indeed, as my brother has just made, as the newspapers say, a lovely bride of your sister, I have some right to a participation in the family secrets. Come, disclose. What family reason have you for choosing to gaze upon a great vulgar woman, verging towards 40, and refusing to look at a young creature, as beautiful as a houri, who happens to be in her company? I suspect it is because I am near of kin to my mother's sister. Did you never hear of the peculiarity that attaches to my respected aunt, Lady Elizabeth Norris? She scruples not to avow that she prefers the society of people who amuse her by their absurdities to every other. Oh, yes, I have heard all that from Edward, who has, I can tell you, been occasionally somewhat horrified at what the queer old lady calls her soirées antithetiques. But you don't mean to tell me, Hubert, that you ever take the fancy of surrounding yourself with all the greatest quizzes you can find, in compliment to your old aunt? Why, no, I do not go so far as that yet, and perhaps I sometimes wish that she did not either, for occasionally she carries the whim rather too far. Yet I believe truly that I am more likely to gaze with attention at a particularly ridiculous-looking woman than at any young nymph under her protection, or possessing the awful privilege of calling her aunt. A young nymph! What a hateful phrase! Elegant, delicate creature! I swear to you, Colonel Hubert, that you have lowered yourself very materially in my estimation by your want of tact in not immediately perceiving that, although a nepentine connection unhappily exists between them, by marriage probably, or by the half-blood, there must still be something very peculiar in the circumstances which have brought so incongruous a pair together. Well, Frederick, you may be right, and perhaps, my friend, my eyes begin to fail me; for, to tell you the truth, your adorable crape veil was too thick for me to see anything through it." "To be sure it was," cried Stephenson, quite delighted at the amende. "I thought it was impossible you could underrate such a face as that." "It is a great blessing to have young eyes," rejoined the colonel, relapsing into his bantering tone. "What, at it again, thou crusty old Mars? Then I leave you." "Au revoir, my Corydon." And so they parted. End of Chapter 1. Volume 2, Chapter 2 of The Widow Barnaby by Frances Milton Trollope. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. The Ball. The evening of the ball, so much dreaded by the niece, and so much longed for by the aunt, arrived at last; and by a chance not overcommon in the affairs of mortals, while the hopes of the one lady were more than realized, the fears of the other were proved to be altogether groundless. Many favourable accidents, indeed, concurred to lessen the difficulties anticipated by Agnes. In the first place, her almost funeral robes, for which, if the truth be spoken, it must be avowed she had not the slightest partiality, assumed an appearance, under her tasteful fancy, which surprised even herself; for though when she set about it she had a sort of beau ideal of a black crape robe floating in her imagination, her hopes of giving it form and substance by her own ingenuity were not very sanguine. Mrs. Barnaby, either from the depth of her sorrow or the height of her elegance, had commanded, when she ordered her widow's mourning, that one dress should touch the heart of every beholder by having a basement of sable crape 1 yard in breadth around it. This doleful dress was costly, and had been rarely worn at Silverton, that it might come forth in great splendour at Exeter. But at Exeter, as we have seen, the widow's feelings so completely overpowered her, that she could not wear it at all, and thus it came under the fingers of Agnes in very respectable condition. Of these circumambulatory ells of crape, the young artificer contrived to fabricate a dress that was anything but unbecoming. The enormous crape gigots, for those were the days of gigots, which made part of her black treasure, hung from her delicate fair arms like transparent clouds upon the silvery brightness of the moon, so at least would Frederick Stephenson have described it, while the simple corsage, drawn à la Vierge rather higher than fashion demanded round her beautiful bust, gave a delicate and sober dignity to her appearance that even those who would have deemed it a pity to be so covered up themselves, could not but allow was exceedingly becoming. As soon as her labour was ended she prudently made an experiment of its effect, and then, in trembling hope of her aunt's approval, made her appearance before her. Her success here perfectly astonished her. " Mercy on me, child, what an elegant dress ! Where on earth did you get it from ?"" From your gown, aunt." " Oh, to be sure, I understand. It is not many people that would give away such a dress as that, Agnes, perfectly new and so extremely elegant. I hope it won't turn your brain, my dear, and that you will never forget who gave it to you. Certainly I never thought you so handsome before ; and if you will but study my manner a little, and smile, and show your fine teeth, I do really think I may be able to get a husband for you, which would certainly be more creditable than going out as a governess. So you can work, Agnes, I see, and a good thing too, considering your poverty. It does not look amiss upon the whole, I must say ; though I don't see any reason for your covering yourself up so. I am sure your neck is white enough to be seen, and it would be odd if it wasn't, considering who your mother was ; for both she and I were noted far and near for that beauty. But I can't say I ever hid myself up in that way. And what shoes, child, have you got to wear with it?" " These, aunt," said Agnes, putting out her little foot, encased in leather, with a sole of very respectable thickness. " Well, upon my word, that's a pity. It spoils all, and I don't think you could dance in them if you did get a partner. What would you say, Agnes, if I bought you a thin pair of prunella pumps on purpose?" " I should be very much obliged to you, aunt." " Well, then, for once I must be extravagant, I believe ; so get on your other gown, child, as quick as you can, and your bonnet and shawl, and let us go to the shop round the corner. I did not mean to stir out to day, there is wind enough to make one's eyes perfectly bloodshot. However, the shop's close by. Only if you do marry well, I hope you will never forget what you owe me." Agnes had been too hard at work to take any long walk, though invited to do it ; but her friend Mary called upon her both Monday and Tuesday, and having found her way into the closet, seemed to think, as she pulled over Agnes's books and chatted with her concerning their contents, that they might often enjoy themselves tete a tete there. " Shall you like it, Agnes ?" she added, after sketching such a scheme to her. " I think, Mary, you could make me like anything, but can I really make you like sitting in this cupboard instead of your own elegant drawing room?" " If you will sit with me here, my new friend," answered Miss Peters, with an air of great sincerity. " Then must I not be wicked if I ever think myself unhappy again, at least, as long as we stay at Clifton? Dear girl ! You should not be so, if I could help it. But I must go, 9 o'clock this evening, remember, and wait for us in the outer room, if you do not find us already there." These instructions Agnes repeated to her aunt ; but that lady's ardent temper induced her to order a fly to be at her door at 8:30 precisely ; and when it arrived, she was for at least the 4th time putting the last finishing touch to her blonde and her feathers, and her ringlets, and her rouge, and therefore it took her not more than 5 minutes for a last general survey before she declared herself ready ; and Jerningham received orders to precede her down the stairs with a candle. If the former descriptions of the widow's appearance have not been wholly in vain, the reader will easily conceive the increased splendour of her charms when elaborately attired for a ball, without my entering into any minutiae concerning them. Suffice it to say, that if the corsage of the delicate Agnes might have been deemed by some too high, that of Mrs. Barnaby might have been thought by others too low, and that, taken altogether, she looked exceedingly like one of the supplementary dames brought forth to do honour to the banquet scene in Macbeth. Arriving half an hour before the time appointed, they of course did not find the Peters family ; nor did this latter party make their appearance before the patience of Mrs. Barnaby had given way, and she had insisted, much to the vexation of Agnes, upon going on to the ball room without them. There the atmosphere was already in some degree congenial to her. The lustres were blazing, the orchestra tuning, and a few individuals, as impatient as herself, walking up and down the room, and appearing greatly delighted at having something new to stare at. This parade was beginning to realise all the worst fears of Agnes, for the room was filling fast, and Mrs. Barnaby would not hear of sitting down, when she descried Mrs. Peters, her son, her 3 daughters, and 2 other gentlemen enter the room. Mrs. Barnaby saw them too, and instantly began to stride towards them ; but timidity now made Agnes bold, and she held back, still courageously retaining her aunt's arm, and exclaiming eagerly, " Oh, let them come to us, aunt !"" Nonsense, child ! Don't hold me so, Agnes ; it will be exceedingly rude if we do not join them immediately, according to our engagement." The pain of violently seizing upon Miss Peters was, however, spared her by the watchful kindness of Mary, who caught sight of them immediately, and, together with Elizabeth, hastened forward to meet them. Miss Peters gave a glance of approbation and pleasure at the appearance of Agnes, who did not look the less beautiful, perhaps, from the deep blush that dyed her cheeks as she marked the expression of Mrs. Peters' countenance, as she approached with her eyes fixed upon her aunt. That lady, however, let her have felt what she might at sight of her remarkable looking sister in law, very honourably performed her part of the compact entered into with her daughters, smiling very graciously in return for her affectionate relative's raptures at seeing her, and showing no symptom of anything she felt on the occasion, excepting immediately retiring to the remotest corner of the room, where she very nearly hid herself behind a pillar. Mrs. Barnaby of course followed her, with the young ladies, to the seat she had chosen ; but her active genius was instantly set to work to discover how she might escape from it, for the feelings produced by such an eclipse were perfectly intolerable. " I must pretend that I see some person whom I know," thought she, " and so make one of the girls walk across the room with me ;" but at the instant she was about to put this project into execution, James Peters came up to the party, and very civilly addressed her. This was something, for the young man was handsome and well dressed ; but better still was what happened next, for she immediately felt at once that she was about to become the heroine of an adventure. Major Allen, whose appearance altogether, including moustaches, favoris, collier grec, embroidered waistcoat, and all, was very nearly as remarkable as her own, entered the room, looked round it, fixed his eyes upon her spangled turban, and very decisively turned off from the throng in order to pay his compliments to the Peters party, distinguishing her by a bow that spake the profoundest admiration and respect. Elizabeth was the last of the row, her mother, with Mrs. Barnaby next her, being at the other end of it ; and close to Elizabeth the dashing major placed himself, immediately entering into a whispered conversation with her, which obliged her to turn herself round from the rest, in such a manner that not even Lucy, who came next in order, could overhear much of what passed. Nevertheless, the widow felt as certain as if she could have followed every word of it, that this earnest conversation was about her. Nor was she mistaken, for thus it ran. " Good evening, Miss Elizabeth. You are just arrived, I presume. An excellent ball, is it not? I told you it would be. What an exceedingly fine woman your aunt is, Miss Peters. It is your aunt, I think? "" Yes, our aunt, certainly. The widow of my mother's brother, Major Allen." " Ay, I understood she was your aunt. She is a woman of large fortune, I hear." " Yes, very large fortune." " But she is in lodgings, is she not? She does not seem to have taken the whole house." " Oh no, only quite small lodgings ; but she does not spend a third of her income, nor near it." " Really ? Then I suppose, handsome as she is, that she is a little in the skinflint line, eh ?" And here the major showed his horse like teeth by a laugh. " Not that at all, I assure you," replied the young lady, amiably anxious to exonerate her aunt from so vile an aspersion. " Indeed, I should say quite the contrary ; for she has very generous and noble ideas about money, and the use a widow ought to make of a fortune left by her husband, in case she does not happen to marry again. I am sure I hope people won't be so ill natured as to say she is stingy because she does not choose to spend all her income. It will be abominable if they do, because her motives are so very noble." " I am sure she has a most charming advocate in you. And what then, may I ask, for what is noble should never be concealed, what can be the reason of economy so unnecessary?" "She does not think it unnecessary, Major Allen, for she has an orphan niece who is left quite dependent upon her, and what she is saving will be for her." " Amiable, indeed ! Then her property is only income, I presume. Really, that is a pity, considering how remarkably well such a disposition would employ the capital." " Oh no, that is not so neither. My uncle Barnaby left everything entirely at her own disposal ; only she thinks —" and here the silly and loquacious Elizabeth stopped short, for the idea suddenly occurred to her that it was not right to talk so much of her aunt's concerns to so slight an acquaintance as Major Allen ; and not exactly knowing how to end her sentence, she permitted a sudden thought to strike her, and exclaimed, " I wonder when they will begin dancing." But the major had heard enough. He resumed the conversation, however, but very discreetly, by saying That young lady in mourning is her niece, I suppose, and a beautiful creature she is. But how comes she to be in such deep mourning when that of her aunt is so slight?" Had the simple Elizabeth understood the principle of vicarial mourning upon which these habiliments had been transferred from the widow to her niece, she would doubtless, from the talkative frankness of her nature, have disclosed it; but as her confidential conversation with her new relative had left her ignorant of this, she answered, with rather a confused recollection of Mrs. Barnaby's explanation, "I believe it is because she wears it out of romantic sorrow for her own papa, though he has been dead for years and years." "Will you ask your brother, Miss Peters, to introduce me to Mrs. Barnaby?" "Certainly, Major Allen, if you wish it. James," added the young lady, stretching out her fan to draw his attention from Agnes, with whom he was talking, "James, step here. Major Allen wishes you to introduce him to Mrs. Barnaby." The Major rose at the moment, and strengthened the request by adding, "Will you do me that honour, Mr. Peters?" The young man bowed slightly, and without answering, moved to the front of the happy widow, followed by the obsequious Major, and said, "Major Allen wishes to be introduced to you, Mrs. Barnaby. Major Allen, Mrs. Barnaby." It was not without an effort that this consummation of her dearest hopes was received with some tolerable appearance of external composure by the lady, but she felt that the moment was an important one, and called up all her energy to support her under it. Perhaps she blushed, but that, for obvious reasons, was not perceptible; but she cast down her eyes upon her fan, and then raised them again to the face of the bending Major with a look that really said a great deal. The established questions and answers in use on such occasions were going on with great zeal and animation on both sides, when a fresh source of gratification presented itself to the widow in the approach of Mr. Frederick Stephenson to Agnes, in a manner as flatteringly decided as that of the Major to herself; but being quite a stranger to the Peters family, he was preceded by the master of the ceremonies, who whispered his name and family to Mrs. Peters, asking her permission to present him to the young lady in mourning, who appeared to be of her party. This was of course readily accorded. When the introduction took place, and was followed by a petition from the young man for the honour of dancing with her, Agnes looked a vast deal more beautiful than he had ever dared to believe possible through her veil, as she answered, "I am engaged." "Then the next?" asked Mr. Stephenson eagerly. Agnes bowed her blushing assent, and the young man continued to stand before her, going through pretty nearly the same process as the Major. This lasted till the quadrilles began to form, when James Peters claimed her hand for the dance. Two of the Miss Peters soon followed, when Major Allen said, "As the young ladies are forsaking you, madam, may you not be induced to make a party at whist?" "I should have no objection whatever, Major," replied Mrs. Barnaby, "provided there was room at a table where they did not play high." "Of course, if I have the honour of making a table for you, my dear madam, the stakes will be of your own naming. Will you permit me to go and see what can be done?" "You are excessively kind. I shall be greatly obliged." The active Mars departed instantly with a step, if not as light, at least as zealous in its speed, as that of Mercury when bent upon one of his most roguish errands, and in wonderfully short space of time he returned with the intelligence that a table was waiting for her. He then presented his arm, which she took with condescending dignity, and led her off. "Ah, sure a pair was never seen, so justly formed to meet by nature," exclaimed Mrs. Peters to Lucy as they walked away; and, greatly relieved, she rose, and taking her daughter by the arm, joined a party of her friends in a more busy part of the room. Meanwhile the quadrilles proceeded, and Agnes, notwithstanding the heart-beating shyness inevitably attending a first appearance, did not lose her look of sweet composure or her graceful ease. James Peters was an attentive and encouraging partner, and she would probably soon have forgotten that this was the first time she had ever danced, except at school, had she not, when the dance was about half over, perceived herself to be an object of more attention to one of the standers-by than any girl, so very new, can be conscious of, without embarrassment. The eyes which thus annoyed her were those of Colonel Hubert. His remarkable height made him conspicuous among the throng, which was rendered more dense than usual by a wish, every moment increasing, to look at the beautiful girl in deep mourning; and perhaps her happening to know who he was made her fancy that it was more embarrassing to be looked at by him than by any one else. The annoyance, however, did not last long, for he disappeared. Colonel Hubert left the place where he had stood, and in the study in which he had certainly found some interest, for the purpose of looking for his friend Stephenson. He found him in the doorway. "Frederick, I want you," said the Colonel. Come with me, my good fellow, and I will prove to you that, notwithstanding my age and infirmities, I still retain my faculties sufficiently to find out what is truly and really lovely as ably as yourself. Come on, suffer yourself to be led, and I will show you what I call a beautiful girl." Stephenson quietly suffered himself to be led captive, and half a dozen paces placed him immediately opposite to Agnes Willoughby. " Look at that girl," said Colonel Hubert in a whisper, " and tell me what you think of her. The angel in black? Yes, Frederick. This is glorious, by heaven! Why, Hubert, it is my own black angel. You do not mean to tell me that the girl we saw with that horribly vulgar woman, and this epitome of all elegance, are the same? But upon my soul I do, sir. And now what do you say to the advantage of being able to see through a thick veil?" " I cannot believe it, Stephenson," replied Colonel Hubert, again fixing his eyes in an earnest gaze upon Agnes. " Then die in your unbelief, and much good may it do you. Why, I have been introduced to her, man. Her name is Willoughby, and I am to dance the next quadrille with her. If this be so, peccavi," said the Colonel, turning abruptly away. " I think so," replied his friend, following and relinquishing even the pleasure of looking at Agnes for that of enjoying his triumph over Hubert. " Won't this make a good story? And don't you think, Colonel, that for a few years longer, at least, it may be as well to postpone the adoption of your lady aunt's system, and when you see two females together, look at both, to ascertain whether one of them may not be the loveliest creature in the universe, before you give up your whole soul to the amiable occupation of quizzing the other? You think this is a very good jest, Frederick, but to me, I assure you, it seems very much the contrary." " Because it is so melancholy for a man of 35 to lose his eyesight? Because, Stephenson, it is so melancholy to know that such a being as that fair girl is in the hands of a woman whose appearance speaks her to be so utterly vulgar, to say the very least of it. Take care, my venerable philosopher, that you do not blunder about the old lady as egregiously as you before did about the young one. When I got the master of the ceremonies to perform for me the precious service of an introduction, I inquired about the party that she and the furbelow aunt were with, and learned that they were among the most respectable resident inhabitants of Clifton. I am heartily glad of it, Frederick, and yet, if their party consisted of the noblest in the land, I should still feel this aunt to be a greater spot upon her beauty than any wart or mole that ever disfigured a fair cheek. At least, it would, I think, be quite sufficient to keep my heart safe, if I thought this uncommon looking creature still more beautiful than I do, which I confess would not be easy." " I wish your heart joy of its security," returned Stephenson. " And now be off, and leave me to my happiness ; for see, the set breaks up, and I may follow her to her place, and again present myself. Come, tell me honestly, do you not envy me? I never dance, you know." "So much the worse for you, mon cher," and the gay young man turned off to follow the way that he saw Agnes lead. This was to the quarter where she had left her aunt and Mrs. Peters, but they found neither. " Don't be frightened," said her good-natured partner, " we shall find my mother in a moment." And when they did find her, she received Agnes with a smiling welcome which contrasted pretty strongly with the stately and almost forbidding aspect with which she ever regarded Mrs. Barnaby. Young Stephenson saw this reception, and saw also the empressement with which the pretty, elegant Mary Peters seemed to cling to her. More than ever persuaded that he was right and his friend wrong, he suddenly determined on a measure that he thought might ensure a more permanent acquaintance than merely being a partner of a dance, and before presenting himself to claim her hand, he again addressed the master of the ceremonies with a request that he would present him to Mrs. Peters. That obliging functionary made not the least objection. Indeed, he knew that there was not a lady in the room, either young or old, who would not thank him for an introduction to Sir Edward Stephenson's handsome brother, himself a cornet in the blues, and the inheritor of his mother's noble estate in Worcester, which made him considerably a richer man than his elder brother. All this was known to everybody, for the beautiful Miss Hubert and her lover Sir Edward had been for a week or two the lions of Clifton ; and though they had mixed very little in its society, there was nobody who could be considered as anybody, who would not have been pleased at making the acquaintance of Frederick Stephenson. The young man, too, knew well how to make the most of the 10 minutes that preceded the second dance ; and Mrs. Peters smiled to think, as she watched him leading Agnes to join the set, how justly her keeping faith had been rewarded by this introduction of the most desiree partner in the room. Meanwhile, Mrs. Barnaby was led to the card room by Major Allen. But he led her slowly, and more than once found himself obliged to stop for a minute or two, that she might not be incommoded by pressing too quickly through the crowd. And thus it was they talked as they gently won their way. " And what may be the stake that Mrs. Barnaby permits herself?" said the Major, bending forward to look into the widow's eyes. " Very low, I assure you, Major," replied the lady, with a wave of the head that sent her plumes to brush the hirsute magnificence of his face. " Shorts and crown points, perhaps," rejoined the Major, agreeably refreshed by the delicate fanning he had received. " Oh, fie, Major ! How can you suspect me of such extravagance? No, believe me, I know too well how to use the blessings of wealth, to abuse them by playing so high as that, but I believe gentlemen think that nothing." " Why, no, my dear madam, I cannot say that men, that is, men of certain fashion and fortune, think much of crown points. For my own part, I detest gambling, though I love whist, and never care how low I play, though occasionally, when I get into a certain set, I am obliged to give way a little ; but I never exceed £5 points, and 20 on the rubber ; and that, you know, unless the cards run extravagantly high, cannot amount to anything very alarming, especially as I play tolerably well, and, in fact, never play so high if I can help it." " But, Major," said the lady, stopping short in their progress, " I really am afraid that I must decline playing at your table. The amount of what I could lose might not perhaps be a great object to me, any more than to you, but it is a matter of principle with me, and when that is the case I never swerve. So take me back again, will you, to my sister Peters and my party." This was said with a sort of clinging helplessness and delicate timidity that was very touching. " Good heavens !" exclaimed the Major, with great animation, " how very little you know me ! I would take you, charming Mrs. Barnaby, to the world's end, if you would consent to go with me ; but I think not that I would sit down at one table, though I might sweep from it stakes amounting to thousands, when I could play with you for straws at another." Remember, reader, that she to whom this was said had been Miss Martha Compton of Silverton but 6 short years before, and then judge with what feelings she listened to it. They were such that, for a moment, no power of speech was left to her ; but she abandoned her purpose of retreat ; and when at length they stood before the table at which 2 sporting looking gentlemen were waiting to receive them, she gently seated herself, murmuring at the same time in the Major's ear, " Not higher than half crowns, if you please." He pressed her hand as he resigned the arm with which she had favoured him, and as he did so, replied, " Depend on me." Before the arrangements for playing were finally settled, the friendly Major Allen took the 2 gentlemen a pace or 2 apart, and communicated in a few words what brought them back to the table, perfectly contented with a half crown, and gallantly anxious to have the honour of cutting highest, that they might have the happiness of winning the lady as a partner, if they won nothing else. But this happiness fell to the Major, as well as most others during the 3 or 4 rubbers that followed ; for he and his fair partner played with great luck, which helped produce between them that amicable state of spirits which tends to make every word appear a pleasantry, and every look a charm. In the midst of this very agreeable game, in the course of which both the eyes and the voice of the widow proclaimed how very greatly she enjoyed it, Colonel Hubert wandered into the room, and having given a glance at 1 or 2 other tables as he passed them, stationed himself on a sofa, from whence he commanded a full view of that at which Mrs. Barnaby was engaged. His recent examination of her niece gave him a feeling of interest in this aunt that nearly superseded the amusement he might otherwise have derived from her appearance and manner. That both were likely to be affected by the intense interest and pleasure she took in her occupation, as well as in the partner who shared it with her, may be easily conceived, when it is stated that not even the entrance of the magnificent Colonel was perceived by her. Her vivacity, her enjouement, became more striking every moment. Her words were full of piquant and agreeable meaning, which her eyes scrupled not to second ; while the Major assumed more and more the air and manner of a man enchanted and enamoured beyond the power of concealment. But it was not the spirit of quizzing that sat upon Colonel Hubert's brow as he contemplated this scene. On the contrary, his fine countenance spoke first disgust, and then a degree of melancholy that might have seemed ill befitting the occasion, and in a few minutes he walked away, and re-entered the ball room. Whether intentionally or not may be doubted, but he soon again found himself opposite to the place which Agnes occupied in the quadrille, and being there, watched her with a degree of attention that seemed equally made up of curiosity and admiration. " It is strange," thought he, " that the most repulsive and the most attractive women I ever remember to have seen, should be so closely linked together." In a few minutes the quadrille ended, when Mr. Stephenson, who had danced it with the eldest Miss Peters, said to his friend as he passed him, " We are now going to tea, and if you will come with us, I will introduce you." Colonel Hubert followed almost mechanically, yet not without a feeling somewhat allied to self-reproach at permitting himself to join the party of a Mrs. Barnaby. This obnoxious individual was, however, nearly or rather wholly forgotten within a very few minutes after the introduction took place. Mrs. Peters' manners were, as we know, particularly ladylike and pleasing, her daughters all pretty looking, and one of them, at least, singularly animated and agreeable; her son and the other gentlemen of her party perfectly comme il faut. And Agnes, what was Agnes in the estimation of the fastidious, high-minded, and high-born Colonel Hubert? He would have been totally unable to answer this question satisfactorily himself, nor would it be just that a precise answer to it should be expected from the historian. This interval of conversation and repose lasted rather longer than usual, for the whole party, each for some reason or other of their own, enjoyed it, or at any rate betrayed no wish to bring it to a conclusion. Had Colonel Hubert, indeed, been told that he enjoyed it, he would strenuously and sincerely have denied the statement. He looked at Agnes with wonder and compassion strongly blended. He listened to the gay and artless tone of her conversation with Mary Peters and young Stephenson, without being able to deny that, whether she had fallen from the stars, or been raised and wholly educated by that terrible incarnation of all he most detested, her vulgar aunt, every word she uttered bore the stamp of well-bred association, right feeling, and bright intelligence. He allowed all this, and he allowed too that never, through all the varieties of his campaigning life, had he seen, in any rank or in any clime, a loveliness so perfect. Yet he almost trembled as he watched the passionate devotion with which his friend gazed at and listened to her. Colonel Hubert knew the character of Stephenson well. It was generous, ardent, and affectionate in the highest degree; but passionate withal, self-willed, and only amenable to control when it came in the shape of influence exercised by friendship unmixed with authority of any kind. He was just 23, and had been in possession of a noble property from the day he attained the age of 21. Singularly free from vice of any kind, his friends, in seeing him take the management of his estates into his own hands, had but one fear for him. It was not racing, gambling, debauchery, or extravagance they dreaded. Had he already passed 50 years of sober life exempt from all these, they would scarcely have felt more secure of his being safe from them; but it was in the important affair of marriage that they dreaded his precipitancy. More than once already his distinguished and highly connected family had been terrified by the idea that some irremediable misfortune in this respect was about to fall upon them; and earnestly did they wish that he should speedily form such a connection as they could approve, and had a right to expect. Unfortunately this wish had been too evident, and the idea of being disposed of in marriage by his brother and sisters had become a bugbear from which the young man shrank with equal indignation and contempt. The marriage of his elder brother with Miss Hubert had naturally led to great intimacy between the families; and of all the acquaintance he had ever made, Colonel Hubert was the one for whom Frederick Stephenson felt the warmest admiration and esteem; and certainly he was more proud of the affectionate partiality that distinguished individual had shown him than of any other advantage he possessed. Sir Edward Stephenson observed this, and he had told his betrothed Emma that he drew the best possible augury from it for his brother's safety. "He is so proud of Montague's friendship," said he, "that it must be a most outrageous love fit which would make him hazard it by forming a connection unworthy in any way. So jealously does he deprecate the interference of his own family on this subject, that I have long determined never more to let him see how near it is to my heart, and I will not even mention the subject to your brother, lest, par impossible, he might ever discover that I had done so. But I wish you, love, would say a word to him before we leave Clifton. Tell him that Frederick has still a great propensity to fall in love at first sight, and that we shall all bless him everlastingly, if he will prescribe change of air whenever he may happen to see the fit seize him." The fair Emma promised and kept her word; and such was the theme on which their discourse turned the night before the wedding, when Sir Edward being engaged with the lawyer, who had just arrived from London with the settlements, the brother and sister took that stroll upon the pavement of Sion Row, which had first exhibited the stately figure of Colonel Hubert to Mrs. Barnaby's admiration. Little did Agnes think, when her head was made to obtrude itself through the window upon that occasion, that her ears caught some words of a conversation destined to prove so important to her future happiness. That the falling in love at first sight had already taken place, Colonel Hubert could not doubt, as he watched his enthusiastic friend's look and manner, while conversing with Agnes, and gravely and sorrowfully did he ponder on the words of his sister in their last tete a tete. " Save him, dearest Montague, if you can," said she, " from any folly of this sort ; for I really think Sir Edward would never be happy again if Frederick formed any disgraceful marriage." And a disgraceful marriage it would and must be, thought he, neither her surpassing beauty, nor her modest elegance either, can make it otherwise. As if sent by fate to confirm him in this conviction, the widow at this moment approached the party, leaning on the arm of the Major. Having finished her fifth rubber, and pocketed her 16 half-crowns, Major Allen's two friends pleaded an engagement elsewhere, and Mrs. Barnaby accepted his offered escort to the tea-table. A look of happiness is very becoming to many faces, it will often indeed lend a charm to features that in sorrow can boast of none ; but there are others on which this genial and expansive emotion produces a different effect, and Mrs. Barnaby was one of them. Her eyes did not only sparkle, they perfectly glared with triumph and delight. She shook her curls and her feathers with the vivacity of a Bacchante when tossing her cymbals in the air, and her joyous laugh, and her conscious whisper, as each in turn attracted attention from all around, were exactly calculated to produce just such an effect as the luckless Agnes would have lived in silence and solitude for ever to avoid witnessing. The habile Major described the party the instant he entered the room, and led the lady directly to it. But the table was fully occupied, and for a moment no one stirred but Agnes, who, pale and positively trembling with distress, stood up, though without saying a word. Mrs. Peters coloured, and for a second looked doubtful what to do ; but when she saw Major Allen address himself with the manner of an old acquaintance to Elizabeth, she rose, and slightly saying, " I am so sorry you are too late for tea, Mrs. Barnaby," moved off, followed of course by her daughters, and the gentlemen attending on them. " I dare say we shall find a cup that will do ; never mind us. Agnes, don't you go but try that pot, will you, at the bottom of the table? This is as dry as hay." The Major was immediately on the alert, and seizing on the teapot, seized the hand of Agnes with it. Neck, cheeks, and brow were crimson in an instant ; and as she withdrew her hand from his audacious touch, her eye caught that of Colonel Hubert fixed upon her. Shame, vexation, and something almost approaching to terror, brought tears into that beautiful eye, and for a moment the gallant soldier forgot everything in an ardent longing to seize by the collar and fling from the chamber the man who had thus dared to offend her. But Frederick Stephenson, who also saw the action, quitted the side of his partner, contrary to all the laws of etiquette, and quickly placing himself beside Agnes, bestowed such a glance on the Major as immediately turned the attention of that judicious personage to the teapot and Mrs. Barnaby. " You dance with me now, Miss Willoughby," said young Stephenson, which, as he had enjoyed that honour twice before, he had been too discreet to hint at it till the arrival of the widow and the Major had rendered her being immediately occupied so particularly desirable. Agnes perfectly understood his motive, and though her cheeks again tingled as she remembered how impossible it was for her to run effectually from the annoyance that so cruelly beset her, she felt touched and grateful for his kindness ; and the smile with which she accepted it would have sufficed to subdue the heart of Frederick, had an atom of it been unsubdued before. CHAPTER III. Volume 2, Chapter 3 of The Widow Barnaby by Frances Milton Trollope. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Melancholy meditations. An eventful walk. A pleasant breakfast. A comfortable conversation in a closet. The slumbers of Agnes that night were not heavy, for she waked while the birds were still singing their morning hymn to the sun, which poured its beams full upon her face through her uncurtained window. She turned restlessly upon her little bed, and tried to sleep again ; but it would not do ; and as she listened to the twittering without, so strong a desire seized her to leave the narrow boundary of her little closet, and breathe the air of heaven, that after the hesitation and struggle of a few moments, she yielded, and noiselessly creeping out of bed, and performing the business of her toilet with the greatest caution, ventured to open the door communicating with her aunt's chamber, when she had the great satisfaction of hearing her snore loud enough to mask any sound she might herself make in passing through the room. In like manner she successfully made her way downstairs and out of the house, and her heart beat with something like pleasure as she felt the sweet morning breeze blow from the downs upon her cheek. She walked towards the beautiful point on which the windmill stands. But, alas! she was no longer happy enough to feel that the landscape it commanded could confer that sort of perfect felicity which she had before thought belonged to it. She sat down again on the same spot where Mary, Lucy, James, and herself had sat before, but with how different a feeling! And yet it wanted one whole day of a week since that time. What new sorrow was it that weighed thus upon her spirits? The good-humoured liking that her new acquaintance then testified towards her had since ripened into friendship. At the ball of the preceding evening she had, in fashionable phrase, met with the most brilliant success. She had danced every dance, and 3 of them with the partner that every lady in the room would best have liked to dance with; and yet there was a feeling of depression at her heart greater than she had ever been conscious of before. How was this? Could Agnes herself tell the cause of it? Yes, if she had asked herself, she could have answered, and have answered truly, that it was because she now knew that the better, the more estimable, the more amiable the society around her might be, the more earnestly she ought to endeavour to withdraw from it. This conviction was enough to make her feel sad, and there was no need to seek farther in order to discover other sources of sadness, if any such there were, within her bosom. And thus she sat, again pulling time from the hillside; but it was no longer so sweet as before, and she threw it from her, like a child who has broken its toy, and just reached the sage conviction that its gaudy colouring was good for nothing. While indulging in this most unsatisfactory fit of musing, the sound of a horse's feet almost close behind startled her; but instead of turning her head to see whom it might be, she started up and walked onward. The horseman, however, was perhaps more curious than herself, for he immediately rode past her, nor scrupled to turn his head as he did so, to ascertain who the early wanderer might be. And even before he had done so Agnes knew, by a moment's glance at his figure as he passed her, that it was Colonel Hubert. He checked his horse and touched his hat, and for half an instant Agnes thought he was going to speak to her; perhaps he thought so too; but if he did, he changed his mind, for looking about in the distance, as if reconnoitring his position, he pressed the sides of his horse and galloped on, a groom presently following. Agnes breathed more freely. "Thank God he did not speak to me!" she exclaimed. "If he had, I should have wanted power to answer him. Never, no, never can I forget, were I to see him every day to the end of my life, I should never forget the expression of his face as my aunt Barnaby and that dreadful man walked up the room towards the tea-table. No, nor the glance he gave, so full of vexation and regret, when his kind-hearted, sweet-tempered friend asked me again to dance with him. Proud, disdainful man! I hope and trust that I may never behold him more. It is he who first taught me to know and feel how miserable is the future that awaits me." This soliloquy, partly muttered and partly thought, was here interrupted by her once more hearing the sound of a horse's feet on the turf close behind her. "He has turned back," thought she, "though I did not see him pass me. Oh, if he speaks to me, how shall I answer him?" But again the horseman rode past, and another rapid glance showed her that this time it was not Colonel Hubert, nor did she trouble herself to think whom else it might be; and if she had, the labour would have been thrown away, for in this case, as before, the rider looked back, and displayed to her view the features of Major Allen. He instantly stopped his horse and jumped to the ground, then skilfully wheeling the animal around, placed himself between it and the terrified Agnes, and began walking beside her. Her first impulse was to stand still, and ask him wherefore he thus approached her; but when she turned towards him to speak, the expression of his broad audacious countenance struck her with dismay, and she suddenly turned round, and walked rapidly and in silence back towards the windmill, and the buildings beyond it. "Are you afraid of me, my charming young lady?" said the Major with a chuckle, again wheeling his charger so as to place himself beside Agnes. "No reason, upon my soul. How is your adorable aunt? Tell her I inquired for her, and tell her, too, upon the honour of an officer and a gentleman, that I consider her as by far the finest woman I ever saw. But why do you run on so swiftly, my pretty little fawn? Your charming aunt will thank me, I am sure, for not letting you put yourself in a fever." And so saying, his huge hand grasped the elbow of Agnes, and he held her forcibly back. A feeling of terror, greater than the occasion called for perhaps, induced Agnes to utter a cry at again feeling this hateful gripe, which seemed as if by magic to bring her relief, for at the same moment Colonel Hubert was on the other side of her. Agnes looked up in his face with an undisguised expression of delight, and on his offering his arm she took it instantly, but without either of them having uttered a word. There was something in the arrangement of the trio that Major Allen did not appear to approve, for having taken about 3 steps in advance, he suddenly stopped, and saying in a sort of blustering mutter, " You will be pleased to give my best compliments to your aunt," he sprang upon his horse so heedlessly as to render it probable both lady and gentleman might get a kick from the animal, and making it bound forward, darted off across the down. Agnes gently withdrew her arm, and said, but in a voice not over steady, " Indeed, sir, I am very much obliged to you." " I am glad to have been near you, Miss Willoughby, when that very insolent person addressed you," said Colonel Hubert, but without making any second offer of his arm. And a moment after he added, " Excuse me for telling you that you are imprudent in walking thus early and alone. Though Clifton on this side appears a rural sort of residence, it is not without some of the disagreeable features of a watering place." " I have lived always in the country. I had no idea there was any danger," said Agnes, shocked to think how much her own childish imprudence must have strengthened Colonel Hubert's worst opinion of her and her connections. " Nor is there perhaps any actual danger," replied the Colonel, " but there are many things that may not exactly warrant that name, which nevertheless "" Would be very improper for me." " Oh, it was great ignorance, great folly," interrupted Agnes eagerly, " and never, never again will I put myself in need of such kindness." " Has your aunt always lived with you in the country ?" was a question which Colonel Hubert felt greatly disposed to ask ; but instead of it, he said, turning down the Windmill Hill, " You reside at Rodney Place, I believe, and if I mistake not, this is the way." " No, sir, we lodge in Sion Row. It is here close by." " Do not let me delay your ride any more. I am very much obliged to you." And without waiting for an answer, Agnes stepped rapidly down the steep side of the hill, and was half way towards Sion Row before the Colonel felt quite sure of what he had intended to say in return. " But it is no matter, she is gone," thought he, and taking his reins from the hand of his groom, he remounted and resumed his morning ride. Mrs. Barnaby had not quitted her bed when Agnes returned, but she was awake, and hearing some one enter the drawing room, called out, " Who's there?" " It is I, aunt," said Agnes, opening the door with flushed cheeks and out of breath, partly, perhaps, from the agitation occasioned by her adventure, and partly from the speed with which she had walked from the windmill home. " And where on earth have you been already, child ? Mercy on me, what a colour you have got ! The ball has done you good as well as me, I think. There, get in and take your things off, and then come back and talk to me while I dress myself." Agnes went into her little room and shut the door. She really was very much afraid of her aunt, and in general obeyed her commands with the prompt obedience of a child who fears to be scolded, if he make a moment's delay. But at this moment a feeling stronger than fear kept her within the blessed sanctuary of her solitary closet. She seemed gasping for want of air. Her aunt's room felt close after coming from the fresh breeze of the hill, and it was, therefore, as Agnes thought, that the sitting down alone beside her own open window seemed a luxury for which it was worth while to risk the sharpest reprimand that ever aunt gave. But why, while she enjoyed it, did big tears chase each other down her cheeks? Whatever the cause, the effect was salutary. She became composed, she recovered her breath, and her complexion faded to its usual delicate tint, or perhaps to a shade paler ; and then she began to think that it was not wise to do anything for which she knew she should be reproached, if she could help it, and now she could help it. So she smoothed her chestnut tresses, bathed her eyes in water, and giving one deep sigh at leaving her own side of the door for that which belonged to her aunt, she came forth determined to bear very patiently whatever might be said to her. Fortunately for Agnes, Mrs. Barnaby had just approached that critical moment of her toilette business, when it was her especial will and pleasure to be alone ; so, merely saying in a snappish accent, " What in the world have you been about so long?" she added, " Now get along into the drawing room, and take care that the toast and my muffin are ready for me, and kept hot before the fire. It's almost too hot for fire, but I must have my breakfast warm and comfortable, and we can let it out afterwards." Agnes most joyfully obeyed. It was a great relief, and she was meekly thankful for it ; but she very nearly forgot the muffins and the toast, for the windows of the room were open, and looked out upon the windmill and the down, a view so pleasant that it was several minutes before she recollected the duties she had to perform. At last, however, she did recollect them, and made such good use of the time that remained, that when her aunt entered, bright in carmine and lilac ribbons, everything was as it should be, and she had only to sit and listen to her ecstatic encomiums on the ball, warm each successive piece of muffin at the end of a fork, and answer properly to the 10 times repeated question, "Haven't you got a good aunt, Agnes, to take you to such a ball as that?" At length, however, the tedious meal was ended, and Mrs. Barnaby busied herself considerably more than usual in setting the little apartment in order. She made Jerningham carefully brush away the crumbs, a ceremony sometimes neglected, set out her own best pink-lined work-box in state, placed the table agreeably at one of the windows, with 2 or 3 chairs round it, and then told Agnes that if she had any of her lesson book work to do, she might sit in her own room, for she did not want her. Gladly was the mandate obeyed, and willingly did she aid Betty Jacks in putting her tiny premises in order, for she was not without hope that her friend Mary would pay her a visit there to talk over the events of the evening; an occupation for which, to say the truth, she felt considerably more inclined than for any lesson book work whatever. Nor was she disappointed. Hardly did she feel ready to receive her before her friend arrived. "And well, Carina, how fares it with you to day? Do you not feel almost too big for your little room after all the triumphs of last night?" was the gay address of Miss Peters as she seated herself upon one of Agnes's boxes. But it was not answered in the same tone. Nay, there was much of reproof as well as sadness in the accent with which Agnes uttered, "Triumphs! Oh, Mary, what a word! You are the only one, I believe, who would quarrel with it. Did ever a little country girl under 17 make a more successful debut? Did ever country girl of any age have more reason to feel that she never ought to make any debut at all?" "My poor Agnes," said Miss Peters more gravely, "it will not do for you to feel so deeply the follies that may, and I fear, ever will be committed by your aunt and my aunt Barnaby. It is a sad vexing business, beyond all doubt, that you should have to go into company with a woman determined to make herself so outrageously absurd; but it is not fair to remember that, and nothing else. You should at least recollect also that the most distinguished man in the room paid you the compliment of joining your party at tea." "Paid me the compliment? Oh, Mary! And oh, Agnes, can you pretend to doubt that it was in compliment to you? And in compliment to whom was it that he danced with you?" "He never danced with me, Mary," said Agnes, colouring. "My dear child, what are you talking about? Why, he danced with you 3 times. Oh, yes, Mr. Stephenson. He is, indeed, the kindest, most obliging. And the handsomest partner that you ever danced with. Is it not so?" "That may easily be, Mary, if by partner you mean a gentleman partner, for I never danced with any till last night; and it is only saying that he is handsomer than your brother and Mr. Osborne, and I think he is." "And I think so too, therefore on that point we shall not quarrel. But tell me, how did you like the ball altogether? Did it please you? Were you amused? Shall you be longing to go to another?" "Let me answer your last question first. I hope never, never, never again to go to the ball with my aunt Barnaby. But had it not been for the pain, the shame, the agony she caused me, I should have liked it very much indeed; particularly the tea time, Mary. How pleasant it was before she came with that horrid, horrid man! Shall you ever forget the sight as they came up the room towards us? Oh, how he looked at her!" Agnes shuddered, and pressed her hands to her eyes, as if to shut out an object that she still saw. "It was tremendous," replied her friend, "but don't worry yourself by thinking Mr. Stephenson looked at her just then, for he really did not. You know he was sitting at the corner of the table by me, and his back was turned to her, thank heaven! But I will tell you who did look at her, if Stephenson did not. That magnificent looking colonel stared as if he had seen an apparition. But I did not mind that half so much, nor you either, I suppose. An old soldier like him must be used to such a variety of quizzes, that nobody, I imagine, can appear so preposterous to him as they might do to his young friend. By the by, I think he is a very fine looking man for his age, don't you?" "Who?" said Agnes innocently. "Why, Colonel Hubert. His sister, who is just married to Sir Edward Stephenson, is nearly 20 years younger than he is, they say." "20 years?" said Agnes. "Yes. Must it not be strange to see them together as brother and sister? He must seem so much more like her father." " Her father," said Agnes. " Yes, I should think so. But you do not talk half as much about the ball as I expected, Agnes. I think you were disappointed, and yet I do not know how that could be. You dance beautifully, and seem very fond of it. You had the best partners in the room, danced every dance, and were declared on all sides to be the belle par excellence ; and yet you do not seem to have enjoyed it." " Oh, I did enjoy it all the time that she was out of the room playing cards. I enjoyed it very, very much indeed ; so much that I am surprised at myself to feel how soon all my painful shyness was forgotten. But, after all, Mary, though you call your aunt Barnaby, as if to comfort me by sharing my sufferings, she is not really your aunt, and still less is she your sole protector ; still less is she the being on whom you depend for your daily bread. Alas ! my dear Mary, is there not more cause for surprise in my having enjoyed the ball so much, than in my not having enjoyed it more ?"" My poor Agnes, this is sad indeed," said Mary, all her gaiety vanishing at once, " for it is true. Do not think me indifferent to your most just sorrow. Would to heaven I could do anything effectually to alleviate it ! But while you are here, at least, endeavour to think more of us, and less of her. Wherever you are known, you will be respected for your own sake, and that is worth all other respect, depend upon it. When you leave us, indeed, I shall be very anxious for you. Tell me, dear Agnes, something more about your aunt Compton. Is it quite possible that you should be placed under her protection ?"" Oh yes ! She would not hear of it. She paid for my education and all my other expenses during 5 years ; and my aunt Barnaby says, that when she undertook to do this, she expressly said that it was all she could ever do for me. They say that she has ruined her little fortune by lavish and indiscriminate charity to the poor, and aunt Barnaby says that she believes that she has hardly enough left to keep herself alive. But I sometimes think, Mary, that I could be very happy if she would let me work for her, and help her, and perhaps give lessons in Silverton. I know some things already well enough, perhaps, to teach in such a remote place as that, when better masters cannot be procured ; and I should be so happy in doing this, if aunt Compton would but let me live with her." " Then why do you not tell her so, Agnes ?"" Because the only time I have seen her for years, though she kissed and embraced me for a moment, she pushed me from her afterwards, and said I was only more artful than aunt Barnaby, and that I should never be either graced or disgraced by her. Those were her words, I shall never forget them, and she has the reputation of being immovably obstinate in her resolves." " That does not look very promising, I must confess. But wisdom tells us that the possibility of future sorrow should never prevent our enjoying present happiness. Now I do think, dear Agnes, that just now you may enjoy yourself, if you like us as well as we like you, for we are all determined to endure aunt Barnaby for your sake, and in return you must resolve to be happy in spite of her for ours. And now adieu. I want to have some talk with mamma this morning ; but I dare say you will hear from me, or see me again, before the end of the day. Farewell." And Miss Peters made a quiet exit from the closet and from the house ; for she had heard voices in the drawing room as she came up the stairs, and now heard voices in the drawing room as she went down ; and having business in her head upon which she was exceedingly intent, she was anxious to avoid being seen or heard by Mrs. Barnaby, lest she should be detained. CHAPTER IV. Volume 2, Chapter 4 of The Widow Barnaby by Frances Milton Trollope. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER IV. A tete-a-tete in a drawing room. Autobiography. A remarkable discovery concerning the Duke of Wellington. The voices which alarmed Miss Peters were those of Mrs. Barnaby and Major Allen. The acquaintance between them had gone quite far enough on the preceding evening to justify the gentleman's aimable empressement to inquire for the lady's health ; besides, he was somewhat curious to know if the pretty, skittish young creature he had encountered in his morning's ride had recounted the adventure to her aunt. It was his private opinion that she had not, and if so, he should know what to think of the sudden appearance and protecting demeanour of her tall friend. It was thus he reasoned as he walked towards Sion Row as soon as he had finished his breakfast ; and yet, though he had lost so little time, he did not arrive till at least 3 minutes after the widow had begun to expect him. I need not ask my charming Mrs. Barnaby how she rested after her ball. Eyes do not sparkle thus unless they have been blessed with sleep." And the lady's hand was taken, bowed upon, and the tips of her fingers kissed, before she had quite recovered the soft embarrassment his entrance had occasioned. " You are very kind to call upon me, Major Allen. Do sit down. I live as yet comparatively in great retirement, for during Mr. Barnaby's lifetime we saw an immense deal of company, that old-fashioned sort of country visiting, you know, that never leaves one's house empty. I could not stand it when I was left alone, and that was the reason I left my beautiful place." " Silverton, or Silverton Park, was it not? I think I have heard of it." " Yes, Silverton. And do you know, Major, that the remembrance of all that racket and gaiety was so oppressive to my nerves during the first months of my widowhood, that I threw off everything that reminded me of it, sold my carriages and horses, left my place, turned off all my servants ; and positively when I set off for this place in order to see my sister Peters and her family, I knew not if I should ever have strength or spirits to enter into general society again." " Thank God, dearest madam, that you have made the effort. Though the hardened and more worn nature of man cannot melt with all the softness of yours, there is yet within us a chord that may be made to vibrate in sympathy when words of true feeling reach it. How well I understood your feelings, and how difficult it is not to envy, even in death, the being who has left such a remembrance behind. But we must not dwell on this. Tell me, dear Mrs. Barnaby, tell, as to a friend who understands and appreciates you, do you regret the having left your elegant retirement? Or do you feel, as I trust you do, that Providence has not gifted you so singularly for nothing? Do you feel that your fellow creatures have a claim upon you, and that it ought not to be in secret and in solitude that the hours of such a being should be spent? Tell me, do you feel this?" " Alas, Major Allen, there is so much weakness in the heart of a woman, that she is hardly sure for many days together how she ought to feel. We are all impulse, all soul, all sentiment, and our destiny must ever depend upon the friends we meet in our passage through this thorny world." " Beautiful idea ! Where is the poet that has more sweetly painted the female heart? And what a study it offers when such a heart is thrown open to one ! Good God ! To see a creature so formed for enjoyment, so beaming with innocent cheerfulness, so rich in the power of conferring happiness wherever she deigns to smile, to see such a being turn weeping and alone from her hospitable halls, and from all the pomp and splendour that others cling to, what a spectacle! Have you no lingering regret, dearest lady, for having left your charming mansion?" " Perhaps there are moments, or rather, I should say, perhaps there have been moments, when something of the kind has crossed me ; but if I had not disposed of my place, I should never have seen Clifton. My spirits wanted the change, and I feel already better in this delightful air. But I confess I do regret having sold my beautiful greys. I shall never meet any I like so well again." " A set, were they ?"" Oh yes." " 4 greys, and all well matched ?"" Perfectly. Poor Mr. Barnaby took so much pains about it. It was his delight to please me. I ought not to have sold them." "It was a pity," said the kind Major with a sigh. " Don't talk about it, Major Allen," and here one of the widow's most curiously embroidered pocket handkerchiefs, delightfully scented with musk, was lightly and carefully applied to her eyes. " Nay," said the Major, venturing gently to withdraw it, " you must not yield to this dangerous softness. I cannot bear to have those eyes concealed. It produces the chilling sensation of an eclipse at noonday. I shall run away from you if you will not look at me." " No, do not," said the widow, making an effort to smile, which was rewarded by a look of gratitude, and a seemingly involuntary kiss bestowed upon the hand that had withdrawn the envious handkerchief. " And that pretty little girl, your niece, Mrs. Barnaby," said the Major, as if considerately changing the conversation, " how is she this morning?" " Oh, quite well, poor child, and in my dressing room, going over her Italian and French lessons before she does them with me." " Good Heaven ! Is it possible that you devote yourself thus? Take care, charming Mrs. Barnaby, take care that you do not permit your affectionate nature to form an attachment to that young person which may destroy all your future prospects in life." At your age, and with your exquisite beauty, you ought to be looking forward to the renewal of the tender tie that has already made your happiness. And who is there, pardon me if I speak boldly, who is there who would venture to give his whole heart, his soul, his entire existence to one who has no heart to give in return? Think you, Mrs. Barnaby, that it can be in the power of any niece in the world to atone to a woman of your exquisite sensibility for the loss of that ardent affection which can only exist between a husband and wife? Tell me, do you believe this?" "It is a question," replied the widow, casting her eyes upon the ground, "that I have never asked myself." "Then neglect it no longer. For God's sake, for the sake of your future happiness, which must be so inexpressibly dear to all who know you, all who appreciate you justly, for the sake of the young girl herself, do not involve yourself by undertaking the duties of a mother towards one who from her age could never have stood you in the relation of a child." "Alas, no," said Mrs. Barnaby. "I lost my only babe a few weeks before its father. Had it lived, it would this spring have been 3 years old. You say true, the age of Agnes must ever prevent my feeling for her as a child of my own. My poor sister was indeed so much older than myself that I always rather looked upon her as an aunt, or as a mother, than as my sister. Of course you must have done so, and interesting and inexpressibly touching as it is to witness your beautiful tenderness towards her child, it is impossible not to feel that this tenderness carried too far will inevitably destroy the future happiness of your life. Forgive, I implore you, a frankness that can only proceed from my deep interest in your welfare. Is this young person entirely dependent upon you?" "At this moment she is, but she will be provided for at the death of her great aunt, Miss Elizabeth Compton of Compton Basset. And to say the truth, Major Allen, as you so kindly interest yourself in what concerns me, I neither do nor ever shall consider myself bound to retain Agnes Willoughby in my family, under any circumstances that should render her being so inconvenient." "I delight in receiving such an assurance, dear excellent Mrs. Barnaby. What a heart! What an understanding! What beauty! What unequalled sweetness! No wonder the late Mr. Barnaby delighted, as you say, to please you. Lives there the man, as the immortal Byron says, lives there the man with soul so dead, as to be capable of doing otherwise? But to return to the subject of this poor little girl, she might be termed pretty, perhaps, in any society but yours. Tell me, is this Mrs. Compton, of Compton Basset, wealthy? Is she also a relation of yours?" "Yes, she is immensely wealthy. It is a magnificent estate. She is a maiden sister of my father's." "Then Miss Willoughby will eventually be a great fortune. How old is your aunt?" "My aunt is near 60, I believe, but the provision intended for Agnes is only sufficient to maintain her like a gentlewoman. The bulk of the property is settled on me and my heirs." "I fear you will think me an unseasonable visitor," said the fully satisfied Major, rising, "and I will go now, lest you should refuse to admit me again." "Do not go yet," said the gentle widow, playfully refusing the hand extended to take leave. "What in the world now have you got to do, that should prevent your bestowing a little more time on me?" "It would be difficult, Mrs. Barnaby," said the Major with an eloquent look, "to find any occupation sufficiently attractive to take me from you, so long as I dared flatter myself that it was your wish I should remain." "Well, then, sit down again, Major Allen, for do you know I want you to tell me all about yourself. Where have you served? What dangers have you passed through? You have no idea how much interest I should take in listening to the history of your past life." "My sweet friend, never should I have entered upon such a subject unbidden. Yet with such an auditor, how dear will the privilege become of talking of myself! But you must check me if I push your gentle patience too far. Tell me when you are weary of me, or of my little narrative." I will, depend upon it. Only do not stop till I do, Major." "Adorable sweetness! Thus, then, I am to be my own biographer, and to a listener whose opinion would, in my estimation, outweigh that of all the congregated world, if placed in judgment on my actions. It is probable, my charming friend, that my name as Ensign Allen may not be totally unknown to you. it was while I still held that humble rank that I was first fortunate enough to distinguish myself. In an affair of some importance in the Peninsula, I turned what might have been a very disastrous defeat into a most complete victory, and was immediately promoted to a company. Shortly after this I chanced to show the same sort of spirit which was, I believe, born with me, in a transaction nowise professional, but which, nevertheless, made me favorably mentioned, and certainly contributed to bring me into the rather general notice with which Europe at present honors me. Yet it was merely an affair with a party of brigands in which I put 7 fellows hors de combat, and thereby enabled that celebrated grandee, the Duke d'Almafonte d'Aragona d'Estrada, to escape, together with his beautiful daughter, and all their jewels. The service might have been, I own, of considerable importance to them, but the gratitude it produced in the minds of both father and daughter, greatly exceeded what was called for. He offered me — so widely separate as we now are, there can be no indelicacy in my confiding the circumstance to you, my dear Mrs. Barnaby — but the fact is, he offered me his only daughter in marriage, with an immense fortune. But, alas! how capricious is the human will! My hour, my dear friend, was not yet come. I felt, beautiful as Isabella d'Almafonte was accounted by all the world, that I could not give her my heart, and I performed the painful duty of refusing her hand. Nothing, however, could be more noble than the subsequent conduct of the Duke. At the first painful moment he only said, "Captain Allen, we must submit." Of course he said it in Spanish; but it would look like affectation in such a narrative as this, were I not to translate it. "Capitano Aleno bisogno sumitaio nos," were his words. I am sure I shall never forget them, for they touched me to the very heart. I could not speak, my feelings choked me, and I left his palace in silence. 5 years had elapsed, and I had perhaps too nearly forgotten the lovely but unfortunate Isabella d'Almafonte, when I received a packet from a notary of Madrid, informing me that her illustrious father was dead, and had gratefully bequeathed me a legacy, amounting in English money to 30,000 pounds sterling. I was by that time already in possession of the estates of my ancestors, and such a sum might have appeared a very useless bagatelle, had not an accident rendered it at the time of really important convenience. "Good heaven, how interesting!" exclaimed Mrs. Barnaby. "And what, dear Major, became of the unfortunate Isabella?" "She took the veil, Mrs. Barnaby, in the convent de las Sorores Dolentes, within a few months of her noble father's death. Before this event she had not the power of disposing of herself as she wished; but her excellent father never tortured her by the proposal of any other marriage." "Admirable man!" cried Mrs. Barnaby, greatly touched. "Dear Major Allen," she added, in a voice that seemed to deprecate opposition, "you must indeed, you must, do me an immense favor. When Mrs. Peters took me to Bristol in her coach the other day, I bought myself this album. It has got nothing in it as yet but my own name. Now, if you do not wish to break my heart, you must write the name of Isabella d'Almafonte in this first page. It will be an autograph inexpressibly interesting." The Major took the book and the pen that were offered by the two hands of Mrs. Barnaby, and said with a profound sigh, "Break your heart! I should never have broken the heart of any woman, if what she asks had been seconded by such eyes as those." A silence of some moments followed, a part of which was employed by the Major in writing the name of Isabella d'Almafonte, and a part in gazing on the downcast lids of the admired eyes opposite to him; but this too trying interval ended at length by the lady's recovering herself enough to say, "And that accident, Major Allen, that made the Duke's little legacy convenient to you, what was it? Do not have any reserve with one whom you have honored by the name of a friend." "Reserve to you? Never! While you continue to admit me to your presence, all reserve on my part must be impossible. The accident was this, my friend, and I am not sorry to name it, as it gives me an opportunity of alluding to a subject that I would rather you heard mentioned by me than by any other. After the battle of Waterloo, concerning which, by the by, I should like to tell you an anecdote. After the battle of Waterloo, I became in common with nearly all the officers of the army, an idle man; and, like too many others, I was tempted to seek a substitute for the excitement produced by the military ardor in which I had lived, by indulging the pernicious agitations of the gaming table. It is very likely that if you speak of me in general society, you will be told that I have played high. My dear Mrs. Barnaby, this is true. My large fortune gave me, as I foolishly imagined, a sort of right to play high if it amused me, and for a little while I confess it did amuse me. But I soon found that a gentleman was no match for those who made gambling a profession, and I lost largely. So largely, indeed, that I must have saddled my acres with a mortgage, had not the legacy of the Duke d'Almafonte d'Aragona d'Estrada reached me just in time to prevent the necessity." "I rejoice to hear it," replied the widow kindly. "And you have never hazarded so largely since, dear Major, have you?" "Oh, never! In fact, I never enter a room now where anything like high play is going on. I cannot bear even to see it, and I believe I have in this way offended many who still permit themselves this hateful indulgence; offended them, indeed, to such a degree that they perfectly hate me, and utter the most virulent abuse every time they hear my name mentioned; but for this I care little. I know I am right, Mrs. Barnaby, and that what loses their friendship and esteem may be the means of gaining for me the regard of those, perhaps, on whom my happiness may depend during my future life." The same dangerous sort of silence as before seemed creeping on them. But again the widow had the courage to break it by recalling to the memory of her musing and greatly preoccupied companion the anecdote respecting Waterloo which he had promised her. "Waterloo!" said he, rousing himself. "Ay, dearest Mrs. Barnaby, I will tell you that, though there are many reasons which render me very averse to speak of it lightly. In the first place, by those who know me not, it might be thought to look like boasting; and, moreover, if I alluded to it in any society capable of the baseness of repeating what I said, it might bring upon me very active, and indeed fatal, proofs of the dislike, I may say hatred, already felt against me in a certain quarter." "Gracious heaven, Major! Be careful, then, I implore you, before whom you speak. There appear to be many strangers here, of whose characters it is impossible to know anything. If you have enemies, they may be spies expressly sent to watch you." "I sometimes think so, I assure you. I catch such singular looks occasionally as nothing else can account for; and the enemy I allude to is one who has the power, as well as will, to punish by evil reports, if he cannot positively crush and ruin those who interfere with his ambition." "Is it possible? Thank heaven, at least you can have no doubt of me. So tell me, I beseech you to tell me, to whom it is that your alarming words refer." The Major drew his chair close to Mrs. Barnaby, took one of her hands between both of his, and having gazed for a moment very earnestly in her face, whispered, "The Duke of Wellington." "Good God!" exclaimed the widow, quite in an agony. "The Duke of Wellington! Is the Duke of Wellington your enemy, Major Allen?" "To the teeth, my fairest, to the teeth," replied the Major, firmly setting the instruments he mentioned, and muttering through them with an appearance of concentrated rage, the outward demonstration of which was increased by the firmness of the grasp in which he continued to hold her hand. "But how can this be so?" faltered Mrs. Barnaby. "So brave a man as you! One, too, who had distinguished himself so early! How can he be so base?" "How can he be otherwise, my friend?" replied the Major, with increasing agitation. "When," and here he lowered his voice still more, whispering almost in her very ear, "it is I, Ferdinand Alexander Allen, who ought by right to be the Duke of Wellington, instead of him who now wears the title." "You astonish me more than I am able to express." "Of course I do. Such, however, is the fact. The battle of Waterloo would have been lost, was lost, positively lost, till I, disdaining in such a moment to receive orders from one whom I perceived to be incompetent, rushed forward, almost knocking the Duke off his horse as I did so, sent back the French army like a flock of sheep before an advancing lion, seized with my own hand on the cocked hat of Napoleon, drew it from his head, and actually flogged his horse with it, till horse and rider seemed well enough inclined to make the best of their way out of my reach. God bless you, my dearest lady! The Duke of Wellington had no more to do in gaining the battle of Waterloo than you had. I now leave you to judge what his feelings towards me are likely to be." Full of envy and hatred, beyond all doubt," solemnly replied Mrs. Barnaby. " And I will not deny, Major Allen, that I think there is great danger in your situation. A person of such influence may do great injury, even to a man of your well known noble character. But how extraordinary it is that no hint of this has ever transpired." " I beg your pardon, my dear madam, this is very far from being the case. At your peaceful residence beneath the shades of Silverton Park, it is highly probable that you may have remained ignorant of the fact, but in truth, the Duke's reputation among the people of England has suffered greatly, though no one, indeed, has yet proposed that his sword should be taken from him. The well known circumstance of stones having been thrown at his windows, a fact which probably has never reached you, is quite sufficient to prove that the people must be aware that what the English army did at Waterloo was not done under his generalship. No, no, England knows too well what she owed to that victory so to treat the general who achieved it ; and had they not felt doubts as to who that general was, no stones would have been levelled at Astley House. Many of the common soldiers, fine fellows, have been bold enough to name me, and it is this that has so enraged the Duke, that there is nothing which he has not taught his emissaries to say against me. I have been called swindler, blackleg, radical, horse jockey, and I know not what beside ; and I should not wonder, my charming friend, if sooner or later your friendship were put to the proof, by having to listen to similar calumnies against me. But now you will be able to understand them aright, and know the source from whence they come." " Well, I never did hear anything so abominable in my life," said Mrs. Barnaby warmly. " Not content with taking credit to himself for all that was gained by your extraordinary bravery, he has the baseness to attack your character. It is too detestable ; and I only hope that when I get among my own connections in town, I shall not have the misfortune of meeting him often. I am certain I should not be able to resist saying something to show what I thought. Oh, if he were really the brave man that he has been fancied to be, how he must have adored you for your undaunted courage. And you really took Napoleon's hat off his head. How excessively brave! I wish I could have seen it, Major. I am sure I should have worshipped you. I do so dote upon bravery." " Sweet creature ! That devoted love of courage is one of the loveliest propensities of the female mind. Yes, I am brave. I do not scruple to say so ; and the idea that this quality is dear to you will strengthen it in me fourfold. But, my dear, my lovely friend, I must bid you adieu. I expect the steward of my property in Yorkshire to day, and I rather think he must be waiting for me now. Soften, then, the pain of this parting, by telling me that I may come again." " I should be sorry indeed to think this was our last meeting, Major Allen," said the widow gently. " I am seldom out in the morning before the hour at which you called to day." " Farewell, then," said he, kissing her hand with an air of mixed tenderness and respect. " Farewell ! And remember that all I have breathed into your friendly ear must be sacred ; but I know it would be so without this injunction. Mrs. Barnaby's majestic beauty conceals not the paltry spirit of a gossip." " Indeed you are right, indeed you are right. To my feelings the communications of a friend are sweet, solemn pledges of regard, that it would be a sacrilege to violate. Farewell, Major, farewell." CHAPTER V. Volume 2, Chapter V of The Widow Barnaby by Frances Milton Trollope. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. CHAPTER V. A young lady's plot. A consultation and the happy result of it. A terrible interruption and a dangerous expedition. Confidential intercourse. Mary Peters left Agnes considerably earlier than she had intended, in order to communicate to her mother a project which had entered her head during the short time they spent together. Though the project, however, was formed during their interview, the idea upon which it was founded had repeatedly occurred to her before, short as the time had been that was given for its ripening. This idea was suggested to her by the evident admiration of Mr. Stephenson for her friend, on which she had meditated as they drove from the Mall to Rodney Place, as she brushed and papilloted her nut brown curls before her glass, and as she strolled the next morning from her own home to that of Agnes. It might plainly have been expressed thus: Frederick Stephenson is over head and ears in love with Agnes Willoughby. Such was the idea, but the project was concerning a much more serious matter, namely, that a marriage between the parties might easily be brought about, and, moreover, that the effecting this would be one of the very best actions to which it could be possible to dedicate her endeavours. To do Miss Peters justice, she was in general neither a busybody nor a matchmaker; but she was deeply touched by the melancholy feeling Agnes had expressed respecting her own position. She felt, too, both the justness of it and the utter helplessness of the poor girl herself either to change or amend it. "Nothing but her marrying can do it," thought Mary, "and why should she not marry this young man who is so evidently smitten with her? Poor Agnes! What a change, what a contrast it would be! And if mamma will help me, I am sure we may bring it about. He is perfectly independent and violently in love already, and she is a creature that appears more beautiful and more fascinating every time one sees her." It was exactly when her meditations reached this point that she discovered it to be necessary that she should go home directly, and home she accordingly went, luckily finding her mother alone in her dressing room. "I am delighted to find you by yourself, mamma," began Mary. "I have a great deal to say to you," and then followed a rapid repetition of all Agnes had just said to her. "Is it not a dreadful situation, mamma?" she added. "So dreadful, Mary," replied Mrs. Peters, "that were not the youngest of you about 3 years older than herself, I really think I should propose taking her as a finishing governess. Poor little thing! What can we do for her?" "Now listen, mamma," answered Mary, raising her hand gravely, as if to bespeak both silence and attention; "and do not, I implore you, mar the usefulness of what I am going to say by turning it into jest. It is no jest, mother. Mr. Stephenson, the young man we saw last night, is most certainly captivated by the beauty of Agnes in no common degree. I was near enough to her all the evening to see plainly how things were going on, and were she less miserable in her present condition, I might think it a fair subject for a jest, or a bet perhaps on the chances for and against his proposing to her. But as it is, thinking of her as I do, feeling for her as I do, I think, mamma, that it is my duty to endeavour, by every means in my power, to turn these chances in her favour. Dearest mother, will you help me?" "But what means have you, my dear girl?" replied Mrs. Peters gravely. "I believe I share both your admiration and your pity for Agnes as fully as you could desire; but I really see not what there is that we can with propriety do to obtain the object you propose, though I am quite aware of its value." "I will ask you to do nothing, my dearest mother, in which you shall find a shadow of impropriety." "Would there be any in inviting this young man to your house, should you chance to become better acquainted with him?" "No, but I think we must take some strangely forward steps to lead to this better acquaintance." "That will depend altogether upon his degree of inclination to it. Should he prove ritroso, I consent to draw off my forces instantly; but if, as I anticipate, he should push himself upon us as an acquaintance, I want you to promise that you will not on your part defeat his wishes. Nay, a little more perhaps. I would wish you, dear mother, to feel with me, that it would be right and righteous to promote them." "I rather think it would, Mary, as you put the case. Agnes Willoughby is by no means lowly born. Her father was a gentleman decidedly, and I understood from my brother that the Comptons, though for some centuries, I believe, rather an impoverished race, derive their small property from ancestors of very great antiquity, so there is nothing objectionable on that tender point. And for herself, pretty creature, she would certainly be an ornament and a grace as head and chieftainness of the most aristocratic establishment in the world. So, as a matter of conscience, I have really no scruples at all; but, as a matter of convenance, I can only promise not to check, by any want of civility on my part, whatever advances the gentleman may choose to make. Will this content you, my little plotter?" "Yes, pretty well, for I am not without hope that you will warm in the cause if it goes on at all, and then, perhaps, I shall squeeze an invitation out of you, and so on. And by the way, mamma, when are we going to have our little musical soirée? I believe young De Lacy is not going to stay much longer, and if he goes, what are we to do for our bass?" "We shall be puzzled, certainly. You may write the cards directly, Mary, if you will." Mary rose at once to set about it; but on opening a certain drawer in the commode, and examining its contents, she said,
We must send to the library, mamma. There are not half enough cards here. Besides, I want you to walk with us, and I want Agnes to join the party. May I send her a note desiring her to come to take her luncheon here?" "I comprehend your tactics, my dear. Agnes is to walk with us just about 3:00, when all the world are out and about. We want invitation cards, and may just as well, when we are out, go to the library for them ourselves. There we shall be sure of seeing Mr. Stephenson. He will be very likely to join us, etc., etc., etc. Is not that your plan?" "And if it is, mamma," replied Mary, laughing, "I see not that it contains anything beyond what has been agreed to by our compact." "Very well, Mademoiselle Talleyrand. Write your note." This was promptly done and promptly dispatched, and reached Agnes about 2 minutes after Major Allen had taken his departure. She was aware of his visit, for Betty Jacks had obligingly opened her closet door to inform her of it, and she now stood with the welcome note in her hand, meditating on the best manner of forwarding the petition to her aunt, not quite liking to send in the note itself, doubtful of Betty's delivering a message on the subject so as to avoid giving offence, but dreading beyond all else the idea of presenting herself before the Major. "Major Allen is still there, Jerningham, is he not? I have seen nothing of my aunt." "No, miss, he is this moment gone, and a beautiful sweet man he is, too." Agnes hesitated no longer, but with Mary's note in her hand, entered the drawing room to ask leave to obey the summons it contained. She found Mrs. Barnaby in a state of considerable but very delightful agitation. The album was open before her, her 2 elbows rested on the table, and her hands shaded her eyes, which were fixed on the interesting name of Isabella d'Almafonte, in a fit of deep abstraction. Agnes uttered her request, but was obliged to repeat it twice before the faculties of the widow were sufficiently recalled to things present for her to be able to return a coherent answer. When at length, however, she understood what was asked, she granted her permission with quite as much pleasure as Agnes received it. At that moment she could endure nothing but solitude or Major Allen, and eagerly answered, "Oh yes, my dear, go. I do not want you at all." A liberated bird is not more quick in reaching the shelter of the desired wood than was Agnes in making her way from Sion Row to Rodney Place; and so great was her joy at finding herself there, that for the moment she forgot all her sorrows, and talked of the ball as if she had not felt infinitely more pain than pleasure there. As soon as the luncheon was ended, Mrs. Peters and Elizabeth, Mary and Agnes, set off upon their walk, not over the hills and far away, as heretofore, but along the well-paved ways that led most certainly to the resorts of their fellow mortals. Lucy and James, having heard that the evening for their music party was fixed at the distance only of 1 fortnight, declared that it was absolutely necessary to devote the interval to practice, and therefore they remained at home. If the plan of Mary Peters was such as her mother had described it, nothing could have been more successful; for even before they reached the library, they met Mr. Stephenson and Colonel Hubert. The moment the former perceived them, he stepped forward, quitting the arm of his friend, who certainly rather relaxed than accelerated his pace, and having paid his compliments with the cordial air of an old acquaintance to Mrs. Peters and Elizabeth, passed them and took his station beside Agnes. Both she and her friend received his eager salutation with smiles. Mary, as we know, had her own motives for this, and Agnes had by no means forgotten how seasonably he had led her off on the preceding evening from her aunt, Major Allen, and the forsaken tea-table. Her bright smile, however, soon faded as she marked the stiff bow by which Colonel Hubert returned Mrs. Peters' civil recognition of him. He too passed the first pair of ladies, and joined himself to the second; but though he bowed to both of them, it seemed that he turned and again took the arm of Stephenson, solely for the purpose of saying to him, "Are you going to give up your walk to the Wells, Frederick?" "Most decidedly, mon cher," was the cavalier reply. "Then I must wish you good morning, I believe," said Colonel Hubert, attempting to withdraw his arm. "No, don't," cried the gay young man, good humouredly, and retaining his arm with some show of violence. "I will not let you go without me. You will find nothing there, depend upon it, to reward you on this occasion for your pertinacity of purpose." Colonel Hubert yielded himself to this wilfulness, and passively, as it seemed, accompanied the party into the library. Nothing could be more agreeable than the animated conversation of young Stephenson. He talked to all the ladies in turn, contrived to discover a multitude of articles of so interesting a kind that it was necessary they should examine and talk about them.
and finally, bringing forward the book of names, fairly beguiled Mrs. Peters and her daughters into something very like a little gossip concerning some among them. It was while they were thus employed that Colonel Hubert approached Agnes, who, of course, could take no part in it, and said, " Are you going to remain long at Clifton, Miss Willoughby? " Agnes blushed deeply as he drew near, and his simple question was answered in a voice so tremulous that he pitied the agitation, resulting, as he supposed, from their meeting in the morning, which she evinced; and feeling perhaps that she was not to blame because his headstrong friend was determined to fall in love with her, he spoke again, and in a gentler voice said, " I hope you have forgiven me for the blunt advice I ventured to give you this morning." " Forgiven !" repeated Agnes, looking up at him, and before her glance fell again it was dimmed by a tear. " I can never forget your kindness," she added, but so nearly in a whisper that he instantly became aware that her friends had not been made acquainted with the adventure, and that it was not her wish they should be. He therefore said no more on the subject; but, led by some impulse that seemed not, certainly, to proceed from either unkindness or contempt, he continued to converse with her for several minutes, and long enough indeed to make her very nearly forget the party of friends whose heads continued to be congregated round the librarian's register of the Clifton Beau Monde. Frederick Stephenson meanwhile was very ably prosecuting the object he had in view, namely, to establish himself decidedly as an acquaintance of Mrs. Peters; and so perfectly comme il faut in all respects was the tone of herself and her daughters, that he was rapidly forgetting such a being as Mrs. Barnaby existed, and solacing his spirit by the persuasion that the only girl he had ever seen whom he could really love was surrounded by connections as elegant and agreeable as his exigeante family could possibly require. Nor, to say truth, was his friend greatly behindhand in the degree of oblivion which he permitted to fall upon his faculties respecting this object of his horror and detestation. It was not very easy, indeed, to remember Mrs. Barnaby, while Agnes, awakened by a question as to what part of England it was in which she had enjoyed the rural liberty of which she had heard her speak, poured forth all her ardent praise on the tranquil beauty of Empton. "It is not," she said, beguiled, by the attention with which he listened to her, into forgetfulness of the awe he had hitherto inspired, " it is not so majestic in its beauty as Clifton. We have no mighty rocks at Empton, no winding river that quietly as it flows seems to have cut its own path amongst them ; but the parsonage is the very perfection of a soft, tranquil, flowery retreat, where neither sorrow nor sin have any business whatever." " And was Empton parsonage your home, Miss Willoughby? "" Yes, for 5 dear happy years," replied Agnes, in an accent from which all gaiety had fled. " You were not born at Empton, then? "" No, I was only educated there ; but it was there at least that my heart and mind were born, and I do not believe that I shall ever feel quite at home anywhere else." " It is rather early for you to say that, is it not? " said Colonel Hubert, with a smile more calculated to increase her confidence than to renew her awe. " May I ask how old you are? " I shall be 17 in August," replied Agnes, blushing at being obliged to confess herself so very young. " She might be my daughter," thought Colonel Hubert, while a shade of melancholy passed over his countenance, which it puzzled Agnes to interpret. But he asked her no more questions, and the conversation seemed languishing when Frederick Stephenson, beginning to think that it was his turn now to talk to Agnes, and pretty well satisfied, perhaps, that he had made a favourable impression upon the Peters family, left the counter and the subscription book, and crossed to the place where she had seated herself. Colonel Hubert was still standing by her side, but he instantly made way for his friend ; and had he at that moment spoken aloud the thoughts of his heart, he might have been heard to say, " There is nothing here to justify the rejection of any family. She is perfect alike in person and in mind. Things must take their course. I will urge his departure no further." Scarcely, however, had these thoughts made their rapid way across his brain, before his ears were assailed by the sound of a laugh, which he recognised in an instant to be that of Mrs. Barnaby. A flush of heightened colour mounted to his very eyes, and he felt conscience struck, as if whatever might hereafter happen to Stephenson, he should hold himself responsible for it, because he had mentally given his consent to his remaining where the danger lay. And well might the sound and sight of Mrs. Barnaby overturn all such yielding thoughts. She came, more rouged, more ringleted, more bedizened with feathers and flowers, and more loud in voice than ever. She came, too, accompanied by Major Allen. No thundercloud, sending forth its flashings before it, ever threw a more destructive shadow over the tranquil brightness of a smiling landscape than did this entree of the facetious pair over the happy vivacity of the party already in possession of the shop. Mrs. Peters turned very red, Miss Willoughby turned very pale, Mary stopped short in the middle of a sentence, and remained as mute as if she had been shot. Even the good-natured Elizabeth looked prim, and the two gentlemen, though in different ways, betrayed an equally strong consciousness of the change that had come over them. Mr. Stephenson put on the hat which he had laid beside him on the counter, and though he drew still nearer to Agnes than before, it was without addressing a word to her. Colonel Hubert immediately passed by them and left the shop. This last circumstance was the only one which could at that moment have afforded any relief to Agnes. It at once restored her composure and presence of mind, though it did not quite bring back the happy smiles with which she had been conversing 5 short minutes before. " Ah, my sister Peters and the children here !" cried Mrs. Barnaby, flouncing gaily towards them. " I thought we should meet you. What beautiful weather, isn't it? How d'ye do, sir?" to Mr. Stephenson. " I think you were among our young ladies' partners last night. Charming ball, wasn't it? Dear Major Allen, do look at these Bristol stones. Ain't they as bright as diamonds? Well, Agnes, you have had your luncheon, I suppose, with the dear girls, and now you will be able to go shopping with me. We are going into Bristol, and I will take you with us." Agnes listened to her doom in silence, and no more thought of appealing from it than the poor criminal who listens to his sentence from the bench. But Mr. Stephenson turned an imploring look on Mrs. Peters, which spoke so well what he wished to express, that she exerted herself so far as to say, " We had hoped, Mrs. Barnaby, that you meant to have spared Agnes to us for the rest of the day, and we shall be much obliged if you will leave her with us." " You are always very kind, dear Margaret," returned the widow, " but I really want Agnes just now. She shall come to you, however, some other time. Good bye, good bye. We have no time to lose. Come, Agnes, let's be off." A silent look was all the leave-taking that passed between Agnes and her greatly annoyed friends. Mrs. Barnaby took her arm under her own, and as soon as they quitted the shop, bestowed the other on Major Allen. She was in high spirits, which found vent in a loud laugh as soon as they had turned the corner. " What a stuck-up fellow that great tall colonel is, Major Allen !" said she. " Do you know anything of him? If I am not greatly mistaken, he is as proud as Lucifer." " I assure you if he is proud, my dear madam, it must be a pride of the very lowest and vilest kind, merely derived from the paltry considerations of family and fortune ; for, entre nous, he is very far from having been a distinguished officer. The Duke of Wellington, indeed, has always been most ridiculously partial to him ; but you," lowering his voice, " you are a pretty tolerable judge of what his good opinion is worth." Yes, yes, Major, I shall never be taken in there again. Why, Agnes, how you drag, child ! I shall be tired to death before I get to Bristol, if you walk so." " Will the young lady take my other arm ?" said the Major. " Thank you, dear Major, you are very kind. Go round, Agnes, and take the Major's arm." " No, I thank you, aunt. I do not want any arm. I will walk beside you, if you please, without taking hold of you at all." " Nonsense, child ! That will look too particular, Major," said the widow, turning to him, upon which, without waiting further parley, Major Allen dropped the arm he held, and gaily placed himself between the two ladies, saying, " Now then, fair ladies, I have an arm for each." Agnes felt the greatest possible longing to run away ; but whether it would have strengthened into a positive resolution to do so, upon once more feeling the touch of the Major's hand, which upon her retreating he very vigorously extended towards her, it is impossible to say, for at that moment the sound of a rapidly advancing pair of boots was heard on the pavement behind them, and in the next Mr. Stephenson was at her side. He touched his hat to Mrs. Barnaby, and then addressing Agnes, said, " If you are going to walk to Bristol, I hope you will permit me to accompany you, for I am going there too." Agnes very frankly replied, " Thank you," and without a moment's hesitation accepted the arm he offered. " I am sure you are very obliging, Mr. Stephenson," said Mrs. Barnaby, " and we shall certainly be able to walk with much greater convenience. I think you two had better go before, and then we can see that you don't run off, you know." This lively sally was followed by a gay little tittering on the part both of the Major and the lady, as they stood still for Mr. Stephenson and the suffering Agnes to pass them. The young man seemed to have lost all his vivacity. He spoke very little, and even that little had the air of being uttered because he felt obliged to say something. Poor Agnes was certainly in no humour for conversation, and would have rejoiced in his silence, had it not made her feel that whatever might be the motive for his thus befriending her, he derived no pleasure from it. Ere they had walked a mile, however, an accident occurred which effectually roused him from the dejection that appeared to have fallen upon his spirits. A herd of bullocks met them on the road, one of which, overdriven and irritated by a cur that worried him, darted suddenly from the road up to the path, and made towards them with its horns down and its tail in the air. On seeing this, the young man seized Agnes in his arms and sprang with her down the bank into the road. The animal, whose object was rather to leave an enemy behind him than to do battle with any other, passed on towards the Major and his fair companion, who were at a considerable distance behind, leaving Agnes trembling indeed, and somewhat confused, but quite unhurt, and full of gratitude for the prompt activity that had probably saved her. As soon as she had in some degree recovered her composure, she turned back to ascertain how her aunt had fared, Mr. Stephenson assiduously attending her, and they presently came within sight of a spectacle that, had any mirth been in them, must have drawn it forth. Major Allen, by no means approving the style in which the animal appeared inclined to charge them, had instantly perceived, as Mr. Stephenson had done before, that the only means of getting effectually out of its way was by jumping down the bank, which at that point was considerably higher than it was a few hundred yards farther on. Nevertheless, though neither very light nor very active, he might have achieved the descent well enough had he been alone. But what was he to do with Mrs. Barnaby? She uttered a piercing cry, and threw herself directly upon his bosom, exclaiming, "Save me, Major, save me!" In this dilemma the Major proved himself an old soldier. To shake off the lady, he felt, in every sense of the word, was quite impossible; but there was no reason that she should stifle him; and therefore, grasping her with great ardour, he half carried, half pushed her towards the little precipice, and skilfully placing himself so that, if they fell, she should fall first, he cried out manfully, "Now spring!" And spring they did, but in such a sort that the lady measured her length in the dust, a circumstance that greatly broke the Major's fall; for although he made a considerable effort to roll beyond her, he finally pitched with his knees full upon her, thus lessening his descent very materially. When the young people reached them they had both recovered their equilibrium, but not their composure. Major Allen was placed with one knee in the dust, and on the other supporting Mrs. Barnaby, who, with her head reclining on his shoulder, seemed to have a very strong inclination to indulge herself with a fainting fit. Her gay dress was lamentably covered with dust, her feathers broken and hanging distressingly over her eyes, and her whole appearance, as well as that of the hero who supported her, forlorn and dejected in the extreme. "Are you hurt, aunt?" said Agnes, approaching her. "Hurt? Am I hurt? Gracious heaven! What a question! If my life be spared, I shall consider it little short of a miracle. Oh, Major Allen," she continued with a burst of sobbing, "where should I have now been but for you?" "Trampled or tossed, Mrs. Barnaby, trampled or tossed to death, decidedly," replied the Major, not wishing to lessen her sense of obligation, yet restrained by the presence of witnesses from expressing his feelings with all the ardour he might otherwise have shown. "Most true," she replied. "Never shall I be able to express the gratitude I feel." "Can you not stand up, aunt?" said Agnes, whose cheeks were crimsoned at the absurdity of the scene. "How will you be able to get home if you cannot stand?" "God knows, child. God only knows what is yet to become of me. Oh, Major, I trust myself wholly to you." Poor Agnes uttered a sound not much unlike a groan, upon which Mr. Stephenson, on whom it fell like a spur, urging him to save her from an exhibition so painfully ridiculous, for it was quite evident that Mrs. Barnaby was not really hurt, proposed that he should escort Miss Willoughby with all possible speed back to Clifton, and dispatch thence a carriage to bring Mrs. Barnaby home. Major Allen, who desired nothing more ardently than to get rid of him, seconded the proposal vehemently. "You are quite right, sir, it is the only thing to be done," he said. and if you will hasten to perform this, I will endeavour so to place Mrs. Barnaby as to prevent her suffering any great inconvenience while waiting till the carriage shall arrive." "Ought I not to remain with my aunt?" said Agnes to Mr. Stephenson, but in a whisper that was heard only by himself. "In my opinion you certainly ought not," he replied in the same tone. "Believe me," he added, "I have many reasons for saying so." Nothing but her earnest desire to do that, whatever it might be, which was the least improper, for that, as she truly felt, was all that was left her, could have induced Agnes to propose inflicting so terrible a penance on herself; but strangely as she was obliged to choose her counsellor, there was a grave seriousness in his manner which convinced her he had not answered her lightly; and therefore, as her aunt said not a word to detain her, she set off on her return with as much speed as she could use, saying as she departed, "Depend upon it, aunt, there shall be no delay." Mr. Stephenson again offered her his arm; but she now declined it, and the young man for some time walked silently by her side, wishing to speak to her, yet honestly doubting his own power of doing so with the composure he desired. At length, however, the silence became embarrassing, and he broke it by saying, with something of abruptness, "Will you forgive me, Miss Willoughby, if I venture to forget for a moment how short a time it is since I have had the happiness of knowing you? Will you forgive me if I speak to you like a friend?" "Indeed I will, and be very thankful too," replied Agnes composedly, for his manner had taught her to feel assured that she had no cause to fear him. "You are very kind," he resumed, with some little embarrassment, "but I feel that it is taking an almost unwarrantable liberty, and were it not that this walk offers an opportunity which I think I ought not to lose, I might perhaps endeavour to say what I wish to Mrs. Peters. I allude to Major Allen, Miss Willoughby. I wish you could lead your aunt to understand that he is not a person fit for your society. Though he is probably a stranger here, he is well known elsewhere as a needy gambler, and in short a most unprincipled character in every way." "Good heaven!" exclaimed Agnes, "what shall I do?" "Can you not venture to hint this to your aunt?" said he. "She would probably be very angry," replied Agnes with spontaneous frankness; "but what is worse than that, she would, I know, insist upon my telling her where I heard it." "Say you heard it from me, Miss Willoughby," replied the young man. New as Agnes was to the world and its ways, she felt that there was something very honourable and frank in this proceeding, and it produced so great a degree of confidence in return, that she answered in a tone of the most unembarrassed friendliness, "Will you give me leave, Mr. Stephenson, to repeat this to Mrs. Peters and Mary? They will know so much better than I do what use to make of it." "Indeed, I think you are right," he replied eagerly, "and then the anger that you speak of will not fall on you." "It will not in that case, I think, fall on any one," said Agnes. "My aunt has fortunately a great respect for Mrs. Peters, and if anybody can have influence over her mind, she may." Can it be wondered at if, after this, the conversation went on improving in its tone of ease and confidence? It had begun, on the side of the young man, with a very sincere resolution not to suffer his admiration for his lovely companion to betray him into a serious attachment to one so unfortunately connected; but before they reached Sion Row, he had arrived at so perfect a conviction that he could nowhere find so pure-minded and right-thinking a being to share his fortune, and to bless his future life, that he only refrained from telling her so from a genuine feeling of respect, which perhaps the proudest peeress in the land might have failed to inspire. "No," thought he, "it is not now, while she is compelled by accident to walk beside me, that I will pour out my heart and all its love before her, but the time shall come." Agnes, ere they parted again, appealed to him for his opinion whether she ought to go in the carriage sent to meet her aunt. "No, indeed, I think not," he replied. "Has she no maid, Miss Willoughby, who could go for her?" "Oh yes," exclaimed Agnes, greatly relieved, "I can send Jerningham." "Sweet creature!" whispered the enamoured Frederick to his heart, "what a delicious task to advise, to guide, to cherish such a being as that!" His respectful bow at parting, the earnest, silent, lingering look he fixed upon her fair face, ere he turned from the door that was open to receive her, might have said much to a heart on the qui vive to meet his half way, but Agnes did not observe it. She was looking up towards the windmill, and thinking of her early morning walk, and its termination. Chapter VI. Volume 2, Chapter 6 of The Widow Barnaby by Francis Milton Trollope. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The reader is led into a secret, and the young lady's plot proved to be of no avail. A judicious mode of obtaining information. A happy and very well timed meeting. "Well, Mary, I suppose you are wishing yourself joy on the success of your plottings and plannings," said Mrs. Peters to her daughter about 10 days after this memorable walk on the Bristol road, for during that interval much had occurred that seemed to promise success to her wishes. In fact, Frederick Stephenson had quietly become a regular visitor at Rodney Place, and the power of Agnes to accept the constant invitations which brought her there likewise increased in exact proportion to the widow's growing delight in the tete-a-tete visits of the Major. The friendly hint of Mr. Stephenson had produced no effect whatever, excepting indeed that it tended greatly to increase the tone of friendly intercourse between the Peters family and himself. He had released Agnes from the task of mentioning the matter at all, and took an early opportunity of confiding to Mrs. Peters his ideas on the subject. She received the communication with the gratitude it really deserved, but confessed that Mrs. Barnaby was a person so every way disagreeable to her, that the task of attempting to guide her would be extremely repugnant to her feelings. "But, Miss Willoughby," said Frederick, "it is for her sake that one would wish to keep this odious woman from exposing herself to ruin and disgrace, if possible." "And for her sake I will do it," answered Mrs. Peters. "She is as deserving of all care as her aunt is unworthy of it." This reply convinced Mr. Stephenson that Mrs. Peters was one of the most discerning as well as most amiable women in the world, but no other advantage arose from the praiseworthy determination of the dear Margaret, for when that lady said to her gravely, at the very first opportunity she could find, "Pray, Mrs. Barnaby, do you know anything of that Major Allen's private character?" the answer she received was, "Yes, Mrs. Peters, a great deal, and more, probably, than any other person whatever at Clifton. And I know, too, that there are agents paid, hired agents employed in circulating the most atrocious lies against him." "I am not one of them, I assure you, madam," said Mrs. Peters, abruptly leaving her seat, and determined never again to recur to the subject, a comfortable resolution to which she reconciled her conscience by remembering the evident devotion of Mr. Stephenson to Agnes, the symptoms of which were daily becoming less and less equivocal. It was within a few hours of this short colloquy with the widow that Mrs. Peters thus addressed her daughter. "Well, Mary, I suppose you are wishing yourself joy on the success of your plottings and plannings?" "Why, yes," replied Mary, "I think we are getting on pretty well, and unless I greatly mistake, it will be the fault of Agnes and of no one else, if she suffers much more from being under the protection of our precious aunt Barnaby." Mrs. Peters and Mary were perfectly right in their premises, but utterly wrong in their conclusion. Mr. Stephenson was indeed passionately in love with Agnes, and had already fully made up his mind to propose to her so soon as their acquaintance had lasted long enough to render such a step decently permissible, which, according to his calculations, would be in about a fortnight after he had first danced with her. In short, he was determined to find a favourable opportunity, on the evening of Mrs. Peters' promised music party, to declare his passion to her; for he had already learned to know that few occasions offer, in the ordinary intercourse of society, more favourable for a tete-a-tete than a crowded concert-room. Thus far, therefore, the observations and reasonings of Agnes's watchful friends were perfectly correct. But, alas! they saw only the surface of things. There was an undercurrent running the other way of which they never dreamed, and of which, even had it been laid open to their view, they would neither have been able to comprehend or believe the power. As to the heart of Agnes, by some strange fatality they had never taken it into their consideration at all, or at any rate had conceived it so beyond all doubt inclined the way they wished, that no single word or thought amidst all their deliberations was ever bestowed upon it. But the heart of Agnes was fixedly, devotedly, and for ever given to another. No wonder, indeed, that such an idea had never suggested itself to her friends, for who could that other be? Could it be James, her first partner, her first walking companion, and very nearly the first young man she had ever spoken to in her life? Assuredly not, for had she been asked, she could not have told whether his eyes were blue or black, hardly whether he were short or tall, and certainly not whether she had seen him 20 times or only 12 since their first meeting. Who then could it be? There was but one other person whom the accidents of the last important fortnight had thrown constantly in her way, and Mrs. Peters and Mary would as soon have thought that the young Agnes had conceived a passion for the Pope, as for the stately, proud, reserved Colonel Hubert. Yet she could, and if she would, have told her how far above all other mortals his noble head rose proudly, she could have told that on his lofty brow her soul read volumes, she could have told that in the colour of his thoughtful eye, the hue of heaven seemed deepened into black by the rich lash that shaded it. All this she could have told, and moreover could have counted, with most faithful arithmetic, not only how many times she had seen him, but how many times his eyes had turned towards her, how many times he had addressed a word to her, how many smiles had been permitted to cheer her heart, how many frowns had chilled her spirit as they passed over his countenance. Little could any one have guessed all this, but so it was, and Frederick Stephenson, with all his wealth, his comeliness, and kind heart to boot, had no more chance of being accepted as a husband by the poor dependent Agnes Willoughby, than the lowest hind that ploughs the soil by the proudest lady that owns it. Meanwhile my real heroine, the widow Barnaby, thought little of Agnes or any other lady but herself, and less still perhaps of Mr. Stephenson, or any other gentleman but the Major. The affair on the Bristol road, though injurious to her dress, and rather dusty, and in some degree disagreeable at the time, had wonderfully forced on the tender intimacy between them. Yet Mrs. Barnaby was not altogether so short-sighted as bystanders might suppose, and though she freely permitted herself the pleasure of being made love to, she determined to be very sure of the Major's rent-roll before she bestowed herself and her fortune upon him; for notwithstanding her flirting propensities, the tender passion had ever been secondary in her heart to a passion for wealth and finery; and not the best behaved and most discreet dowager that ever lived was more firmly determined to take care of herself, and make a good bargain, if she ever married again, than was our flighty, flirting widow Barnaby. She was fully aware that many difficulties lay in the way of her getting the information she wanted. In the first place, she had no acquaintance except the Peterses, who were his declared enemies; and she loved both Justice and the Major too well to let his happiness, which was now avowedly dependent upon her accepting his hand, rest on such doubtful testimony. And secondly, there was considerable caution required in the manner of asking questions so special as those she wished to propose, lest they might reach the ears of her lover; and it was necessary, if the tender affair finally terminated in wedlock, that it should be brought about without any appearance on her side of such sordid views, lest a suspicion might arise on his that her own wealth was not quite so great as she wished him to believe. Respecting settlements, she had already decided upon what she should propose she would make over the whole of her fortune unconditionally to him, provided he would make her a settlement of 1 poor thousand a year for life in return. Some days passed away after the Major had actually proposed and been conditionally accepted, in case a few weeks' longer acquaintance confirmed their affection, before Mrs. Barnaby had discovered any method by which she might satisfy her anxious curiosity respecting the actual state of Major Allen's affairs. During this time she was willing to allow, even to herself, that her affections were very deeply engaged, but yet she steadfastly adhered to her resolution of not bestowing upon him the blessing of her hand, till she learned from some one besides himself that he was a man of large fortune. At length, when almost in despair of meeting with any one whom she could trust on such a subject, it occurred to her that Betty Jacks, who had not only continued to grow till she was nearly as tall as her mistress, but had made such proficiency in the ways of the world since she left Silverton, as rendered her exceedingly acute, might make acquaintance with Major Allen's groom, and learned from him what was generally considered to be the amount of his master's income. The idea had hardly struck her before she determined to put it in execution; and having rung the bell, Betty, after the usual interval that it took her to climb from the kitchen, stood before her. " Come in, Jerningham," said Mrs. Barnaby, " and shut the door. I have something particular that I wish to say to you." Betty anticipated a scolding, and looked sulky. " I am very well satisfied with you, Jerningham," resumed the lady, " and I called you up chiefly to say that you may have the cap with the pink ribbons that I put off yesterday morning." " Thank you, ma'am," said Betty, turning to go. "Stay a moment, Jerningham, I have something I want to talk to you about." Betty advanced, and took hold of the back of the chair to support her lengthy person, a habit which she had fallen into from the frequent, long, confidential communications her lady was accustomed to hold with her. " Pray, Jerningham, do you know Major Allen's groom inquired Mrs. Barnaby in a gentle voice.
" Lor, no, ma'am. How should I come for to know his groom?
" Nay, my good girl, there would be no harm in it if you did. I have remarked that he is a particularly smart, respectable looking servant, and I must say I think it would be quite as well if such a good looking girl as you did make acquaintance with the servant of a gentleman like Major Allen. It would give you a proper protector and companion, Jerningham, in a Sunday evening walk, or anything of that kind. And really, it looks as if he did not think you worth noticing, considering how intimate the two families are become." " Oh, for that, ma'am, I don't believe the young man would have any objection. And I don't mean to say as how I never spoke to him," replied Betty. " Very well, Jerningham, that is just what I wanted to know. Because, if you are sufficiently acquainted to speak, such a sharp, clever girl as you are would find it easy enough to improve the intimacy, and that's what I want you to do, Jerningham. And then I want you, some fine evening, perhaps, after I've had my tea, to let him take a walk with you. And when you are talking of one thing and the other, I want you to find out whether his master is reckoned a rich gentleman or a poor one. Do you understand, Jerningham? " Betty Jack's black eyes kindled into very keen intelligence at this question, and she answered with very satisfactory vivacity, " Yes, ma'am, I understands." " Well, then, set about it as soon as you can ; and remember, Jerningham, if he asks any questions about me, that you make him understand my fortune is a great deal larger than it appears to be, which it really is, you know ; only just now I am travelling quietly by way of a change. If you do all this cleverly and well, I will give you my old parasol, which only wants a stitch or two to make it quite fit to use." " Thank'ee, ma'am. I could find him in a minute at the beer shop, if you like it." " Well, then, do so, my good girl, and you may say, if you will, that you could take a walk with him this evening." The arrangement was probably made without great difficulty, for on the following morning Betty was ready with her report. Any detailed account of the interview between the Major's man and the widow's woman would be unnecessary, as the girl's account of it was what principally affected the interests of our widow, and that shall be faithfully given. Betty Jacks made her appearance in the drawing room as soon as Agnes had left it after breakfast, with that look of smirking confidence which usually enlivens the countenance of a soubrette when she knows she has something to say worth listening to. Her anxious mistress instantly saw that the commission had not been in vain. " Well, Jerningham," she cried with a deep respiration that was more like panting than sighing, " what news do you bring me? "" All that is best and honourablest for the Major, ma'am. His man William says that he is a noble gentleman every way, with plenty of money to spend, and plenty of spirit to spend it with ; and that happy will the lady be who wins his heart, and comes to the glory and honour of being his wife." " That is enough, Jerningham," said the happy Mrs. Barnaby. " You seem to have behaved extremely well, and with a great deal of cleverness ; and as I see I may trust to your good sense and prudent behaviour, I will give you leave to go to the play at Bristol, and will give you a gallery ticket any evening that the Major's worthy and faithful servant may like to take you. Indeed, I should not mind giving him a gallery ticket too, and so you may tell him." Betty Jacks turned her head to look out of the window, and a furtive sort of smile kindled in her eye for a moment ; but she thanked her mistress for her kindness, and then made her exit with great decorum. It was just 2 days after this that Mrs. Barnaby yielded to Major Allen's request that she would taste the air of a delicious morning by taking a little turn with him in the Mall. Twice had they enjoyed the sunny length of the pavement, indulging in that sort of tender conversation which their now fully avowed mutual attachment rendered natural, when, in making their third progress, they were met by a gentleman somewhat younger than the Major, but with much his style of dress and whiskered fashion, who, the instant he saw Major Allen, uttered a cry of joy, ran towards him, and caught his hand, which he not only shook affectionately, but even pressed to his heart with an air of the most touching friendship. " My dearest Maintry !" exclaimed the Major, " what an unexpected pleasure is this ! When did you reach England? What brings you here? " Then suddenly recollecting himself, he turned to Mrs. Barnaby, and entreated her forgiveness for the liberty he had taken in thus stopping her. " But I well know," he added, " that your generous heart will find an excuse for me in its own warm feelings, when I tell you that Captain Maintry is the oldest friend I have in the world, the oldest and the dearest. We have served together, Mrs. Barnaby, we have fought side by side through many a well contested field ; and since universal peace has sheathed our swords, we have shared each other's hospitality, hunted on each other's grounds, studied nature and mankind together, and, in a word, have lived and loved as brothers, and yet we have now been parted for 2 years. A large property has devolved to him from his mother's family in Westphalia, and the necessity of attending to his farms and his signioral privileges has separated him thus long from his friend. You will forgive me, then, my beloved Martha. Maintry, from thee I can hide nothing. You have told me 1,000 times that I should never be brought to resign my freedom to mortal woman. Look here, and tell me if you can wonder that such vaunting independence can attach to me no longer."
Nothing could be more kind than Mrs. Barnaby's reply to this, nothing more gracious than Captain Maintry's flattering answer, and the next minute they were all walking on together as if already united by the tenderest ties. Many interesting questions and answers passed between the two gentlemen concerning absent friends of high rank and great distinction, as well as some good-natured friendly questions on the part of Captain Maintry, relative to many of the Major's principal tenants in Yorkshire, as honourable to the kind feelings of the inquirer as to the good conduct and respectability of the worthy individuals inquired for. After all this had lasted most agreeably for some time, Captain Maintry suddenly paused, and said to his friend, "My dear Allen, the pleasure of seeing you, and the unexpected introduction to this honoured lady, have together turned my brain, I believe, or I should have told you at once that I have brought letters from Prince Hursteinberg for you, which require an immediate answer. I never heard one man speak of another as he does of you, Allen. He declares you are the most noble character he ever met with in any country, and that is no light thing for such a man as the prince to say. His letter is to ask whether you can spare him a hunting mare of your own breeding, and 3 couple of those famous pointers for which your principal estate is so celebrated. He made me promise that I would see that you sent off an answer by the first post, for if you cannot oblige him in this he must apply elsewhere. You know his passion for la chasse, and he must not be disappointed. Come, my dear fellow, tear yourself away from this attractive lady for 1 short hour, and then the business will be done." "Certainly not till I have seen Mrs. Barnaby safely home," replied the Major gravely. "Then you will be too late for the post. We have told Mrs. Barnaby that we are brothers. Let her see you treat me as such. Trust her to my care. I will escort her to her own home, while you go for an hour or so to yours. I have left the packet with your faithful William. By the by, I am glad to see that you still retain that capital good fellow about you. An honest servant is worth his weight in gold, Mrs. Barnaby. There, Allen, you see, I am in possession of the lady's arm. So you may be off, and I will join you as soon as I have escorted her to her quarters." "Most cordially do I congratulate my friend, madam," said Captain Maintry, as soon as Major Allen had taken his leave, "on the happy prospects that have opened before him. To see you and not appreciate his felicity is impossible. Friendship may conquer envy, but it cannot render us blind. Nor is it Major Allen alone whom I must congratulate. Permit me to indulge my feelings towards that long-tried and dear valued friend, by telling you, Mrs. Barnaby, that you are a very happy woman indeed. Such worth, such honour, as rarely, alas! too rarely, met with in man. And then he has such a multitude of minor good qualities, as I may call them, such an absence of all ostentation. Nobody would believe from his manner of living that he possessed one of the finest estates in Yorkshire, yet such is the fact. His courage, too, is transcendently great, and his temper the sweetest in the world. Yet this man, Mrs. Barnaby, great and good as he is, has not been able to escape enemies. You have no idea of the lies that have been put in circulation concerning him by those who envy his reputation, and hate his noble qualities." "I know it, Captain Maintry, but too well," replied Mrs. Barnaby. "But a woman who could be influenced by such idle and malevolent reports would be unworthy to become his wife. And for myself, I can assure you that, far from its producing the desired effect upon me, such malignity only binds me to him more closely." "There spoke a heart worthy of him!" fervently exclaimed the Captain. "And I doubt not, my dearest madam, that these generous feelings will be put to the proof, for I blush for my species as I say it there are many who, when they hear of his approaching happiness, will put every sort of wickedness in action to prevent it." This conversation, with a few little amiable sentiments in addition from both parties, brought them to the door of the widow's home,
when Captain Maintry resisted her invitation to enter upon the plea that he must devote every moment he could command to his friend, as unhappily he was obliged to return to Bath on business of the greatest importance, with as little delay as possible. After this it was quite in vain that even the amiable, soft-hearted Elizabeth, who had grown exceedingly ashamed by the by of her speaking acquaintance with Major Allen, it was in vain that even she ventured to hint that she believed Major Allen was no longer invited anywhere. Mrs. Barnaby knew all about it on better authority than any one else, and she quietly made up her mind to leave Clifton, and proceed to Cheltenham as speedily as possible, in order that her marriage, within 7 months of her husband's death, might not take place under the immediate observation of his nearest relations. End of chapter 6. Volume 2, Chapter 7 of The Widow Barnaby by Frances Milton Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Transient Happiness. An accident leading to the discovery of an unknown talent in Miss Willoughby, and unexpected appreciation of it in Colonel Hubert. Some reflections on the peculiarities of the female mind. It must be remembered that all these interesting particulars respecting the affairs of Mrs. Barnaby's heart were perfectly unknown both to Agnes and her friends. It had, indeed, been quite as much as the posthumous affection of Mrs. Peters for her brother could achieve, to endure with some appearance of civility the advances of his widow towards intimacy. But to pursue her with attentions when she seemed desirous of escaping them was quite beyond her strength and courage. So, rejoicing in the effect without investigating the cause, she permitted her to keep herself within the retirement of her own drawing room without ever seeking the reason of her so doing. Treacherous as was this interval of calm, it was productive of most exquisite happiness to poor Agnes while it lasted. Delightful walks, abundance of books, lively conversation, and 1,000 flattering marks of kindness from everybody who came near her, formed a wonderful contrast to the vulgar browbeating of her selfish aunt, and even to the best joys of her solitary closet. But it was an interval delusive in every way. Mrs. Peters had no suspicion that her brother's widow, within 7 months after his death, was on the eve of marriage with a penniless swindler. Agnes had no suspicion that she was herself desperately in love with Colonel Hubert, or that Mr. Stephenson was desperately in love with her. Colonel Hubert began to think that, as he saw Agnes constantly with the Peters family, and no longer saw Mrs. Barnaby at all, the connection between them was neither so permanent nor so injurious as he had supposed, and therefore that he would act more prudently by letting matters take their course than by any further interference; convinced that, if Frederick did choose a wife for himself, instead of permitting his friends to choose for him, he would never find a woman more likely to do him honour than Miss Willoughby. There were, moreover, some other delusions under which he laboured, both as to his own feelings and those of others; but for the present he was destined, like the rest of the party among whom he lived, to remain enveloped in a mist of error and misconception. Poor Stephenson, more fatally deluded than all of them, guessed not that he was standing on a pinnacle of hope from whence he was soon to be dashed 1,000 fathom deep into the whirlpool of despair. In short, preparations for the music party went on very prosperously, while "malignant fate sat by and smiled," at all that was to happen before that music party was over. Mrs. Peters confessed, after a little battling the point with her family, that it would be impossible to avoid sending a card of invitation to Mrs. Barnaby, and sent it was; when, as she said herself, her virtue was rewarded by receiving through Agnes a message in return, expressing much regret that a previous engagement must prevent its being accepted. On the morning of the day fixed for this party, Agnes remained in her closet at least 1 hour beyond the time at which it was now her daily custom to set off for Rodney Place, some little preparation for her evening appearance requiring attention. When at length she arrived there, she found a note, desiring her to sit down, and wait for the return of the ladies, who, after remaining at home till beyond her usual time of coming, had all driven to Bristol to execute sundry errands of importance. On reading this note, Agnes walked upstairs to the drawing room, which she found uncarpeted, in preparation for the music of the evening, and a grand piano forte standing in the middle of it. Now it so happened that, notwithstanding the constant visits of Agnes in Rodney Place, and the general love of music which reigned there, she had never been asked if she could play or sing, and had never by any chance done either. There are some houses, and very pleasant ones too, in their way, in which music is considered by the family as a sort of property belonging of right to them, en portage with professors indeed, but with which no one else can interfere; at least within their precincts, without manifest impertinence. The house of Mrs. Peters was one of these. James, who, as we have seen, was an exceedingly amiable young man, never did anything from morning to night, if he could help it, but practise on the violoncello, and sing duets with his sister Lucy. Miss Peters was the only one who shared not in the talent or the monopoly, for Elizabeth played the harp, and Lucy sang and accompanied herself on the piano during by far the greater part of every day. Agnes was delighted by their performance; and though she longed once more to touch the keys herself, and perhaps to hear her own sweet voice again, she had never found courage sufficient to enable her to ask permission to do so. When, therefore, she found herself perfectly alone, with the tempting instrument before her, and a large collection of music placed beside it, she eagerly applied her hand to try if it were open. It yielded to her touch, and in a moment her hands were running over the keys with that species of ecstasy which a young enthusiast in the science always feels after having been long deprived of the use of an instrument. Agnes played correctly, and with great taste and feeling, but she could by no means compete with Lucy Peters as an accomplished pianist. She had enjoyed neither equal practice nor equal instruction. But there was one branch of the gay science in which she excelled her far beyond the reach of comparison, for Agnes had a voice but rarely equalled in any country. Of the preeminence of her power she was herself profoundly ignorant, and if she preferred hearing her own glorious notes to those of any other voice which had yet reached her, she truly believed it was because there was such a very great pleasure in hearing one's self sing, an opinion that had been considerably strengthened by her observations on Lucy. It was with very great delight, unquestionably, that Agnes now listened to the sounds she made. The size of the room, the absence of the carpet, the excellence and the isolation of the instrument, were all advantages she had not enjoyed before, and her pleasure was almost childish in its ecstasy. She let her rich voice run, like the lark's, into wanton playfulness of ornament, and felt her own power with equal joy and surprise. But when this first outpouring of her youthful spirit was over, she more soberly turned to the volumes beside her, and, hesitating a moment between the gratification of exploring new regions of harmony with an uncertain step, and that of going through, with all the advantages of her present accessories, what had so often enchanted her without them, she chose the last, and, fixing on a volume of Handel, which had been the chief source from which the old-fashioned but classic taste of Mr. Wilmot had made her master draw her subjects of study, she more soberly set about indulging herself with one of his best-loved airs. The notes of "Angels ever bright and fair" then swelled gloriously through the unpeopled room, and "Lord, remember David" followed. After this she changed her hand, and the sparkling music of Comus seemed to make the air glad as she caroled through its delicious melodies. Amidst all this luxury of sound, it is not surprising that the knocker or the bell should give signal either of the return of the family, or the approach of some visitor, without the fair minstrels being aware of it. This in fact occurred, and with a result that, had she been in the secret, would have converted the clear notes of her happy song into inarticulate suspirations of forced breath. Colonel Hubert had promised his friend Frederick, when they parted at the breakfast table, to join him at Rodney Place, as he had often within the last few days done before, for the purpose of joining the party in their usual morning walk. But Frederick had arrived there so early that he had handed Mrs. Peters and her daughters into their carriage when they set off for Bristol, and then turned from the door in despair of seeing Agnes for some hours. Having sought his friend Hubert, and missed him, he betook himself to a gallop on the downs, by way of beguiling the time till 2:00, when he intended to make another attempt to meet her by joining the luncheon party on Mrs. Peters' return. Colonel Hubert, meanwhile, knocked at that lady's door exactly at the moment when the happy performer in the drawing-room was giving full license to her magnificent voice in a passage of which he had never before felt the power and majesty. Colonel Hubert stopped short in the midst of the message he was leaving; and the butler who opened the door to him, and who by this time knew him as one of the most honoured guests of the mansion, stepped back smiling into the hall, a sort of invitation for him to enter, which he had no inclination to refuse. He accordingly stepped in, and the door was closed behind him. " Pray, who is it that is singing? " inquired the colonel, as soon as the strain ended. I think, sir, it must be Miss Willoughby, for I have let in nobody else since the ladies went," replied the man. " Miss Willoughby? " repeated Colonel Hubert unconsciously. " Miss Willoughby? Impossible." " I think, sir, by the sound," rejoined the servant, " that one of the drawing room doors must be open, and if you would please to walk up, Colonel, you might hear it quite plain without disturbing her." If Colonel Hubert had a weakness, it was his unbounded love for music, though even here he had proved his power of conquering inclination when he thought it right to do so. When quite a young man he had been tempted by this passion to give so much time to the study of the violin as to interfere materially with all other pursuits. A friend, greatly his senior, and possessing his highest esteem, pointed out to him very strongly the probable effect of this upon his future career. The next time the beloved professor arrived to give Colonel Hubert a lesson, he made him a present of his violin, and gave up the pursuit for ever ; but not the love for it, that nature had implanted beyond the power of will to eradicate. In short, this invitation from Mrs. Peters's butler was too tempting to be resisted, and nodding his approval of it to the man, he walked softly up the stairs, and found, as that sagacious person had foreseen, that the door of the back drawing room was open. Colonel Hubert entered very cautiously, for the folding doors between the two apartments were partly open also, but he was fortunate enough to glide unseen behind one of its large battants, the rising hinges of which were in such a position as to permit him, without any danger of being discovered, to see as well as hear the unsuspicious Agnes. Poor girl! Could she have been conscious of this, her agitation would have amounted to agony. And yet no imaginable combination of circumstances could have been so favourable to the first, the dearest, the most secret wish of her heart, which was, that when she lost sight of him, which she must soon do, as she well believed, for ever, he might not think her too young, too trifling, too contemptible, ever to recall her to his memory again. There was perhaps no great danger of this before ; but now it could neither be hoped nor feared that Colonel Hubert should ever forget what he, during these short moments, heard and saw. There is, perhaps, no beautiful woman who sings well, who would not appear to greater advantage if thus furtively looked at and listened to, than when performing, conscious of the observation of all around her. But to Agnes this advantage was in the present instance great indeed, for never before had he seen her beautiful countenance in the full play of bright intelligence and unrestrained enthusiasm ; and never had he imagined that she could sing at all. She was lovely, radiant, inspired ; and Colonel Hubert was in a fair way of forgetting equally that she was the chosen of his friend, the niece of Mrs. Barnaby, and that he was just 20 years her senior when the house door was assailed by the footman's authoritative rap, and the moment after the ladies' voices, as they ran up the stairs, effectually awakened him to the realities of his situation. He now, for the first time, felt conscious that this situation had been obtained by means not perfectly justifiable, and that an apology was certainly called for, and must be made. He therefore retraced his steps, but with less caution, through the still open door ; and meeting Mrs. Peters just as she reached the top of the stairs, said in a voice perhaps somewhat less steady than usual, " Will you forgive me, Mrs. Peters, and plead for my forgiveness elsewhere, when I confess to you that I have stolen up stairs, and hid myself for at least half an hour in your back drawing room, for the purpose of hearing Miss Willoughby sing? She is herself quite ignorant of this delit ; and when you pronounce to her my guilt, I hope, at the same time, you will recommend me to mercy." " Miss Willoughby singing !" exclaimed Mrs. Peters. " Surely you must be mistaken, Colonel Hubert. Agnes never sang in her life." " Agnes singing ? Oh no !" cried Lucy. " That is quite impossible, I assure you." " And what says the young lady herself? " replied Colonel Hubert, as Agnes came forward to meet her friends. But she was assailed with such a clamorous chorus of questions that it was some time before she in the least understood what had happened. To the reiterated, " Have you really been singing, Agnes ? Do you really sing ? How is it possible we never found out?" and the like, she answered quietly enough, " I sing a little, and I have been trying to amuse myself while waiting for you." But when Mrs. Peters laughingly added, " And do you know, my dear, that Colonel Hubert has been listening to you from the back drawing room all the time?" all semblance of composure vanished. She first coloured violently, and then turned deadly pale ; and totally unable to answer, sat down on the nearest chair instinctively, to prevent herself from falling, but with little or no consciousness of what she was about. Colonel Hubert watched her with an eye which seemed bent upon reading every secret of the heart that so involuntarily betrayed its own agitation ; but what he saw, or thought he saw there, seemed infectious, for he too lost all presence of mind ; and quickly approaching her with heightened colour, and a voice trembling from irrepressible feeling, he said, " Have I offended you ? Forgive me, oh, forgive me !" There was a word of eloquence in the look with which she met his eyes. Innocent, unpractised, unconscious as it was, it raised a tumult in the noble soldier's breast which it cost many a day's hard struggle afterwards to bring to order. But nobody saw it, nobody guessed it. The whole bevy of kind hearted ladies were filled, from the crown to the toe, with the hope and belief that Frederick Stephenson and Agnes Willoughby were born for each other, and they explained all the agitation they now witnessed by saying, " Did any one ever see so shy a creature? How foolish you are to be frightened about it, Agnes !" and " Come, my dear child, get the better of this foolish terror, and if you can sing, let us have the pleasure of hearing you." " That's right, mamma," said Lucy, laughing. " Make her sing one song before we go down to luncheon. It is not at all fair that Colonel Hubert should be the only person in the secret." " Sing us a song at once, there's a dear girl," said Mrs. Peters, seating herself upon a sofa. " Indeed, ma'am, I cannot sing," replied Agnes, clasping her hands as if begging for her life. " Upon my word, this is a very pretty mystery," said Mary. " The gentleman declares that he has been listening to her singing this half hour, and the lady protests that she cannot sing at all. Permit me, mamma, to examine the parties face to face. If I understand you rightly, Colonel Hubert, you stated positively that you heard Miss Willoughby sing. Will you give me leave to ask you in what sort of manner she sang? "" In a manner, Miss Peters," replied Colonel Hubert, endeavouring to recover his composure, " that I have seldom or never heard equalled in any country. She sings most admirably." " Good, very good," said Mary, " a perfectly clear and decisive evidence. And now, Miss Willoughby, give me leave to question you. If I mistake not, you told us about 5 minutes ago that you possessed not the power of singing in any manner at all? "" Not at this moment, Mary, certainly," replied Agnes, rallying, and infinitely relieved by perceiving that the overwhelming emotion under which she had very nearly fainted had neither been understood nor even remarked by any one. " Then will you promise," said Lucy, with tant soit peu of new born rivalry, " will you promise to sing for us to night? "" You do not mean at your concert, do you, Lucy? " replied Agnes, laughing. " And why not? " said Lucy. " Colonel Hubert declares that you sing admirably." " Colonel Hubert is very kind to say so," answered Agnes, while rather more than her usual delicate bloom returned to her cheeks ;" but he would probably change his opinion were he to hear me sing before a large party." " I am too hungry to battle the point now, Agnes," said Mrs. Peters, " so let us come down to luncheon. But remember, my dear, if you really can sing, if it be only some easy trifling ballad, I shall not take it well of you if you refuse, for I am sorry to say there is a terrible falling off among our performers. I find 3 excuses sent since I went out ; and I met Miss Roberts just now, our prima donna, after Lucy, who says she is so hoarse that she doubts if she shall be able to sing a note." This was said as the party descended the stairs, so that Agnes escaped without being obliged to answer ; at which she greatly rejoiced, as refusal or acquiescence seemed alike impossible. Colonel Hubert stopped at the door of the dining room, wished the party good morning, and persisted in making his retreat, though much urged by Mrs. Peters to join their meal. But he was in no mood for it, he wanted to be alone, he wanted in solitude to question, and, if possible, to understand his own feelings ; and with one short look at Agnes he left them, slipped a crown into the hand of the butler who opened the door for him, and set off for a long walk over Durham Downs, taking, as it happened, exactly the same path as that in which he had met Agnes a fortnight before. As soon as he was gone, another rather clamorous assault was made on Agnes upon the subject of her having so long kept her power of singing a secret from them all. " I cannot forgive you for not having at least told me of it," said Mary. " And what was there to tell, my dearest Mary? You that are used to such playing as that of Elizabeth and Lucy, would have had fair cause to laugh at me, had I volunteered to amuse you in their stead." " I don't know how that may be," said Lucy. " What Colonel Hubert talked about was your singing. Do you think you can sing as well as me? "" It is a difficult question to answer, Lucy," replied Agnes with the most ingenuous innocence.
But perhaps I might, one of these days, if I were as well instructed as you are." " Well, my dear, that is confessing something at any rate," said Lucy, slightly colouring. " I am sure I should be very happy to have you in a duet with me, only I suppose you have not been taught to take a second." " Oh yes, I think I could sing second," replied Agnes with great simplicity ;" but I have not been much used to it, because in all our duets Miss Wilmot always took the second part." " And who is Miss Wilmot, my dear? " said Mrs. Peters. " The daughter of the clergyman, mamma, where Agnes was educated," replied Mary. " Here comes Mr. Stephenson," exclaimed Mrs. Peters gaily. " Now, Agnes, you positively must go up stairs again, and let us hear what you can do. I shall be quite delighted for Mr. Stephenson to hear you sing, if you really have a voice, for I have repeatedly heard him speak with delight of his sister, Lady Stephenson's singing." " Then I am sure that is a reason for never letting him hear mine," said Agnes, who was beginning to feel very restless, and longing as ardently for the solitude of her closet, in order to take a review of all the events of the morning, as Colonel Hubert for the freedom of the Downs. But the friends around her were much too kind and much too dear for any whims or wishes of her own to interfere with what they desired ; and when, upon the entrance of Frederick, they all joined in beseeching her to give them one song, she yielded, and followed meekly and obediently to the piano forte. She certainly did not sing now as she had done before ; the fervour, the enthusiasm was past ; yet, nevertheless, the astonishment and delight of her auditors were unbounded. Praises and reproaches were blended with the thanks of her female friends, who, forgetting that they had never invited her performance, seemed to think her having so long concealed her talent a positive injury and injustice. But in the raptures of Frederick Stephenson there was no mixture of reproach. He seemed wrapped in an ecstasy of admiration and love, the exact amount of which was pretty fairly appreciated by every one who listened to him except herself. A knavish speech sleeps not so surely in a foolish ear, as a passionate rhapsody in one that is indifferent. Our Agnes was by no means dull of apprehension on most occasions ; but the incapacity she showed for understanding the real meaning of 19 speeches out of every 20 addressed to her by Frederick was remarkable. It is probable, indeed, that indifference alone would hardly have sufficed to constitute a defence so effectual against all the efforts he made to render his feelings both intelligible and acceptable. Preoccupation of heart and intellect may account for it better. But whatever the cause of this insensibility, it certainly existed, and in such a degree as to render this enforced exhibition, and all the vehement praises that followed it, most exceedingly irksome. A greater proof of this could hardly be given than by her putting a stop to it at last by saying, " If you really wish me to sing a song to night, my dear Mrs. Peters, you must please to let me go now, or I think I shall be so hoarse as to make it impossible." This little stratagem answered perfectly, and at once brought her near to the solitude for which she was pining. " Wish you to sing to night, petite? " said Mrs. Peters, clasping her little hands with delight. " I rather think I shall. I have had the terror of Mrs. Armstrong before my eyes for the last fortnight, and I think, Mary, that we have a novelty here that may save us from the faint praise usually accorded by her connoisseurship." " I imagine we have, mamma," replied Mary, who was in every way delighted by the discovery of this unknown talent in her favourite. " But Agnes is right, she must really sing no more now. You have had no walk to day, Agnes, have you ?" kindly adding, " If you like it, I will put on my bonnet again, and take a stroll with you." Agnes blushed when she replied, " No, I have not time to walk to day. I must go home now," much as she might have done if, instead of intending to take a ramble with her thoughts, she had been about to enjoy a tete a tete promenade with the object of them. " At least we will walk home with you," replied her friend ; and accordingly the 2 eldest girls and Mr. Stephenson accompanied her to Sion Row. Ungrateful Agnes ! It was with a feeling of joy that made her heart leap that she watched the departure of her kind friends, and of him too who would have shed his blood for her with gladness, in order that in silence and solitude she might live over again the moments she had passed with Hubert, moments which, in her estimation, outweighed in value whole years of life without him. Dear and precious was her little closet now. There was nothing within it that ever tempted her aunt to enter. Her retreat, therefore, was secure, and deeply did she enjoy the conviction that it was so. It was not Petrarch, it was not Shakespeare, no, nor Spenser's Fairyland, in which, when fancy free,
she used to roam for hours of most sweet forgetfulness, that now chained her to her solitary chair and kept her wholly unconscious of the narrow walls that hemmed her in. But what a world of new and strange thoughts it was amidst which she soon lost herself! Possibilities, conjectures, hopes, such as had never before entered her head, arose within her as, with a singular mixture of distinctness of memory and confusion of feeling, she lived again through every instant of the period during which Colonel Hubert had been in her presence, and of that, more thrilling still as she meditated upon it, when she unconsciously had been in his. How anxiously she recalled her attitude, the careless disorder of her hair, and the unmeasured burst of enjoyment to which she had yielded herself. How every song she had sung passed in review before her, her graces, her roulades, her childish trials of what she could effect, all seemed to rise in judgment against her, and her cheeks tingled with the blushes they brought. Yet in the midst of this, perhaps, "a sense of self-approving power mixed with her busy thought," and she felt that she was not sorry he had heard her sing. Then came the glowing picture of the few short moments that followed the discovery, the look that she had seen fixed upon her, the voice that trembled as he asked to be forgiven, his flushed cheek, the agitation, yes, the agitation of his manner, of the stately Hubert's manner, as he approached, as he stood near, as he looked at, as he spoke to her. It was so, she knew it, she had seen it, she had felt it. How strange is the constitution of the human mind, and how mutually dependent are its faculties and feelings on each other! The same girl who was so earthly dull as to be unable to perceive the undisguised adoration of Frederick Stephenson, was now wrapped in a delirium of happiness from having read, what probably no other mortal eye could see, in the involuntary workings of Colonel Hubert's features for a few short instants, while offering an apology which he could hardly avoid making. CHAPTER VIII. Volume 2, Chapter VIII of The Widow Barnaby by Frances Milton Trollope. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter VIII. Some farther particulars respecting the state of Mrs. Barnaby's heart. Tender doubts and fears on the part of the Major, all set to rest by the gentle kindness of the widow. Some accounts of Mrs. Peters's concert, and of the terrible events which followed it. We have left the widow Barnaby too long, and must hasten back to her. There was altogether a strange mixture of worldly wisdom and of female folly in her character, for first one and then the other preponderated, as circumstances occurred. Had a man richer than she believed the fascinating Major to be, proposed to her even at the very tenderest climax of his courtship, there is no doubt in the world but she would have accepted him. But when all her pecuniary anxieties were lulled into a happy doze by the pleasing statements of Messrs. William and Maintry, her love-making propensities awoke. She was again the Martha Compton of Silverton, and became so exceedingly attached to the Major's society that neither Mrs. Peters's concert, nor any other engagement in which he did not share, could have compensated for one of those delightful tete-a-tete evenings during which Agnes enjoyed the society of her friends. When Major Allen saw the invitation card from Rodney Place lying on the table, he said, "Do you intend to go, dearest?" "Have you a card, Major?" was the reply; and when the rejoinder produced a negative, she added, "Then most assuredly I shall not go." A degree of fidelity that was very satisfactory to the Major, who began to discover that his newness in the society of Clifton was wearing off, and that he was eyed askance whenever he ventured to appear where gentlemen assembled. 1,000 fond follies of course diversified these frequent tete-a-tete, and upon one occasion the Major, in a sudden burst of jealous tenderness, declared that, notwithstanding the many proofs of affection she had granted him, there was one without which he could not be satisfied, as his dreams perpetually tormented him with visions of rivals who succeeded in snatching her from him. "Oh, Major, what folly!" exclaimed the lady. "Have you not yet learned to read my heart? But what is there, foolish as you are, what is there that I could refuse to you, that it was not inconsistent with my honour to grant?" "Your honour! Beautiful Juno! Know you not that your honour is dearer to me than my own? What I would ask, my beloved Martha, can attach no disgrace to you. but in fact I shall not know a moment's ease till you have given me a promise of marriage. I know, my love, that you have relations here who will leave no stone unturned to prevent our union, and the idea that they may succeed distracts me. Will you forgive this weakness and grant what I implore? You know I will, foolish man, but I will have your promise in return, or you will think my love less fervent than your own," returned the widow playfully. To this the Major made no objection, and so, in merry sport, these promises were signed and exchanged amidst many lover-like jestings on their own folly. This happened just 3 days before the eventful concert, and in the interval Major Allen received a letter from his friend Maintry, who was still at Bath, requesting him to join him there in order to give him the advantage of his valuable advice on a matter of great importance. It was, of course, with extreme reluctance that he tore himself away, but it was a sacrifice demanded by friendship, and he would make it, as he told the widow, on condition that she would rescind her refusal to Mrs. Peters, and pass the evening of his absence at her house. She agreed to this, and he left her only in time to enable her to dress for the party. The being accompanied by her aunt was a considerable drawback to any pleasure Agnes had anticipated from the evening, and the stroke came upon her by surprise, for Mrs. Barnaby did not deem it necessary to stand on such ceremony with her sister as to ask leave to come after having been once invited. Mrs. Peters looked vexed and disconcerted when she entered; but perceiving the anxiety with which Agnes was watching to see how she bore it, she recalled her smiles, placed her prodigiously fine sister-in-law on a sofa with 2 other dowagers, desired Mr. Peters to go and talk to her, and then seizing upon Agnes, led her among the party of amateurs who were indulging in gossip and tea at a snug table in the second drawing-room. She was immediately introduced as a young friend who would prove a great acquisition, and 2 or 3 songs in her own old-fashioned style were assigned, pretty nearly without waiting for her consent, to her performance; but with an observation from Mrs. Peters that she could not refuse, because they were the very songs she had sung when Mr. Stephenson was there in the morning. All this was said and done in a bustle and a hurry, and Agnes carried off captive to the region where the business of the evening was already beginning with the tuning of instruments and the arrangement of desks, before she well knew what she intended to do or say. She would have felt the embarrassment more had her mind been fully present to the scene, but it was not. She knew that Mr. Stephenson and his friend were expected, and no spot of earth had much interest for her at that moment except the doorway. Her suspense lasted not long, however, for they soon entered together, and then her heart bounded, the colour varied on her cheek, and her whole frame trembled. Mr. Stephenson was by her side in a moment, but she was conscious of this only sufficiently to make her feel a pang because Colonel Hubert had not followed him. Far from approaching her, indeed, he seemed to place himself studiously at a distance, and instantly a deep gloom appeared in the eyes of Agnes to have fallen upon every object. The lights were dim, every instrument out of tune, and the civilities of Mr. Stephenson so extremely troublesome, that she thought, if they continued, she must certainly leave the room. The overture began, and she was desired to sit down in the place assigned her; but this, as she found, left her open on one side to the pertinacious whisperings of Mr. Stephenson, and with a movement of irritation quite new to her, she got up again, with her cheeks burning, to ask for a place in the very middle of a row of ladies who could not comply with her request without real difficulty. As soon as she had reached her new station, she raised her eyes, and looked towards the spot where she had seen Colonel Hubert place himself. There he was still, and moreover his eyes were evidently fixed upon her. " Why will he not speak to me?" mentally exclaimed poor Agnes. " Or why does he so look at me?" It would not have been difficult for Colonel Hubert to have given an answer. While they were taking coffee together half an hour before they set off, Frederick Stephenson told his friend that his fate would that night be decided, for he had made up his mind to propose to Miss Willoughby. Colonel Hubert started. " Of course, Frederick, you do not decide upon this without being pretty certain what the answer will be," was the reply of Colonel Hubert. " You know the definition Sylvius gives of love," returned Frederick. " It is to be all made of faith and service, and so am I for Agnes. Wherefore, as my service is, and shall be perfect, so also shall be my faith, nor will I ever submit myself to the misery of doubting. Either she is mine at once, or I fly where I can never see her more." After this, Colonel Hubert very naturally preferred looking on from a distance, to making any approach that might disturb the declared purpose of his friend. Bystanders see most, is an old proverb, and all such speak truly. Frederick, notwithstanding his perfect service, was not by many a degree so near discovering the true state of Miss Willoughby's feelings as his friend; not, indeed, that Colonel Hubert discovered anything relating to himself, but he saw weariness and distaste in the movement of Agnes's head, and the mournful expression of her face, even before the decisive manoeuvre by which she escaped from him, who was only waiting for an opportunity of confessing himself to be all made of adoration, duty, and observance. An indescribable sensation of pleasure tingled through the veins of Colonel Hubert as he observed this, but the next moment his heart reproached him with a bitter pang. " Am I then a traitor to him who has so frankly trusted me?" thought he. " No, by heaven ! Poor Frederick ! Angel as she is, he well deserves her, for from the very first he has thought of her, and her only ; while I, the study of her aunt's absurdities, I deem the more attractive speculation of the two. Agnes, you are avenged." The good-humoured Frederick, meantime, though foiled in his hope of engrossing her, quickly found consolation in listening to Miss Peters, who confided to him all her doubts and fears respecting the possibility of her friend's finding courage to sing before so large an audience. " For God's sake do not plague her about it," said he, " though to be sure such a voice as hers would be enough to embellish any concert in the world." " It is only on mamma's account," replied Mary, " that I am anxious for it. She has been so disappointed about Miss Roberts. I wish, after Lucy's next duet with James, while Elizabeth is accompanying the violoncello, that you would contrive to get near her, where she is trying to keep out of the way, poor thing, and tell her that my mother wishes to speak to her." Frederick readily undertook the commission, not ill pleased to be thus confirmed in his belief that she had not run away from him, but for some other reason which he had not before understood. Miss Peters was far from imagining what an effectual means she had hit upon for making her friend Agnes take a place among the performers. She had continued to sit during the long duet, triumphing in the clever management that had placed her out of the way of everybody, and perfectly aware, though she by no means appeared to watch him steadily, that Colonel Hubert did not feel at all more gay or happy than herself. But lo ! just at the moment indicated by Mary, the smiling, bowing, handsome Frederick Stephenson contrived, civilly and silently, to make his way between crowded rows of full dressed ladies to the place where Agnes fancied herself in such perfect security. He delivered his message, but not without endeavouring to make her understand how superlatively happy the commission had made him. This was too much. To sit within the same room that held Colonel Hubert, without his taking the slightest notice of her, and that, too, after all the sweet delusive visions of the morning, was quite dreadful enough, without having to find answers for words she did not hear, and dress her face in smiles when she was so very much disposed to weep. " I will sing every song they will let me," thought she. " Ill or well, it matters not now. I will bear anything but being talked to." Giving the eager messenger nothing but a silent nod in return for all his trouble, Agnes again rose, and made her way to Mrs. Peters. It chanced that Mary, Lucy, and one or two other ladies were in consultation with her at a part of the room exactly within sight of Mrs. Barnaby, who, having found her neighbours civilly disposed to answer all her questions, had thus far remained tolerably contented and quiet. But the scene she now witnessed aroused her equally to jealousy and astonishment. Mrs. Peters, who, from the moment she had deposited her on the sofa, had never bestowed a single word upon her, but, on the contrary, kept very carefully out of her way, had hitherto been supposed by her self-satisfied sister-in-law to be too much occupied in arranging the progress of the musical performance to have any time left to bestow upon her relations ; yet now she saw her in the centre of the room, devoting her whole attention to Agnes, evidently presenting her to one or two of the most elegant looking among her company, and finally taking her by the hand, as if she had been the most important personage present, and leading her with smiles and an air of the most flattering attention to the piano forte. " Who is that beautiful girl, ma'am? " said one of Mrs. Barnaby's talkative neighbours, thinking, perhaps, that she had a right in her turn to question a person who had so freely questioned her. " What girl, ma'am? " returned Mrs. Barnaby, for use so lessens a marvel, that she had become almost unconscious of the uncommon loveliness of her niece, or at any rate was too constantly occupied by other concerns to pay much attention to it. " The young lady in black crape, whom Mrs. Peters has just led to the instrument. Upon my word, I think she is the most beautiful person I ever saw." " Oh, that's my niece, ma'am ; and I'm sure I don't know what nonsense my sister Peters has got in her head about her. I hope she is not going to pretend to play without asking my leave. It is time I should look after her." And so saying, the indignant Mrs. Barnaby arose, determined upon sharing the notice at least, if not the favour, bestowed upon her dependent kinswoman. But she was immediately compelled to reseat herself by the universal "hush" that buzzed around her; for at that moment the superb voice of Agnes burst upon the room, and startled the dull ear of the least attentive listener in it. The effect was so wholly unlooked for, and so great, that the demonstration of it might naturally have been expected to overpower so young a performer. Miss Peters, therefore, the moment the song was over, hastened to her friend, expecting to find her agitated, trembling, and in want of an arm to support her; but instead of this, she found Agnes perfectly tranquil, apparently unconscious of having produced any sensation at all in the company at large, and in fact looking, for the first time since she entered the room, happy and at her ease. The cause of this could only be found where Miss Peters never thought of looking for it, namely, in the position and countenance of Colonel Hubert. He had not, indeed, yet spoken much to her, but enough at least to convince her that he was not more indifferent than in the morning, and, in short, enough to raise her from the miserable state of dejection and annoyance which made her fly with such irritated feelings from the attentions of Frederick, to such a state of joyous hopefulness as made her almost giddily unmindful of every human being around her, save one. Though Agnes had restlessly left the place when she had first seen Colonel Hubert ensconce himself in a corner, apparently as far from her as possible, she chose another equally convenient for tormenting herself by watching him, and for perceiving also that nothing, save his own will and pleasure, detained him from her. From this, as we have seen, she was again driven by poor Frederick; and forgetting her shyness and all other minor evils in the misery of being talked to when her heart was breaking, she determined upon singing, solely to get out of his way. Her false courage, however, faded fast as she approached the instrument. She remembered, with a keenness amounting almost to agony, those songs of the morning that she had since been rehearsing in spirit, in the dear belief that they had charmed away his stately reserve for ever, and she was desperately meditating the best mode of making a precipitate retreat, when, on reaching the spot kept sacred to the performers and their music desks, she perceived Colonel Hubert in the midst of them, who immediately placed himself at her side, where according to rule he had no business to be, and asked her in a whisper if she meant to accompany herself. The revulsion of feeling produced by this most unexpected address was violent indeed. Her whole being seemed changed in a moment. Her heart beat, her eyes sparkled with recovered happiness, and she literally remembered nothing but that she was going to sing to him again. In answer to his question, she said with a smile that made him very nearly as forgetful of all around as herself, "Do you think I had better do it? Or shall I ask Elizabeth?" "No, no, ask no one," he replied. "And what shall I sing?" again whispered Agnes. "The last song you sang this morning," was the reply. Orpheus was never inspired by a more powerful feeling than that which now animated the renovated spirit of Agnes, and she performed as she never had performed before. The result was a burst of applause that ought, selon les règles, to have been overpowering to her feelings. Yet there she stood, blushing a little certainly, but looking as light-hearted and as happy as the Peri when readmitted into paradise. Just at this moment, and exactly as Colonel Hubert was offering his arm to lead her back again to a place among the company, Mrs. Barnaby, feathered, rouged, ringleted, and desperately determined to share the honours of the hour, made her way, proud in the consciousness of attracting 100 eyes, up to the conspicuous place where Agnes stood. She had already taken Colonel Hubert's arm, and for an instant he seemed disposed to attempt leading her off in the contrary direction; but if he really meditated so bold a measure, he was completely foiled, for Mrs. Barnaby, laying her hand on his in a very friendly way, exclaimed in her most fascinating style of vivacity, "No, no, Colonel, you are vastly obliging, but I must take care of my own niece, if you please. She sings just like her poor mother, my dear Mary," she added, changing her tone to a sentimental whine. "I assure you it is almost too much for my feelings." And as she said this, she drew the unhappy Agnes away, having thrown her arm around her waist, while she kissed her affectedly on the forehead. Colonel Hubert hovered about her for a few minutes, but whatever might be the fascinations that attracted him, they were apparently not strong enough to resist another personal attack from Mrs. Barnaby. What a crowd!" she exclaimed, suddenly turning towards him. Do, Colonel, give me your arm, and we will go and eat some ice in the other room," upon which he suddenly retreated among the throng, and in 2 minutes had left the house. It is true that at the moment the widow so audaciously asked for his arm, Frederick Stephenson was just presenting his to Agnes, which it is possible might have added impulse to the velocity of this sudden exit; but whichever was the primary feeling, both together were more than he could bear; and accordingly, like many other conquered heroes, he sought safety in flight. Of what happened in that room during the rest of the evening, poor Agnes could have given no account. To sing again, she assured her friends, was quite beyond her power, and she looked so very pale and so very miserable as she said this, that they believed she had really over exerted herself; and, delighted by the brilliant success of her one song, permitted her to remain unmolested by further solicitations. Frederick Stephenson also doubted not that the unusual effort she had made before so large a party was the cause of her evident dejection; though he could not but feel that the appearance and manner of her aunt were likely enough to increase this. But at all events, it was no time to breathe into her ear the tale of love he had prepared for it. So, after asking Miss Peters if he should be likely to find her friend at Rodney Place on the following morning, and receiving from her a cordial "Oh yes, certainly," he also took his leave, more in love than ever; and though mortified by the disappointment this long expected evening had brought him, as sanguine as ever in his hopes for the morrow. Mrs. Barnaby was one of the last guests that departed, as next to the pleasure of being made love to, the gratification of finding herself in a large party, with the power of calling the giver of it her dear sister, ranked highest in her present estimation. Agnes was anxiously waiting for her signal to depart; but no sooner was she shut up in the fly with her than she heartily wished herself back again, for a torrent of scolding was poured forth upon her as unexpected as it was painful. "And it is thus, ungrateful viper as you are, that you reward my kindness! Never have you deigned to tell me that you could sing. No, you wicked, wicked creature, you leave me to find it out by accident; while your new friends, or rather new strangers, are made your confidants, while I am to sit by and look like a fool, because I never heard of it before." "It was only because there was a pianoforte there, aunt. I cannot sing without one." "Ungrateful wretch! Reproaching me with not spending my last shilling in buying pianofortes. But I will tell you, miss, what your fine singing shall end in. You shall go upon the stage, mark my words, you shall go upon the stage, Miss Willoughby, and sing for your bread. No husband of mine shall ever be taxed to maintain such a mean-spirited, ungrateful, conceited upstart as you are." Agnes attempted no farther explanation, and the silent tears these revilings drew were too well in accordance with her worn-out spirits and sinking heart to be very painful. She only longed for her closet, and the unbroken stillness of night, that she might shed them without fear of interruption. But this was destined to be a night of disappointments, for even this melancholy enjoyment was denied her. On arriving at their lodgings, the door was opened by the servant of the house, and when Mrs. Barnaby imperiously demanded, "Where is my maid? Where is Jerningham?" she was told that Jerningham had gone out, and was not yet returned. Now, Jerningham was an especial favourite with her mistress, being a gossip and a sycophant of the first order, and the delinquency of not being come home at very nearly 1 o'clock in the morning elicited no expression of anger, but a good deal of alarm. "Dear me! What can have become of her? Poor dear girl! I fear she must have met with some accident. What o'clock was it when she went out?" Such questionings lasted till the stairs were mounted and the lady had entered her bedroom. But no sooner did she reach the commode and placed her candle upon it, than she uttered a tremendous scream, followed by exclamations which speedily explained to Agnes and the servant the misfortune that had befallen her. "I am robbed! I am ruined! Look here! Look here! My box broken open, and every farthing of money gone! All my forks too, all my spoons, and my cream jug, and my mustard pot! I am ruined! I am robbed! But you shall be answerable, the mistress of the house shall be answerable. You must have let the thieves in. You must, for the house door was not broke open." The girl of the house looked exceedingly terrified, and asked if she had not better call up her mistress. "To be sure you had, you fool! Do you think I am going to sleep in a room where thieves have been suffered to enter while I was out? How do I know but they may be lurking about still, waiting to murder me?" The worthy widow to whom the house belonged speedily joined the group in nightcap and bedgown, and listened half awake to Mrs. Barnaby's clamorous account of her misfortune. As soon as she began to understand the statement, which was a good deal encumbered by lamentations and threats, the quiet little old woman, without appearing to take the least offence at the repeated assertion that she must have let the thieves in herself, turned to her servant and said, "Is the lady's maid come in, Sally?" "No, ma'am," said Sally, "she has never come back since she went out with a gentleman's servant as come to fetch her." "Then you may depend upon it, ma'am, that 'tis your maid as have robbed you," said the landlady. "My maid! What, Jerningham? Impossible! She is the best girl in the world, an innocent creature that I had away from school. 'Tis downright impossible, and I will never believe it." "Well, ma'am," said the widow, "let it be who it will, it won't be possible to catch him to night; and I would advise you to go to bed, for the poor young lady looks pale and frightened. And to morrow morning, ma'am, I would recommend your asking Mr. Peters what is best to be done." "And how am I to be sure that there are no thieves in the house now?" cried Mrs. Barnaby. "Open the door of your closet, Agnes, and look under the beds. And you, Mrs. Crocker, you must go into the drawing room, and down stairs, and up stairs, and everywhere, before I lay my poor dear head upon my pillow. I don't choose to have my throat cut, I promise you. Good heavens! What will Major Allen say?" "I don't think, ma'am, that we should any of us like to have our throats cut," replied Mrs. Crocker, "and luckily there is no great likelihood of it, I fancy. Good night, ladies." And without waiting for any further discussion, the sleepy mistress of the mansion crept back to bed. Her handmaiden followed her example, and Agnes was left alone to receive upon her devoted head the torrent of lamentations by which the bereaved Mrs. Barnaby gave vent to her sorrows during great part of the night. On the following morning the widow took Mrs. Crocker's very reasonable advice, and repaired to Rodney Place in time to find Mr. Peters before he set off on his daily walk to Bristol. Agnes, pale, fatigued, and heavy-hearted, accompanied her; and so striking was the change in her appearance from what it had been the day before, that those of the party round the breakfast table who best loved her, were much more pleased than pained when they learned that the cause of her bad night, and consequent ill looks, was her aunt's having been robbed of nearly £100 and a few articles of plate. They were too judicious, however, to mention their satisfaction, and the sorrows of the widow received from all the party a very suitable measure of condolence. Mr. Peters, indeed, did much more than condole with her, for he cordially offered his assistance; and it was soon settled, by his advice, that Mrs. Barnaby should immediately accompany him to the mayor, and afterwards proceed according to the instructions of a lawyer, to whom he immediately despatched a note, requesting that he would meet them forthwith before the magistrate. The carriage was then ordered. Agnes, by the advice of all parties, was left at Rodney Place; and Mrs. Barnaby, somewhat comforted, but still in great tribulation, set off in her dear sister's coach, her best consolation, to testify before the mayor of Bristol, not only that she had been robbed, but that there certainly was some reason to suppose her maid, Jerningham, the thief. Mr. Peters found his lawyer ready to receive them, who, after hearing the lady's statement, obtained a warrant for the apprehension of Elizabeth Jacks and of William , surname unknown, groom or valet, or both, to Major Allen, lodging in Gloucester Row, Clifton. The widow had very considerable scruples concerning the implication of this latter individual; but having allowed that she thought he must be the gentleman's servant spoken of by Mrs. Crocker's maid as having accompanied Jerningham when she left the house, she was assured that it would be necessary to include him; and she finally consented, on its being made manifest to her that, if he proved innocent, there would be no difficulty whatever in obtaining his release. Mrs. Barnaby was then requested accurately to describe the persons of her maid and her supposed companion, which she did very distinctly, and with the less difficulty, because the persons of both were remarkable. "There wasn't another man likely to be in her company, was there, ma'am?" said a constable who was in attendance in the office. "No," replied Mrs. Barnaby confidently, "I don't know any one at all likely to be with her. I am almost sure that she had not any other acquaintance." "But the man might," observed another official. "That's true," rejoined the first, "and therefore I strongly suspect that I saw the girl, and the man too, enter a house on the quay, just fit for such sort of company. But there was another fellow along with them." "Then we will charge you with the warrant, Miles," said the magistrate. "If you can succeed in taking them into custody at once, it is highly probable that you may be able to recover the property." This hint rendered the widow extremely urgent that no time should be lost; and in case the constable should succeed in finding them at the place he had named, she consented to remain in a room attached to the office, that no time might be lost in identifying the parties. "There will be no harm, I suppose, in taking the other fellow on suspicion, if I find them still together," said the constable, adding, "I rather think I know something of that t'other chap already." He received authority to do this, and then departed, leaving Mrs. Barnaby, her faithful squire, Mr. Peters, and the lawyer, seated on 3 stools in a dismal sort of apartment within the office, the lady at least being in a state of very nervous expectation. This position was not a pleasant one; but fortunately it did not last long, for in considerably less than an hour they were requested to return into the office, the 3 prisoners being arrived. Mr. Peters gave the lady his arm, and they entered by a door exactly facing the spot on which stood the 3 persons just brought in, with the constable and 2 attendant officers behind them. The group, as expected, consisted of 2 men and a girl, which latter was indeed the tall and slender Betty Jacks, and no other. The man at her left hand was William, the major's civil groom, and he at her right was— No, it was impossible; yet she could not mistake. It must be, and in fact it was, that pattern of faithful friendship, Captain Maintry. Mrs. Barnaby's agitation was now, beyond all suspicion of affectation, very considerable, and his worship obligingly ordered a glass of water and a chair, which having been procured and profited by, he asked her if she knew the prisoners. "Yes," she answered with a long drawn sigh. "Can you point them out by name?" "The girl is my maid, Betty Jacks. That man is William, Major Allen's groom, and that other—" "You had better stop there," interrupted the self-styled captain, "or you may chance to say more than you know." "You had better be silent, I promise you," said the magistrate. "Pray, ma'am, do you know that person? Did you ever see him before?" "Yes, I have seen him before," replied Mrs. Barnaby, who was pale in spite of her rouge; for the recollection of all the affectionate intimacy she had witnessed between this man and her affianced major turned her very sick, and it was quite as much as she could do to articulate. "I should be sorry, ma'am, to trouble you with any unnecessary questions," said the magistrate; "but I must beg you to tell me, if you please, where it is you have seen him, and what he is called." "I saw him in the Mall at Clifton, sir," replied Mrs. Barnaby. "And many an honest man besides me may have been seen in the Mall at Clifton," said the soi disant Captain Maintry, laughing. "And you have never seen him anywhere else, ma'am?" "No, sir, never." "Pray, was he then in company with that groom?" "No," replied the widow, faltering. Maintry laughed again. "You cannot then swear that you suspect him of having robbed you?" "No, sir." Here the constable whispered something in the ear of the magistrate, who nodded, and then resumed his examination. "Did you hear this man's name mentioned, madam, when you saw him in the Mall?" "Yes, sir, I did." "That has nothing to do with the present business," interrupted Maintry, "and therefore you have no right to ask it." "I suspect that you have called yourself in this city by more names than one," replied the magistrate, "and I have a right to discover this if I can. By what name did you hear him called when you saw him at Clifton, ma'am?" "I heard him called Captain Maintry." "Captain, indeed! These fellows are all captains and majors, I think," said the magistrate, making a memorandum of the name. Mrs. Barnaby's heart sunk within her. She remembered the promise of marriage, and that so acutely as almost to make her forget the business that brought her there. The magistrate and the lawyer, however, were less oblivious, and proceeded in the usual manner to discover whether there were sufficient grounds of suspicion against any of the parties to justify committal. The very first question addressed to Betty Jacks settled the business, for she began crying and sobbing at a piteous rate, and said, "If mistress will forgive me, I'll tell her all about it, and a great deal more too. And 'twasn't my fault, nor William's neither, half so much as Joe Purdham's, for he set us on." And she indicated Joe Purdham with a finger which, as her lengthy arm reached within an inch of his nose, could not be mistaken as to the person to whom it intended to act as index. But had this been insufficient, the search instituted on the persons of the trio would have supplied all the proof wanted. Very nearly all the money was discovered within the lining of Purdham's hat, the pockets of Betty were heavy with forks and spoons, and the cream jug and mustard pot, carelessly enveloped each in a pocket handkerchief, were lodged upon the person of William. In a word, the parties were satisfactorily identified and committed to prison. The property of Mrs. Barnaby was in a fair way of being restored, and her very disagreeable business at Bristol done and over, leaving nothing but a ride back in her sister's coach to be accomplished. Mr. Peters offered his arm to lead her out, and with a dash of honest triumph at having so ably managed matters, said, "Well, madam, I hope you are pleased with the termination of this business." What a question for Mrs. Barnaby to answer! Pleased? Was she pleased? Pleased at having every reason in the world to believe that she had given her promise of marriage to the friend and associate of a common thief. But the spirit of the widow did not forsake her, and after one little hysterical gasp, she replied by uttering 1,000 thanks and 1,000,000 assurances that nothing could possibly be more satisfactory. She was not, however, quite in a condition to meet the questionings which would probably await her at Rodney Place; and as Mr. Peters did not return in the carriage, she ordered the man to set her down at Sion Row. She could not refuse to Mrs. Crocker the satisfaction of knowing that Jerningham was the thief, that Jerningham was committed to prison, and that she was bound over to prosecute; but it was all uttered as briefly as possible, and then she shut herself in her drawing room to take counsel with herself as to what could be done to get her out of this terrible scrape, without confessing either to Mr. Peters or any one else that she had ever got into it. For the remainder of the day she might easily plead illness and fatigue to excuse her seeing anybody; and as it was not till the day following that she expected the return of the Major, she had still some hours to meditate upon the ways and means of extricating herself. Towards night she became more tranquil, for she had made up her mind what to do. She would meet him as fondly as ever, and then so play her game as to oblige him to let her look at the promise she had given. "Once within reach of my hand," thought she, "the danger will be over." This scheme so effectually cheered her spirits, that when Agnes returned home in the evening she had no reason whatever to suspect that her aunt had anything particularly disagreeable upon her mind, for she only called her a fool twice, and threatened to send her upon the stage 3 times. Chapter IX. Volume 2, Chapters 9 and 10 of The Widow Barnaby by Francis Milton Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Major Allen pays a visit at Bath productive of important results. Sympathy between himself and the Widow Barnaby. Exchange is no robbery. Valedictory compliments. The adventures of Major Allen have no connection with this narrative, excepting as far as the Widow Barnaby is concerned, and therefore with his business at Bath, or anything he did there, we have nothing to do beyond recording about 10 minutes' conversation which he chanced to have with one individual of a party with whom he passed the evening after his arrival. Among the many men of various ages who were accustomed to meet together wherever those who lived by their wits were likely to prosper, there was on this occasion one young man who had but recently evinced the bad ambition of belonging to the set. Major Allen had never seen him before, but, hearing him named as a famous fine fellow who was likely to do them honour, he scrupled not to converse with perfect freedom before him. The most interesting thing he had to record since the party last met, was the history of his engagement with the Widow Barnaby, whom he very complacently described as extremely handsome, passionately in love with him, and possessed of a noble fortune both in money and land. The Nestor of the party asked him with very friendly anxiety if he had been careful to ascertain what the property really was, as it was no uncommon thing for handsome widows to appear richer than they were. "Thank you for nothing, most sage conjurer," replied the gay Major. "Age has not thinned my flowing hair. But I'm not such a greenhorn neither as to walk blindfold. In the first place, the lady is sister-in-law to old Peters, one of the wealthiest of turtle-eaters, and it was from one of his daughters that I learned the real state of her affairs, an authority that may be the better depended on, because though they receive her as a sister and all that, it is quite evident that they are by no means very fond of her. In fact, they are rather a stiff-backed generation, whereas my widow is as gay as a lark." "Is she a Bristol woman?" inquired one of the party. "No, she is from Devonshire," was the reply, The name of her place is Silverton Park." "Silverton in Devonshire," said the young stranger. "May I ask the lady's name, sir?" "Her name is Barnaby," replied Major Allen briskly. "Do you happen to know anything about her?" "The widow Barnaby of Silverton? Oh, to be sure I do, and a fine woman she is too, no doubt of it. She is the widow of our apothecary." "The widow of an apothecary? No such thing, sir, you mistake altogether," replied the Major. "Do you happen to know such a place as Silverton Park?" "I never heard of such a park, sir, but I know Silverton well enough," said the young man, "and I know her house, or what was her house, as well as I know my own father's, which is at no great distance from it neither. And I know the shop and the bow window belonging to it, and a very pretty decent dwelling house it is." Major Allen grew fidgety. He wanted to hear more, but he did not approve the publicity of the conversation, and contrived at the moment to put a stop to it, but contrived also to make an appointment with his new acquaintance to breakfast together on the following morning; and before their allowance of tea and toast was dispatched, Major Allen was not only fully disenchanted respecting Silverton Park, and the 4 beautiful greys, but quite au fait of the reputation for running up bills which his charmer had enjoyed previous to her marriage with the worthy apothecary. It was this latter portion of the discourse which completed the extinction of the Major's passion, and this so entirely, that he permitted himself not to inquire, as he easily might have done, into the actual state of the widow's finances; but feeling himself on the edge of a very frightful precipice, he ran off in the contrary direction too fast to see if there were any safe mode of descending without a tumble. It may indeed be doubted whether the snug little property actually in possession of his Juno would have been sufficient for his honourable ambition, even had he been as sure of her having and holding it as she was herself; for to say the truth, he rated his own price in the matrimonial market rather highly, had great faith in the power of his height and fashionable tournure, and confidence unbounded in his large eyes and collier grec. It is true, indeed, that he had failed more than once, and that, too, when the fair cause of all his pain had given him great reason to believe that she admired him much; nevertheless, his self-approval was in no degree lessened thereby, nor was it likely to be, so long as he could oil and trim his redundant whiskers without discovering a gray hair in them. In short, what with his well-sustained value for himself, and his much depreciated value for the widow, he left Bath boiling with rage at the deception practised upon him, and arrived at Clifton determined to trust to his skill for obtaining a peaceful restitution of the promise of marriage, without driving his Juno to any measures that might draw upon them the observation of the public, a tribunal before which he was by no means desirous of appearing. The state of Mrs. Barnaby's mind respecting this same promise of marriage has already been described, wherefore it may be perceived that when Major Allen made his next morning visit at Sion Row, a much greater degree of sympathy existed between himself and the widow than either imagined. It was in the tactics of both, however, to meet without any appearance of diminished tenderness; and when he entered with the smile that had so often gladdened her fond heart, she stretched out a hand to welcome him with such softness of aspect as made the deluded gentleman tremble to think how difficult a task lay before him. Neither was Mrs. Barnaby's heart at all more at ease. Who could doubt the sincerity of the ardent pressure with which that hand was held? Who could have thought that while gazing upon her in silence that seemed to indicate feelings too strong for words, he was occupied solely in meditating how best he could get rid of her for ever? The conversation was preluded by a pretty well sustained passage of affectionate inquiries concerning the period of absence, and then the Major ejaculated, "Yes, my sweet friend, I have been well in health, but it is inconceivable what fancies a man truly in love finds to torment himself," whilst the widow mentally answered him, "Perhaps you were afraid I might see your friend Maintry stuck up in the pillory, or peeping at me through the country prison windows," but aloud she only said with a smile a little forced, "What fancies, Major?" "I am almost afraid to tell you," he replied. "You will think me so weak, so capricious." This word capricious sounded pleasantly to the widow's ears. It seemed to hint at some change, some infidelity that might make her task an easier one than she expected, and assuming an air of gaiety, she said, "Nay, if such be the case, speak out without a shadow of reserve, Major Allen. For I assure you there is nothing in the world I admire so much as sincerity." "Sincerity," muttered the half-entrapped fortune hunter aside. "Confound her sincerity!" And then replied aloud, Will you promise me, dear friend, to forgive me if I confess to you a fond folly?" Mrs. Barnaby quaked all over. She felt as if fresh grappling irons had been thrown over her, and that escape was impossible. "Nay, really," said she, after a moment's reflection, "I think fond follies are too young a joke for us, Major. They may do very well for Agnes, perhaps, but I think you and I ought to know better by this time. If I can but make him quarrel with me," thought she, "that would be better still. If I can but once more coax her to let me have my way," thought he, "the business would be over in a moment." "Beauty like yours is of no age," he exclaimed. "It is immortal as the passion it inspires, and when joined with such a heart and temper as you possess, becomes—" "I do assure you, Major," said the widow, interrupting him rather sharply, "you will do wrong if you reckon much upon my temper. It never was particularly good, and I can't say I think it grows better." "Oh, say not so, for this very hour I am going to put it to the test. I want you to—" "Pray, Major, do not ask me to do anything particularly obliging, for to say the truth I am in no humour for it. It has occurred to me more than once, Major Allen, since you set off so suddenly, that it is likely enough there may be another lady in the case, and that the promise you got out of me was perhaps for no other purpose in the world but to make fun of me by showing it to her." "Hell and furies!" growled the Major inwardly, "she will stick to me like a leech." "Oh, dream not of such villainy!" he exclaimed. "It was concerning that dear promise that I wished to speak to you, my sweet Martha. Methinks that promise—" "I tell you what, Major Allen," cried the widow vehemently, "if you don't let me see that promise this very moment, nothing on earth shall persuade me that you have not given it in jest to some other woman." "Good heaven!" he replied, "what a moment have you chosen for the expression of this cruel suspicion! I was on the very verge of telling you that I deemed such a promise unworthy a love so pure, so perfect as ours; and therefore, if you would indulge my fond desire, you would let each of us receive our promise back again." The Major was really and truly in a state of the most violent perturbation as he uttered these words, fearing that the fond and jealous widow might suspect the truth, and hold his pledge with a tenacity beyond his power to conquer. He had, however, no sooner spoken, than a smile of irrepressible delight banished the frowns in which she had dressed herself, and she uttered, in a voice of the most unaffected satisfaction, "If you will really do that, Major Allen, I can't suspect any longer, you know, that you have given mine to any one else." "Assuredly not, most beautiful angel!" cried the delighted lover. "Thus, then, let us give back these paper ties, and be bound only by—" The widow stretched out her hand for the document which he had already taken from his pocket book; but to yield this, though he had no wish to keep it, was not the object nearest his heart. Holding it, therefore, playfully above his head, he said, "Let not one of us, dearest, seem more ready than the other in this act of mutual confidence. Give mine with one hand, as you receive your own with the other." "Now then," said Mrs. Barnaby, eagerly extending both her hands in order at once to give and take. "Now then," replied the Major joyously, imitating her action; and the next instant each had seized the paper held by the other with an avidity greatly resembling that with which a zealous player pounces upon the king when she has the ace in the hand at shorts. "Now, Mrs. Barnaby, I will wish you good morning," said the gentleman, as he tore the little document to atoms. "I have been fortunate enough, since I last enjoyed the happiness of seeing you, to discover the exact locality of Silverton Park, and the precise pedigree of your beautiful greys." The equanimity of the widow was shaken for a moment, but no longer. She, too, had been doing her best to annihilate the precious morsel of paper, and rising majestically, she scattered the fragments on the ground, saying in a tone at least as triumphant as his own, "And I, Major Allen, or whatever else your name may chance to be, have, since last I had the felicity of seeing you, enjoyed the edifying spectacle of beholding your friend Captain Maitry, alias Purdham, in the hands of justice, for assisting your faithful servant William in breaking open my boxes and robbing me. Should the circumstance be still unknown to you, I fear you may be disappointed to hear that both my money and plate have been recovered. There may be some fanciful difference between Silverton Park and a snug property at Silverton, but I rather suspect that, of the two, I have gained most by our morning's work. Farewell, sir. If you will take my advice, you will not continue much longer in Clifton. I may feel myself called upon to hint to the magistrates that it might assist the ends of justice if he were taken up and examined as an accomplice in this affair." The lady had decidedly the best of it, as ladies always should have, for the crestfallen Major looked as if he must, had he been poetically inclined, have exclaimed in the words of Comus, "She fables not, I feel that I do fear." And without any farther attempt to carry off the palm of victory, he made his way down stairs. And it is now many years since he has been heard of in the vicinity of Clifton. CHAPTER X. A disagreeable breakfast table. Mr. Stephenson gives his friend Colonel Hubert warning to depart. A proposal and its consequences. Mrs. Barnaby and Major Allen were not the only persons to whom that 26th of April proved an eventful day. Colonel Hubert and his friend Stephenson met as usual at the breakfast table, and it would be difficult to say which of them was the most preoccupied, and the most unfit for ordinary conversation. Stephenson, however, though vexed at not being already the betrothed husband of his lovely Agnes, was full of hopeful anticipation, and his unfitness for conversation arose rather from the fulness of his heart than the depression of his spirits. Not so Colonel Hubert. It was hardly possible to suffer from a greater feeling of melancholy dissatisfaction with all things than he did on the morning after Mrs. Peters's concert. That the despised Agnes, the niece of the hateful Mrs. Barnaby, had risen in his estimation to be considered as the best, the first, the loveliest of created beings, was not the worst misfortune that had fallen upon him. There was indeed a degree of perversity in the case that almost justified his thinking himself the most unfortunate of mortals. After having attained the sober age of 37 years, if not untouched, at least uninjured, by all the reiterated volleys which he had stood from Cupid's quiver, it was certainly rather provoking to find himself falling distractedly in love with a little obscure girl, young enough to be his daughter, and perhaps, from the unhappy circumstance of her dependence upon such a relative as Mrs. Barnaby, the very last person in the world with whom he would have wished to connect himself. This was bad enough. But even this was not all. With the airs of a senior and a mentor, he had taken upon himself to lecture his friend upon the preposterous absurdity of giving way to such an attachment, thus rendering it almost morally impossible for him, under any imaginable circumstances, to ask the love of Agnes, even though something in his inmost heart whispered to him that he should not ask in vain. Nor did the catalogue of his embarrassments end here, for he was placed vis-a-vis to his open-hearted friend, who he was quite certain would within 5 minutes begin again the oft-repeated confidential avowal of his love, accompanied probably with renewed assurances of his intentions to make proposals, which Colonel Hubert, from what he had seen last night, fancied himself quite sure would never be accepted. What a wretched, what a hopeless dilemma was he placed in! Was he to see the man he professed to love expose himself to the misery of offering his hand, in defiance of 1,000 obstacles, to a woman who, he felt almost sure, would reject him? Or could he interfere to prevent it, at the very moment that his heart told him nothing but the pretensions of Frederick could prevent his proposing to her himself? Colonel Hubert sat stirring his coffee in moody silence, and dreading to hear Frederick open his lips. But his worst fears as to what he might utter were soon realized by Stephenson's exclaiming, "Well, Hubert, it is still to do. I was defeated last night, but it shall not be my fault if I go to rest this without receiving her promise to become my wife. Her aunt is a horror, a monster, anything, everything you may please to call her, but Agnes is an angel, and Agnes must be mine." Colonel Hubert looked more gloomy still, but he continued to stir his coffee, and said nothing. "How can you treat me thus, Hubert?" said the young man reproachfully. "There is a proud superiority in the affected silence 1,000 times more mortifying than are things you could say. Begin again to revile me as heretofore for my base endurance of a Barnaby. Describe the vexation of my brother, the indignation of my sisters. That would be infinitely more endurable than such contemptuous silence." "My dear, dear Frederick, I know not what to say," replied the agitated Hubert. "Had my words the power to make you leave this place within the hour, I would use my last breath to speak them, for certain am I, Frederick, I am almost surely certain, that this suit can bring you nothing but misery and disappointment. Let me acknowledge that the young lady herself is worthy of all love, admiration, and reverence. I truly think so, I believe it, I am sure of it, But — and here Colonel Hubert stopped short, resumed his coffee cup, and said no more. " This is intolerable, sir," said the vexed Frederick. " Go on, if you please, say all you have to say, but stop not thus at unshaped insinuations, more injurious, more insulting far, than anything your eloquence could find the power to utter." " Frederick, you mistake me. I insinuate nothing. I believe in my inmost soul that Agnes Willoughby is one of the most faultless beings upon earth ; but this will not prevent your suit to her from being a most unhappy one. Forget her, Frederick. Travel awhile, my dear friend, leave her, Stephenson, and your future years will be the happier." " Colonel Hubert, the difference in our ages is your only excuse for the unnatural counsel you so coldly give. You are no longer a young man, sir. You no longer are capable of judging for one who is ; and I confess to you that for the present I think our mutual enjoyment would rather be increased than lessened were we to separate. If I remember rightly, you purposed when we came here to stay only till your sister's marriage was over. It is now a fortnight since that event took place, and it is probably solely out of a compliment to me that you remain here. If so, let me release you. In future times I hope we may meet with pleasanter feelings than any we can share at present ; and besides, my stay here, which for aught I know may be prolonged for months, will, under probable circumstances, throw me a good deal into intimacy and intercourse with your detested Mrs. Barnaby, wherein I certainly cannot wish or desire that you should follow me ; and therefore, all things considered, you must hold me excused if I say, that I should hear of your departure from Clifton with pleasure." Colonel Hubert rose from his seat and walked about the room. He felt that his heart was softer at that moment than befitted the age with which Frederick reproached him. He was desired to absent himself by one for whose warm hearted young love he had perhaps neglected the soberer friendships of superior men, and that, too, at a moment when he felt that he more than ever deserved a continuance of that love. Was he not, at that instant, crushing with Spartan courage a passion within his own breast which he believed, secretly, silently, unacknowledged even to his own heart, to be returned, and this terrible sacrifice was made, not because his pride opposed his yielding to it, but because he could not have endured the idea of supplanting Frederick even when it should be acknowledged that no shadow of hope remained for him. And for this it was that he was thus insultingly desired to depart. Generous Hubert! A few moments' struggle decided him. He resolved to go, and that immediately. He would not remain to witness the broken spirit of his hot-headed friend after he should have received the refusal which, as he so strongly suspected, awaited him ; neither would he expose himself to the danger of seeing Agnes afterwards. Without as yet replying to Frederick, he rang the bell, and desired that post horses might immediately be ordered for his carriage, and his valet told to prepare his trunks for travelling with as little delay as possible. These directions given, the friends were once more tete a tete, and then Colonel Hubert ventured to trust his voice, and answer the harsh language he had received. " Frederick," he said, " you have spoken as you would not have done had you given yourself a little more time for consideration, for you have spoken unkindly and unjustly. I would still prevail on you, if I could, to turn away from this lovely girl without committing yourself by making her an offer of marriage. I would strongly advise this. I would strongly advise your remembering, while it is yet time, the pang it may cost you should anything, in short, believe me, you would suffer less by leaving Clifton immediately with me, than by remaining under circumstances which I am sure will turn out inimical to your happiness. Will you be advised, and let us depart together?" " No, Colonel Hubert, I will not. I have no wish to detain you. I have already said this with sufficient frankness. Be equally wise on your side, and do not attempt to drag me away in your train." These were pretty nearly the last words which were exchanged between them. Frederick Stephenson soon left the house to wander about till the hour arrived for making his visit in Rodney Place, and in less than 2 hours Colonel Hubert was driving rapidly through Bristol on his way to London. As soon as Mrs. Barnaby and the friendly Mr. Peters were fairly off the premises, and on their road to look after the thief, Mary called a consultation on the miserably jaded looks of poor Agnes ; and having her own particular reasons for not choosing that she should look half dead, inasmuch as she was persuaded the promised visit of Frederick was not intended to be for nothing, she peremptorily insisted upon her taking sal volatile, bathing her eyes in cold water, and then either lying on the sofa or taking a walk upon the down till luncheon time, that being the usual hour of Mr. Stephenson's morning visits. Agnes submitted herself very meekly to all this discipline, save the depositing herself on the sofa, to which she objected vehemently, deciding for the walk on the down as the only thing at all likely to cure her headache. It was on their way to this favourite magazine of fresh air that Mr. Stephenson met them. To Agnes the rencontre was an extreme annoyance, for she wanted to be quiet, and this was what Frederick Stephenson never permitted her to be. But she could not run away, and so she continued to walk on till, just after passing the turnpike, she discovered that Mary and Elizabeth Peters were considerably in their rear. This tete-a-tete, however, caused her not the slightest embarrassment; and if she was to be talked to, instead of being permitted to sink into the dark but downy depths of meditation, which was now her greatest indulgence, it mattered very little to her who was the talker. She stopped, however, from politeness to her friends, and a sort of natural instinct of bienséance towards herself, saying, "I was not aware, Mr. Stephenson, that we had been walking so fast. I think we had better turn back to them." "May I entreat you, Miss Willoughby," said the young man, "to remain a few moments longer alone with me? It is not that you have walked fast, but your friends have walked slowly, for they at least, I plainly perceive, have read my secret. And it is possible that you, Agnes, have not read it also. Is it possible that you have yet to learn how fervently I love you?" No young girl hears such an avowal as this for the first time without feeling considerable agitation and embarrassment; but many things contributed to increase these feelings tenfold in the case of Agnes; for first, which is rarely the case, the declaration was wholly unexpected; secondly, it was wholly unwelcome; and thirdly, it inspired a feeling of acute terror lest, flattering and advantageous as she knew such a proposal to be, it might tempt her friends, or set on her terrible aunt, to disturb her with solicitations which by only hearing them would profane the sentiment to which she had secretly devoted herself for ever. Greatly, however, as she wished to answer him at once and definitely, she was unable to articulate a single word. "Will you not speak to me, Agnes?" resumed Frederick, after a painful pause. "Will you not tell me what I may hope in return for the truest affection that ever warmed the heart of man? Will you not even look at me?" Agnes now stood still, as if to recover breath. She knew that he had a right to expect an answer from her, and she knew that sooner or later she should be compelled to speak it; so, making an effort, as great perhaps in its self-command as many that have led a hero to eternal fame, she said, but without raising her eyes from the ground, "Mr. Stephenson, I am very sorry indeed that you love me, because it is quite impossible I should ever love you in return." "Good God, Miss Willoughby! It is thus you answer me? Do you know that the words you utter so lightly, so coldly, must, if persisted in, doom me to a life of misery? Can you hear this, Agnes, and feel no touch of pity?" "Pray do not talk in that way, Mr. Stephenson. It gives me so very much pain." "Then you will unsay those cruel words. You will tell me that time and faithful, constant love may do something for me. Oh, tell me it shall be so." "But I cannot tell you so, Mr. Stephenson," said Agnes, with the most earnest emphasis. "It would be most wicked to do so, because it would be untrue. You are very young and very gay, Mr. Stephenson, and I cannot think that what I have said can vex you long, particularly if you will believe it at once, and talk no more about it. And now I think that we had better walk back to Mary, if you please." Having said this, she turned about, and began to walk rapidly towards Clifton. "Can this be possible?" said the young man, greatly agitated. "So young, and seemingly so gentle, and yet so harsh and so determined. Oh, Agnes, why did you not let me guess this end to all my hopes before they had grown so strong? You must have seen my love, my adoration. You must have known that every earthly hope for me depended upon you." "No, no, no," cried Agnes, greatly distressed. "I never knew it. I never guessed it. How should I guess what was so very unlikely?" "Unlikely? Are you laughing at me, Agnes? Unlikely? Ask your friends. Ask Miss Peters if she thought it unlikely." "I do not believe so strange a thought ever entered her head, Mr. Stephenson, for if it had, I am sure she would have put me on my guard against it." "On your guard against it, Miss Willoughby? What is there in my situation, fortune, or character, that should render it necessary for your friend to put you on your guard against me? Surely you use strange language." "Then do not make me talk any more about it, Mr. Stephenson.
It is very likely that I may express myself amiss, for I am so sorry and so vexed that indeed I hardly know what to say ; but pray forgive me, and do not be unhappy about me any longer." " Agnes ! You love another !" suddenly exclaimed Frederick, his face becoming crimson. " There is no other way of accounting for such cold indifference, such hard insensibility." Agnes coloured as violently in her turn, and bursting into tears, said with great displeasure, " That is what nobody in the world has a right to say to me, and I will never, if I can help it, permit you to say it again." She now increased her speed, and had nearly reached the Misses Peters, notwithstanding all the beautiful summer flowers they had found by the wayside ; saying no more in reply, either to the remonstrances or the passionate pleadings of Mr. Stephenson, when at length he laid his hand upon her arm, and detaining her awhile, he said, " Agnes, if you accept my love, and consent to be my wife, I will release you from the power of your aunt, place you in a splendid home, and surround you with friends as pure minded and as elegant as yourself. Is this nothing? Answer me then one word, and one word only. Is your refusal of my hand and my affection final?" " Yes, sir," said Agnes, still weeping, for his accusation of her having another love continued to ring in her ears, and make her heart swell almost to bursting. " Speak not in anger, Agnes," said he mildly. " What I have felt for you does not deserve such a return." " I know it, I know it," replied Agnes, weeping more violently still, " and I am very wrong, as well as very unhappy. Pray, Mr. Stephenson, forgive me." And she held out her hand to him. He took it, and held it for a moment between both his. " Unhappy, Agnes ?" he said. " Why should you be unhappy ? Oh, if my love, my devotion could render you otherwise ! But you will not trust me. You will not let me pass my life in labouring to make yours happy." " Nothing can make me happy, Mr. Stephenson. Pray do not talk any more about it ; for indeed, indeed, I cannot be your wife." He abruptly raised her hand to his lips, and then let it fall. " May Heaven bless and make you happy in your own way, whatever that may be !" he cried, and turning from her, reached the verge of the declivity that overhung the river, then plunging down it with very heedless haste, he was out of sight immediately. This was a catastrophe wholly unexpected by Miss Peters, who now hastened to meet the disconsolate looking Agnes. " What in the world could you have said to him, my dear, to send him off in that style ? I trust that you have not quarrelled." Most unfeignedly distressed and embarrassed was Agnes at this appeal, and the more so because her friend Mary was not alone. To her, perhaps, she might have been able to tell the terrible adventure which had befallen her, but before Elizabeth it was impossible ; and pressing Mary's arm, she said in a whisper, " Ask me no questions, dearest Mary, now, for I cannot answer them. Wait only till we get home." But to wait in a state of such tormenting uncertainty was beyond the philosophy of Mary, so she suddenly stopped, saying, " Elizabeth, walk on slowly for a few minutes, will you? I have something that I particularly wish to say to Agnes." And the good natured Elizabeth walked on without ever turning her head to look back at them. " What has happened ? What has he said to you ? And what have you said to him ?" hastily inquired the impatient friend. " Oh, Mary ! He has made me so very unhappy ! And the whole thing is so extremely strange. I cannot hide anything from you, Mary ; but it will kill me should you let my aunt hear of it. He has made me an offer, Mary." " Of course, Agnes, I know he has ; but how does that account for his running off in that strange wild way ? And how does it account for your crying and looking so miserable ? Why did he run away as if he were afraid to see us, Agnes ? And when are you going to see him again ?"" I shall never see him again, Mary," said Agnes gravely. " Then you have quarrelled. Good heaven, what folly ! I suppose he said something about your aunt that you fancied was not civil ; but all things considered, Agnes, ought you not to have forgiven it?" " Indeed, Mary, he said nothing that was rude about my aunt, and I am sure he did not mean to be uncivil in any way, though certainly he hurt and offended me very much, but perhaps he did not intend it." " Hurt and offended you, Agnes ? Let me beg you to tell me at once what it was he did say to you." " I will tell you everything but one, and that I own to you I had rather not repeat, and it does not signify, for that was not the reason he ran off so." " And what was the reason ?"" A very foolish one, indeed, and I am sure you will laugh at it. It was only because I said I could not marry him." " You said that, Agnes ? You said you could not marry him ?"" Yes, I did. I do not wish to marry him. Indeed, I would not marry him for the world." " And this is the end of it all ?" exclaimed Miss Peters, with much vexation. " I have much mistaken you, Agnes. I thought you were suffering greatly from being dependent on your aunt Barnaby." " And do you doubt it now, Mary? How can I continue to think this when you have just refused an offer of marriage from a young man, well born, nobly allied, with a splendid fortune, extremely handsome, and possessed, as I truly believe, of more excellent and amiable qualities than often fall to the share of any mortal? How can I believe, after this, that you really feel unhappy from the circumstances of your present situation?" " All you say is very true, and I cannot deny a word of it. But what can one do, Mary, if one does not happen to love a man? You would not have one marry him, would you?" " How like a child you talk ! Why should you not love him? With manners so agreeable, such excellent qualities, and a fortune beyond that of many noblemen." " But you don't suppose I could love him the better for his being rich, do you, Mary? "" You are a little fool, Agnes, and I know not what to suppose. Perhaps, my dear, you think him too old for you. Perhaps you will not choose to fall in love till you meet an Adonis about your own age." " It is you who are talking nonsense now," replied Agnes, with some warmth. " So far from his being too old, I think, that is to say, I don't think — I mean that I suppose everybody would think people a great deal older might be a great deal But this is all nothing to the purpose, Mary. I would not marry Mr. Stephenson if But let us say no more on the subject, only for pity's sake, do not let my aunt know anything about it." " She shall not hear it from me, Agnes," replied Miss Peters ;" but I cannot understand you. You have disappointed me. However, I have no right to be angry, and so, as you say, we will talk no more about it. Come, let us overtake Elizabeth. We must not let her go all the way to Clifton in solitary state." And so ended the very promising trial at match making, upon which the pretty Mary Peters had wasted so many useless meditations. It was a useful lesson to her, for she has never been known to interfere in any affair of the kind since. End of Chapters 9 and 10. Volume 2, Chapter 11 of The Widow Barnaby by Frances Milton Trollope. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Mrs. Barnaby feels conscious of improvement, and rejoices at it. Hopes for the future. A conversation in which much generous sincerity is displayed. A letter intended to be explanatory, but failing to be so. Mrs. Barnaby's first feelings after the Major left her were agreeable enough. She had escaped with little injury from a great danger, and while believing herself infinitely wiser than before, she was conscious of no reason that should either lower her estimate of herself, or check the ambitious projects with which she had set forth from her native town to push her fortune in the world. But her views were improved and enlarged, her experience was more practical and enlightened, and her judgment, as to those trifling fallacies by which people of great ability are enabled to delude people of little, though in no degree changed as to its morale, was greatly purified and sharpened as to the means to be employed. Thus, by way of example, it may be mentioned that, during the hour of mental examination which followed Major Allen's adieu, Mrs. Barnaby determined never again to mention Silverton Park ; and if at any time led to talk of her favourite greys, that the pastures they fed in, and the roads they traversed, should on no account be particularly specified. Neither her courage nor her hopes were at all lowered by this her first adventure. On the contrary, by setting her to consider from whence arose the blunder, it led her to believe that her danger had been occasioned solely by her own too great humility in not having soared high enough to seek her quarry. "In making new acquaintance," thus ran her soliloquy, "in making new acquaintance, the rank and station of the party should be too unequivocal to render a repetition of such danger possible. I was to blame in so totally neglecting the evident admiration of Colonel Hubert, in order to gratify the jealous feelings of Major Allen. That was a man to whom I might have devoted myself without danger, his family and fortune known to all the world, and himself so every way calculated to do me honour. But it is too late now. His feelings have been too deeply wounded. I cannot forget the glances of jealous anger which I have seen him throw on that unworthy Allen. But my time must not be wasted in regrets. I must look forward."
And look forward she did, with a very bold and dashing vein of speculation, although for the present moment her power of putting any new plans in action was greatly paralyzed by her having been bound over to prosecute Betty Jacks and her accomplices at the next Bristol assizes. Now Bristol and its vicinity had become equally her contempt and aversion. The Major had taught her to consider the trade-won wealth of the Peterses as something derogatory to her dignity; and though she still hoped to make them useful, she had altogether abandoned the notion that they could make her great. During the time that it would be necessary for her to remain at Clifton, however, she determined to maintain as much intimacy with them as their very stiff manners would permit, and carefully to avoid anything approaching to another affair of the heart till she should have left their neighbourhood and the scene of her late failure behind. As soon as her spirits had recovered the double shock they had received from the perfidies of Betty Jacks and Major Allen, she remembered with great satisfaction the discovery made of Agnes's singing powers. Though more than 18 years had passed since her musical father and mother had warbled together for the delight of the Silverton soirees, Mrs. Barnaby had not forgotten the applause their performances used to elicit, nor the repeated assurances of the best informed among their auditors that the voices of both were of very first-rate quality. The belief that Agnes inherited their powers now suggested more than one project. In the first place, it would make the party she was determined to give extremely attractive, and might very probably be sufficient to render her at once the fashion either at Cheltenham, which she intended should be the scene of her next campaign, or anywhere else where it was her will and pleasure to display it. Nor was this ornamental service the only one to which she thought it possible she might convert the voice of Agnes. She knew that the exploits she contemplated were hazardous, as well as splendid, and that although success was probable, failure might be possible, in which case she might fall back on this newly discovered treasure, and either marry her niece, or put her on the stage, or make her a singing mistress, as she would find most feasible and convenient. With these notions in her head, she attacked Agnes on the singular concealment of her talent, as well as upon other matters during breakfast the morning after the unlamented Major's departure, which was in fact the first time they had been alone together, Agnes having passed the whole of the preceding day at Rodney Place. In answer to her niece's gentle salutation, she said in a tone very far from amiable, though it affected to be so, "Yes, yes, good morning, aunt, that's all very well. And now please to tell me where I shall find another young lady living with a generous relation to whom she owes her daily bread, who, knowing that relation's anxiety about everything concerning her, has chosen to make a secret of the only thing on earth she can do. Tell me, if you can, where I shall find anything like that." "If you mean my singing, aunt, I have told you already why I never said anything about it. My only reason was, because I did not like to ask you for a piano." "That's all hypocrisy, Miss Agnes, and let who will be taken in by you, I am not, and you may just remember that, miss, now and always. You were afraid, perhaps, that I might make you of some use to me. But the scheme won't answer. With the kindest temper in the world, I have plenty of resolution to do just whatever I think right, and that's what I shall do by you. I shall say no more about it in this nasty, vulgar, merchandising sort of place. But as soon as we get among ladies and gentlemen that I consider my equals, I shall begin to give regular parties like other people of fashion, and then let me hear you refuse to sing when I ask you, and we shall see what will happen next." "Indeed, aunt, I believe you are mistaken about my voice," replied Agnes. "I have never had teaching enough to enable me to sing so well as you seem to suppose; and, in fact, I know little or nothing about it, except what dear good Mr. Wilmot used to tell me, and I don't believe he has heard any really good singing for the last 20 years. And I was not at Mrs. Peters' the other night, I suppose, Miss Willoughby? And I did not hear all the praise, and the rapture, and the fuss, didn't I? What a fool you do seem to take me for, Agnes! However, I don't mean to quarrel with you. You know what sacrifices I have made, and not all your bad behaviour shall prevent my making more still for you. You shall have a master, if I find you want one, and when we get to Cheltenham you shall be sure to have a pianoforte. Does that please you?" "I shall be very glad to be able to practice again, aunt, only—" "Only what, if you please?" "Why, I mean to say that I should be sorry you should expect to make a great performer of me, for I am certain that you will be disappointed." "Stuff and nonsense! Don't trouble yourself about my disappointments. I'll take care to get what I want. And there's another talent, Miss Agnes, which I shall expect to find in you, and I hope you have made a secret of that too, for I never saw much sign of it. I want you to be very active and clever, and to act as my maid till I get one. Indeed, I'm not sure I shall ever get one again, they seem to be such plagues. And if I find you ain't too great a fool to do what I want, I have a notion that I shall take a tiger instead. It will be much more respectable. Pray, Agnes, have you any idea about dressing hair?" "I think I could do it as well for you, aunt, as Jerningham did," replied Agnes with perfect good humour. "And that's not quite so well as I want, but I suppose you know that as well as I do, only you choose to show off your impertinence. And there's my drawers to keep in order. Dunce as you are, I suppose you can do that. And 50 other little things there will be, now that good-for-nothing baggage is gone, which I promise you I do not intend to do for myself." Did Agnes repent having sent the enamoured possessor of 7,000 a year from her in despair, as she listened to this sketch of her future occupations? No, not for a moment. No annoyances that her aunt could threaten, no escape from them that Mr. Stephenson could offer, had the power of mastering in her mind the one prominent idea, which, like the rod of the chosen priest, swallowed up all the rest. And this engrossing, this cherished, this secretly hoarded idea, how was it nurtured and sustained? Did the object of it return to occupy every hour of her life by giving her looks, words, and movements to meditate upon? No. Colonel Hubert appeared no more at Clifton; and Agnes, notwithstanding the flashes of fond hope, that, like the soft gleaming of the glow-worm, had occasionally brightened the gloom of her prospects, was left to suppose that he had taken his departure in company with his offended friend, and that she should probably never hear of him more. Was he then angry at her refusal? Was the notice he had taken of her for his friend's pleasure rather than his own? Poor Agnes! There was great misery in this thought. They had indeed both left Clifton on the same day, though they had not left it together. But that she knew not. Colonel Hubert, as we have seen, was already on his way to London when the impetuous Frederick staked all his dearest hopes upon his sanguine but most mistaken judgment of a young girl's heart; and when the ill-fated experiment was over, he posted with all speed across the country to Southampton, and there embarked to take refuge among the hills and the orchards of Normandy. The recollection of the manner in which he had driven Colonel Hubert from him, was no slight aggravation of his unhappiness, when he gave himself time to take breath and to reflect a little. He felt deeply, bitterly the loss of Agnes, but perhaps he felt more bitterly still the loss of his friend. The first, as he could not help confessing to himself, was the loss of a good he had possessed only in his own fond fancy; the last was that of the most substantial good that man can possess, a tried, attached, and honourable friend. For many days, and many nights too, Frederick suffered sorely from the battle that was going on between his pride and his consciousness of having been wrong; but happily for his repose, his pride at length gave way, and the following letter was written and directed to the United Service Club, whence, sooner or later, he knew it would reach the friend to whom it was addressed. Most men, my dear Hubert, would be too angry at the petulance I exhibited during our last interview even to receive an apology for it, but you are not one of them; and you will let me tell you, without receiving the confession too triumphantly, that I have never known a moment's peace from that day to this, nor ever shall till you send me your forgiveness as frankly as I ask it. You may do this with the more safety, dear Hubert, because we shall never again quarrel on the same occasion; and so perfectly have I found you to be right in all you said and all you hinted on that fair but unfortunate subject, that henceforward I think I shall be afraid to pronounce upon the colour of a lady's hair, or the tincture of her skin, till I have heard your judgment thereon. Let us, therefore, never talk again either of the terrible Mrs. Barnaby or her beautiful niece; but, forgetting that anything of the kind could breed discord between us, remember only that I am and ever must be your most affectionate friend, Frederick Stephenson. How many times did Colonel Hubert read over this letter before he could satisfy himself that he understood it? This is a question that cannot be answered, because he never did by means of these constantly repeated readings ever arrive at any such conclusion at all. Had Mrs. Barnaby's name been altogether omitted, he might have fancied that his own deep but unacknowledged belief that Miss Willoughby would refuse his friend, had been manifest in the dissuasive words he had spoken, notwithstanding his caution. But this allusion to the widow, who had so repeatedly been the theme of his prophetic warnings, left him at liberty to suppose that Frederick's solitary and repentant rumination upon all he had propounded on that fertile subject had finally induced him to give up the pursuit, and to leave Clifton without having proposed to her niece. Anything more destructive to the tranquillity of Colonel Hubert than this doubt can hardly be imagined. He had long persuaded himself, it is true, that it was impossible, under any circumstances, he could ever confess to Agnes what his own feelings were, as his friendship for Stephenson must put it totally out of his power to do so. The frankness of Frederick's early avowal of his passion to him, and the style and tone of the opposition with which he had met it, must inevitably lay him under such an imputation of dishonour, if he addressed her himself, as he could not bear to think of. Nevertheless, he felt, or fancied, that he should be much more tranquil and resigned could he have known to a certainty whether Stephenson had proposed to her or not. It was long, however, ere any opportunity of satisfying himself on this point arose. The reconciliation, indeed, between himself and his friend was perfect, and their letters breathed the same spirit of affectionate confidence as heretofore. But how could Colonel Hubert abuse this confidence by asking a question which could not be answered in any way, without opening afresh the wound that he feared still rankled in the breast of his friend? It would be selfish and ungenerous in the extreme, and must not be thought of. But this forbearance robbed the high-minded Hubert of the only consolation that his situation left him, namely, the belief that the young Agnes, notwithstanding the disparity in their years, had been too near loving him to accept the hand of another. Of the two interpretations to which the letter of Frederick was open, this, the most flattering to himself, was the one that faded fastest away from the mind of Colonel Hubert, till he hardly dared remember that he had once believed it possible; and he finally remained with the persuasion that his too tractable friend had yielded to his arguments against the marriage, without ever having put the feelings of Agnes to the test, which he would have given the world to believe had been tried and been withstood. End of chapter 11. Volume 2, Chapter 12 of The Widow Barnaby by Frances Milton Trollope. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. A lucky escape. A melancholy parting. Mrs. Barnaby settles herself at Cheltenham. Her first sortie. Boarding-house breakfast. A new acquaintance. A medical conversation. In addition to Mrs. Barnaby's pretty strong confidence in herself and her own devices, she soon learned to think that she was very especially favoured by fortune; for just as she began to find her idle and most unprofitable abode at Clifton intolerably tedious, and that the recovery of her property hardly atoned for the inconvenience of being obliged to prosecute those who had stolen it, she received the welcome intelligence that the trio had escaped by means of the superior ingenuity of Captain Maintry, alias Purdham. The ends of justice being considerably less dear to the widow's heart than the end of the adventure she promised herself at Cheltenham, she welcomed the intelligence most joyfully, and set about her preparations for departure without an hour's delay. Several elegant shops at Clifton had so earnestly requested the honour of her name upon their books, that Mrs. Barnaby had found it impossible to refuse; and the consequence was, that when she announced her intended departure, so unexpected an amount of mere nothings crowded in upon her, that she would have been considerably embarrassed had not the manner of raising money during the last years of her father's life been fresh in her memory, showing her, as her property was all in the funds, and happily or unhappily standing in her own name, that nothing could be more easy than to write to her broker, and order him to sell out a couple of hundreds. Confidence in oneself, the feeling that there is power within us of a sufficient strength to reach the goal we have in view, is in general a useful as well as pleasant state of mind. But in Mrs. Barnaby it was very likely to prove otherwise. In all her meditations, in all her plottings, in all her reasonings, she saw nothing before her but success. The alternative, and all its possible consequences, never suggested itself to her as possible, and therefore no portion of her clever ingenuity was ever employed, even in speculation, to ward it off. In a word, then, her bills, which, by the by, were wholly and solely for her own dress, were all paid without difficulty or delay, and the day was fixed for the departure of herself and Agnes by a stage-coach from Bristol to Cheltenham. Poor Agnes wept bitterly as she received the affectionate farewells of her friends in Rodney Place; and Mary, who really loved her, wept too, though it is possible that the severe disappointment which had attended her matrimonial project for her, had a little dulled the edge of the enthusiasm at first excited by the sweetness and beauty of the poor motherless girl. But under no circumstances could the grief of Miss Peters at losing sight of her have been comparable to that felt by Agnes herself. How little had the tyranny of Mrs. Barnaby and all the irksome désagréments of her home occupied her attention during the month she had spent at Clifton! How completely it had all been lost sight of in the society of Mary and the hospitable kindness of Rodney Place! But, oh, the heavy change! That which had been chased by the happy lightness of her young spirit, as a murky cloud is chased by the bright sun of April, now rolled back upon her, like a storm that was to last for ever. She knew it, she felt its approach, and, like a frightened fawn, trembled as she gazed around and saw no shelter near. "You will write to me, dear Agnes," said Mary. "I shall think of you very often, and it will be a real pleasure to hear from you." "And to write to you, Mary, will be by far the greatest pleasure I can possibly have. But how can I ask you to write to me in return? I am sure my aunt will never let me receive a letter. And yet, would it not be worth its weight in gold?" "Don't take up sorrow at interest, Agnes," replied Mary, laughing. "I don't think your dragon will be so fierce as that, either. I can hardly imagine she would refuse to let you correspond with me." Agnes endeavoured to return her smile, but she blushed and faltered as she said, "I mean, Mary, that she would not pay postage for me." "Impossible!" cried Miss Peters, indignantly. "You cannot speak seriously. I know my mother does not believe a word about her very large fortune, any more than she does her very generous intention of leaving it to us; but she says that my uncle must have left something like a respectable income for her, and though we none of us doubt, not even Elizabeth, that she will marry with all possible speed, and when she has found a husband with all her worldly goods will him endow, still till this happens, it is hardly likely she will refuse to pay the postage of your letters." "Perhaps she will not," said Agnes, blushing again for saying what she did not think; "but at any rate, try the experiment, dearest Mary. To know that you have thought of me will be comfort inexpressible." "And suppose Mr. Frederick Stephenson were to ramble back to Clifton, Agnes, and suppose he were to ask me which way you are gone, may I tell him?" "He will never ask you, Mary." "But, and if he should?" persisted Miss Peters. "Then tell him that it would be a great deal more kind and amiable if he never talked about me to any one." Arrived at Cheltenham, Mrs. Barnaby set about the business of finding a domicile with much more confidence and savoir faire than heretofore. A very few inquiries made her decide upon choosing to place herself at a boarding house, and though the price rather startled her, she not only selected the dearest, but indulged in the expensive luxury of a handsome private sitting room. "I know what I am about," thought she. "Faint heart never won fair lady, and sparing hand never won gay gentleman." It was upon the same principle that, within 3 days after her arrival, she had found a tiger, and got his dress, resplendent with buttons from top to toe, sent home to her private apartments, and likewise that she had determined to enter her name as a subscriber at the Pump Room. The day after all this was completed was the first upon which she accounted her Cheltenham existence to begin; and having informed herself of the proper hours and fitting costume for each of the various stated times of appearing at the different points of reunion, she desired Agnes carefully to brush the dust from her immortal black crape bonnet, and with her own features sheltered by paille de fantaisie, straw-coloured ribbons, and Brussels lace, she set forth, leaning on the arm of her niece, and followed by her tiger and parasol, to take her first draught at the spring at 8 o'clock in the morning. Her spirits rose as she approached the fount on perceiving the throng of laughing, gay, and gossiping invalids that bon ton and bile had brought together; and when she held out her hand to receive the glass, she had more the air of a full-grown Bacchante, celebrating the rites of Bacchus, than a votary at the shrine of Hygeia. But no sooner had the health-restoring but nauseous beverage touched her lips, or rather her palate, than, making a horrible grimace, she set down the glass on the marble slab, and pushed it from her with very visible symptoms of disgust. A moment's reflection made her turn her head to see if Agnes was looking at her. But no. Agnes indeed stood at no great distance, but her whole attention seemed captivated by a tall, elegant-looking woman, who, together with an old lady leaning on her arm, appeared like herself to be occupied as spectators of the water-drinking throng. Satisfied that her strong distaste for the unsavoury draught had not been perceived, Mrs. Barnaby backed out of the crowd, saying, as she took the arm of her niece in her way, " This water must be very fine medicine, I am sure, for those who want it ; but I don't think I shall venture upon any more of it till I have taken medical advice. It is certainly very powerful, and I think it might do you a vast deal of good, Agnes." These words being spoken in the widow's audible tone, which she always rather desired than not should make her presence known at some distance, excepting indeed when she was making love, were very distinctly heard by the ladies above mentioned ; and the elder of them, having witnessed Mrs. Barnaby's look of disgust as she set down her unemptied glass, laughed covertly and quietly, but with much merriment, saying, though rather to herself than her companion, " Good, very good indeed. This will prove an acquisition." A turn or two up and down the noble walk upon which the pump room opens was rendered very delightful to the widow, by showing her that even at that early hour many dashing looking, lace frocked men, moustached and whiskered to the top of her bent, might be met sauntering there ; and having enjoyed this till her watch told her the boarding house breakfast hour was arrived, she turned from the fascinating promenade in excellent spirits, and after a few minutes passed at the mirror in arranging her cap and curls, and refreshing her bloom, entered for the first time the public eating room, well disposed to enjoy herself in every way. Having left the Peters family behind her, she no longer thought it necessary to restrain her fancy in the choice of colours ; and excepting occasionally on a provincial stage, it would be difficult to find a costume more brilliant in its various hues than that of our widow as she followed the obsequious waiter to the place assigned her. Agnes came after her like a tranquil moonlit night following the meretricious glare of noisy fireworks. The dazzled sight that had been drawn to Mrs. Barnaby as she entered rested upon Agnes, as if to repose itself, and by the time they were both seated, it was on her fair, delicate face and mourning garb that every eye was fixed. The vicarial crape and bombasine which she wore in compliance with the arrangement of her too sensitive aunt, did Agnes at least one service among strangers, for it precluded the idea of any near relationship between her companion and herself; and though no one could see them together without marvelling at the discordant fellowship of two persons so remarkably contrasted in manner and appearance, none explained it by presuming that they were aunt and niece. The party assembled and assembling at the breakfast table consisted of 14 gentlemen and 5 ladies ; the rest of the company inhabiting the extensive and really elegant mansion preferring to breakfast in their own apartments, though there were a few who did not condescend to abandon their privacy at dinner. Of the gentlemen now present, about half were of that lemon tint which at first glance showed their ostensible reason for being there was the real one. Of the other half it would be less easy to render an account. The 5 ladies were well dressed, and 2 being old and 3 young, they may be said for the most part to have been well looking. Any more accurate description of them generally would but encumber and delay the narrative unnecessarily, as such among them as may come particularly in contact with my heroine or her niece, will of necessity be brought into notice. Our 2 ladies were of course placed side by side, Mrs. Barnaby being flanked to the right by a staid and sober gentleman of middle age, who happily acted as a wet blanket to the crackling and sparkling vivacity of the widow, obliging her, after 1 or 2 abortive attempts at conversation, and such a sort of boarding table agacerie as the participation of coffee and eggs may give room for, either to eat her breakfast in silence, or to exercise her social propensities on the neighbour of Agnes. This was an elderly lady, who, though like Mrs. Barnaby, but just arrived for the season, had, unlike her, been a constant visitor at Cheltenham for the last 12 years ; and being an active-minded spinster of tolerably easy means, and completely mistress of them, was as capable of giving all sorts of local information as Mrs. Barnaby was desirous of receiving it. Miss Morrison, such was her name, being now, and having ever been a lady of great prudence and most unimpeachable discretion, might probably have taken fright had she chanced, at first meeting with our widow, to see her under full sail in chase of conquest ; but luckily this was not apparent at their first interview, and the appearance and manner of Agnes offering something like a guarantee for the respectability of the lady to whose charge she was entrusted, she met Mrs. Barnaby's advances towards making an acquaintance with great civility. Before many sentences had been exchanged between them, the spinster had the satisfaction of perceiving that all her minute acquaintance with Cheltenham and its ways gave her an immeasurable superiority over her richly dressed new acquaintance. while the widow with like facility discovered that all she most particularly desired to know might be learned from the very respectable looking individual near whom her good fortune had placed her. The consequence of this mutual discovery was so brisk an exchange of question and answer as obliged Agnes to lean back in her chair, and eat her breakfast by means of a very distant communication with the table. But she was thankful her aunt had fallen upon a quiet though rather singular looking female of 40, instead of another whiskered Major Allen, and willingly placed herself in the attitude least likely to interrupt their conversation. " Never been at Cheltenham before? Really? Well, ma'am, I have little doubt that you will soon declare it shall not be your last visit, though it is your first," said Miss Morrison. " Indeed, ma'am, I think you will prove right in that opinion," replied Mrs. Barnaby, " for I never saw a place I admired so much. We are just come from Clifton, which is called so beautiful, but it is not to be compared to Cheltenham." " You are just come from Clifton, are you, ma'am? I understand it is a very beautiful place, but terribly dull, I believe, when compared to this. If a person knows Cheltenham well, and has a little notion how to take advantage of all that is going on, he may pass months and months here without ever knowing what it is to have an idle hour. I don't believe there is such another place in the whole world for employing time." " I am sure that's a blessing," replied Mrs. Barnaby earnestly. " If there is one thing I dread and hate more than another, it is having nothing to do with my time. Idleness is indeed the root of all evil." " I'm pleased to hear you say so, ma'am," said Miss Morrison, " because it is so exactly my own opinion, and because, too, you will find yourself so particularly well off here as to the avoiding it ; and I shall be very happy, I'm sure, if any advice of mine may put you in the way of making the most of the advantages in that line that Cheltenham offers." " You are exceedingly kind and obliging, ma'am," returned Mrs. Barnaby very graciously, " and I shall be very grateful for any counsel or instruction you can bestow. With my handsome fortune, I should consider it quite a crime if I did not put my time to profit in such a place as Cheltenham." This phrase produced its proper effect. Miss Morrison eyed the speaker not only with increased respect, but increased good will. " Indeed, my dear madam, you are quite right," she said, " and by merely paying attention to such information as I shall be able to give you, I will venture to say that you will never have the weight of an idle hour upon your hands while you remain here ; for what with the balls, and the music at the libraries, and the regular hours for the walks, and attendance at all the sales, and I assure you we have sometimes 3 in a day, and shopping and driving between the turnpikes, if you have a carriage, and morning visits, and evening parties, and churches and chapels, if you have a taste for them, and looking over the new names and the pump room, and making new acquaintance, and finding out old ones, there is not a day of the week or an hour in the day in which one may not be well employed. I am sure, ma'am, it is perfectly a pleasure to a person of my active turn of mind to listen to such a description ; and it is a greater pleasure still to meet with a lady like yourself, with taste and good sense to value what is valuable, and to find out how and where to enjoy it. I hope we shall become better acquainted. I have a private drawing room here, where I shall be delighted to see you. Give me leave to present you with my card." A gilt edged and deeply embossed card, inscribed, "Mrs. Barnaby, The Hotel and Boarding House, No. 5," was here put into Miss Morrison's hand, who received it with an air of great satisfaction, and reiterated assurances that she would by no means fail of paying her compliments. Unlike many vain persons who receive every civility under the persuasion that it is offered for their own beaux yeux, Miss Morrison had sufficient good sense and experience to understand that any convenience or advantage she might derive from Mrs. Barnaby, or Mrs. Barnaby's private drawing room, must be repaid by accommodation of some sort or other. All obligations of such kind were, for a variety of excellent reasons, always repaid by Miss Morrison with such treasure as her own lips could coin, aided by her wit and wisdom, without drawing on any other exchequer ; and now, having placed her little modest slip of pasteboard, bearing in broad and legible, though manuscript characters, "Miss Morrison, The Hotel and Boarding House," by the side of Mrs. Barnaby's buttered roll, she began at once, like an honest old maid as she was, to pay the debt almost before it was incurred. " I don't know how they do those sort of things at Clifton, Mrs. Barnaby," she said, " but here the medical gentlemen, or at least many of them, always call on the new comers ; and though I hope and trust that neither you nor this pretty young lady, who, I suppose, is your visitor, though I hope with all my heart that you won't either of you have any occasion in the world for physic or doctors, yet I advise you most certainly to fix on one in your own mind beforehand, and just let him know it. There are not more kind and agreeable acquaintances in the world than gentlemen of the medical profession, at least I am sure it is so here. There are one or two apothecaries in particular, surgeons though, I believe they are called, who certainly are as elegant, conversable gentlemen as can be met with in London or anywhere, unless indeed just in Paris, where I certainly found the apothecaries, like everything else, in a very out of the common way style of elegance, tout a fait parfait, as we say on the continent. Of course you have been abroad, Mrs. Barnaby? " No, Miss Morrison, I have not," replied the widow, making head against this attack with great skill and courage. " I am obliged to confess that the extreme comfort and elegance of my own home have absolutely made a prisoner of me hitherto ; but since I have lost my dear husband I find change absolutely necessary for my health and spirits, and I shall probably soon make the tour of Europe." " Indeed ! Oh dear, how I envy you ! But you speak all the languages already ?"" Oh, perfectly." " I'm so glad of that, Mrs. Barnaby ; for, upon my word, I find it quite out of my power to avoid using a French word every now and then since I came from abroad, and it is so vexing when one is not understood. A lady of your station has, of course, been taught by all sorts of foreigners ; but those who can't afford this indulgence never do get the accent without going abroad. I'm sure you'll find, before you have been a week on the Continent, a most prodigious difference in your accent, though I dare say it's very good already. But a propos about the apothecaries and surgeons that I was talking about, I hope you will give orders at the door that, if Mr. Alexander Pringle calls, and sends in his card, he shall be desired to walk up. And then, you know, just a propos de nang, you can talk to him about whatever you wish to know. And you can say, if you like, that Miss Morrison particularly mentioned his name. There is no occasion du tout that you should give him any fee, but you may ask him a few questions about the waters comme ça, and you will find him the most agreeable, convenient, and instructive acquaintance du monde." The breakfast was now so evidently drawing to its close, that the new friends deemed it advisable to leave the table ; and Mrs. Barnaby having repeated her invitation, and Miss Morrison having replied to it by kissing her fingers, and uttering " Mercy, mercy, au revoir," they parted ; the widow to give orders, as she passed to her drawing room, that if Mr. Alexander Pringle called on her, he should be admitted ; and the spinster to invent and fabricate, in the secret retirement of her attic retreat, some of those remarkably puzzling articles of dress, the outline of which she had studied during a 3 weeks' residence in Paris, and which passed current with the majority of her friends and acquaintance for being of genuine Gallic manufacture. The prediction of Miss Morrison was speedily verified. Mr. Alexander Pringle did call at the hotel to leave his card for Mrs. Barnaby, and, in consequence of the orders given, was immediately admitted to her presence. She was alone ; for Agnes, though unfortunately there was no little dear miserable closet for her, had received the welcome conge, now always expressed by the words, " There, you may go to your lessons, child, if you will," and had withdrawn herself to an out of the way corner in their double bedded room, where already her desk, and other Empton treasures, had converted about 4 feet square of her new abode into a home. The sofa, therefore, with the table and its gaudy cover adorned with the widow's fine work box, a boarding house inkstand of bright coloured china, and the album, still sacred in the name of Isabella d'Almafonte, had all been set in the places and attitudes she thought most becoming by Mrs. Barnaby herself, and together with her own magnificent person, formed a very charming picture as the medical gentleman entered the room ; but it is probable Mr. Alexander Pringle expected rather to find a patient than to be ushered into the presence of a lady in a state of health apparently so perfect. " Pray sit down, sir. Mr. Pringle, I believe?" said Mrs. Barnaby, half rising, and pointing to a chair exactly opposite her place on the sofa. Mr. Pringle took the indicated chair ; but before he was well seated in it, the idea that some mistake might be the source of this civility occurred to him, and he rose again, made a step forward, and laid his cards, specifying his name, profession, and address on the table, immediately before the eyes of the lady. " Oh yes," said she, smiling with amiable condescension, " I understand perfectly ; and should myself or my young niece or any of my servants require medical assistance, Mr. Pringle, this card," placing it carefully in her work box, " will enable us to find it. But though at present we are all pretty well, I am really very glad to have an opportunity of seeing you, sir. Miss Morrison — I believe you know Miss Morrison?" Mr. Pringle bowed. "Miss Morrison has named you to me in a manner that made me extremely desirous of making your acquaintance. Gentlemen of your profession, Mr. Pringle, have so much knowledge of the world, that it is a great advantage for a stranger, on first arriving at a new place, to find an opportunity of conversing with them. Will you afford me 5 minutes while I explain to you my very peculiar situation?" "Assuredly, madam," replied Mr. Pringle. "I shall be most happy to listen to you." "Well, then, without farther apology, I will explain myself. My name is Barnaby. I am a widow of good fortune, and without children, for I have lost both my little ones." Here Mrs. Barnaby drew forth one of her embroidered handkerchiefs, as she always did when speaking of her children, which were not; and this frequently happened, for she had a great dislike to being considered as one unblessed by offspring, a peculiarity which, together with some others, displaying themselves in the same inventive strain, proved an especial blessing to Agnes, inasmuch as it made her absence often desirable. Having wiped her eyes, and recovered her emotion, she continued: "I have no children, but an elder sister, so much older, indeed, as almost to be considered as my mother, died several years ago, leaving an orphan girl to my care. In truth, I am not a great many years older than my niece, and the anxiety of this charge has been sometimes almost too much for me. However, she is a good girl, and I am most passionately attached to her. Nevertheless, she has some peculiarities which give me pain. One is, that she will never wear any dress but the deepest mourning, thus consecrating herself, as I may say, to the memory of her departed parents. Now this whim, Mr. Pringle, shows her spirits to be in a state requiring change of scene, and it is on this account that I have left my charming place in Devonshire, in the hope that variety, and a gayer circle than is likely to be found in the immediate neighbourhood of a large mansion in the country, might be of service to her." "Indeed, ma'am, I think you are quite right," replied Mr. Pringle. "What age is the young lady?" "Just 17, and I should have no objection whatever to take her into company, and this is indeed the point on which I most wish for your advice. I came to Cheltenham, sir, fully expecting to find my friends the Gordons, near relations of the Duke, and persons of first-rate fashion and consequence, who would at once have placed us in the midst of all that is most elegant in the way of society here. But by a letter they sent to meet us at Clifton, I find that they are absolutely obliged to pay a visit of some weeks to the Duchess of Bedford, and thus I find myself here a perfect stranger, without any means whatever of getting into society." "A most vexatious contretemps, certainly, madam," replied Mr. Pringle. "But there can be no doubt of your obtaining quite as much society as you wish, for Cheltenham is extremely full just now, and a lady in your situation of life can hardly fail of meeting some of your acquaintance. Of course you will go to the pump room, Mrs. Barnaby, and look over the subscription books, and I doubt not you will soon find there are many here whom you know. Besides, I will myself, if you wish it, take care to make it known that you intend to enter into society, and probably intend to receive." "Indeed, sir, you will oblige me. On my own account I should certainly never particularly desire to make acquaintance with strangers, but there is nothing I would not be willing to do for this dear girl. Of course I shall make a point of subscribing to everything, and particularly of taking my poor dear niece to all the balls. She is really very pretty, and if I can but contrive to get suitable partners for her, I think dancing may be of great service. Are there many of the nobility here at present, Mr. Pringle?" "Yes, madam, several, and a great deal of good company besides." "That gives us a better chance of finding old acquaintance, certainly. But there is another point, Mr. Pringle, on which I am anxious to consult you. My niece is decidedly very bilious, and I feel quite convinced that a glass of the water every morning would be of the most essential benefit to her. Unfortunately, dear creature, she is quite a spoiled child, and I do not think she will be prevailed on to take what is certainly not very pleasant to the taste, unless ordered to do it by a medical man." "I must see the young lady, ma'am," replied Mr. Pringle, "before I can venture to prescribe for her in any way." Mrs. Barnaby internally wished him less scrupulous; but feeling that it would be better he should send in a bill and charge a visit than that she should lose a daily excuse for visiting the delightful pump room, and moreover feeling more strongly still that, in order to make Agnes swallow the dose instead of herself, it would be good economy to pay for half a dozen visits, she rose from the sofa, and said with a fascinating smile, I will bring her to you myself, my dear sir, but I hope you will not disappoint me about prescribing the Cheltenham waters for her. I know her constitution well, and I venture to pledge myself to you that she is exactly the subject for the Cheltenham treatment. So bilious, poor girl, so dreadfully bilious." Mrs. Barnaby left the room, and presently returned with Agnes, who was considerably surprised at being told that it was necessary a medical man should see her; for, in the first place, save a heaviness at her heart, she felt quite well, and in the second, she had never before, since she left Empton, perceived any great anxiety on the part of her aunt as to her being well or ill. However, she yielded implicit obedience to the command which bade her leave the letter she was writing to Miss Peters, and meekly followed her imperious protectress to their sitting room. Mr. Alexander Pringle was decidedly a clever man, and clever men of his profession are generally skilful in discerning diagnostics of various kinds. He had expected to see a yellow, heavy-eyed girl, looking either as if she were ready to cry with melancholy, or pout from perverseness; instead of which he saw a lovely, graceful creature, with a step elastic with youth and health, and an eye whose clear, intelligent glance said as plainly as an eye could speak, "What would you with me? I have no need of you." He immediately perceived that the amiable child-bereaved widow had quite misunderstood the young lady's case. It might be, perhaps, from her too tender affection; but let the cause be what it would, it was not to solve any professional doubts that he took her delicate hand to feel the healthful music of her pulse. Nevertheless, Mr. Pringle, who had 7 promising children, knew better than to reject the proffered custom of a rich widow who had none; so, looking at his beautiful patient with much gravity, he said, "There is little or nothing, madam, to alarm you. The young lady is rather pale, but I am inclined to believe that it rather proceeds from the naturally delicate tint of her complexion than from illness. You will be proper, however, that I should see her again, and, meantime, I would strongly recommend her taking about 1/3 of a glass of water daily. If more be found necessary, the dose must be increased. But I am inclined to hope that this will prove sufficient, with the help of a few tablespoons of a mixture, by no means disagreeable, my dear young lady, which I will not fail to send in." And so saying, Mr. Pringle rose to take leave, but was somewhat puzzled by Agnes saying, with a half smile in which there was something that looked very much as if she were quizzing him, "You must excuse me, sir, if I decline taking any medicine whatever till I feel myself in some degree out of health." Mr. Pringle, who was very near laughing himself, answered with great good humour, "Well then, Mrs. Barnaby, I suppose we must do without it, and I don't think there will be much danger either." He then took his departure, leaving Mrs. Barnaby quite determined that Agnes should drink the water, but not very sorry that she was to have no physic to pay for, whilst Agnes was altogether at a loss to guess what this new vagary of her aunt might mean. "What made you think I was ill, aunt?" said she. "Ill? Who told you, child, that I thought you ill? I don't think any such thing, but I did not choose you should drink the waters till I had the opinion of the first medical man in the place about it. There is no expense, no sacrifice, Agnes, that I am not ready to make for you." "But I don't mean to drink the waters at all, thank you, aunt," replied Agnes. "Don't mean, miss? You don't mean? And perhaps you don't mean to eat any dinner to day? And perhaps you don't mean to sleep in my apartment to night? Perhaps you may prefer walking the streets all night? Pretty language indeed from you to me! And now you may take yourself off again, and as you like to stick to your lessons, you may just go and write for a copy. I must do as I'm bid." Agnes quitted the room in silence, and Mrs. Barnaby prepared to receive her new friend, Miss Morrison, who she doubted not would call before the hour she had named as the fashionable time for repairing to the public library; nor was she at all displeased by this abrupt departure, as, for obvious reasons, it was extremely inconvenient for her to have Agnes present when she felt inclined to enter upon a little autobiography. But while anticipating this agreeable occupation, she recalled, as she set herself to work upon one of her beautiful collars, the scrape she had got into respecting her park, and firmly resolved not even to mention a paddock to Miss Morrison by name, whatever other flights of fancy she might indulge in. "This has been no idle day with me as yet," thought she, as she proceeded with her elegant satin stitch. "I have got well stared at, though only in my close straw bonnet, at the pump room, have made a capital new acquaintance, and," remembering with a self-approving smile all she had said to Mr. Pringle, "I know I have not been sowing seed on barren ground. I have not forgotten how glad my poor dear Barnaby was to get hold of something new. He will repeat it every word, I'll answer for him." Chapter XIII. Volume 2, Chapter XIII of The Widow Barnaby by Frances Milton Trollope. This Librivox recording is in the public domain. Chapter XIII. The acquaintance ripens into friendship. Useful information of all sorts. An excellent method of talking French, attended with little labour and certain success. A collector, a sale room, a peer of the realm. The visit of Miss Morrison, which quickly followed, was long and confidential. Mrs. Barnaby very condescendingly explained to her all the peculiar circumstances of her position, which rendered her the most valuable friend in the world, and also the most eligible match extant for a man of rank and fortune. But all these latter particulars were communicated under the seal of secrecy, never, upon any account, to be alluded to or mentioned to any one. And in return for all this, Miss Morrison gave the widow a catalogue raisonné of the most marriageable men at present in Cheltenham, together with the best accounts of their rent rolls and expectancies that it had been in the power of pertinacious questionings to elicit. But it would be superfluous to narrate this part of the conversation at length, as the person and affairs of many a goodly gentleman were canvassed therein, who, as they never became of much importance to Mrs. Barnaby, can be of none to those occupied by the study of her character and adventures. There were other points, however, canvassed in this interview, which were productive of immediate results. And one of these was the great importance of attending the sales by auction, which, sometimes preluded by soft music, and always animated as they went on by the most elegant conversation, occupied the beau monde of Cheltenham for many hours of every day. "Your descriptions are delightful, Miss Morrison," exclaimed the animated widow. "I could almost fancy myself there already, and go I will constantly, you may depend upon that. And I want to consult you about another thing, Miss Morrison. There's my niece, you know, the little girl you saw at breakfast. Do you think it would be quite the thing to make her leave her books and lessons and all that to waste her time at the sales? And besides, baby as she is, she gets more staring at than I think at all good for her." "Je n'en doute pas," replied Miss Morrison, "for she is divinely handsome, c'est tout beauté parfaite, as they say at Paris. And my belief is, that if you wish to be the fashion at Cheltenham, the best thing you can do is to let her be seen every day and all day long. That face and figure must take, c'est clair." Mrs. Barnaby fell into a reverie that lasted some minutes. That she did wish to be the fashion at Cheltenham was certain, but the beauty of Agnes was not exactly the means by which she would best like to obtain her wish. She had hoped to depend solely on her own beauty and her own talents, but she was not insensible to the manifest advantage of having two strings to her bow; and as the ambition which made her determined to be great was quite as powerful as the vanity which made her determined to be beautiful, the scheme of making Agnes a partner in her projects of fascination and conquest was at least worthy of consideration. "I must think about it, Miss Morrison," she replied. "There is no occasion to decide this minute." "Point du tout," said Miss Morrison. "I always like myself to walk round a thing, as I call it, before I decide to take it. Besides, my dear madam, a great deal depends upon knowing what is your principal object. Beaucoup depend de cela. If you intend to be at all the parties, to be marked with a buzz every time you enter the pump room, the ball room, or the sales, I would say, dress up that young lady in the most elegant and attractive style possible, and you will be sure to succeed. Pas le moindre doute de cela. But if, on the other hand, your purpose is to marry yourself, c'est autre chose, and you must act altogether in a different way." "I understand you, my dear Miss Morrison, perfectly," replied the widow, greatly struck by the sound sense and clear perception of her new friend, "and I will endeavour with the most perfect frankness to make you understand all my plans, for I feel sure that you deserve my full confidence, and that nobody can be more capable of giving me good advice. The truth is, Miss Morrison, that I do wish to marry again. My fortune, indeed, is ample enough to afford me every luxury I can wish for, but a widowed heart, my dear Miss Morrison, a widowed heart is a heavy load to bear, where the temper, like mine, is full of the softest sensibility and all the tenderest affections. Therefore, as I said, it is my wish to marry again. But God forbid I should be weak and wicked enough to do so in any way unbecoming my station in society, a station to which I have every right as well from birth as fortune. No attachment, however strong, will ever induce me to forget what I owe to my family and to the world ; and unless circumstances shall enable me rather to raise than debase myself in society, I will never, whatever my feelings may be, permit myself to marry at all." " Croyez moi, vous avez raison, chere dame," exclaimed Miss Morrison. " Such being the case," resumed the widow, " it appears to me evident that the first object to be attended to is the getting into good society ; and if, in order to obtain it, I find it necessary to bring forward Agnes Willoughby, it must certainly be done, especially as her singing is much more remarkable, I believe, than even the beauty of her person." " Et possible," said Miss Morrison joyfully. " Then in that case, chere amie, there is nothing in the world of any sort or kind that can prevent your being sought out and invited to every fashionable house in the place. An ugly girl that sings well may easily get herself asked wherever she chooses to go ; but a beautiful one, avec un talent semblable, may not only go herself, but carry with her as many of her friends as she pleases." " Really," said Mrs. Barnaby thoughtfully, " this is a great advantage ; and you feel sure, Miss Morrison, that if I make up my mind to bring her forward, this will be the case ?"" Oh, oui," replied her friend confidently. " C'est un fait certain. There is no doubt about it ; and if you will, I am ready to make you a bet of 5 guineas, play or pay, that if you contrive to make her be seen and heard once, you will have your table covered with visiting cards before the end of the week. N'en doutez pas." " Well, we must consider about it, Miss Morrison ; but I should like, I think, to go first to some of these crowded places that you talk about without her, just to see, that is, if you would be kind enough to go with me." " Most certainly I will," replied Miss Morrison, " avec le plus grand plaisir. Suppose we go to the salesroom this morning. There is a vast variety of most useful and beautiful things to be sold to day, and as they always go for nothing, you had better bid a little. It is thought stylish." " And must certainly draw attention," said Mrs. Barnaby with vivacity. " You are quite right, c'est ça ; and it is just about time to get ready. All our gentlemen will be there, you may be sure ; and perhaps, you know, some one of them may join us, which is a great advantage ; for nothing makes women look so much like nobody as having no man near them. As to marriage, I don't think of it for myself — j'ai pris mon parti ; but I confess I do hate to be anywhere without the chance of a man's coming to speak to one. Mais il faut mettre mon chapeau. Au revoir." Mrs. Barnaby now found herself at last obliged to confess she did not understand her. " Of course I know French perfectly," she said, " but as I have never been in the country, and not much in the habit of speaking it even at home, I cannot always follow you. I would give a great deal, Miss Morrison, to speak the language as beautifully as you do." " It is a great assistance in society, certainly," replied Miss Morrison, very modestly ;" but I do assure you that it is quite impossible for anybody in the world to speak it as I do without being in the country, and taking the same incessant pains as I did. As to learning it from books, it is all nonsense to think of it. How in the world is one to get the accent and pronunciation? But I must say that I believe few people ever learned so much in so short a time as I did. I invented a method for myself, without which I should never have been able to speak as I do. I never was without my pencil and paper in my hand, and I wrote down almost every word I heard, in such a manner as that I was able to read it myself without asking anybody. The English of it all I got easily afterwards, for almost everybody understands me when I read my notes according to my own spelling, especially English people ; and these translations I wrote down over against my French, which I call making both a grammar and dictionary entirely of my own invention, and I have often been complimented upon it, I assure you." " And I am sure you well deserve it. I never heard anything so clever in my life," replied Mrs. Barnaby. " But how soon shall we begin our walk? "" Now directly, if you please, I will go and put on my hat. That was what I said to you in French. Il faut mettre mon chapeau." Mrs. Barnaby then repaired to her toilet ; and having done her very utmost to make herself as conspicuously splendid and beautiful as possible, turned to Agnes, who was still writing in her dark corner, and said, You had better finish what you are about, Agnes, and I hope it is something that will improve you. I am going out with Miss Morrison on business, and if the evening is fine, I will take you a walk somewhere or other." Agnes again blessed their rencontre with this valuable new friend, and saw the satin and feathers of her aunt disappear with a feeling of great thankfulness that she was spared the necessity of attending them. On leaving Mrs. Barnaby, Mr. Alexander Pringle paid a visit to his good friend and patient, Lady Elizabeth Norris, the aunt of Colonel Hubert, who, as usual, was passing a few weeks of the season at Cheltenham, as much for the sake of refreshing her spirits by the variety of its company, as for the advantage of taking a daily glass of water at its spring. The worthy apothecary was as useful by the information and gossipings he furnished on the former subject as by his instructions on the latter, and was invariably called in the day after her ladyship's arrival, however perfect the state of her health might be, and given moreover to understand that a repetition of a professional visit would be expected at least 3 times a week during her stay. He now found the old lady sitting alone; for Sir Edward and Lady Stephenson, who were her guests, were engaged in one of their favourite morning expeditions, exploring the beautiful environs of the town, a pleasure which they enjoyed as uninterruptedly as the most sentimental newly married pair could desire, as, by a strange but very general spirit of economy, few of the wealthy and luxurious visitants of Cheltenham indulge themselves in the expense of a turnpike. " So, Pringle, you are come at last, are you? " said Lady Elizabeth. "I have been expecting you this hour. The Stephensons are off and away again to the world's end, in search of wild flowers and conjugal romance, leaving me to my own devices, a privilege worth little or nothing, unless you can add something new to my list here for next Wednesday." " Perhaps I may be able to assist your ladyship," returned her Esculapius. " That is, provided Lady Stephenson knows nothing about it, for I fear she has not yet forgiven my introduction of Mr. Myrtle and the 2 Misses Tomkins." "Stuff and nonsense! What does it signify, now she is married and out of the way, what animals I get into my menagerie? But I don't think, Pringle, that you are half such a clever truffle dog as you used to be. What a time it is since you have told me of anything new!" " Upon my word, my lady, it is not my fault," replied the apothecary, laughing. " I never see or hear anything abroad without treasuring it in my memory for your ladyship's service ; and I am now come expressly to mention a new arrival at the which appears to promise well." " I rejoice. Is it male or female? "" Female, my lady, and there are 2. " Of the same species and the same race? "" Decidedly not. But the contrast produces a very pleasant effect ; and moreover, though infinitely amusing, they are quite comme il faut. I understand the elder lady is sister to Mrs. Peters of Clifton." Mr. Pringle then proceeded to describe his visit to Mrs. Barnaby, and did justice to the florid style of her beauty, dress, and conversation. But when he came to speak of the young girl who was vouee au noir, and of her aunt's pertinacious resolution that she should take the waters and be treated as an invalid, notwithstanding the very excellent state of her health, the old lady rubbed her hands together and exultingly exclaimed, " Good ! Admirable ! You are a very fine fellow, Pringle, and have hit this off well. Why, man, I saw your delightful widow this morning at the pump, rouge, ringlets, and all. I saw her taste the waters and turn sick ; and now, because she must have a reason for showing herself at the pump, she is going to make the poor girl drink for her. Capital creature ! I understand it all, poor little girl. And so the widow wants acquaintance, does she? I offer myself, my drawing room shall be open to her, Pringle. And now, how can I manage to get introduced to her? " You will not find that very difficult, Lady Elizabeth, depend upon it. I will undertake to promise for this Mrs. Barnaby that she will be visible wherever men and women congregate. At the ball, for instance, to morrow night. Does your ladyship intend to be there? "" Certainly. And if she be there, I will manage the matter of introduction, with or without intervention, and so obtain this full blown peony for my show on Wednesday next." Whilst Fate and Mr. Pringle were thus labouring in one quarter of the town to bring Mrs. Barnaby into notice, she was herself not idle in another in her exertions to produce the same effect. The sale room, to which the experienced Miss Morrison led her, was already full when they entered it ; but the little difficulty which preceded their obtaining seats was rather favourable to them than otherwise ; for, as if on purpose to display the sagacity of that lady's prognostications, Two of the gentlemen who had made part of their company at breakfast, not only made room for them, but appeared well disposed to enter into conversation, and to offer every attention they could desire. " Mr. Griffiths, if I mistake not," said Miss Morrison, bowing to one of them. " I hope you have been quite well, sir, since we met last year. Give me leave to introduce Mr. Griffiths, Mrs. Barnaby." " I am happy to make your acquaintance," said the gentleman, bowing low. " Your young friend whom I saw with you this morning is not here, is she? "" No, sir," replied Mrs. Barnaby, in the most amiable tone imaginable. " The dear girl is pursuing her morning studies at home." " Introduce me, Griffiths," whispered his companion. " Mr. Patterson, Mrs. Barnaby. Mr. Patterson, Miss Morrison." And a very social degree of intimacy appeared to be immediately established. " Oh, what a lovely vase !" exclaimed Mrs. Barnaby. " What an elegant set of candlesticks !" cried Miss Morrison, as the auctioneer brought forward the articles to be bid for, which being followed by a variety of interesting observations on nearly all the people, and nearly all the goods displayed before them, afforded Mrs. Barnaby such an opportunity of being energetic and animated, that more than one eyeglass was turned towards her, producing that reciprocity of cause and effect which is so interesting to trace ; for the more the gentlemen and ladies looked at her, the more Mrs. Barnaby talked and laughed, and the more Mrs. Barnaby talked and laughed, the more the gentlemen and ladies looked at her. Flattered, fluttered, and delighted beyond measure, the eyes of the widow wandered to every quarter of the room ; and for some time every quarter of the room appeared equally interested to her. But at length her attention was attracted by the almost fixed stare of an individual who stood in the midst of a knot of gentlemen at some distance, but nearly opposite to the place she occupied. " Can you tell me, sir, who that tall, stout gentleman is in the green frock coat, with lace and tassels ? That one who is looking this way with an eyeglass?" " The gentleman with red hair ?" returned Mr. Patterson, to whom the question was addressed. " Yes, that one, rather sandy, but a very fine looking man." " That is Lord Mucklebury, Mrs. Barnaby. He is a great amateur of beauty, and upon my word he seems exceedingly taken with some fair object or other in this part of the room." The sight of land after a long voyage is delightful ; rest is delightful after labour, food after fasting ; but it may be doubted if either of these joys could bear comparison with the emotion that now swelled the bosom of Mrs. Barnaby. This was the first time, to the best of her knowledge and belief, that she had ever been looked at by a lord at all, and what a look it was ! No passing glance, no slight unmeaning regard, directed first to one and then to another beauty, but a long, steady, direct, and unshrinking stare, such as might have made many women leave the room, but which caused the heart of Mrs. Barnaby to palpitate with a degree of ecstasy which she had never felt before. No, not even when the most admired officer of a new battalion first fixed his looks upon her in former days, and advanced in the eyes of all the girls to ask her to dance. For no lord anything had ever done so. And thus the fulness of her new born joy, while it had the vigorous maturity of ripened age, glowed also with the early brightness of youth. It might indeed have been said of Mrs. Barnaby at that moment, that, like Mrs. Malaprop and the orange tree, she bore blossom and fruit at once. One proof of the youthful freshness of her emotion was the very naive manner in which it was betrayed. She could not sit still ; her eyes rose and fell, her head turned and twisted, her reticule opened and shut, and the happy man who set all this going must have had much less experience than my Lord Mucklebury, if he had not immediately perceived the effect of himself and his eyeglass. Could Mrs. Barnaby have known at that moment the influence produced by the presence of Miss Morrison, she would have wished her 1,000 fathoms deep in the ocean ; for certain it is, that nothing but her well known little quizzical air of unquestionable Cheltenham respectability prevented the noble lord from crossing the room and amusing himself, without the ceremony of an introduction, in conversing with the sensitive lady, whose bright eyes and bright rouge had drawn his attention to her. As it was, however, he thought he had better not, and contented himself by turning to his ever useful friend Captain Singleton, and saying in a tone, the familiarity of which failed not to make up for its imperiousness, " Singleton, go and find out who that great woman is in the green satin and pink feathers, there's a good fellow." Mrs. Barnaby did not hear the words, but she saw the mission as plainly as my Lord Mucklebury saw her, and her heart thereupon began to beat so violently, that she had no breath left to demand the sympathy of her friend under circumstances so pregnant with interest. But though she hardly knew where she was, nor what she did, she still retained sufficient presence of mind to mark how the obedient envoy addressed himself, and, alas, in vain, first to one lounger, and then to another, who all replied by a shake of the head, which said with terrible distinctness, "I don't know." "Gracious heaven, how provoking!" murmured Mrs. Barnaby, as she pressed her delicately gloved hand upon her heart to still its beating. "He will leave the room without finding out my name." Had she been only a few hours longer acquainted with Mr. Patterson, it is highly probable she would have desired him, if asked by the little gentleman in black, so actively making his way through the crowd, what her name was, just to have the kindness to mention that it was Barnaby. But though very civil, Mr. Patterson was rather ceremonious, and the unsuccessful messenger had returned to his lord, and delivered all the shakes of the head which he had received condensed into one, before she could resolve on so frank a mode of proceeding. For a few moments longer, however, the amused nobleman continued his fascinating gaze; and then, giving a signal with his eye to Singleton that it was his pleasure to move, that active personage cleared the way before him; and the fat viscount, with his hands in his waistcoat pockets, stalked out of the room, but not without turning his head and giving one bold, final, open-eyed, steady look at the agitated widow. "That man is my fate," she softly whispered to her soul as the last frog on the hinder part of his coat had passed from her eye; and then, like the tender convolvulus when the sunbeam that reached it has passed away, she drooped and faded till she looked more like a sleeping picture of Mrs. Barnaby than Mrs. Barnaby herself. "Do you not find the room very close, Miss Morrison?" said she, after enduring for a minute or two the sort of vacuum that seemed to weigh upon her senses. "Point du tout," replied Miss Morrison, speaking through her nose, which was one method by which she was wont to convey the true Parisian accent, when she desired that it should be particularly perfect. "Point du tout, Mrs. Barnaby. However, I am quite ready to go if you like it, for I don't think I shall buy anything this morning, and I don't see many acquaintance here." Mrs. Barnaby immediately rose. The two civil gentlemen made way for them, and the widow, followed by her friend, walked out a more pensive, though not, perhaps, a less happy woman than when she walked in. Chapter XIV.